Ji-Yuan, take a break. Xiao Jiyu had just returned from her grandmother's place and saw Ji-Yuan still sitting there writing. His chubby little hand was holding a brush, trembling a bit. No, I promise, sister, I can finish. I will definitely finish. Xiao Ji-Yuan kept a serious face, even though his hand trembled a little from writing so much, but the little guy still tried his best to write each character well. Xiao Jiyu saw her chance and, after he finished one character, she quickly took the brush and said, "There's no rush to finish copying. Take a break, and then continue." She picked up the paper he had copied and looked at it. His childish handwriting was careful and neat. In her mind, she could imagine Xiao Jiyu alone at the desk, focused on writing. After looking at the paper, Xiao Jiyu put it down and looked at him silently. "Big sister, I didn't make any mistakes, right?" Xiao Jiyu asked nervously. When he was writing, he was afraid he would make mistakes or write wrong characters. "You did very well, not a single mistake," Xiao Jiyu praised, giving him a thumbs up. "As a reward, you can have an extra plate of orange jelly today." "Thank you, sister," Xiao Jiyu said happily, his face full of excitement. After resting a bit and eating the orange jelly, he stretched his arms and then started carefully copying the dying notes that Xiao Jiyu had written. Meanwhile, Xiao Jiyu was recalling what she learned in high school about purifying salt using coarse salt. As a science top student, her memory was very good. Even now, when digging salt wells and extracting more salt brine, she kept thinking whether modern methods could be used to process it. When Su Shi brought over date flour pastries, she saw the brother and sister sitting across from each other. The setting sun stretched their shadows long, creating a warm and beautiful scene. She carefully placed the pastries on the table and said, "You two should rest now." Su Shi looked at the dried papers laid out neatly, like strings of candied fruit. "Mother, didn't you stay with Grandma and eldest aunt?" Xiao Jiyu smelled the aroma of the date flour pastries. After finishing the last character, she put down her brush and eagerly reached for the pastries. Seeing the ink on her fingers, Su Shi gently patted her hand and said, "Your hands have ink." "The mother and daughter always have some private words to share," Su Shi said, watching her hold the pastries with a handkerchief. She asked, "Your eldest aunt and the others will leave tomorrow. Are you prepared?" "Don't worry, mother. I've prepared everything." Xiao Jiyu swallowed the pastries and wiped her mouth with a handkerchief before saying, "We're no longer in Shengjing Zhao's residence, so we keep things simple but meaningful. I've prepared 100 jin of orange preserves, 50 jin of soft orange candies, and the winter bamboo shoots unique to Hongdu. I've already told Gung Mama to teach the people around eldest aunt how to make silverfish winter bamboo shoots." Xiao Jiyu prepared some food, but as for other things, the Xiao family truly could not provide them now. The next day, just before dawn, snowflakes fell from the sky. Xiaoying held Xiao Jiyu's hand and advised, "The Xiao family, thank you for your hard work. Big sister, I am a daughter of the Xiao family. I will always serve the Xiao family," Xiao Jiyu said happily. She loved her family, her caring grandmother, her tearful but loving mother, and her adorable younger brother. Having so many family members made Xiao Jiyu feel no hardship at all. In the past, she worked hard until her assets reached over 1 billion, but she was lonely. Now, with family around her, Xiao Jiyu felt excited and full of life. Little Yu, Xiaoying looked at Xiao Jiyu with admiration. Over the past few days, she had been with Grandma Xiao every day. The most common praise she heard was for Xiao Jiyu. Before the Xiao family's troubles, it was not worth mentioning, but after the problems arose, Xiao Jiyu stepped forward and supported the entire family. Just this alone made her better than many women. The more Xiaoying looked, the more she felt regret. If only she could have Xiao Jiyu as her daughter-in-law, that would be perfect. Xiao Jiyu smiled and wished her, "Big sister, I wish Xing's cousin success in finding a good partner. When the time comes, I will give Xing's cousin a generous gift." "Good." Xiaoying nodded and patted Xiao Jiyu's hand. After bidding farewell to Grandma Xiao, she left in her carriage amid the falling snow. Now, there's still half a month until the new year. Big sister and the others will definitely be able to return home before the holiday, Xiao Jiyue said as she helped tearful Grandma Xiao back inside. It's snowing outside. Grandmother, don't catch a cold. The snow fell heavily all day, and the next day, everything was covered in white. Xiao Jiyue stayed at home peacefully, spending time with her family. In Gan County, the Gan family faced disaster. Forced to admit guilt by the Gan family and unable to tell Gan Li, Xiao Wingxing sought revenge, targeting the family's vital points. Hu Yi, who had his entire family wiped out by Gan Zongrong, harbored deep hatred. Even with a crippled leg, he fought to restore the Hu family's honor, supported by Xiao Jiyue. With her help, Hu Yi reclaimed the salt well and sent the entire Gan family to prison. Manager Jean entered the house, shivering from the cold. The house was warm, but frost on his clothes had turned to water. He said, apart from the children, the Gan family is gone. Hu Yi did it? Xiao Jiyue was not surprised. When Gan Zongrong destroyed the family, he should have expected the consequences. The others in the Gan family were not innocent either. It should be, but publicly, they claimed they weren't frozen and died. Master Jean returned and asked, Miss, do you still want to work with Hu Yi? Of course, Xiao Jiyue replied, raising her eyes. What about the Xiao Song family? They've been so scared they ran to Hongdu Prefecture. As soon as Master Jean finished speaking, Xiao Jiyue said, send someone to watch. If the lady married to Hongdu Prefecture from the Gan family comes back, report immediately. Yes, Master Jean assured her. Rest assured, Mississippi. Just as the heavy snow arrived, Xiao Jiyue played snowball fights with Xiao Jianyuan outside, and by the warm coal fire, she practiced calligraphy and played the piano. As her hand injury healed and she practiced daily, her piano skills improved steadily. On the 24th day of the 12th lunar month, Little New Year, Xiao Jiyue and everyone made glutinous rice balls, symbolizing family reunion. Miss, today I think the whole Lansong County must be at the candy shop. After dinner, listening to Luo Kuei's excited words, the 50-tail grand prize was announced, and everyone went out in carriages to celebrate, so lively. Xiao Jiyue put down Tang Tian's letter. The sweets from the candy shop were selling like crazy. Luckily, they had already expanded their staff, or they might have sold out before the new year. Has the workshop added more workers? Xiao Jiyue checked the workshop's accounts every week. When she found production was falling behind, she told Granny He. Yes, it has. Today, Granny, he said that everyone in Fuan village who can work has been sent to work, and those not so good at work are assigned to peel oranges, Lien Exile replied. How is He Lien doing? Xiao Jiyue asked again. He Lien is in good health. Today she even helped Gung Mama in the kitchen, Lien Exile answered. Xiao Jiyue nodded slightly. It seemed He Lien was recovering well. In Lingnan, at the entrance of an old house, who is Xiao Ling? I am. The man lowered his basket and hurried forward. Is it my sister who sent me something? Are you Xiao Ling? Head monk Meng examined the man. His delicate features hinted at nobility, but his clothes, washed pale and patched, looked worn out. Compared to Xiao Jiuyu's wealthy family background, he indeed looked like a fallen young master. Yes, here's my seal. The man took out a seal from his waist. To make it easier to contact Xiao Jiuyu, she had specially prepared a seal for Xiao Ling. Head monk Meng looked at him with complicated eyes. He didn't know what the woman looked like to make this wealthy young master abandon everything and come to Lingnan, a place where birds don't even fly, to suffer this hardship. Is there anything wrong? Xiao Ling's eyes flickered slightly as he looked confused at the instructor Meng. Perhaps it was just his imagination, but Meng's gaze seemed off. Could it be that the reply from his sister wasn't what he thought? Instructor Meng said, "This is something your sister sent you." He looked at the large and small packages of supplies, letters, and silver notes. Seeing Xiao Ling looking so downcast, Meng patted his shoulder and said earnestly, "A man, with wives and concubines, shouldn't fight with family over a woman." Xiao Ling chuckled awkwardly, smiling sheepishly. "Go back and apologize to your parents. Women are like clothes. If you want to change, just change," Meng said, sensing his weakness. He patted his shoulder again and added, "Women, once the lights go out, they're all the same." Speaking like an experienced person, Meng suggested that if this naive young master returned to Hongdu, he might even gain some benefits from it later. Hearing this, Xiaoling was confused and worried about saying the wrong thing, so he simply nodded in agreement. He carefully handed the packages to him and took out a piece of paper, handing it over and saying, "Stamp your seal here." "All right, thank you." Xiaoling saw the characters Xiao Juyu on the paper. With the family troubles and his sister's handwriting, her sharpness had softened, and she became more proper. Xiaoling counted the items. When he received the silver notes worth 500 taels, his eyelids twitched. He quickly took some small silver coins from his pocket and said, "Thank you all." Taking money to do a job, Meng patted his shoulder. "Go back and apologize to your family." Xiaoling smiled and nodded. After Meng left, Xiao Fu and others appeared immediately, quickly carrying the items into the house. "Great niece is really good. She knows we don't have warm clothes to wear." Xiao Sanyi recognized his wife's skill at a glance. He opened the bundle, which was filled with thick cotton-padded jackets, new shoes, and new inner clothes. Seeing the embroidered character, too, on the bundle, Xiao Eryi immediately took it out and said, "I also have new clothes." "Father, money." Xiao Jialing handed the silver notes directly to Xiao Fu. Xiao Fu looked at the letter in his hand, and Xiao Jialing pointed to the characters on it. "My brother Xiaoling personally wrote." "Father, this is written by Yuer for me." Xiao Jialing checked the wax seal, which showed no signs of being opened. Just as he was about to tear it open, Xiao Fu snatched it away and said, "That's because it's inconvenient to write my name." "Bring it here." Old Master Xiao grabbed it quickly. Xiao Jialing and Xiao Fu exchanged glances, both moving behind Old Master Xiao. "Father, look at what Yuer wrote." Although Xiao Jialing didn't speak, his extended neck showed how anxious he was. "What's so urgent?" Old Master Xiao glared at both of them. His hands, busy tearing open a letter, moved quickly. His thin, bony hands ripped the envelope, opened the letter, and the first words were, "Big brother is safe." "It's from Yuer, written to me," Xiao Jialing said excitedly, eager to hand over the letter. "This unkind girl," Old Master Xiao said angrily, his beard bristling. He continued reading and soon smiled, patting his leg. "Xiao Jialing, for a woman you broke with your family and ran off to Lingnan. That's hilarious." Old Master Xiao laughed so hard he didn't even finish reading the rest of the letter. "What?" Xiao Jialing was stunned. His mind started working, and he seemed to understand why the teacher looked like that. Maybe seeing him so down and out, everyone wanted to peek inside his head to see if it was full of water or just a bunch of mush. If he dares to abandon his family for a woman, I'll break his legs. Xiao Fu kicked Xiao Jialing in the. Xiao Jialing, feeling wronged, covered his behind and said, "Dad, I didn't do that. If you do that, do you think you can still stand here?" Xiao Fu shot him a cold look. Even dressed in rough cloth and his presence made Xiao Jialing feel weaker. He cleared his throat and said, "Grandfather, hurry and see what Yuer wrote next. Are Grandma and the others okay?" "Yes, yes." Old Master Xiao quickly took out the letter and continued reading. When he saw Yuer's safe message, perhaps worried about others noticing, he mentioned everyone. "Good, I knew it. Your grandmother can handle this." Old Master Zhao's eyes welled up with tears. On the way into exile, he had faced life and death many times, relying on his worry for everyone to keep going. "Everyone is fine. All are well." Old Master Xiao looked back, confirming everyone's safety, and finally relaxed. Dressed in new clothes and shoes, Second Master Xiao immediately stepped forward and asked, "That's not right. What about Jian's mother?" "He heard about Yu Rong, Aunt Lan, and Jia Chen, but not about Fanshi." "Fanshi?" Old Master Xiao snorted coldly and kicked towards Second Master Xiao. Second Master Xiao fell flat on his face, but quickly got up, brushing off his new clothes. "Dad, these are new clothes. If I ruin them, I'll freeze to death. Is it not your foolish doing again? How could the Xiao family produce such a fool as you?" Old Master Xiao looked at his second son with anger and said, Fan has taken the divorce paper and left. Impossible, the second son of Xiao argued excitedly, then immediately felt guilty. Speak. Old Master Xiao glared with angry eyes. The second son of Xiao backed away nervously, fearing Old Master Xiao might kick him again. His new coat might not survive. He looked at Xiao Fu for help. Old Master Xiao slammed the table hard. The second son of Xiao trembled all over and shrank back, saying, I wrote a divorce letter. Afraid Old Master Xiao would get angry, he hurriedly added, I didn't give it to Fan. Who knows how she managed to leave? Good for nothing. When has our Xiao family ever had such a shameful thing as divorce? Old Master Xiao was gasping with anger. He grabbed a teacup from the table to smash it, but Xiao Fu quickly stopped him. Father, don't be angry. This cup was hard to get, Xiao Fu said, trying to soothe him. Then he turned to the second son of Xiao and said, Xiao Rong, kneel down to your father. The second son of Xiao knelt down with a thud, looking unsure. Father, I was just joking, I didn't mean to give it to Fan, he said weakly. Apologize now. Old Master Xiao couldn't smash the cup, so he grabbed a shell from the table and threw it at Xiao Rong. Can a divorce letter be a joke? I'm old, not blind. When you wanted to take a concubine back then, I didn't agree. You insisted. Now that you're stronger, you even dare to think about divorce. Old Master Xiao was breathing heavily with anger. He hated family secrets and rules, so he made strict rules. No taking concubines in the Xiao family. Years ago, Xiao Rong caused chaos in the family trying to take Shanglan as a concubine, nearly getting kicked out by Old Master Xiao. Father, Fan's eyes are too shallow. She wants to give you Rong to her nephew, but I can't do that. Also, Fan has benefited a lot from the Fan family over the years. That's not all. She often cries, makes a fuss, and threatens to hang herself.
Who can stand that?
Whenever Xiao Rong talked about Fan, he looked very wronged. Father, the matter is already out. Blaming second brother won't help. Maybe we should look at Yuer's letter, Xiao Fu signaled to Xiao Rong. The second son of Xiao obediently lowered his head and admitted, Father, I was just thinking, but I didn't expect her to find out. Get out. Old Master Xiao looked at him with a headache and saw Xiao Jiren, who was pale with fear, and said, Jiren, you are the eldest son of the second household. From now on, the second household will be yours. Grandfather, I don't have a mother anymore. Xiao Jiren's eyes were red. His mother took the divorce paper and left. Does that mean he has no mother? In the past, Xiao Jiren would have immediately sat down on the ground and cried. But on the way into exile, Xiao Jiren grew quickly, visibly. Old Master Xiao looked at the youngest Xiao Jiren and spoke seriously, but with some softness. You still have your father, your sister, and your grandfather. Second Uncle Xiao held new clothes and stood in the corner. He couldn't miss out on getting his share of the silver. Unfortunately, Second Uncle Xiao waited and waited, but just as the gathering was about to end, he still hadn't received his silver. He said, Father, I want to drink wine. He hadn't had wine for a long time. Every day, he ate strange-looking things. He wanted meat and wine. Would you like some wine to toast? Old Master Xiao glanced at him. Second Uncle Xiao shrank his neck and ran away. Good for nothing. Old Master Xiao looked at him with anger, feeling annoyed. After reading the safe arrival letter, he handed it to Xiao Fu. They are fine in Hongdu. But Xiao Song's wife, she's not okay. It's nothing. Yuer can handle this small matter, Xiao Fu said proudly and lovingly about his daughter. He read the letter over and over again. This girl didn't say where the silver came from. The Xiao family was wiped out and they lost everything. Where did Xiao Jiu get the silver? It must be my sister who earned it. Xiao Jialing, the last to get the letter, looked at it again and again. Xiao Fu and Old Master Xiao had already discussed it. The clothes were divided, and the remaining medicinal herbs were put away. Tonight, they planned to buy some meat, brew a little wine, and celebrate. Xiao Jialing quickly sensed something was wrong and said, Yue used a secret code. See, intestine, roast, dry, grind, powder? Isn't that a secret code? Xiao Jialing thought he saw it wrong and repeated, what is sea intestine? I know. The villagers say that every March or April, there are many sea intestines by the sea. Sea intestines fried with rice are delicious, said third Uncle Xiao, who had been silent all along. Yue had never been to the seaside. How did she know? Dad, did you forget? She likes reading miscellaneous books. Maybe she saw it in one, Xiao Jialing, 2 years older than Yue, said, leaning closer. Then we'll wait until next March or April to go see if there are sea intestines, Xiao Fu decided directly. That evening, Old Master Xiao, Xiao Fu, Xiao Jialing and his father, Second Master Xiao and his son Xiao Gan, and Third Master Xiao gathered to enjoy meat and wine, something they hadn't done in a long time. Today was the happiest day since arriving in Lingnan. Jialing approached head monk Meng and learned that he would return to Hongdu Prefecture, Lansing County, after the new year. Jialing immediately discussed with his family, planning to send some local delicacies from Lingnan over. They packed dried oysters, dried scallops, dried shrimp, and other seafood that Hongdu couldn't get easily. Everything they couldn't find in Hongdu was sent to head monk Meng. Head monk Meng looked at him and asked, Are you still not clear? You're not going back. Since I came here, I want to make something of myself. Otherwise, wouldn't I be embarrassing my Xiao family? Jialing looked a bit silly and said, Please give this to my sister, so she can taste something she's never had before. Head monk Meng looked at him as if he were a fool and said, All right. Since he was returning, he could take things back and still pay the same fee. Jialing left head monk Meng, feeling heartbroken over the 10 taels of silver he just paid for as if someone was cutting him. After walking a few steps, Jialing shook his head again. What used to be a meal's worth of money now felt like a huge loss. When Jialing returned home, he suddenly saw someone approaching and asked, Brother, do you know where Xiaoling lives? You're looking for Xiaoling? Jialing looked at him. The man was ragged and shabby, which made him wary. Are you a relative of the Xiao family? No, I'm just here to find someone. Chuang shook his head. He had finally found the village, but the directions from the villager were too vague. He was worried he might have gotten lost. Looking for someone? Xiao Ling led Chuang directly to the Xiao family. If there was anything suspicious, he would stop him immediately. Chuang looked at the old, dilapidated house. He wasn't sure if he was in the right place, so he asked again, Master Xiaoling, do you really live here? This didn't match the image of a generous fairy. How could a relative of the generous fairy be so poor? Chuang wondered silently, but kept a calm face. Yes, Xiao Jialing had been talking to Chuang along the way. Chuang was cautious. Besides saying he was looking for someone, he didn't say anything unnecessary. When he tried to ask questions, Chuang always deflected. Xiaoling, is Xiaoling here?
Huan shouted loudly.
Whether he was right or not, the address was correct, so he probably wasn't mistaken. Xiao Jiren was holding firewood in the yard, listening to Chuang shout, and glanced at the person beside him. Wasn't that Xiaoling? Do you need to see Xiaoling? Xiao Jiren didn't reveal his identity. Are you Xiaoling? Chuang looked at Xiao Jiren, who was not taller than his chest, and asked. Xiao Jiren shook his head and said, I'm his younger brother.
Great.
Where is Xiaoling? Take me to find him quickly. Chuang was delighted to hear this, as if he had heard beautiful music. Xiaoling looked up at the person next to Chuang, as if asking, Can I say something? Cough, I am Xiaoling. Xiaoling confirmed that Chuang meant no harm. Chuang looked back at Xiaoling and hesitated for a moment, without speaking. You're Xiaoling? Chuang asked repeatedly, unsure, but received a definite answer from Xiaoling. He then took out his seal, and Chuang didn't ask more. He pulled out a crumpled letter from his chest, which he had been protecting. Chuang said, This is a letter from Miss Xiao Yue. Xiaoling immediately recognized that the handwriting was Xiao Yue's. He said, Please come in. Xiaoling invited Chuang inside. After taking a few steps, he heard Chuang's stomach growling. Xiaoling said, Jian, go to the kitchen and bring some food. Okay, Xiao Jiren responded. Not long after, he brought in some dried shrimp and shellfish porridge.
This.
I feel a bit embarrassed. Chuang swallowed hard. On this journey, he had been frugal, saving wherever he could. He had arrived here safely without any danger, and this was the first time he saw rice.
Eat it.
You've worked hard to deliver it, so I shouldn't let you come empty-handed, Xiao Ling handed over the shellfish porridge. It's just that the resources in Lingnan are scarce, so I worry you might not be used to it. It's okay. I can eat anything, Chuang said, seeing that Xiao Ling was sincere. He took the bowl and ate a big mouthful. The slightly salty porridge made him pause for a moment. The taste. There's plenty of seafood in Lingnan, Xiao Ling explained. When they first arrived in Lingnan, none of the 6 of them knew how to cook. They ate seafood until they felt sick, but compared to the hard bread they chewed on the road, it was much better. Gradually, they learned to make simple porridge, easy and not wasteful of rice. A bowl of porridge, with extra broth if the rice was scarce, could fill the stomach. This was thanks to the supplies Xiao Yue sent. Otherwise, Chuang wouldn't have been able to eat such a small amount of watery porridge today. I understand. Chang also didn't dislike it. Although it had a bit of a fishy smell, at least it was rice. He quickly finished eating the porridge, as if swallowing it all at once. Xiao Jialing returned to the house to read a letter with Old Master Xiao. Old Master Xiao asked, "Why are these lines of poetry so scattered? One line here, another there?" "Grandfather, I used to read a strange book with you where it mentioned using secret codes," Xiao Jialing said, taking a sharpened charcoal stick and a piece of torn cloth. He carefully copied the letter, word by word. After a long time, the torn cloth held a complete letter. Unlike the peace letter sent by Captain Meng, this one was more detailed. Yue has learned to do business. Xiao Jialing finished reading the letter at a glance and sat down. "Did Yue find out about the dam breaking in Xiangchen?" "Grandfather, Yue still wants to clear her father's name." Xiao Jialing quickly understood her plan. He said anxiously, "No, grandfather, since they blamed dad for it, they probably have more tricks up their sleeve." "If Yue..." "Jialing." Old Master Zhao's deep voice interrupted. Gradually, Xiao Jialing calmed down. His voice sounded again. Yue always acts with restraint. Just like this time with the letter, she wouldn't act impulsively. "It's the messenger in the yard you should watch carefully." "Grandfather, you're right." Xiao Jialing immediately stood up and went outside to get closer to Chuang. With the new year approaching, Xiao Jialing successfully persuaded Chuang to stay. At the Xiao family ancestral home, Xiao Jiuyu looked at the ledger and silver money sent by Tang Tian, which had been specially arranged. She also asked her maid to prepare the plan for next year's candy shop and some new cake recipes she had just developed. "This candy shop doesn't look very big. Can it really make that much money?" Lian Exile looked at the thick stack of banknotes. If it was the profit for the entire shop, she believed it. But only 30% profit. Lian Exile felt her head was a bit overwhelmed. "Do you think the 50 taels of silver from the lottery are given for free?" Xiao Jiuyu counted the banknotes, which totaled 900 taels. This was less than 2 months' worth of money. It was thanks to the Tang family's many workers. In such a short time, they found many pastry chefs. Otherwise, the customers at the candy shop, even if they wanted to buy, might not be able to get what they wanted. Today is probably the day the villagers distribute money again. Xiao Jiuyu looked up. Outside, the cold wind was howling, but the smiles of Auntie Shi and Auntie He from yesterday still warmed her heart. The people of Fuan village sold oranges to earn money. The women who had nothing to do at home went to the workshop to make orange preserves and earned more money. The men carried hoes and went to the mountains to dig winter bamboo shoots. Just one dish, the silver fish and winter bamboo shoot soup at the spring pavilion, was enough to cover all the winter bamboo shoots in Fuan village. Other restaurants followed suit and developed many ways to eat winter bamboo shoots. Soon, the mountain's winter bamboo shoots became very valuable. Yes, right at the workshop entrance. I stand there, and I can hear everyone's laughter. The money is all packed in baskets and handed out. Luokue, hearing this, immediately became excited and said, "Miss, you haven't seen the scene. It was really amazing." Xiao Jiuyu looked up with a gentle smile. "Yesterday, when you received the money, you were even happier than they were." Hee hee. Luokue took out some snacks from her pocket. Miss, these are from yesterday when I went to the county to buy them.
Cat ear snacks.
Look, they are crispy and delicious. Try one. Xiao Jiyue looked at the familiar cat ear snack and asked, Where did you buy them?
An old lady was selling them.
I tried one, and it was very crispy and tasty. Luokue squinted her eyes happily. How is it? Delicious? Yes, very good. Xiao Jiyue nodded. Have the New Year dishes been arranged for tomorrow? Don't worry, Mississippi. Everything is done according to your instructions. I guarantee everyone will have a lively New Year tomorrow. Lianxin was very enthusiastic. This was her first New Year after Miss took charge of the household, and she wanted to make it very lively and perfect. Luokue also said, I've already helped you Mama and the others cut window flowers. Tomorrow morning, we'll hang the red silk. She and Lianxin were responsible for decorations and dishes, respectively, with clear division of work. Xiao Jiyue listened to their well-organized plans and felt relieved. She looked through the account book and made a table, then pulled Xiao Jiyue over to enlist him as a strong helper. Xiao Jiyue used a modern-style table. It was clear at a glance, and most importantly, it could also teach Xiao Jiyue how to do bookkeeping. Big sister, I can do this easily. Xiao Jiyue copied everything from the account book carefully. Xiao Jiyue glanced at the large numbers. When they were small, it didn't matter, but when they got bigger, writing slowed down. She said, Jiyue, today I will teach you a new way to count. Xiao Jiyue directly matched the Arabic numbers 1, 2, 3, 4, writing them clearly and plainly. She said, if it's 130, then it's 130. Xiao Jiyue looked at the winding Arabic numbers and asked, Sister, is this really writing? Of course it's writing, but this character is something I saw in a miscellaneous book. I thought it was convenient, so I memorized it, Xiao Jiyue replied calmly. She added, look, writing big numbers is even more convenient, isn't it? Yes, Xiao Jiyue studied carefully and soon remembered the number characters well. Even before New Year's Eve, the occasional sound of firecrackers outside created a lively, bustling feeling. New Year's Eve. This year you will write the Spring Festival couplets. Old Madame Xiao asked someone to prepare red paper and ink. She said, in previous years, your grandfather and father wrote them. Now that you are in charge, you will write them. Andy, do you think my writing might be too delicate? Xiao Jiyue instinctively wanted to refuse. She had already copied the original small, elegant script, which was not easy. Asking her to write couplets? Why not let Jiyue write? Xiao Jiyue pushed her brother forward. His writing is a bit immature, but... You write. Old Madame Xiao held her hand and said, without you, the Xiao family might fall apart. You must write these couplets. Old Madame Xiao looked at Xiao Jiyue with encouragement and praise. Xiao Jiyue no longer hesitated. After some thought, she took her brush and wrote, Peace is the family's blessing. Harmony can bring wealth in all 4 seasons. The horizontal inscription read, a bright and auspicious scene. Old Madame Xiao stared at the couplets she had written, her eyes turning red. Peace is the family's blessing. Today, for the Xiao family, they no longer seek wealth or high status. Only peace. Annie, do you think it's good? Xiao Jiyue asked from the side. Old Madame Xiao wiped her eyes and said, yes. Jiang Mama, take this couplet and paste it on the main door. Yes, Jiang Mama immediately took the couplet and went to put it up. The Xiao family courtyard was large, with many doors. Xiao Jiyue knew these festive couplets well. Joyful greetings, good fortune, and everything going smoothly. She picked up her brush and wrote them effortlessly. In the kitchen, it was lively and busy. The New Year's Eve dinner was the highlight of the evening. To make everyone feel warm and lively, Xiao Jiyue specifically invited all the Xiao family members to the main hall. After dinner, she took out silver notes and began distributing the money. The silver earned from the workshop has already been settled. Xiao Jiyue asked Lian Xian to bring out the prepared account book and silver notes. Whether it was Aunt Lan from the 2nd household, Xiao Yurong, or Aunt Xiao San from the 3rd household, each of them kept accounts or managed money, They all knew that their small workshop had earned several hundred taels of silver in just 2 or 3 months. You all get 50 taels. I get 100 taels. So, the money is divided into 4 parts. I take 2 parts. One part is 118 taels. You can count it, Xiao Juyu said clearly. The children were playing with firecrackers outside, but inside, everyone was dividing the money. Miss, no need to count. Aunt Lon had seen 118 taels of silver before, but this was the first income after the family was confiscated. This meant they could support themselves in the future. Siblings should settle accounts honestly. Lian Xian, count. Xiao Juyu asked Lian Xian to count in front of everyone. She said, in spring, everyone is busy with farm work and the workshop is making canned food. We have to wait until the pears are ripe. So, let's first divide the silver among everyone so we can all happily celebrate the new year. Jiuyu, when we need to gather money later, just ask us. Aunt Xiao San took the money happily. She never thought she would be so happy over just over 100 taels of silver. Yue saw that your second and third households couldn't earn money, so she brought yours. Old Master Xiao sipped his tea gently. Aunt Xiao San paused. Xiao Jiuyu's 5,000 taels of silver from her broken engagement didn't need to be pulled from them. Aunt Xiao San immediately said, Mother, don't worry. Whatever Jiuyu needs us to do in the future, we will do it willingly. Yes, Aunt Lon also nodded repeatedly. A family that works together can face any storm. Xiao Jiuyu stood up and handed the first dish of crispy meat to her grandmother. Grandmother, this is the crispy meat made by Granny He. It tastes especially good after steaming. Please try it. Xiao Jiuyu helped serve the dishes to old Madame Xiao. Old Madame Xiao tasted it. It was tender but not greasy, and even she could chew it easily. She praised, not bad. At the New Year's dinner table, there was one table for adults and one for children. She said, and this braised rabbit. It was sent by Li Zheng's family. Mrs. Shi brought it. It's a wild rabbit hunted in the mountains. It's tastier than farm-raised rabbits. The villagers are simple and honest. Old Madame Xiao looked at the dishes, which were all sent by villagers, including the shiitake mushrooms. Yue was quite skillful in socializing and doing business with merchants, and she could get along well with the villagers. Yes, most of them are kind-hearted people. Xiao Jiyu smiled and said, Grandmother, the radishes and cabbages on the table today are from our own fields. The radishes are a bit small, but they taste good. Oh? Old Lady Xiao had heard from Mama Zheng about this before. She didn't expect the dishes to already be served. They taste fresh and sweet. Old Lady Xiao wiped her mouth and asked, before spring planting, can the radishes and cabbages be harvested? Yes, if there was enough time, we could have planted all the dozens of acres. Now, we've planted about 2 or 3 acres, and we expect to harvest nearly 10,000 jin of radishes and cabbages. Xiao Jiyue had checked. The planting was a bit late, or else there would be more produce. Because the Xiao family had many members, during that time, the household guards, maids, and servants who had nothing to do were all sent by Mama Yu and Granny Gung to farm. With so many people, they managed to plant 2 or 3 acres. That much? Old Lady Xiao was surprised. The Xiao family can't finish eating that much. Are you planning to sell it? Grandmother, nearly 10,000 jin of radishes and cabbages must be sold. Our Xiao family can eat it for half a year. Xiao Jiyue chuckled softly. Radishes and cabbages can be made into pickles and sauerkraut. Not only do they last long, but they are also sour and spicy, which stimulates the appetite. In summer, the tangy, sweet pickled radishes are especially appetizing. Xiao Jiyue spoke animatedly, not worried about the large harvest, only about the possibility that nothing would grow. She said, after the new year and the autumn harvest, we will immediately plant all the fields with radishes and cabbages. Next year, it will be another business. In Manhwa Kingdom, merchants were considered lowly, but when Xiao Jiyue talked about doing business, she showed no trace of shame. Instead, her eyes sparkled with confidence, shining brightly and captivating everyone. Aunt Lan's gaze never left Xiao Jiyue. In the past, Madame Fan always looked down on her as a lowly merchant's daughter. No matter what new clothes she wore or a flower she liked, Madame Fan would mock her harshly. Aunt Lan never imagined that, as the eldest daughter of the Xiao family, Xiao Jiyue's words showed no disdain for merchants. The eldest daughter of the Xiao family won't always stay confined to this small village of Fuan. Aunt Lan suddenly remembered what her elder brother Shang Tinglin had said before leaving. Jiyuan, be careful when you set off firecrackers, Xiao Jiyue warned. On New Year's Eve, the main courtyard of the Xiao family was bustling with activity. Xiao Jiyuan's leg had healed enough for him to walk. He and Xiao Jichen, who were about the same age, were growing closer and closer. Two young children, still quite small, are very brave. When they set off firecrackers, each one is more impressive than the last. Big sister, look, I'll set one off for you. Xiao Jiyuan lit the firecracker and then ran away. Behind him, bright fireworks burst into the sky, lighting up Xiao Jiyuan's happy smile. Wow, that's amazing, Xiao Jiyue praised. She looked at Xiao Yurong and Xiao Tingwu nearby. Both of them were eager to try. After half a year of rest, Xiao Tingwu's face looked much healthier, but he still didn't talk much. Big sister, can we play with these? Xiao Yurong couldn't help but stare longingly. As long as you're careful, Xiao Jiyuan and the others can play, Xiao Jiyue said to Xiao Tingwu. Tingwu, do you want to join us? Big sister, I can't, Xiao Tingwu said, but he couldn't help but step forward. Come on, Xiao Jiyue said, pulling Xiao Tingwu over. At first, Xiao Tingwu was shy, but under Xiao Jiyue's warm and friendly guidance, he played happily. Auntie Xiao San had just helped Xiao Jiahong stand up when Xiao Jiahong, like Xiao Jiyuan's little tail, followed him everywhere, giggling happily. She noticed Xiao Tingwu also playing with fireworks and firecrackers, but didn't stop him. Under the bright fireworks, the Xiao family wasn't united in reunion, but everyone still felt happy. Their eyes were full of hope. Time passed into the 24th year of Emperor Jing's reign. A new year began, the first year Xiao Jiyue experienced after her crossing over. In January, everything was lively and busy. Xiao Jiyue planned to buy cows and sheep to raise in the western shed, along with chickens, ducks, and rabbits. She gave orders calmly and methodically. Manager Jean, I want to buy a few mother cows, preferably ones that can give birth to calves and produce milk, Xiao Jiyue said. Milk was a good thing, but unfortunately, there were no dairy cows on the Big Plains. No problem. She would raise a few more cows and surely they would produce plenty of milk. Yes, Manager Jean replied. Xiao Jiyue then called you go over. After the Ganjia family fell, she didn't need to worry about them anymore. She instructed, take people and put manure, dirt, weeds, and other things into a pit to compost. Yes, Yugo responded. He didn't mind manure, it was all good stuff. Though he didn't understand why it needed to be piled in a pit or what composting meant, he would do as the young lady said. Here is the shopping list. Luo Kue, take Jin Wen and go to the county to buy supplies. Xiao Jiyue listed items like oil, vinegar, and sugar on a shopping list. When the turnip and cabbage harvests come in, these will be perfect for making pickled radishes and sauerkraut. After giving instructions for each task, Xiao Jiyue remembered that she still needed to buy large jars for pickled radishes and sauerkraut. The Tang family should have some. Miss Tang has arrived. Lian Xin's voice sounded. Xiao Jiyue put down her brush and raised an eyebrow. It really is as soon as I mention her. She shows up. Xiao Jiyue stood up. Tang Tian had just finished paying New Year visits to her grandmother. When she saw Xiao Jiyue, she was very happy. Sister Xiao, Happy New Year. Happy New Year, and wishing you prosperity, Xiao Jiyue said to her grandmother, then took Tang Tian back to her courtyard. On the way, Tang Tian chattered happily like a cheerful bird. Sister Xiao, the canned oranges are selling like crazy. Now, several families in the county are hosting banquets. If there's no plate of canned oranges or a few of our candies and snacks on the table, it wouldn't be proper to host a feast. I tell you, Cheng County Magistrate's daughter, Cheng Fangjiao, last year, opened a pastry shop just like me. Do you know what it's called? Tang Tian said excitedly. eyes shining as she looked at Xiao Jiyue. Xiao Jiyue thought for a moment and replied, Fangxin Pastry Shop? Wow, Sister Xiao, you're so clever. Tang Tian looked at her in surprise. Xiao Jiyue. In Lansong County, it was only so big. Fangxin Pastry Shop, with the character Fang in its name, was not hard to guess. I think her pastry shop doesn't seem to sell pastries at all. Fangxin Pastry Shop, with Fang in the name, could it be that she's secretly in love with pastries?
Tang Tian Zitgo.
Xiao Jiyue looked at her and said, Be careful what you say. It's okay. Anyway, Sister Xiao, you won't tell anyone, right? Tang Tian's smile was sweeter than honey, her eyes clear and innocent, as if saying, You definitely won't betray me. Xiao Jiyue thought to herself, if it weren't for the Tang family's protection behind her, with her innocent nature, she might be sold by others and still have to count money for them. Sister Xiao, this year, I want to work hard to grow the pastry shop and make more silver. Tang Tian said passionately, My parents said that my pastry shop is making good money, and they praised me. Tang Tian looked proud, as if seeking praise. Keep going, just do your best, and the pastry shop will surely establish itself in Lansong County. Maybe someday, I can even open a shop in the capital city. Xiao Jiyue encouraged her with a smile, but it was just wishful thinking. Tang Tian's eyes looked like flames suddenly ignited. She excitedly grabbed Xiao Jiuyu's hand and said, Sister Xiao is right. In the future, we can open a shop in Fu City. Then, Tang Tian chattered on happily, her voice like a cheerful bird on a branch. When she mentioned that her shop might be even better than that fragrant pastry shop, Xiao Jiuyu's mind moved, and she asked, What is Chung Fangjiao's personality like? Her? Tang Tian paused, obediently replying, her eyes seemed to be on top of her head. She's the daughter of the county magistrate. At gatherings, everyone praises her. She's not very good at playing the zither, painting, or dancing, but people still praise her. Is it just because she has her father, the county magistrate, behind her? Tang Tian said with a sneer, She wants to open a shop or compete with me in painting. Are you not worried she might cause trouble for you? Xiao Jiuyu looked at her sideways. Maybe the Tang family was more than just a kiln owner? Why should I be afraid of her? Tang Tian tilted her head, smiling happily. Let me tell you, my uncle is very powerful. I'm not afraid of her. By the way, did the orange jam jars and the snacks in the shop follow my instructions? Did you pay attention to safety?
Xiao Jiuyu asked. Don't worry.
Since you told me last time, I've been very careful. From delivery to handling, I make sure everything is experienced. I won't give bad people a chance, Tang Tian promised, patting her chest. She used to not understand, but now she knew her products were clean and safe. Until Xiao Jiuyu told her that she might be betrayed by competitors or something similar, and she became more cautious. The orange jam jars must be kept well. When the time comes, wash them clean, and they can be used again next year, Xiao Jiuyu reminded her. Don't worry, Sister Xiao. I've told the workers that these jars absolutely cannot be broken. Even if they are, they must see the jar itself, Tang Tian assured. Only then did Xiao Jiuyu feel relieved and ask, Do you make pottery jars at home? I want to order some large sealed jars. No problem. Sister Xiao, you make pottery jars, and I'll give you the best price, Tang Tian said immediately, without hesitation. Then she asked Sister Xiao, Are you planning to make something delicious again? What kind of tasty snacks? Pickled radish and pickled vegetables probably don't match your pastry shop. Xiao Jiuyu cut her off. She asked, Did you make those snacks I asked for before the new year? Yes, I did. Tang Tian suddenly remembered and quickly asked her maid Xiao Tao to bring the food box. She said, This is made by the master. Please take a look and see if the taste is good. If it is, we can sell it at the candy shop tomorrow. The Lunar New Year quickly passed. Xiao Jiuyu stayed at home, and from Tang Tian's letters and the news brought back by Luo Kuei and others from the county, she knew that the candy shop's business had been very busy since the start of the year. Miss, this is a gift from Manager Zeng. It includes some dishes and snacks. Happy Lantern Festival. Lien Exile opened the food box. Besides the most popular dishes from Feng Chun Liu, there were also some candies, beautiful lanterns, and other things girls liked. Take it to the kitchen. We will celebrate tonight, Xiao Jiyu said after a glance, and then put it down. The business at Feng Chun Lu was even better than at the candy shop. Before the new year, Manager Zeng had already sent her many gifts, like meat, fish, and fine fabrics. Now, for the Lantern Festival, he was sending more gifts. She wondered if he wanted to continue working together. Yes, Lian Xian said, and send the gifts to the kitchen. Looking at the beautiful lanterns, she asked, Miss, I heard these lanterns are very lively. Do you really not want to go see them? No, Xiao Jiu firmly refused. It takes an hour to go back and forth from the county, and it's dark and windy at night. It's not safe. Now that they weren't in Shengjing, if she went to see the Lantern Festival and had an accident, she would regret it forever. I've seen the Lantern Festival and the Qiao Festival lanterns in Xinjiang many times, Xiao Jiu thought. The colorful lantern displays were truly worth seeing. Lian Exile nodded in agreement. Xiao Jiu said, later, bring out the fireworks that haven't been used during the new year. If we can't go to the Lantern Festival outside, we can set up our own here. Xiao Jiu looked at the lanterns sent by Manager Zeng and wrote some riddles on paper. On the Lantern Festival day, Xiao Jiu prepared many lanterns in the yard. Although not as many as outside, the atmosphere was lively. She played happily, and her joy lasted until morning. She practiced yoga in her room for a while. The original owner's body was already very flexible, and after half a year of stretching and training, she became even more flexible. Plus, the fighting moves she learned in the orphanage were perfect for dealing with soft targets. After eating the meat buns made by Granny Gung, Xiao Jiu went to the kitchen. She chose some clean-handed people and taught them how to pickle pickled vegetables in large jars. Grandmother Gung has a great talent for cooking. She quickly understood after a little guidance. After Xiao Jiu taught her, she immediately led people to the fields to make a jar of pickled vegetables. In the afternoon, Xiao Jiu checked Xiao Jiuyuan and Xiao Jiachen's lessons. She planned to take a short nap. Just as she was about to doze off, she heard Lian Xin's anxious voice coming from outside. Something's wrong, something's wrong. Lian Xin hurried in, saying, Miss, it's not good. Miss Tang has been taken away. Taken away? Well, we'll talk about it later. Xiao Jiu was still sleepy. She listened to Lian Xin and didn't react immediately. After closing her eyes and hearing Lian Xin's words again, she suddenly sat up and asked, Lian Xin, what exactly did you say about Tang Tian? It's not that Miss Tang took something, but that she was taken. The Tang family sent a message saying the orange jam was poisonous and caused deaths. Lian Xin explained carefully so Xiao Jiu could understand. Impossible. Xiao Jiu immediately put on her shoes and got ready to go outside. Cloak. Lian Xin grabbed a cloak from the nearby rack, ran alongside her, helped Xiao Jiu put on the cloak, and then got into the carriage. Master Jean hurried the carriage along. It sped quickly through the streets. Xiao Jiu asked, tell me what exactly happened. Did she die immediately after eating the orange jam? Or did she buy it from the shop and then die? The carriage was noisy and moving fast. Lian Xin shook her head and said, the person who reported the incident didn't say clearly. They only said that the person is now at the county office. Xiao Jiu lowered her eyes. Lian Xin worriedly said, Miss, what should we do? Could Miss Tang have been framed? And most importantly, will this affect you? Lian Xin looked at Xiao Jiu with concern. Her lady worked hard every day for the spring pavilion and the candy shop, often staying up until late at night, sometimes until dawn. She put so much effort into the candy shop. If Tang Tian really had trouble, what if the Tang family blamed her? Why panic? Xiao Jiu remained calm, which eased Lian Xin a little. She said the Tang family sent someone to report. That means there's still hope to fix this. Now, it depends on whether Tang Tian listened to me and did as I said. Xiao Jiu's voice was steady and not panicked at all. Lian Xin immediately said, yes, you're right, Mississippi. I think Miss Tang isn't someone with no background. She probably won't be in trouble. The carriage headed straight to Landong County. As soon as they entered the city gates, Tang Jing stopped them. Xiao Jiu changed to another carriage. Lian Xin wanted to get on but was stopped. She held on to Xiao Jiu's cloak and said, No. I have to go with Mississippi. Lotus Heart stared at Tang Jing. If others found out that her young lady was traveling in a carriage with a man outside her family, it would ruin her reputation. Lotus Heart, get in the carriage, Xiao Jiuyu said. Before she could ask anything, Tang Jing angrily said, Miss Xiao, Tian had an accident because of your orange jam. Young Master Xiao, if you're angry, you should tell me the details. Did someone die? Where did it happen? Did they die after eating the orange jam? Or was it at home? Or at the shop? Xiao Jiuyu asked quickly, one question after another, all directed at Tang Jing. Tang Jing was surprised. Xiao Jiuyu continued, Young Master Tang, you came to see me. Are you trying to find a solution? Or just here to scold me?
Of course not, Tang Jing said.
He was anxious and saw that Xiao Jiuyu didn't seem worried at all, so he said some inappropriate words. He took a deep breath and said, Today, at the Fong family's banquet, they used the orange jam. A maid who was close to Miss Fong died after eating it.
So, someone died at the Fong family? Xiao Jiuyu asked.
Is the person at the government office or still at the Fong residence? The messenger only said that Tian had an accident and was taken away. At the Fong residence, Tang Jing replied, pressing his lips. If they took her to the government office, the Fong family would destroy all the evidence. Tian would then be unable to explain herself. You said the person who died was a maidservant of Miss Fong. So, if it wasn't the maid, then maybe Miss Fong herself ate it? Xiao Jiuyu asked Tang Jing. The carriage slowly moved toward the Fong house. Tang Jing was anxious, but had to listen to Tian. When Xiao Jiuyu arrived, Tang Jing paused and said, Probably. I don't want probably. I want certainty, Xiao Jiuyu said impatiently. She asked, Did anyone who saw what happened at the time survive? Little Tao. Tang Jing lifted the curtain. Xiao Tao, who had been riding along, immediately came into the carriage. Hearing Xiao Jiuyu's question, she quickly explained what she saw. The candy shop was very popular, especially the orange jam, which became a favorite among ladies and young women during winter. Originally, the orange jam was for Miss Fong, but because she was unwell, she gave it to her maid, Xiao Zhu. Xiao Zhu couldn't wait to eat it. As soon as she ate the orange jam, she collapsed and vomited. Not long after, she died. Are these canned oranges all poisoned, or just Miss Fong's?
Xiao Jiuyu asked.
The canned oranges were. A new delivery from Miss, and the other misses haven't eaten them yet. Xiao Tao frowned and said, The canned oranges we brought, logically, shouldn't be poisoned by anyone else. Xiao Tao couldn't figure it out no matter how hard she tried. Did you check the delivery?
Xiao Jiuyu looked at Xiao Tao.
Xiao Tao was excited and said, Yes, we checked and even kept samples. But now, the Fong family is holding onto this can, claiming it was sent by Miss, and Miss can't clarify. Luckily, the second young master and others are here. Originally, we wanted to report to the authorities and take Miss to the government office. Xiao Tao still feels scared when she thinks about it. Second young master, the Fong residence has arrived, the coachman said. Young Master Tang, do you know if Miss Fong's second sister has had any recent issues? Or if she has any problems with the other misses in the Fong family? Xiao Jiuyu didn't rush to get out of the carriage, but looked at Tang Jing. Tang Jing was confused. He had no relation to Miss Fong, so he didn't know what was going on. Last year, Miss Fong's second sister just got engaged to Wang Xiaocai from the county. Could there be something wrong with that? Xiao Tao immediately answered. Her own miss kept talking about it every day. Wang Xiaocai is popular in the county. Many want to marry him. He's young and talented, and maybe someday he'll pass the imperial exams and become an official. But his family is a bit poor. Who knows? Xiao Jiuyu's eyes flickered slightly. She stood up and mentally reviewed the information she had gathered. Tang Tian had followed her instructions, kept a sample, and the canned oranges sent to Fong's residence went through many hands. Who had touched them? Was it the medicine in the other person's hands? Or was it in the oranges themselves? No, maybe it was in the bowl. Xiao Jiuyu thought a lot on the way. Xiao Tao led her into the Fong residence. Now, the Fong house was full of all kinds of people, good and bad. Fortunately, the Tang family reacted quickly and immediately ordered everyone not to leave. Otherwise, even if Tang Tian had 100 mouths, without evidence, it would be hard to explain. The officials were also present. When Xiao Jiuyu entered the yard, she heard Tang Tian's voice, trembling slightly, like a little bird. She said, "Captain Lin, I guarantee that all the canned oranges I sent are harmless. The sample I kept is the best proof. Sending the canned oranges to the Fong family is also fine." Tang Tian's face was very pale. But she refused to accept being accused of harming others. She said, "Moreover, I have no grudge or enmity with the Fong family. Why would I poison them? Wouldn't that ruin my candy shop's reputation? I still want to run a good business and make money in the future. I believe that even a fool wouldn't do such a thing." Tang Tian pursed her lips and looked at the Fong family members. She said, "Madam Fong, I think you should carefully check who handled the orange canned fruit. Maybe they are trying to cause trouble for their own benefit. Last year, at Jinxiu Tower, you even fought with me over a piece of clothing. Who knows, maybe you hate me now." Miss Fong Kaiwei hid behind her mother and said, "Mother, we can't just let this go. Otherwise, others will think our Fong family is easy to bully." "Fong Kaiwei, are you stupid? Would I harm your family just for a piece of clothing? Ruin my reputation and cut off my business?" Tang Tian was so angry, she almost cursed. She stared at Fong Kaiwei and said, "And besides, if I wanted to harm someone, it would be you, not Miss Fong Air. Also, no matter how stupid I am, I wouldn't attack the Fong family," Tang Tian said firmly, glaring at Fong Kaiwei. That dress last year made her so angry she didn't even eat dinner. Now, hearing Fong Kaiwei mention it again made her even more furious. Xiao Jiuyu didn't have time to listen to their arguing. She looked at the spilled orange canned fruit on the ground and asked, "Is that poisonous orange canned fruit?" "Yes," Xiao Tao replied. Not only that, but the jar of the orange canned fruit was also smashed. Xiao Jiuyu whispered a few words to Xiao Tao. Her eyes lit up, and she immediately walked over to Tang Tian and whispered to her. Tang Tian turned around and saw Xiao Jiuyu standing calmly. At that moment, her panicked and confused heart seemed to settle down. She looked at the spilled orange canned fruit on the ground. She squatted down carefully and said, "Captain Lin, I have proof that this orange canned fruit is not from our candy shop. Everyone can see. The orange slices in this can are still in pieces, and the white orange threads haven't been fully torn. Please compare it with ours," Tang Tian said, having someone bring out their own orange canned fruit. She poured it into a clean bowl. The white orange threads inside were neatly torn, looking very different. "Who knows if you didn't tear it properly on purpose?" Fong Kaiwei said with a sneer. Tang Tian ignored Fong Kaiwei and instead looked at the several maids kneeling on the ground. She said, "Captain Lin, I think you should investigate not just me, but also the people who handled the orange canned fruit. Who knows if they swapped the contents? How could our Fong family have any problem?" Fong Kaiwei immediately spoke up. Tang Tian retorted sharply, "My people at Candy Shop wouldn't have any problem." Fong Kaiwei snorted coldly. She linked her arm with Madame Fong's and said, "Mother, luckily Miss Chung didn't eat that poisonous orange can. If Miss Chung had, our Fong family would be doomed countless times over, and it wouldn't make up for it." Chung Fengjiao, the daughter of Magistrate Chung, was also the most honored guest at today's Fong family banquet. "Madame Fong, this matter needs to be investigated clearly. Otherwise, who will dare to eat anything from the Fong family in the future?" Chung Fengjiao, dressed in pink, spoke softly and sweetly, but her words made Madame Fong feel a chill. Yes, the incident happened at the Fong household. Although the victim was a maid, if the truth isn't found out, who would still dare to attend the Fong family's banquets? Xiao Jiuyu's gaze fell on Chung Fengjiao. She was the girl Tang Tian often mentioned. Isn't she just the daughter of a county magistrate, Chung Fengjiao? With her head adorned with pearls and jewels, her proud chin slightly raised, her eyes always looked down from above, exuding an air of superiority. Madame Fong stepped forward and saw Captain Lin questioning the maid. She said, "Captain Lin, the maid from the Fong family wouldn't be involved in any problem. Whether there's a problem or not, we need to investigate to be sure, Tang Tian said with pursed lips. Madam Fong, if you don't want Captain Lin to investigate, are you afraid that the truth might embarrass the Fong family? Tang Tian didn't know who wanted to harm her, but she was sure that neither Madam Fong nor Fong Kaiwei had good intentions. Fong Saiwei's motives were definitely not pure. Miss Tang, you misunderstood. I just don't want Captain Lin to waste time, Madam Fong said, feeling very angry inside. The Fong family had gone to great lengths to invite Miss Chung, only to have a tragedy happen in the household. Tang Tian didn't want to pretend anymore. She turned her gaze away and suddenly saw Xiao Tao tidying up broken pottery. She asked Xiao Tao, "Why are you picking up the broken pottery?" Xiao Tao picked up the last piece of pottery and handed it to Xiao Juyu. Big sister Xiao, Tang Tian quickly ran to Xiao Juyu's side. Xiao Jiuyu was carefully gluing the pieces of pottery back together, as if restoring a broken pot. This pattern and design are definitely ours, Tang Tian frowned. The pottery made by the Tang family always had a mark. Plus, the orange cans were all designed by Xiao Juyu herself. Take a closer look, Xiao Juyu reminded her. Tang Tian examined carefully and said, "Yes, this is definitely our pottery." Tang Tian, are you stupid? Xiao Jiu looked at her silly expression and shook her head helplessly. She confidently said, "Your orange can is swapped." Really?
Tang Tian shouted hesitantly.
I knew it. My delivery process was all correct. The orange cans I send out are definitely fine. Captain Lin, I have proof. Tang Tian shouted to Captain Lin. Listening to Xiao Jiu's words, Captain Lin asked, "What proof do you have to show that this clay jar isn't Miss Tang's?" Captain Lin questioned the maidservant, and there were no flaws in her story. Now, hearing Tang Tian, he suddenly became more alert. "We bought many cans like yours, not just this one. This jar was made by your Tang family, and the oranges inside are from your candy shop." Fong Kaiwei immediately spoke up. She stared at the broken jar, trying hard to remember. She had used an old jar to fill it, so no one would recognize it. I think they look the same. The pattern and the color of the jar are only something the Tang kiln can produce. The noble ladies who came here all bought orange cans. Such beautiful clay jars are common in their homes. The jars are the same, but the numbers are different. Tang Tian also saw the situation clearly now. Each batch of our goods is different. This pattern is from the first batch. Tang Tian pointed to the bottom of the broken piece. Now we're on the third batch, and the pattern has changed long ago. So, this can't be the batch I brought today. Are you sure about that? This looks like a strange drawing. Who knows if you're making things up? Fong Saiwei's heart skipped a beat. She looked at Xiao Jiue. She was dressed simply, with only a lonely jade hairpin in her hair. But when she stood there, she seemed more elegant than the flashy Chung Fongjiao. It was as if just standing there gave her an indescribable aura. Fong Kaiwei felt nervous. She stepped forward and said, "Tang Tian, don't talk nonsense. Our Fong family is strict in managing the household. Unless someone is trying to use our family to target you." "Kaiwei," Madame Fong scolded sternly. Her words offended all the guests present. "Sorry, Kaiwei was just in a hurry and spoke impulsively. Please don't take it to heart," Madame Fong said softly with a gentle smile. Then she asked, "Miss Tang, you say that the pattern on the bottom is your family's mark. Do you have proof?" "Of course, I have it. You can easily find these items at our candy shop or in the warehouse." Tong Tan is very certain about this, saying, "Each clay jar has a different pattern on the bottom. This pattern is from the first batch, which is now in the orange canning workshop." "Captain Lin, you can immediately take people to search," Hong Tan confirms, then quickly explains how their candy shop's jars are coded and sorted, making everything clear. "I'll take people to your warehouse right now," Captain Lin says seriously and promptly leads officers to find the person. She also asks everyone to stay put, so no one can leak information to the Ong family, ensuring Dong Can's words are true. After Captain Lin leaves, Tang Tian whispers to Xiao Jiuyue, "Thank goodness you came, Jie." Without Xiao Jiuyue, she might not have been able to explain everything today. Xiao Jiuyue slightly smiles and says, "The candy shop also has my share. I'm helping myself. Now that everyone has been settled by the Fong family, Xiao Zhouye and Tong Tan sit in a corner. Xiao Zhouye says the other side is making a big show. They definitely aren't targeting a nobody girl. Yes. Tong Tan excitedly glances at Xiao Zhou, lying on the ground covered with a white cloth, then looks at Feng Jia Xiao Jie, Feng Cefei, who is crying her eyes out. If Feng Cefei hadn't cared for her maid and shared her orange Ken with her, the maid would have taken the blame, and Feng Cefei would have died. Tong Tan stands up excitedly and says to Feng Cefei, you'd better apologize to me, to the Ong family, and to the candy shop later. Otherwise, we don't need customers like Feng Jia who spread false accusations about us. In the urgent situation, Feng Caiwei even named her target. She wanted to harm Feng Jia to Xiao Jie. She was so furious, she wanted to drag her to the authorities right then. Tong Tan remembers this grudge well.
Me?
I was just worried. After all, it happened in my Fong family, Feng Caiwei awkwardly says, but her words seem a bit guilty compared to her earlier confident tone. Really? I thought you were feeling guilty, Tong Tan says, staring at Feng Caiwei. If anyone in Feng Jia wanted Feng Caiwei to die, it was definitely Feng Caiwei. Tong Tan, I think you're just scared and confused. Feng Caiwei raises her voice a few notes. Her eyes flicker slightly, and she quickly changes the subject. We'll have to wait for Captain Lin to come to find out the truth. Are you confused or frightened? Some people, deep down, know what's really going on. Tang Tian glared at her sideways. Thinking about the serious matter today, possibly caused by Feng Caiwei, Tang Tian found her face disgusting. Time slowly passed. Head Constable Lin was gone for a while, and some people started to think about leaving. Miss Chung, Head Constable Lin said no one can leave Fong residence until he returns, Tang Tian said, walking up to Chung Fengjiao with a smile that didn't reach her eyes. Chung Fengjiao and Feng Caiwei are close allies. If this matter really involves Feng Caiwei, then Chung Fengjiao can't escape responsibility. Miss Chung, our young lady is unwell and needs to go home to take medicine, the maid, Bao Chui, said as she supported Chung Fengjiao. If she doesn't take her medicine in time and her health is harmed, can you be responsible? What are you?
Tang Tian of Colette Sapi.
The kind of mistress she is, the maid she raises, reflect her character. With lightning speed, she pulled Bao Chui aside and slapped her. The loud slap startled not only Chung Fengjiao but also all the ladies and young misses present. A maid is just a maid, but this isn't an ordinary maid. She's the daughter of the county magistrate's family. Even when punishing a dog, you need to consider the owner. Chung Fengjiao clenched her hand, holding the handkerchief tightly. Her lips moved, but she hadn't spoken yet when Tang Tian interrupted her. Miss Chung, we all know you are a gentle, noble lady, the daughter of the county magistrate. But even the gentlest person shouldn't tolerate servants acting out. I'm just thinking of you, Miss Chung. If this maid isn't properly disciplined, outsiders might think you're arrogant and overbearing, which would ruin your reputation, Tang Tian said with a smile. Miss Chung, you wouldn't blame me for meddling, would you? Tang Tian looked at Chung Fengjiao with an innocent face. Chung Fengjiao was so angry her handkerchief almost tore apart, but she couldn't argue back. Otherwise, she'd be the arrogant, overbearing person Tang Tian described. Miss Chung, my life isn't important. What matters is the reputation of the candy shop. Please be patient a little longer. I believe Head Constable Lin will have news soon, Tang Tian said. Thank you in advance, Miss Chung. Tang Tian bowed slightly. Once this matter is settled, I will come to apologize properly. Since opening her shop, Tang Tian had often sought advice from Xiao Juyu. Sometimes, when dealing with difficult customers, she would get so angry she cried. After finding Xiao Juyu, Tang Tian gradually thought of a plan. For someone like Chung Fengjiao, who cares about appearances, she would first flatter her greatly and then achieve her own goal. Since she had spoken so plainly, Chung Fengjiao was reluctant to insist on leaving. She picked up a handkerchief, held it to her nose, cleared her throat, and looked worried she might say something inappropriate. She said, Miss Tang is right. I was worried about Bao Chui's health, but I shouldn't ignore the rules just because I mean well. Miss Chung, I hope you're not angry with me, Tang Tian said with a bright smile. Chung Fengjiao. She had been criticized so much that even if she was angry, what could she do? Captain Lin has returned, a servant from the Fong family announced. Soon, Captain Lin came back with some clay jars. He said Miss Tang is right. The jars from the candy shop all have codes. Since this jar isn't the one Miss Tang sent, the one she did send should still be at the Fong residence. Captain Lin looked at Lady Fong and said, Madam Fong, I think if we find where the jar Miss Tang sent is, we can solve this case. Yes, we must find it. We need to see who's trying to blame my candy shop for this. Tang Tian, cleared of suspicion, raised her voice excitedly. Captain Lin, we should investigate thoroughly, Lady Fong said with a smile, though her smile didn't reach her eyes. Captain Lin immediately started searching everywhere. Mother, that's in the backyard, Fong Kaiwei said nervously, grabbing Lady Fong's hand. As long as we clear the Fong family's name, it doesn't matter if it's in the backyard. Lady Fong patted Fong Kaiwei's hand and signaled a servant nearby. The Fong family isn't very big, so Captain Lin quickly found a jar of orange preserves. Tang Tian rushed over, examined the bottom, and confirmed, yes, this is our latest batch. She opened it and looked at the orange preserves inside. This jar of oranges hasn't been touched. I hate Xiao Zhu. I want her dead. A maid was pulled out, looking crazed at Xiao Zhu's dead body. After saying this, she suddenly ran into a tree and died. In just half a day, another maid had died. The ladies attending the banquet quietly stepped back. Lady Fong scolded the maid harshly before saying, Captain Lin, thank you for your hard work. Lady Fong then praised Captain Lin for his diligent work on the case. This matter definitely wasn't done by the maid. It's clearly a scapegoat. Tang Tian got into the carriage and kept muttering to Xiao Jiuyu, saying, I guess it was Fong Kaiwei who did it. Detective Lin, the case is already closed, Xiao Jiuyu said calmly, without the anger Tang Tian had. Only a fool would risk involving a young lady from the Fong family. The wind blew the curtain, and Xiao Jiuyu's gaze fell on Chung Fengjiao, who was preparing to get into the carriage. Chung Fengjiao looked back and saw only half of Xiao Jiuyu's face, which was bright and noble. Chung Fengjiao lowered her head and entered the carriage, coldly saying, Send someone to find out exactly who Miss Xiao is.
Yes, Bao Kui replied.
Suddenly, Bao Chui felt her face go numb. Chung Fengjiao raised her hand and slapped her. If there's a next time, don't stay by my side, she said, making Bao Chui embarrassed in front of Tang Tian. Miss, Bao Chui immediately knelt down and said, I will make sure to stand up for you in the future. Humph. Chung Fengjiao snorted softly, leaning against the carriage and closing her eyes. She didn't tell Bao Chui to get up, so Bao Chui just knelt there in the small carriage. Big Sister Xiao, today I'm really glad you were here. Otherwise, I wouldn't be able to explain myself. Today, I must invite you to Fengchun Tower for a meal and also ask you to help me clear away bad luck, Tang Tian said while holding Xiao Jiuyu's hand. Xiao Jiuyu chuckled softly. You should thank your second brother. If it weren't for him, blocking the Fong residence and stopping the goods from being sent out, and calling a local officer here. Xiao Jiuyu knew very well that once they left the Fong family, many things that were fake would turn real. But it also depends on you, Xiao Jijia, Tang Tian said curiously, smiling playfully. Fong Kaiwei was right about one thing. The symbols really look like scribbles. I can't tell the difference. In fact, just looking at them a few more times can help you recognize them, Xiao Jiuyu said with a gentle smile. The codes, the first digit indicates the production batch. Using the 26 English letters, the following numbers are the production date, and the last number is the serial number of the jar. That's why Xiao Jiuyu told Tang Tian to carefully keep each jar. Fengchun Tower was almost evening now. Tang Tian, pulling and dragging Xiao Jiuyu, hurried to Fengchun Tower and said, Tonight, I will definitely see you home safely and soundly, okay? Tang Tian sent someone back to the Tang family to report the news, and also to the Xiao family. Faced with Tang Tian's warmth and sincerity, she used all her charming tricks, and Xiao Jiuyu truly couldn't refuse her. This was Xiao Jiuyu's first time dining at Feng Chunlu in the evening. Even before reaching the restaurant, it was already full of customers. The must-order dishes at every table included boiled water cabbage, 9-turn pork intestines, and silver fish with winter bamboo shoots. There were also taro balls with red beans and tofu pudding, which were the favorite desserts of the ladies and young misses. The yellow and white taro balls paired with sweet red beans and tofu pudding were loved by all the ladies in Lansong County. Many people who didn't come to eat still sent maids and servants to buy taro balls with red beans and tofu pudding. Because of this, the area where carriages parked at Feng Chunlu was expanded. Big Sister Xiao, besides our candy shop's orange preserves and orange jelly, the taro balls with red beans at Feng Chunlu are especially delicious. I could eat them every day and never get tired, Tang Tian said, pinching her face. My mother says I've gained weight. Have I? Tang Tian glanced sideways at Xiao Jiuyu. You were too thin before. Now you're just right. Xiao Jiuyu looked at her round face. Her doll-like face, combined with her chubby cheeks, made her look like a child who hadn't grown up yet. Tian, there are no private rooms, Tang Jing said as he arrived at the door. We didn't reserve a private room in advance, so we can only sit in the main hall. How can we sit in the main hall? Tang Tian frowned, looking at the lively crowd. Waiter, are all the private rooms booked today? Sorry, there are none left, the waiter replied with a troubled look. There's a quiet corner here. Should I bring a screen for you? It's okay. The main hall is more lively, Xiao Jiuyu said, not minding sitting in the main hall. Life is full of different scenes, and a bustling hall is full of lively atmosphere. Miss Xiao, are you also here for a meal? When the waiter saw Xiao Jiuyu, his eyes brightened a little. Yes, Xiao Jiuyu nodded slightly and walked toward a corner seat that overlooked the entire hall. The location was quite good. The waiter's eyes flickered, and he quickly went to find Manager Zeng. When Manager Zeng heard Xiao Jiuyu was here, he immediately said, the reserved private room on the second floor is now available. Please, Miss Xiao, go upstairs. Soon, the waiter told Tang Tian and her group, a private room on the second floor just became available. Wasn't there no room just now? Tang Tian asked in confusion. She happily pulled Xiao Jiuyu upstairs to the private room. Tang Jing followed behind them, his eyes fixed on Xiao Jiuyu's back. Today, it seemed she was lucky. With Tang Tian present, there would never be a dull moment. That evening, Tang Tian insisted on accompanying her, but Xiao Jiuyu refused, saying, I have someone to meet. You should go home quickly. Manager Jean, along with Jean Wen, Jean Wu, and a few guards, arrived, ensuring Xiao Jiuyu's safety on the way home. No, I must go with you, Tang Tian insisted. Tang Jing said, Tian, don't worry. I will follow from a distance and see that Miss Xiao gets home safely. No, I want to go too, Tang Tian said, holding Xiao Jiuyu's hand. Sister Xiao, I promise to send you home safely, and I will keep my word. In the end, Tang Tian still rode in the carriage with Xiao Jiuyu. Tang Tian asked Sister Xiao, do you think I should tell Fong Saifei that she was actually trying to harm her? Miss Fong is a smart person. Xiao Jiuyu recalled seeing Miss Fong crying today, often fainting from crying too much. Everyone thought she was very emotional and sincere. The maidservant, as long as she wasn't foolish, should have known she was being used as a scapegoat. Really? Tang Tian tilted her head. Sister Xiao, I actually went to Fong's house because of Saifei's sake. Unlike the annoying Fong Kaiwei, Saifei is very gentle. Sometimes I even wonder if they are from the same mother. Madame Fong favors Fong Kaiwei and dislikes Fong Saifei. Could it be because Saifei is kind that she gets bullied? Xiao Jiuyu looked at her with a very complicated expression. When she first saw her, she thought she was simple and innocent, but now it seems she is not just naive. Everyone has their strengths, Xiao Jiuyu said clearly. People's hearts are naturally biased. Even children from the same mother cannot be treated equally. Today's events were too many. Tang Tian yawned several times on the way and couldn't even speak clearly. When they arrived at the Xiao family, She had already fallen asleep. Xiao Jiuyu quietly got out of the carriage. "Thank you, Miss Xiao." Tang Jing bowed and paid his respects. "I was in a hurry earlier and said some harsh words. Please forgive me, Miss Xiao." Xiao Jiuyu turned to look at him and smiled softly. "I am Tian's partner. Of course I won't just stand by and watch her get into trouble." After speaking, Xiao Jiuyu adjusted her cloak and headed toward the Xiao residence. "Mrs. back?" The gatekeeper was dozing when he saw Xiao Jiuyu return. He quickly opened the door and said, "The matriarch asks Miss to come over." Xiao Jiuyu entered the door, her figure disappearing into the old Xiao family residence. Tang watched her leave, murmuring to herself, "She speaks quite honestly. If it were someone else, they might say, 'I am like a sister to Tian,' but Xiao Jiuyu speaks so plainly." "It's my granddaughter's fault," making Grandma worry. Xiao Jiuyu apologized as soon as she entered. Today she hurriedly left and reported that she was out having dinner. If Grandma didn't see her, she might not sleep well. "That's good as long as you're safe." Old Madame Xiao looked at her and felt relieved. She asked a few questions about today's events. Xiao Jiuyu replied, "Probably because the candy shop's business is too good, blocking others' paths." "Are you prepared to handle it?" Old Madame Xiao asked. "Don't worry, Grandma. The Tang family isn't easy either." "I saw Tang Tian not afraid of even the daughter of the county magistrate," Xiao Jiuyu said. Today she saw Tang Tian slap Chung Fangjiao's maid, which surprised her. Old Madame Xiao twirled her prayer beads and said, "Your father was exiled, but he still has many former students. Besides those who are just flattering, there are some who genuinely want to help Zhao's family." She took out several letters and handed them to her. "These should have been given to you long ago, but..." Old Madame Xiao sighed. "In the future, when facing difficulties, don't rush ahead alone. As long as you're safe, wealth and riches don't matter. These are..." Xiao Jiuyu looked at the letters, most of which were addressed to old Madame Xiao. "These people are your father's and grandfather's talented students. Although they are not in Shengjing now, if something happens, they can still help." Old Madame Xiao introduced each one. "This is Hongdu's inspector, Songden. He passed the imperial exam in the first year of Emperor Jing's reign. He is honest and straightforward, but has made many enemies. Your grandfather helped him. Over the years, they haven't interacted much, but if there's real trouble, he won't just watch and do nothing. And this one," she pointed to the second letter, Jiwei. "He followed your father early on, then was transferred to various places. Now he's serving as a magistrate in Meicheng." Xiao Jiuyu carefully remembered. She knew her grandmother was worried about a repeat of today's incident, so she specifically handed her these things. Her gaze fell on the last letter, written in bold, flowing characters. Rong Sun, the top scholar from 2 years ago, was intended by the emperor to marry Princess Shang, but he stubbornly refused. It was your father who negotiated and saved his life. Now he's serving as a county magistrate in Xuanzhou. Xuanzhou is remote, and if it weren't for the princess matter, he wouldn't be just a small county magistrate today. Old Madame Zhao's eyes filled with memories as she said, "Rong Sun, I have met him once. He is honest and kind, and I heard from your father that he is suffering more than the common people as a county official. Good officials are hard to find, and tricky little ghosts are everywhere." Xiao Jiuyu quickly understood. Like Songdan, who is straightforward and upright, he gained the trust of the emperor and became the inspector of Hongdu. Like Jiwei, perhaps not as glamorous as officials in the capital, but definitely not corrupt or greedy. Like Rong Sun, a talented scholar who should have entered the Hanlin Academy and later become a prime minister, but because he refused to serve the princess, he was demoted to be a small county magistrate in Xuanzhou. Xuanzhou is located downstream of the Zhang River, in a remote area. It's often flooded and poor land. That's how it is. Old Madame Xiao looked at her and said, "You may not need to use this knowledge now, but it's good to know and keep it in mind." "Thank you, grandmother." Xiao Jiuyu held the light letters and felt as if they weighed 1,000 gold coins. "Silly girl." Old Madame Xiao smiled, her eyes crinkling, and sighed. where you don't need to work so hard or deal with all these complicated relationships outside. Grandmother, I am very happy now. I am very joyful, Xiao Juyu said softly with a smile. The candy shop is doing well, and this month I will earn at least 1,000 taels. Although the pastries aren't expensive, they have high profit margins. As sales increase, the money earned also grows. You're so naive, old Madame Xiao said, feeling more distressed. In the past, would Xiao Jiuyu ever be happy just because of 1,000 taels? It's a beautiful misunderstanding after all. After leaving old Madame Zhao's place, Xiao Jiuyu adjusted her cloak and looked up at the huge, round moon in the sky, softly saying, "Is it going to snow again?" Since last winter, it has snowed 3 big times. Today's wind is so sharp it feels like it's cutting her face. Who knows? But Hongdu is much better than Shengjing, Lian Exile replied. In Shengjing, it has snowed countless times by now, and it's so cold that people don't even want to leave their houses. Compared to Shengjing, Lian Exile prefers Hongdu more. That's true. Xiao Juyu smiled softly and returned to her courtyard. Seeing the main room of the east wing still lit, she wondered if the beauty lady was still awake. You're back. Su Shi immediately came out when she saw Xiao Juyu. Xiao Juyu hurried inside and pushed Su Shi in. It's cold outside. Mother, you're wearing so little. Don't catch a cold. Mrs. Su anxiously inquired and kept asking for news. The more she asked, the more uneasy she felt. It wasn't until Xiao Jiyue sent someone back with news of her safety and that she was having a meal in the county that she relaxed a little. Mrs. Su was worried that she might encounter trouble on the way home, but when Xiao Jiyue returned and went to Madame Zhao's main courtyard, Mrs. Su was boiling red sugar jujube tea on the stove.
Come, warm yourself.
After asking Mrs. Su handed her the comforting red sugar jujube tea. It's just that the Fong family had an incident, and it has nothing to do with the candy shop, Xiao Jiyue explained simply, skipping over some dangerous details, such as the tragic death of the maid or the maid who was used as a scapegoat and crashed into a tree. Xiao Jiyue didn't mention any of that. The steaming red sugar jujube tea, with its spicy and sweet red sugar, dispelled all the coldness in her heart. She said, after the Lantern Festival, I plan to start school. Tomorrow, I will ask Manager Jean to send Jiayuan and Jiaqing to school. Mrs. Su initially wanted to ask more questions but was distracted by Xiao Jiyue's words. The weather looks like it might change soon, so. Mother, during winter school, even if it snows, we still go. Now the coldest time has passed, and it's early spring. They can go out in the carriage and focus on studying at the academy. Xiao Jiyue reminded her. Jiayuan is a boy. The cold doesn't scare him. I'll prepare some warm gloves for them so they won't get cold. The road to learning is tough. Only by enduring hardship can one become outstanding. Then I will go prepare now. Mrs. Su started to busy herself again. Xiao Jiyue quickly held her hand and said, I've already arranged everything for tomorrow. You should rest now and come back tomorrow. After sending Mrs. Su back to her inner room to rest, Xiao Jiyue returned to her own room. She took off her cloak, and the room was warm with the charcoal fire. She asked, What did Manager Zeng say to you? Today, she deliberately didn't go to see Manager Zeng at the restaurant. Lianxin was pouring her hot tea and replied, Manager Zeng said he wanted to see Miss to discuss a partnership. Partnership? Xiao Jiyue understood. Was he planning to make the Hongdu's top restaurant?
Yes.
I noticed that Manager Zeng seemed very happy. Lianxin continued, I chatted a few words with the shop assistant. It seems Manager Zeng received praise from his boss and got a golden abacus. He's very pleased. It looks like they earned quite a bit last year with those dishes. Xiao Jiyue warmed her hands and said, Start writing. Miss, it's so late already, and you're still writing? Although Lotus Heart was speaking, her hands didn't stop. She's skillfully grounding for Xiao Jiuyu and laid out paper. Isn't it still before the hour of high? Xiao Jiuyu picked up her brush and started writing again about how to make Feng Chun Tower the top restaurant in Hongdu. It's both difficult and easy. Difficult because it's hard to stand out, but easy because it's not impossible. The main thing now is to find a dish that can make the restaurant famous. In the past 6 months, Even though the shopkeeper didn't mention any plans for cooperation, she kept working on ideas and was thinking about how to make Hongdu restaurant the best. She prepared several marketing plans, but the signature dish that people would remember after tasting, the one that would make them think of Hongdu restaurant, was hard to choose. Snowflakes fell gently. At the old Xiao family house, Ji Fu carried his school bag onto the carriage. Xiao Jianyuan stood in front of the carriage, saying goodbye to his mother. Then he looked eagerly at Xiao Jiuyu and asked, "Sister, aren't you going to see us off?" Jianyuan is now 8 years old, a little man now. "The school arrangements are all set, so I won't see you off," Xiao Jiuyu said, pinching his face. The little boy had grown taller, and his once round, chubby face had become sharper. "Sister, I'm a man now. You can't keep touching my face," Jianyuan, with fair skin, blushed as Xiao Jiuyu pinched his face, turning red like a cooked shrimp. Even his ears blushed. "You're so petty." "I'm your real sister," Xiao Jiuyu said, refusing to stop. She pinched his face again until it was squished and looked deformed. Seeing his pitiful, aggrieved expression, she generously handed him some candies and said, "If you're scared, sister will give you some."
"Who's scared?"
Jianyuan grabbed the candies from her hand, then quickly climbed onto the carriage. His speed was completely different from before, when he was just hesitating.
"Ha!"
Xiao Jiuyu couldn't help but laugh as she watched him. The little guy was quite adorable. Xiao Jiuyu instructed Manager Jean, "Make sure to send them safely to school. Pick them up after school." "Yes, Mississippi, rest assured, I will bring the young masters back safely," Manager Jean replied, driving the carriage away. Lotus Heart whispered, "Yesterday, shopkeeper Zeng arranged for Miss to meet today." Lotus Heart was worried that the lady might have stayed up late writing last night and forgotten. Xiao Ji looked back at the snow falling on her and gently patted her shoulder, saying, "Didn't you ask Manager Jean to go to the restaurant?"
"Ah."
Lotus Heart looked at Xiao Jiuyu blankly. Xiao Jiuyu adjusted her cloak and went straight into the house. "Who said snow isn't cold?" Lianxin followed her inside. Xiao Jiuyu was checking the account book inside. Outside, Luo Kuei and Lianxin sat by the fire. "Lianxin, have you noticed that Miss is becoming harder to understand?" "You say that, but if we could guess all of Miss's thoughts, why aren't we the Miss?" Lianxin chuckled softly. Luo Kuei looked back at the house, watching Xiao Jiuyu focus on the account book. She whispered, "Besides reincarnation, I think when Miss faces problems, she doesn't panic like we do. I was so scared yesterday, worried something might happen to her. Miss is naturally not an ordinary person." Lianxin looked proud. She and Luo Kuei had clear roles. She spent more time with Xiao Jiuyu and knew her better. Besides her talent, Miss also works harder than most people. Other young ladies, I've heard, are not as diligent as Miss, who studies a lot and even knows how to make tasty food. I never knew orange peels could be used to make delicious treats. Luo Kuei took out orange peel soft candies, sour and sweet, tasting wonderful. "Are you eating too?" Lianxin looked at the candies Luo Kuei offered and noticed her fuller face. "Have you gained weight?" When they first arrived in Hongdu, Luo Kuei's chin was pointed, but now it's rounder. "Really?" Luo Kuei touched her face and grinned. "If I've gained weight, it means we're living well." Lianxin's mouth twitched. "Luo Kuei," Xiao Jiu's voice came from inside. Luo Kuei shivered and quickly replied, "Miss, I'm coming." She hurriedly chewed the candies and quickly entered the house. "Miss, are you hungry? Gung Mama said today's chicken soup is ready. Maybe I should bring it to you?" Luo Kuei spoke quickly and eagerly, her face round and smiling, her eyes squinting. She looked like a bun. "Miss, do I have dirt on my face?" Luo Kuei shyly wiped her mouth, thinking she might have gotten some dirt while eating. "Luo Kuei, go ask Gung Mama and the others in the kitchen if they can make vinegar." Xiao Jiuyu instructed that the 2,000 gene of radishes and cabbages in the fields have already grown. If she doesn't make vinegar soon, these vegetables will be delayed. Plus, time waits for no one. In a few months, spring planting will begin. She can't delay the planting, especially since she plans to use well-rotted manure to fertilize the fields. "All right, I'll go now," Luo Kuei said, taking a few steps before turning back. Miss, do you want some chicken soup? Xiao Jiyue couldn't help but smile at Luokue's constant talk about food.
She nodded and said yes.
Soon after, Luokue brought the chicken soup, and Granny Gung also arrived. Miss, I was worried Luokue wouldn't explain clearly, so I came myself, Granny Gung said, still wearing an apron. She wiped her hands on it and added, vinegar is easy to make, but the key is the ingredients. We need to buy them from the county, glutinous rice and polished rice. If Miss wants a lot of vinegar, it will cost quite a bit of silver. Granny Gung was very knowledgeable about vinegar brewing, but the cost of making vinegar was quite high. So, vinegar is expensive? Xiao Jiyue was not very familiar with the prices. Granny Gung nodded. This year, with good weather, vinegar prices have dropped a bit, about 4 won per jin. Xiao Jiyue understood and said, I need 3 to 5,000 jin of vinegar. You handle it. That much? Granny Gung was surprised. She thought she only needed a few jin, or at most a dozen. Who knew it would be 3 to 5,000 jin? No, 3 to 5,000 jin isn't enough. At least 5,000, maybe 6,000, Xiao Jiyue said, recalling that pickled cabbage also needs vinegar. Although it doesn't require as much as sour radish, cabbage is plentiful, so it also needs a lot.
Ah!
Granny Gung was stunned. Until she left the house, Granny Gung was still thinking about whether Miss Xiao was planning to sell vinegar. After hesitating for a while, she carefully said, Miss, vinegar isn't easy to sell. Xiao Jiyue watched her turn back and forth and smiled. Don't worry, Granny Gung. I won't sell vinegar. That's good. Granny Gung didn't ask further. As long as she didn't sell vinegar, whatever Miss Xiao sold would sell well. Having confirmed the raw materials, Xiao Jiyue called Yugo over. When Yugo heard his name, he hurriedly entered without changing his clothes. As soon as he entered, he smelled the aroma in the room and felt a little embarrassed, standing far away. From a distance, Xiao Jiyue could also smell the scent on Yugo. She asked, Are the manure and fallen leaves and weeds all piled up? The young lady, rest assured. I followed your orders and dug 36 dung pits. I also collected fallen leaves and weeds. When Yugo responded, he spoke very seriously, clearly explaining how each pit was made and choosing the locations carefully. Yugo is very quick-witted. He just mentioned that these fertilizers should be sent to the fields later. Yugo chose a central spot, making it easy to transport the manure anywhere in the future. Additionally, Yugo said they would guard the manure day and night to prevent theft, and they even built a small grass shelter nearby. Although it's a dirty, tiring, and smelly job, Yugo showed no dissatisfaction. Instead, he handled the task of fermenting the manure very neatly. Good job, Xiao Jiyue praised. I have another task for you. Miss, please give the orders. Yugo stood straight, ready to follow instructions. Xiao Jiyue was amused by his serious attitude and said, Yugo, you've seen the carrots and cabbages in the field, right? Yes, the carrots are as thick as a small arm, and the cabbages are quite tall, Yugo said. He often wandered near the fields as Mama Yu managed this area. Every time Yugo saw them, he could tell how well the carrots and cabbages were growing. Exactly. In the next few days, take someone and harvest half an acre of carrots, Xiao Jiyue said. Wash off the mud on the carrots and send them to the kitchen. No problem, Yugo promised confidently. Then he hesitated and asked, Miss, if we harvest so many carrots and wash them, what if we can't eat them all? They might spoil. Just harvest them, Xiao Jiyue said with a smile. She looked out the window, which was only half open. Outside, snow was falling heavily. She said, after the snow, it will be sunny again. Wait until after the snow to harvest. Yes, Yugo replied, and went out. At Feng Chunlu, the shopkeeper Zeng, who had been waiting eagerly for Xiao Jiyue, looked behind Manager Jean and asked, Miss Xiao didn't come? Miss Xiao is busy with important matters. I came here to inform you, Manager Jean replied with a smile. Shopkeeper Zeng cleared his throat and said, Please tell Miss Xiao that last year's cooperation talks. Please ask her to come over when she has time. I will definitely pass on your message, Manager Jean promised. The shopkeeper was excited and said, This matter is very important. Please, Miss Xiao, must come to discuss it. Manager Jean looked at him with a troubled expression and said, "Shopkeeper, the young lady's matters are not something I can decide." Shopkeeper Zeng. Manager Jean left the restaurant, got into a carriage, and his smile disappeared from his face. If it weren't for the Xiao family's recent troubles, someone like Shopkeeper Zeng wouldn't even get to see the young lady. After school, Manager Jean waited at Xian Academy. When he saw the two young masters, Xiao Jiyuan and Xiao Jiaqin, come out safely, he quickly handed over a warm hand heater and asked the boys to get into the carriage. "Manager Jean, here's a gift for you, warm hands." Xiao Jiyuan took out his rabbit fur gloves and smiled. "Thank you for your hard work, Manager Jean." His older sister told him to show respect to Manager Jean. "Thank you, third young master." Manager Jean stroked the soft rabbit fur gloves, reluctant to use them, afraid of damaging them. He returned them and said, "I'm tough-skinned and thick. I'm not cold at all." On the way back, Xiao Jiyuan and Xiao Jiaqin kept talking about their lessons. Their teacher said there would be a surprise test tomorrow, and Xiao Jiyuan didn't want to be scolded by the teacher. At the Xiao family's old house, Xiao Jiyu just came out and saw the carriage returning. Xiao Jiyuan jumped down and, seeing Xiao Jiyu, was obviously very happy. "Sister, it's so cold outside. You don't need to come and pick me up." "Who said I came to pick you up? I was just enjoying the snow." Xiao Jiyu looked at their happy faces and knew they were doing well at Xian Academy. "Humph, don't try to fool me. Sister is most afraid of the cold." Xiao Jiyuan wrinkled his nose but smiled even more happily. "Sister, there are fewer people at the school than at our clan school." "Less people? That's better. The teachers teach more seriously," Xiao Jiyu said with a gentle laugh. "I heard that the teacher who teaches us is a scholar, very knowledgeable," Xiao Jiyu added. "Mr. Tsin? I like his classes." Xiao Jiyuan chattered about what was happening at the school. Xiao Jiyu turned around and saw Xiao Jiaqin hesitating to speak.
She asked him about it.
When they entered the backyard, Aunt Lan was already waiting. Seeing Xiao Jiaqin return safely, she breathed a sigh of relief. "Young miss," Aunt Lan sincerely bowed to Xiao Jiyu, not because of her status, but because of her grace. Because of Madame Fan, Xiao Jiaqin was already of age, but had not received any education. If it weren't for Xiao Jiyu, she probably wouldn't have been able to find a teacher to teach him. "Quickly take Jiaqin back to his room, so he doesn't catch a cold." Xiao Jiyu smiled and said, "Tomorrow morning, at the same time as today, go to the school." "Okay, sister," Xiao Jiaqin replied shyly with a smile. Aunt Lan led Xiao Jiaqin back to his room. Xiao Jiyu also urged Xiao Jiyuan to go to his room. Madame Su, the beautiful lady, had brought some snacks, sweet and sour date pastries. "Thank you, mother," Xiao Jiyuan said sweetly, sharing happy stories from school. He also mentioned making new friends today, saying, "Mother, sister, do you know? Brother Chu is praised by the teacher and said he will definitely succeed in the future. Brother Chu is very kind. Today, he even brought some snacks his sister made," Xiao Jiyuan said happily. Xiao Jiyuan's eyes flickered and asked, "What kind of snacks?" "Cat ears, crispy and delicious," Xiao Jiyuan replied, looking at Madame Su. "Mother, tomorrow I want to bring some gifts to Brother Chu. Sister said it's good to return favors." "All right, then I'll make some date pastries for you," Madame Su said, happy to see Xiao Jiyuan so joyful. "Mother snacks are the best," Xiao Jiyuan said, holding a date pastry. Even if he was hungry, he ate slowly and carefully, showing good manners. "From Shengjing?" Cheng Fengjiao frowned as she listened to Bao Chui. She asked, "What did the Xiao family do in Shengjing before?" "No, I don't know." Bao Chui shook her head. Cheng Fengjiao suddenly threw her teacup, smashing it onto the ground. She said angrily, "Useless thing." Cheng Fengjiao stood up, holding her skirt. She found her elder brother, Cheng Yanwen. She carried the newly bought snacks into the room and saw that Cheng Yanwen also had some snacks in front of him. Candies from the candy shop. "Big brother, are you still my real brother? You have so many snacks from Fangxin pastry shop, yet you insist on eating candies from the candy shop." Cheng Fengjiao looked at the scene, tears welling up in her eyes. She wiped her tears and said, "I went out of my way to bring you some snacks." Chung Yenwen gave a quick signal to the servant. The servant immediately removed the snacks. He said, "Jiao Jiao, these were given by others. If I want to eat snacks, why would I buy them elsewhere?" Chung Fangjiao, with red eyes, looked at Chung Yenwen and asked, "Really?" "Of course," Chung Yenwen nodded confidently, adding, "Don't tell mother." If she found out he was eating snacks from the candy shop instead of his sister's, he would get scolded. "Brother, I am your legitimate younger sister," Chung Fangjiao cried, tears in her eyes. "Mother." Chung Fangjiao had just taken a few steps when Chung Yenwen pulled her back and said, "Chung Fangjiao, haven't you always wanted the top position at Liuli Pavilion? I will buy you a hairpin." Chung Fangjiao's eyes lit up, then she sighed and said, "Big brother, do you really think I am someone you can buy with money?" Chung Yenwen. All the private money he had was used to buy jewelry and hairpins for her, wasn't it? "Big brother, here's a small favor. I won't hold it against you if you help me." Chung Fangjiao stretched out her little finger, acting very generous. Chung Yenwen's scalp tightened as he looked at her and asked, "Are you sure it's just a small favor?" His eyes were full of doubt. If you won't help, forget it." "On the 29th day of the lunar month, where were you?" "I saw you, but I just couldn't remember." Chung Fangjiao looked like she was reminiscing. Chung Yenwen looked at his crying sister, who still had tears in her eyes. She was truly a good sister. If their parents found out he went to a brothel to drink and have fun on the 29th, it wouldn't just be a scolding. Their father would have to discipline him strictly. He looked at her expressionless and said, "Chung Fangjiao, tell me, what do you want me to do?" "Big brother, just a small favor," Chung Fangjiao quickly said. "Just investigate what kind of person someone is in Shengjing and why they moved to Lanchang County." The candy shop was originally similar to her Fangxin pastry shop, relying on reputation and connections. No one looked down on each other. After all, everyone had tasted her pastries, which were ordinary. But then, the candy shop started a lottery event. Many of the pastries in the shop were unfamiliar to her, not only delicious but also beautifully crafted and attractive. The local officials and wealthy people in Lanchang County took pride in buying treats from the candy shop. A female merchant. Why should she be looked down upon? Fearing ridicule, Chung Fangjiao closed her Fangxin pastry shop altogether. She didn't go out for the whole month of the Lunar New Year, except for attending the Plum Blossom Appreciation Banquet at the Fang family. Tang Tian had her maid beat her, making her suffer silently. She was determined to get revenge. Unfortunately, her parents had warned her that Tang Tian's uncle was an officer in the Hongdu military camp, so she shouldn't provoke her. Since Tang Tian couldn't act for now, she decided to target Xiao Jiyue. Without Xiao Jiyue, she doubted her candy business could survive. Zhang Yenwen looked at her in shock and reminded him, "Father said, there are many powerful people in Xingjing. You must not cause a big disaster and drag the Qing family into trouble." "Big brother, your father is the county magistrate." Chung Fangjiao looked at his timid appearance and couldn't help but say, "This is Lanchang County. Why would I offend someone in Xingjing?" Zhang Yenwen looked at her with difficulty and said, "Then why are you so concerned? Are you investigating Xingjing people?" "She is from Xingjing. I just want to know her background there. Why she came to Lanchang County." Chung Fangjiao's eyes sparkled. "Maybe she got into trouble there?" "I won't investigate," Zhang Yenwen said with a twitch of his mouth. "My older brother is just a small county magistrate's son. I've never left Hongdu. How could I have the ability to find out her identity in Xingjing?" "Big brother, do you know many people?"
Her surname is Xiao.
"You could ask around and see if any Xiao family members have had problems." Chung Fangjiao looked at him eagerly.
Xiao?
Zhang Yenwen paused when he heard the surname.
"I do know someone with that surname."
Chung Fangjiao seemed to have caught Xiao Jiyue's little braid, excitedly saying, "Could it be that the Xiao family caused a big problem? Otherwise, with her fox-like appearance, how could she bear to leave the prosperous Xingjing? It is indeed a big matter. The Xiao family is a second-rank official, the Minister of Revenue," Zhang Yenwen said when mentioning this second-rank official, his eyes full of longing. His father had spent his whole life as an official and only reached the position of county magistrate. Second-rank officials, how many people spend their whole lives without reaching that level? And then, was he demoted? Sent to Hongdu? Chung Fongjiao's face wrinkled with worry at the thought. If he was demoted, what if his rank was higher than her father's? You're overthinking. A second-rank official, if he made a mistake, it wouldn't just be a demotion. I heard he was exiled after his house was searched, Zhen Yanwen said with a sigh, feeling the fall from the clouds to the mud. Exiled after a house search? Chung Fongjiao's eyes gleamed with schadenfreude as she asked, what did he do wrong? Why are you so happy about this? Zhen Yanwen looked at her and said, the Xiao surname is common. Don't jump to conclusions. Don't worry, Chung Fongjiao waved her hand. Big brother, don't forget the hairpin from the glazed glass pavilion. Didn't you say you didn't want it? Zhen Yanwen called after her hurriedly as she ran off. Chung Fongjiao turned back and said, when did I say I didn't want it? You were busy, but didn't help. Hairpin, I want something pretty. With that, Chung Fongjiao directly prepared her carriage and left the house. Hongxing Tower. Miss Chung, Miss Fong has been waiting upstairs for a long time. As soon as Chung Fongjiao arrived at the restaurant, the manager immediately came to inform her. She casually replied, yes, today I want to eat silver fish and bamboo shoot soup. In a private room on the second floor, as soon as Chung Fongjiao entered, Fong Kaiwei excitedly stepped forward and grabbed her hand, saying, elder sister Chung, please help me. Fong Kaiwei's eyes were red and swollen. Seeing Chung Fongjiao, she looked like a savior. She choked and said, because of the plum blossom banquet, my father is very angry. He insists I marry the third son of the Luo family. That third son is known for drinking and partying, not a good match. Elder sister Chung, I am only trying to help you, so. Before Fong Kaiwei finished speaking, Chung Fongjiao gave her a cold look. Fong Kaiwei immediately swallowed her words and looked at her expectantly, saying, elder sister Chung, you know how I feel. Kaiwei, did you tell others about the tangerine ken? Chung Fongjiao sat upright, her eyes sharp as she stared at Fong Kaiwei. No, Fong Kaiwei shook her head. How could I tell anyone? Anyway, the maid Yinju is already dead, no proof. When my mother asked, I didn't say a word. Unfortunately, it was not Fong Caifei who died. Chung Fongjiao's tone softened a bit and said, Kaiwei, actually, I really want you to be my sister-in-law. But the status of the Fong family is too low. Chung Fongjiao looked at her with difficulty and said, I've been praising you in front of my older brother and mother, but for my mother to accept you, it will take time. You also need to do some respectable things to gain her approval. Fong Kaiwei was very anxious. Her father was angry and wanted her to marry quickly. Now, what she needed most was time. Elder sister Chung, can you help me? I want to see my older brother. Fong Kaiwei mustered her courage to ask. Chung Fongjiao lowered her eyes, hiding her disdain. Her older brother and Luo Sangongzi were equally bad. If it weren't for her brother being a county magistrate's son, Fong Kaiwei wouldn't like him. Chung Fongjiao held her teacup lid and stirred her tea, saying, I can help you with that, but I know my brother's personality. Whether it will work depends on you. Elder sister Chung, you're so kind. Fong Kaiwei heaved a sigh of relief and then began praising Chung Fongjiao, saying, I never expected Tang Tian, that shameless woman, to escape. And that woman in blue, do you know who she is? I have no idea where she comes from. The Tang family doesn't seem to have any relatives with the surname Xiao. I know, Chung Fongjiao replied, revealing Xiao Jiyue's identity. She was exiled after her family was confiscated in Shengjing, so she had to sneak away to Lansong County.
Ah.
Fong Kaiwei was so surprised her eyes nearly popped out. She muttered, no wonder she has such a unique aura.
Clang.
The tea lid in Chung Fongjiao's hand was tossed onto the teacup with a loud noise. She said, I'm not sure if she's really from the Xiao family. Big sister Chung, you are truly beautiful and elegant. The guests that day all praised you as a stunning and noble peony flower. Fong Kaiwei complimented her strongly before asking, so, is she the one from the exiled Xiao family? Who cares if she is or not? As long as she gets involved, do you think her reputation will stay intact? Chung Fongjiao's eyes sparkled slightly. Rumors spread, and the common people won't care whether it's true or false. Big Sister Chung, this kind of gossip shouldn't be spread around. It could cause trouble for you, Fong Kaiwei swallowed nervously. Last time, she helped Chung Fongjiao by poisoning the orange cans, which allowed her to eliminate Fong Caifei, who always looked down on her, and also earned Chung Fongjiao a favor. But now, spreading such rumors could lead to serious trouble if higher-ups find out. A second-rank official wouldn't hesitate to confiscate or exile someone. As a small merchant, she wouldn't have a good future if that happened. Fong Kaiwei, you can't handle such a small matter? You messed up with the orange cans last time. If I introduce you to my elder brother like this, how will I face him? Chung Fongjiao looked at her with a threatening gaze. Unaware that Chung Fongjiao had her own plans for her, Xiao Jiyue was busy making vinegar, sour radish, and pickled cabbage. At Fengchun Tower, Xing Qing had waited several days without seeing Xiao Jiyue. She chose a time and used the excuse of delivering food to visit. Who did you say came? Xiao Jiyue was in the kitchen, instructing Granny Gung on how to make sour radish. When she heard Lianxin's words, she thought she must have misheard. Manager Zeng, Lianxin replied confidently. The reputation of the restaurant's delivery service is well known, but the visitor was Manager Zeng. It seems Manager Zeng is more anxious than I am. Xiao Jiuyu clapped her hands and waited for Zeng's shopkeeper for several days. She couldn't wait any longer. Xiao Jiuyu changed into clean clothes and washed her hands before going to the front hall to meet guests. When she saw Zeng's shopkeeper, she apologized, saying, "Shopkeeper Zeng, I'm really sorry. I've been busy at home lately and haven't had a chance to visit. That's why you came here in person. Miss Xiao, you're too kind. I brought some dishes for you to try. Please see if the taste is still the same," Zeng's shopkeeper said, handing over a food box. Most of the dishes were the ones Xiao Jiuyu had sold him before. Good, Xiao Jiuyu replied. She tasted each dish. The flavors were excellent. She also offered some sweets from the candy shop. Zeng's shopkeeper waited and waited, but didn't hear Xiao Jiuyu ask about his purpose. Finally, he couldn't hold back and said, "Miss Xiao, about the cooperation we discussed earlier, turning the restaurant into the top restaurant in Hongdu, do you still agree?" Finally, they reached the main point. Xiao Jiuyu's lips slightly lifted as she looked at him with surprise. "Shopkeeper Zeng, isn't this a big matter that you should ask your master about? Has your master seen that the restaurant's business is good and agreed? Over the past 6 months, your master must have praised you a lot, right?" When Zeng's shopkeeper mentioned this, his eyes twinkled with happiness because his restaurant was just a small place in Hongdu. Although it broke even each year, compared to other businesses, it was very small. In the past 6 months, he earned more than he did in a whole year, even more than some large restaurants. "Thanks to Miss Xiao, my master did praise me and agreed to cooperate with you," Zeng's shopkeeper said excitedly. "If you truly make this restaurant the top in Hongdu, my master will give you an extra big gift." Zeng's shopkeeper was very excited and eager, but when he saw Xiao Jiuyu's calm expression, his enthusiasm cooled down. He asked, "Miss Xiao, what do you think?" He thought that Xiao Jiuyu would be very excited and happy when she heard this news. Cooperation is good, but these days, things are different. "I want 4/10 of the profit," Xiao Jiuyu said lightly while looking at Zeng's shopkeeper. To him, her words felt like a heavy to the heart. "For 4/10?" The shopkeeper looked at her, prepared to ask for a large share, but he never expected Xiao Jiuyu to want 40% profit. He said, "Miss Xiao, opening a restaurant in Hongdu Prefecture City is not easy. Finding a good location and renovating it will cost a lot of money. 40% is too much." The shopkeeper looked worried as he spoke to Xiao Jiuyu. "Shopkeeper Zeng, with just these 10 dishes, our restaurant has become the best in Lansong County. Even the well-established Hongxing Building is envious. Why not partner with Fengchun Building? Such a successful business. Whoever runs it will make money." Xiao Jiuyu smiled gently and said, "If you had agreed to my proposal at first, the restaurant would have taken on the risk, and I could have taken 3/10 of the profit. That would have been fair. But now, with this guaranteed profit, 3/10 is not enough." Shopkeeper Zeng began to understand what Xiao Jiuyu meant. At first, He only wanted those 10 dishes to earn at least 1,000 taels of silver. But he didn't expect to overshadow Hongxing Building. During the new year, the restaurant was busier than ever, delivering dishes to various households and estates, tripling their usual business. As for the costs of repairing the restaurant, I can pay half, Xiao Juyu continued. I will only be responsible for ideas and dishes. The profits, I will take 40%. Her eyes sparkled as she said, even if Hongdu Prefecture's top restaurant takes 60%, your family will still earn plenty. Miss Xiao, Xingqing hesitated for a moment, then looked worried as he said, I can't decide this myself. It's okay. Shopkeeper Zeng, you can ask your master, Xiao Juyu smiled. It's still early spring, and according to her plan, the best time to open the restaurant is in summer. Shopkeeper Zeng joked, Miss Xiao, you won't change the price before I ask my master, right? Of course not. I have principles, Xiao Juyu said with a slight raise of her eyebrows. After saying goodbye, Shopkeeper Zeng returned to the restaurant and hurriedly wrote a letter, sending it immediately by pigeon. Watching the pigeon fly swiftly toward Xingjing, Xingqing muttered to himself, my lord. She should agree, right? Wow, the carrots grown in the field are so big. Granny sure watched you go leading people to pull carrots from the field. Seeing the large patch of cabbage, her eyes lit up. She said, oh, so many carrots and cabbages. Will anyone want them? No one knows for sure. Radishes last a long time, but as the weather gets warmer, they will surely spoil. Does the restaurant still buy radishes? Old Lady Sure discussed this with villagers and then went home to talk with Shi Lijing. She said, if I had known, I would have planted radishes and cabbages with the Xiao family last year. Do you think Miss Xiao plans to sell these radishes and cabbages? Oh, I must say, the young lady from a big family is different. Our village oranges have been around for many years, but last year, they were all sold for money. This year, we must take good care of our orange trees so that in autumn, we can exchange them for silver coins again. Old Lady Sure happily said, by the way, Miss Xiao also said she wants peaches, pears, and other fruits too. From now on, we should pay more attention to Miss Xiao's affairs. Maybe, with her help, our village can become richer. Shi Lijing leaned back on a bamboo lounge chair. Last winter, the village became wealthy from oranges and bamboo shoots. I need to check if the wild mushrooms are ready. I want to bring some to Miss Xiao to try. Early the next morning, Old Lady Sure got up quickly and went to find the wild mushrooms. She picked fresh mushrooms, carried a basket, and headed to Zhao's house. Xiao Jiyue, who was doing yoga on an empty stomach, heard Lianxin say Old Lady Sure was here. She retracted her stretched legs, took a deep breath, and then went to see her. Miss Xiao, Old Lady Sure greeted warmly when she saw Xiao Jiyue. She looked at her in a red jacket that made her skin look even whiter. Old Lady Sure was amazed and praised. You are the most beautiful woman I've ever seen. Truly, the most beautiful. Thank you for the compliment, Xiao Jiyue replied confidently. Miss Xiao, I picked some fresh wild mushrooms. I stir-fried them with garlic sprouts. It's so delicious, Old Lady Sure said, taking the basket off and handing it to Xiao Jiyue. I just picked these from the mountain. Thank you, Old Lady Sure. I also have some juju blossom pastries to give to the children. Xiao Jiyue thought of the children at Old Lady Sure's house, especially a little girl named Xiaohua, who looked very cute when she smiled. No need. I just wanted to thank you, Miss Xiao. Old Lady Sure kept refusing. She came to thank Xiao Jiyue and didn't want to take her things. Lianxin took the basket of wild mushrooms and went straight to the kitchen to get some juju blossom pastries. Old Lady Sure came at a good time. I have something I need her help with. Xiao Jiyue signaled for Old Lady Sure to sit down. Mrs. Sure touched the redwood chair. It looked nice and felt smooth. She didn't dare to sit on it. She said, if you need anything, Miss Xiao, just tell me. Actually, we have over 10,000 gene of radishes and over 10,000 gene of cabbages. The Xiao family doesn't have enough workers. We want to invite a quick and careful woman from Shi's family to help. Geng's wife had been studying pickling lately. She decided it was time to make sour radishes and sour vegetables. No problem, Mrs. Shi promised, patting her chest. Most people in Fuan Village work quickly, except a few who are lazy. I trust Mrs. Shi to do the work, Xiao Juyu praised again. She especially liked the orange preserves and candied orange peel made last year. She didn't go to the workshop herself, but she sent people to check and taste the food. It was clean and hygienic. By the way, lady, he is alone and has a hard time, Xiao Juyu started to speak. Mrs. Shi cut in, don't worry, Miss Xiao. Chongqing will be just like she was at the orange workshop. After a cup of tea, Mrs. Shi happily returned with a bag of date flour pastry. Shirley Zheng was watching her and asked, "Were you going to deliver something? Why are you back with something?" "This is the date flour pastry made by Lady Xiao. She said to let the children try it. Miss Xiao is really kind." Mrs. Shi praised her and then excitedly patted her leg. She remembered something important and said, "Oh yes, I need to find someone. The radishes and cabbages from Miss Xiao's farm need workers. Just like before, it pays 80 coins a day." Mrs. Shi hurried off. Shirley Zheng listened and asked, "Radishes and cabbages? Going to Zhao's house and getting work again?" That afternoon, Shirley Zheng found out what was happening. The radishes and cabbages grown by Xiao Juyu were ready. They needed to be taken to the workshop. What could they do with all those radishes and cabbages? Drying radishes for snacks? If they dried a plate at home, it could be a snack. But with so much, they might not sell it all. It could get moldy. Shirley Zheng worked all day, curious about this. That evening, Mrs. Shi suddenly remembered something and asked, "By the way, do you know who grows sugarcane?" "Sugarcane?" Shirley Zheng asked from his rocking chair. "And what do you think Zhao's radishes and cabbages will become?" "That can't be told to you," Mrs. Shi answered seriously. "Miss Zhao's business is private." Shirley Zheng sat up straight and looked at her. "Am I someone else?" "So, I can't say anything anyway." Aunt Shi kicked his foot and asked, "It's not what I want to ask. It's Miss Xiao who wants to ask." Shirley Zheng was about to lie back in the rocking chair, but Aunt Shi was so angry she almost burst. This woman, when did she become so tight-lipped? "Hey, hurry up and say it. If you don't, I'll ask someone else," Aunt Shi said, making a move to stand up. Shirley Zheng quickly pulled her back. In neighboring Wannan County, they grow sugarcane, but it's not the right season now. It's only in September or October. Miss Xiao said she wants to grow sugarcane. Aunt Shi asked, "Can we grow sugarcane here?" "Yes, we can grow it, but what would we do with sugarcane?" Shirley Zheng asked back instead of answering. "Maybe. Miss Xiao has a big plan?" Aunt Shi now trusted Xiao Jiyue blindly. She said, "Just tell me if we can grow it or not." "Are you sure Miss Xiao really wants to grow it?" Shirley Zheng sat up straight and looked at Aunt Shi. "Old lady, are you tricking me?" "What would I trick you for?" Aunt Shi rolled her eyes at him and said, "Miss Xiao is firm. She wouldn't lie to me, right?" Although the Xiao family hadn't been here long, only half a year, Aunt Shi thought they were very different from the Xiao Song family. Xiao Jiyue helped the villagers make money. Even if children were frightened and caused a cart to overturn, she wouldn't send dozens of beatings like Madame Gone. Instead, she would worry about whether the children were hurt. "No, I have to visit the Xiao family," Shirley Zheng said excitedly and was about to go out. "Wait a minute." Aunt Shi grabbed him back. "Old man, look outside." "What time is it? Do you think they'll see you now?" "It's too late." Aunt Shi held his hand and looked at him suspiciously. "Growing sugarcane? Why are you so excited?" "You don't understand." Shirley Zheng looked outside. It had snowed a few days ago, and now the snow was melting. Outside was freezing cold. He sat back down and said, "Tomorrow morning I'll go find Miss Xiao." "You don't know what I understand?" Aunt Shi stared at him, asking, "Hurry up and tell me." "I'm so anxious." "Go to sleep, and you'll find out tomorrow." Shirley Zheng got up to go to bed. Aunt Shi followed and wanted to ask more, but all she heard was his snoring. This old man only cares about sleeping. Aunt Shi thought for a long time but couldn't figure it out. She muttered, "Tomorrow I'll go with you. Then I'll find out, right?" Morning came. Last night, Lady Shi couldn't sleep and kept tossing and turning. Now she's awake, and the shadow of Shirley Zheng is gone. Lady Shi quickly changed her clothes, ran outside, and asked, "Where's your father?" Sure Yumin was chopping firewood and looked up, replying, "He's gone out." "This old man," Lady Sure said, too hurried to eat breakfast, rushing out the door. Sure Yumin carried his axe and watched her anxious state. "Mother, the porridge is still in the pot." "I'm not hungry," Lady Sure said, running full speed toward the old Shao family house. When she arrived, she saw Sure Lijing excitedly say, "Miss Shao, I must tell old Wang right away about this good news." "Yes, we can invite Wang Lijing to come and sign an agreement to expand sugarcane planting this year. Last year, when Xiao Jiyue made orange jam, she bought almost all the sugar in Lanzhong County. If she could buy her own sugarcane and make her own sugar, she wouldn't run out of sugar for candied fruits and snacks." Xiao Jiyue didn't expect that her effort to save trouble by making her own sugar would turn Wannan County into the biggest sugar-producing county in Hongdu. The villagers would no longer be poor. "Miss Xiao, thank you." Sure Lijing bowed to Xiao Jiyue. Their Fuan Village and Wannan Village are like close brothers, trouble buddies. Fuan Village has many oranges, but doesn't make much money. Wannan Village has lots of sugarcane, and every year they earn some money from it. They often go to the county together, sometimes to the city to sell their goods. Once, on their way back from the city, they were ambushed by bandits and almost lost their lives. Sure Lijing and Wang Lijing share a deep bond. "Miss Xiao, no need to thank me. I've been worried about finding someone to plant sugarcane," Xiao Jiyue said with a gentle smile. "When she's sleepy, someone always brings her comfort, helping Wannan County and herself at the same time." "Miss Xiao, I'll go find Wang Lijing right now," Sure Lijing said, worried about wasting time, and immediately headed to Wannan County. Lady Sure caught up and asked, "Old man, how is it?" "I'm going to Wannan County," Sure Lijing said. He felt walking was too slow and started running. "Lady Sure, did I run there for nothing?" Xiao Jiyue looked at Lady Sure, clearing her doubts. She took advantage of the good weather to visit the fields. Looking around, she saw the cabbage planted in neat rows, like a well-organized army. Miss Xiao Yugo, who had sharp eyes, saw Xiao Jiyue and quickly stepped forward to bow. "Yesterday, we harvested 1,000 jean of radishes, but that's less than 1/10 of what we have. The 1,000 jean of radishes have already been sent to the workshop." Xiao Jiyue nodded slightly, looking at Yugo, whose clothes were muddy with dirt, but her smile was bright and positive, full of energy, as if she had endless strength to work. "Yugo, those extra vegetable leaves can be taken to the house to feed the chickens and ducks," Xiao Jiyue arranged, acting like a girl who doesn't mind getting her hands dirty. Next to her, Granny Sure said, "Miss Xiao, you have so many vegetable leaves. The chickens and ducks might not eat them all even if they try. It's okay. We also raise rabbits, cows, and sheep. We can eat slowly. Any leftovers can be used as fertilizer," Xiao Jiyue explained. As soon as she finished, Granny Sure was surprised. "These vegetable leaves can be used as fertilizer?" "Of course. Not only vegetable leaves but also rice washing water, bean soaking water, bean pulp. Anything without salt can be used for composting," Xiao Jiyue explained clearly. "Layer soil, leaves, and vegetable leaves, and the compost can be used as base fertilizer." "What is compost? What is base fertilizer?" Granny Sure looked confused, as if she had farmed all her life but didn't know these terms. Compost is made from straw, fallen leaves, and similar materials. When it rots, it becomes base fertilizer. For example, in spring planting, you need to plow the fields. During this time, mixing this compost into the soil can increase its fertility, helping our rice produce more grains. Even though Xiao Jiyue answered simply, Granny Sure still looked a bit dizzy. "Is this something you read in a book?" "Yes," Xiao Jiyue replied confidently. These words were not only to explain to Granny Sure but also to the Xiao family members. Otherwise, how could she, a young lady who never leaves the house, know so much about farming? Granny Sure was skeptical but believed her. Xiao Jiyue didn't say more. As long as her rice harvest this year was good, she wouldn't worry about the villagers not following her example. Food is extremely important, whether in the backward Nanyu Kingdom or in modern times. With enough food, people can fill their stomachs and do things they couldn't before. They cleared a piece of land, and Xiao Jiuyu ordered people to start plowing. The Xiao family had many fields, but even with many people, when it came to farming, the household servants were not as good as the villagers. "Miss, it's not even spring planting yet." Manager Jean came to Xiao Jiuyu after hearing the news. Xiao Jiuyu nodded slightly. "Manager Jean, we have to start early ourselves. If we don't begin plowing soon, we might not be able to plan in time. Low productivity and no farming machines, only manual labor. It's all about racing against time." After lunch, Xiao Jiuyu was about to check again whether the plan for the first liquor restaurant in Hongdu had any missing parts or things she hadn't thought of, when Lian Exile reported, "Shi Lijing has come with people from Wannan County." Wannan County? Xiao Jiuyu immediately understood who Shi Lijing had brought. She silently estimated the time, about 3 hours round trip. That means, after receiving her message, Shi Lijing immediately went to Wannan County, and Wannan's local officer then hurried to Fuan village. It seems this local officer cares more about the sugarcane than she thought. "Old brother Shi, are you sure that Miss Xiao really took all the sugarcane?" Wang Lijing was walking back and forth in the front hall, constantly looking toward the back. He asked Shi Lijing, "You wouldn't be joking, right?" "Old Wang, why would I joke about this?" Shi Lijing's eyes widened like big bells. He looked at him and said, "Last year, Miss Xiao bought all the oranges from our village, you know that, right?" "Yes, yes, yes." Wang Lijing couldn't hide his smile at the thought of all the sugarcane being sold. He excitedly grabbed Shi Lijing's hand and said, "Old brother Shi, if this really happens, you'll be like my real brother. No, even closer than a real brother." Wang Lijing's gaze on Shi Lijing was even more affectionate than that of his own mother. Go away, go away." Shi Lijing shook his hand off and looked at his sticky eyes. "If it happens, you buy me drinks. I want to drink your father-in-law's rice wine." "No problem," Wang Lijing promised, patting his chest. He looked around, unsure which direction Xiao Jiuyu had come from. He was anxious and said, "Why isn't she here yet? Surely she's not coming? Just wait and see." Shi Lijing sat down, sipping his tea. "I have to say, this family is particular, making tea with both a tea tray and a tea cover, not minding the trouble. Come, have some tea. It's so fragrant." Shi Lijing invited him to drink. Wang Lijing looked back at Shi Lijing, who was leisurely drinking tea nearby. He felt so anxious he didn't know what to do. He suddenly sat down next to Shi Lijing and said, "It's so late, and you're still drinking tea. What if?" Before he finished, he hesitated, worried that saying something unlucky might cause Xiao Girl to change her mind. There's no use rushing. Shi Lijing wanted to say more, but when he saw the red figure in the corner of his eye, he quickly stood up and said, "Miss Xiao, sorry to bother you. This is Wang Lijing from Wannan County, Wannan Village." Shi Lijing introduced warmly and eagerly. Seeing Wang Lijing standing there stunned, he pulled him up and said, "Old Wang, this is the Xiao girl I mentioned." "Hello, Miss Xiao." Wang Lijing lowered his gaze repeatedly. He secretly glared at Shi Lijing, as if to say, "You didn't tell me she looks so young and beautiful?" In his whole life, he'd never seen such a lively and beautiful girl. "Please have a seat." Xiao Jiuyu sat down directly and asked straightforwardly, "Wang Lijing, I heard that your Wannan County grows sugarcane?" "Yes," Wang Lijing nodded. When he mentioned sugarcane, his mind immediately became alert. "Miss Xiao, the sugarcane we grow in Wannan County is especially sweet. Nothing compares to growing other crops. Who did you sell your sugarcane to before?" Xiao Jiuyu asked. "We sold it to the sugar-making workshop in Fucheng, but..." Wang Lijing hesitated, feeling a bit embarrassed to say more. Shi Lijing added, "Many in Hengdu Prefecture grow sugarcane. Selling 1 or 2 out of 10 is good. The rest many people don't make sugar with, so it just goes to waste." Wang Lijing secretly looked at him. Can he really say that? "Miss Xiao, the sugarcane we grow is really sweet. It's just that Wannan County is a bit far," Wang Lijing said shyly, feeling like he was giving Xiao Girl the unsold or unwanted sugarcane. "How much sugarcane does Wannan County produce in a year?" Xiao Jiuyu asked, watching Wang Lijing repeatedly emphasize how sweet their sugarcane is. Her simple honesty almost made her forget the tricks of the market. For our Wannan village alone, at least 20 to 30,000 jin. The entire Wannan County, the most we grow in our village, totals about 30 to 40,000 jin. Wang Lijing understated the numbers. Because they sell little sugarcane, many fields are abandoned and no longer cultivated. If they planted all of it, producing over 100,000 jin wouldn't be a problem. The weather in Wannan County is really perfect for growing sugarcane. Just planting a little will produce a lot of sugarcane. Hearing about the yield, she understood the situation well. She asked, "How much does the government pay you per jin of sugarcane?" 2 coins per jin. Wang Lijing looked at her carefully, worried she might think the price was too high. He quickly added, "If Miss Xiao buys a lot, we can lower the price further because in the past, we had to deliver the sugarcane to the government ourselves." Wang Lijing's words sounded humble and cautious. He sat upright, afraid that one wrong word might offend Miss Xiao, who was like a lucky charm. Xiao Jiyue smiled and said, "Let's stick to 2 coins per jin. But if you buy 100 jin, I'll give you an extra jin. For 10,000 jin, I'll give you 100 jin. Is that okay?" She was easy to deal with when talking business. Wang Lijing swallowed hard and asked, "How much do you want?" As long as she bought the sugarcane, he would agree to give even 200 jin extra if she wanted. "I'll take it all," Xiao Jiyue said simply. Wang Lijing almost fell off his stool. Until the deal was signed and he held the money. 20 taels of silver for 10,000 jin of sugarcane. Wang Lijing still felt light and happy. He grabbed Shi Lijing's arm and asked, "Old brother Shi, am I dreaming?" "No," Shi Lijing replied, pinching him back. Hearing Wang Lijing's surprised reaction, he said, "You don't think this is a dream, right?" "It hurts, not a dream," Wang Lijing said happily, holding the silver, with a big smile on his face. He was so excited he couldn't stop smiling. Miss Xiao is really a good person. Not only does she want to buy our sugarcane, but she also wants us to grow more. No matter how much we produce, she wants it. So you better grow good sugarcane. If it's not sweet, you can't sell it to Miss Xiao. Shi Lijing was also happy. He regretted cutting down the orange trees he used for firewood. How many years would it take to grow a proper orange tree? If he had known he could sell all the oranges someday, he wouldn't have cut down the trees, even if it meant sacrificing his own. "Don't worry, I know. I'll go back and tell everyone this good news. Old brother Shi, I'll treat you to a drink someday," Xiao Jiyue said, holding the silver and rushing off in a hurry. "Are you afraid others will find out you have silver?" Shi Lijing shook his head as he watched him leave. He stumbled a bit, then quickly regained his composure, jumped onto his donkey cart, and urged to go home quickly. "Lianxin, put this agreement and the previous one together and keep them safe." Xiao Jiyue organized the signed agreements, including the one for harvesting sugarcane, which she had just stamped. She was no longer worried about lacking sugar. With sugarcane, she wouldn't run out of sugar anymore. She felt very happy. She had just pulled carrots and cabbages from the field to process in the workshop. Granny Gung was leading people to make pickled radishes and cabbage. She had ordered a batch of large jars from Tang Tian, all of very good quality. In the fields, fertilizing was underway, preparing for spring planting when the nutrients would start to work. Xiao Jiyue took a walk around the fields. Yu Ge was leading people to plow the land. The family had only 1 ox for work, so Yu Ge was leading some idle people, carrying hoes and digging by hand. Yu Ge and the others were sweating heavily. The fertilized land smelled very strong. Xiao Jiyue didn't stay long and planned to visit the workshop. Just as she arrived at the door, she met the mischievous girl's mother causing trouble. "Big sister Shi, our Huang family is related by marriage to your Shi family. Why can't we go work in the workshop? People from the Xiao family's house are working in the workshop and earning wages. Why can't we go work there too?" "Big sister Shi, this isn't fair. Our village only has this one job. The Xiao family is so rich, yet their servants are fighting with us for work." The girl's mother had a loud voice. She looked back at several women and said, "Sisters, what do you think?" "Exactly," Sun Lianyang also shouted. "Just because your Shi family benefits from the Xiao family, you're bullying us villagers? That's not fair." Sun Lianyang looked at big sister Shi with a fierce gaze, as if she wanted to eat her. If it weren't for that orange workshop, maybe last year her husband would have been the village head, and she would be the village head's wife now. Big sister sure didn't hold back and replied directly, Sun Liunyang, clarify your words. My husband works hard to earn money for the village and everyone. Don't just talk nonsense about us benefiting from the Xiao family. Then why can Zhao's servants work in the workshop, but we villagers can't? Sun Liunyang habitually stepped back and pulled the girl's mother closer. The girl's mother, angry, nodded and said, we may be common folk, but we're not servants who serve others. At the workshop entrance, Granny Gung and others listened silently. They looked at Dog Egg Mother and Sun Six Mother with disdain in their eyes, thinking, you want to enter the Xiao family, but you never will. They had been serving the Xiao family for over 20 years. The Xiao family was kind and never made them feel uncomfortable without reason. Ungrateful wolves, without the Xiao family, this workshop. Before Sherdama could finish, Xiao Juyue stepped forward and interrupted. Whether you're a common worker or a servant, it's all about earning a living. Don't you cook at home? Isn't that also serving others? Dressed in red, with a fluffy rabbit fur cloak, Xiao Juyue looked proud and distant when she stood there. Dog Egg Mother and Sun Six Mother exchanged glances and quietly took a step back. The previous Xiao family was arrogant and unreasonable, and the villagers had suffered from them before. Young lady, Granny Gung and her group bowed to Xiao Juyue together, showing a commanding presence they had never seen before. Xiao Juyue nodded slightly, her gestures exuding nobility, grace, and an untouchable aura. Dog Egg Mother lost her earlier bravado and seemed to weaken instantly. That's different, she stammered. It is different, Xiao Juyue agreed. At home, if the men and children are unhappy, they might scold you or dislike your cooking. The main issue is you don't have money. But Granny Gung and the others are different. The food they cook is praised all over Xinjiang. They can earn 5 taels of silver in a month and don't have to bow to anyone. Xiao Juyue finished, and Dog Egg Mother immediately retorted, impossible. In her eyes, there was jealousy. 5 taels a month. They at home, working for a year or more, couldn't earn that much money. You're right. Young lady treats us very well and never scolds us. During festivals, we even get bonuses, Granny Gung suddenly sighed. This month, working at the workshop. That Xiao family skinflint makes you work for nothing.
You.
Before Dog Egg Mother could finish, her words were blocked by Granny Gung's statement, pressing down on her heart. Grandma Gung smiled happily and said, this month, I can earn money again. There's nothing I can do. It's all because Miss is so kind. Not only do I serve her, but I would even serve her for a lifetime if needed. Dog Egg's Mother. Why are you sighing about earning money? Second answer, since they are so upset about the workshop, let's not let them work there anymore, so they don't get too angry and harm their health, Xiao Juyue said lightly. Her words made Dog Egg's mother and Sun Lu's mother very worried. Second sister, sure, this is Fuan village. The Xiao family can't do that. Dog Egg's mother looked anxiously at second Aunt Sure and said excitedly, I definitely want to work at the Orange Workshop this year. Last year, she worked at the Orange Workshop for half a year and was able to enjoy meat several times during the new year. Don't worry, Miss Xiao, second Aunt Sure said after sending Xiao Juyue away. She then scolded Dog Egg's mother and others. Haven't you always asked whose workshop it is? It's the Xiao family's. Who told you to offend Miss Xiao? After all, the workshop has always had enough workers. If it were you, and someone scolded you, would you still give them money? Second Aunt Sure snorted coldly. Dog Egg's mother and Sun Lu's mother were both not good people. Dog Egg's mother was even willing to sell her daughter to the highest bidder. Whoever paid more, she would sell her. And Sun Lu's family? Full of bad intentions. How could it be the Xiao family's workshop? Dog Egg's mother wanted to chase inside, but Jinwen stepped forward to stop her. He looked serious, and all her words were swallowed back. Sixth sister, what should we do now? Dog Egg's mother looked back, but Sun Lu's figure was gone. She patted her leg and shouted, Sun Lu, stop right there. It was you who caused trouble at the workshop. How can you run away? Later, Xiao Juyue heard that Dog Egg's mother and Sun Lu's mother fought. One scratched her face, and the other hurt her waist. Miss Xiao, I'm really sorry. The workshop belongs to the Xiao family. Second answer slapped herself hard. She had wanted to keep it a secret, but now she had blurted everything out. After learning the full story, Shi Lijing immediately took Second Answer to apologize. It's all my fault, Second Answer lowered her head. She initially thought it was nothing, but after hearing Shi Lijing's words, she became anxious. She didn't care it was nighttime and hurried to Zhao's house to apologize. The matter of the workshop is not a big deal, but I want to say up front that Sister Shi spread the news. Xiao Jiyu stretched her tone and looked troubled as she said, Shi Lijing, what do you think should be done about this? Miss Xiao, I was just trying to stand up for you. Sister Shi was so frightened by Xiao Jiuyu's words that her heart was pounding. She had always spoken to her with a smiling face, but her eyes made her feel uneasy and nervous. Sister Shi looked to her husband for help. Shi Lijing hesitated for a moment and then said, rules are important. From now on, I will ask my eldest daughter-in-law to manage the workshop. Is that okay? Old man, Sister Shi was instantly panicked when she heard this. Shi Lijing didn't look at her but said, Miss Xiao, my eldest daughter-in-law, Tian, is very careful in her work. You can look at her and decide whether to use her or not. Shi Lijing felt sorry for his wife. It was perfect that Sister Shi was at home enjoying family life. Xiao Jiuyu's smiling words made Sister Shi anxious. She wanted to speak, but Shi Lijing shot her a look and stopped her. Sister Shi could only swallow her words. After leaving the Xiao family house, she couldn't hold back and said, it's just a small matter. Why can't I go work at the workshop? She still wanted to show off at the workshop. Everyone in the village listened to her. How impressive she was. I told you long ago to keep your mouth shut, but you didn't listen. Shi Lijing pulled at his coat and said, let's talk at home. No, you must tell me now. Sister Shi turned to look at the old Xiao house. Under the bright moonlight, the simple old house looked more solemn and majestic. You. Shi Lijing looked at her, as if she was about to act stubborn. He sighed and asked, did you do something wrong? Should you be punished? I was just trying to stand up for Xiao Jiuyu, Sister Shi said, her voice full of guilt. She was just quick-tongued. No one knew she couldn't tell her family about this news. She felt terrible inside. Are you doing it to stand up for her, or to show off yourself? Shi Lijing looked at her sharply. Just like the children at home, if they are naughty, you starve or scold them. But you can't do nothing at all. Otherwise, how will you manage those grandchildren in the future? Of course, I can't manage them. If they don't get a beating for 3 days, they'll tear the roof off the house, Sister Shi answered without thinking. After a moment, she asked again, so, is this the same thing? Of course, it's the same. Miss Xiao trusts us and gives us money to build the workshop, and she also buys oranges from the village. Do you think she's just like any other girl in the village? Shi Lijing looked at her and said, the workshop is very important. You should think about this at home. Why is it so important? Aunt Shi caught up with Shi Lijing, still feeling something was wrong. Shi Lijing had no choice but to explain carefully how important it was, finally summarizing, Tian is also part of our Shi family. She works carefully, so the workshop won't have problems. I think the workshop is fine. It hasn't had any issues, Aunt Shi muttered, recalling the chaotic scenes from last year. If her eldest daughter-in-law hadn't helped, things might have gone wrong. Aunt Shi immediately shut her mouth. After Godan's wife and Sun Lu's wife argued, neither of them went to cause trouble at the workshop.
Xiao Jiu hat mit Tian.
Compared to Aunt Shi's show-off, Tian was really capable, organized, and careful. With Granny He watching nearby, Xiao Jiu felt at ease preparing pickled radish and pickled vegetables. In Shengjing, in a luxurious mansion, a pigeon flew into the courtyard. Guosheng took a letter from the pigeon's leg and immediately went to the bamboo grove behind the main hall. The cold wind was biting, and in the bamboo grove, a shadow in dark blue appeared like a ghost. The sword in their hand shimmered with cold light. Bamboo leaves fell like snow, but wherever the sword pointed, no bamboo leaf remained intact.
Good.
Guosheng clapped excitedly, looking at the note in his hand. He then said, Third young master, this is a letter from Lan Song. In the bamboo grove, the figure of a man in the morning sun stretched long. His broad shoulders and narrow waist formed a perfect inverted triangle. He casually threw his sword to Guiyang, his fingers slender and clear. Guiyang took the letter and looked at it. Third young master, Miss Xiao is raising her prices. 4/10 profit. And she. Guosheng hadn't finished speaking when he was cut off by Junlai's sharp gaze. Guosheng swallowed hard, his eyes flickering, and he praised, Miss Xiao is definitely a business genius. Not receiving a glare, Guosheng felt happy and continued, just with 10 dishes, Zheng Qing made the business very successful, more money than the taverns in the city. I think Miss Xiao is really talented, like a treasure. Guosheng almost said golden egg. Guosheng almost blurted it out, but Guiyang's sword and scabbard were already in front of him. His face changed, and he shouted at Guiyang, Guiyang, are you crazy?
Take this.
Guiyang immediately let go, and Guosheng, holding his sword with both hands, muttered, Third young master's sword. You broke it. Can you afford to pay for it? Junlai, holding a letter, took a few steps, then looked back at Guosheng. Clean up the bamboo grove. Not a single leaf should be left. Third young master, I'll have someone do it right away, Guosheng responded immediately. In the next moment, Junlai's cold voice sounded. You do it. Guosheng. He held his sword, looked at the ground full of bamboo leaves, and looked like he was about to cry but couldn't. His eyes flicked, and he said to Guiyang, Guiyang, we are brothers. Guiyang took a step back as if saying, I don't have such a foolish brother. Guosheng, holding his sword, stepped forward and asked, Guiyang, what does your look mean? Foolish. Guiyang turned and walked away.
Guiyang.
I've been unlucky for 8 generations just to be your brother. Guosheng looked at the bamboo fountain on the ground, his face almost black. Inside the house, Junlai quickly wrote the character, Kra, meaning can or possible, with a flourish, then handed it to Guiyang, who arrived later, saying, deliver it as fast as possible. Third young master, rest assured. Guiyang carefully rolled up the note and placed it into a small bamboo tube. Spring is here, and it's time to go out and find medicine for Grandmother Emperor. Junlai gazed into the distance and said, send someone to prepare. Guiyang, holding the small bamboo tube with the letter inside, paused, then responded, yes. Chief Jin, did Jiyuan get into trouble? Xiao Jiuyu saw Chief Jin return and immediately worried about the 2 children. No, miss. Today I overheard something at the tea house about the Xiao family, Chief Jin explained, recounting what he heard about the Xiao family being raided and exiled. Luo Kue, carrying desserts, came over and said, the news from Hongdu is too slow. It took half a year to get here? It's not that the news from Hongdu is slow, but someone is deliberately spreading rumors. Xiao Jiuyu's eyes flickered slightly. She looked up at Chief Jin and asked, have you found out where these rumors are coming from? Still investigating, Chief Jin replied respectfully. You're right, Mississippi, someone is definitely doing this on purpose. I heard bits and pieces about the Xiao family back in late October last year, and now it's spreading again. The clues are obvious. It's definitely intentional. Fong family, Cheng family, both are possible, Xiao Jiu thought for a moment and roughly guessed. She had always been low-key in Hongdu. Apart from the incident where Fong's maid died, she hadn't caused any trouble. The people she offended were probably Fong Kaiwei and Cheng Fongjiao. That day at the Fong family, Cheng Fongjiao looked at her with a faint hint of hostility. Was it because she ruined Cheng Fongjiao's good fortune? Or was it because her bakery had no more customers? Xiao Jiyue handed this matter over to manager Jean and paid no further attention. The first batch of pickled radishes and pickled cabbage was already prepared. Now, she was just waiting for the right time, so these pickled vegetables could be put to good use. As for the important spring planting, even though it wasn't the season yet, Xiao Jiyue personally followed up on the fertilization of the soil. She often went to the fields to walk around and check. Dealing with natural disasters in ancient times was very difficult. She had to make sure the crops were planted well. Otherwise, she would feel anxious inside. No amount of money could fill that worry. Miss, is there something wrong with this land? Lianxin followed closely behind Xiao Jiyue. She saw her almost walk over every inch of the Fong family's land. Xiao Jiyue was dressed very simply, wearing plain clothes and ordinary cloth shoes. Her shoes got muddy from walking around. Lianxin remembered the first time the lady saw Miss in this simple outfit. Her shocked expression was so intense that she almost couldn't recognize her own daughter. Not to mention others, even Lianxin couldn't believe that this was the noble daughter praised by everyone in Xingjing. Not enough fertility, Xiao Jiyue squatted down. Her delicate white hand mixed with the soil. Lianxin felt sorry for her. Her tender hands weren't meant for such hard work. The soil was kneaded between her fingers, sometimes slipping away. Xiao Jiyue nonchalantly patted her hands and then moved to several other spots. She said, "Tell you good that this piece of land needs 20% more fertilizer." Xiao Jiyue clapped her hands. Lianxin quickly handed her a damp cloth to wipe her hands. "Miss, wipe your hands quickly," she said. "Don't worry. You take good care of these hands every day," Xiao Jiyue replied. She stretched out her hand. It had to be said, a girl raised with love from a young age would indeed have beautiful hands. She finally understood how delicate, smooth, and soft hands like tender bamboo shoots and creamy skin could be. "Miss, that's not good either. Your hands are for playing the piano and writing." Lianxin carefully wiped her fingers, even cleaning between her nails. Xiao Jiyue looked at her serious expression. She loved her hands even more than she loved herself. Now, it's almost February. Xiao Jiyue suddenly thought of the fragrant tree shoots around Qingming, stir-fried with eggs, something especially delicious. She looked at the endless mountains behind her and suddenly had an idea. She led Lianxin to run all over the mountain, searching for the fragrant tree shoots. They didn't find the shoots, but at the mountain top, they discovered an octagonal pavilion. The old-fashioned pavilion looked quite worn, with moss growing on the stone benches. She stood inside, gazing out at the mountains, where the peaks overlapped. In the early morning, with thick fog still lingering, it felt like being in a fairyland. "Lianxin, did you remember the way?" Xiao Jiyue whispered. "Next time, I'll bring my zither and play here. It would be so nice." After 2 months of practice, Xiao Jiyue's playing gradually blended with her original skills. She could fool amateurs, but for experts, she still needed more practice. At the Xiao family's place, the beauty's mother would often advise her that her arm wound was healing and she shouldn't practice for too long. "Miss," the madam said. Lianxin hadn't finished speaking when Xiao Jiyue directly said, "It's settled then. Come here tomorrow morning." After sitting for a while, Xiao Jiyue headed down the mountain. She left the pavilion and hadn't gone far when suddenly she pulled Lianxin to hide among a patch of tea trees. Lianxin was still confused about what was happening when she heard sounds from afar. "Sheer, don't run." Xiang Tigan's loud voice was heard. The girl in front, Huang Chuanxi, quickly turned back and covered his mouth. "Xiang Tigan, are you afraid others might hear?" Through the gaps in the tea trees, she clearly saw the two of them. Could this be the man who stole Manhwa last year? Xiang Sanyang's son Xiang Tigan? Xiao Jiyue remembered this name well. And there was Go Dan's mother. This Sheer was probably Go Dan's sister? Sheer, Xiang Tigan's face was flushed to his ears. He grabbed her hand and said, "I'll come to propose to you tomorrow." "No, you won't." Huang Chuanxi looked at him and asked, "Have you saved enough 20 taels of silver?" "I'm still 10 taels short." Xiang Tigan's face changed. He tightly held Huang Chuanxi's hand and said, "Sheer, my mother said that by this fall, I'll have enough money." "Ah," Huang Chuanxi sighed. "Don't blame my mother. She only cares about money. Whether it's my sister or my younger sister, if she can't get enough money for Go Dan to get married, she won't agree to this marriage." "Don't marry anyone else," Xiang Tigan said excitedly. "Sheer, wait a little longer, just half a year more." He tightly held Huang Chuanxi's hand, afraid that if he let go, she would run away.
"Tigan."
Huang Chuanxi looked up at him. Her eyes were full of her man. She nodded slightly and said, I will wait for you." Xiang Tigan was so excited, he didn't know what to do. He kept calling her name over and over. Huang Chunxi was shy and dared not look at Tegan. Xiang Tegan took her hand and said, "Let's go. I'll chop firewood and gather piggrass for you." Their figures gradually disappeared. Watching their backs, Xiao Jiyue couldn't help but feel emotional. The old times were so reserved. In that moment, shouldn't they have hugged or kissed? On the way back, Xiao Jiyue thought, regarding the incident of stealing manure, third sister Xiang probably didn't want her son to marry Dog Egg's daughter. But they seem to like each other. I wonder if this young couple can really end up together? Big Sister Xiao. 3 days after the town gossip spread, Tang Tian excitedly came to comfort her. Big Sister Xiao, don't think too much. Those people just don't understand and are talking nonsense. Tang Tian took out a food box and said, "Recently, the master has made 2 new snacks. Big Sister Xiao, try them." Xiao Jue watched Tang Tian busy working. She asked, Tian, what if those rumors are true?"
Ah.
Tang Tian's shock was obvious. Her wide-eyed look was like she was following a textbook. She waved her hand and said, "Big Sister Xiao, don't try to fool me. If you really were exiled and had your family taken away, how could you be like this now?" Tang Tian looked at Xiao Jue. Even though she was dressed plainly, her demeanor didn't seem like someone exiled. "This snack was made by the master after seeing the one you gave.
Try it and see how it tastes." Then Tian handed her a mint cake.
It's cool and refreshing, very good." Xiao Jue didn't take it. Instead, she said seriously, "My father was wrongfully accused." Tang Tian's hand with the mint cake dropped onto the table. Her eyes widened in disbelief as she stared at her and said, "So, Big Sister Xiao, you really are the daughter of the Minister of Revenue?" "Used to be." Xiao Jue didn't expect Tang Tian to focus on this point. She was a bit surprised but also understood. "Big Sister Xiao, have you been to the Imperial Palace? What is it like inside? Have you seen the Empress?" Tang Tian was curious, like a little child. She was especially interested in the most powerful place in Shengjing. The Imperial Palace is a luxurious palace. The empresses inside are all beautiful. People rely on their clothes. Buddha relies on gold. Those who can enter the palace to become consorts are either from powerful backgrounds or have outstanding looks. Growing up rich and well-dressed, even with average beauty, can be nurtured into charm. Sweetheart, the Xiao family is guilty by association. If you're worried about being involved. Before Xiao Jue finished speaking, Tang Tian immediately interrupted excitedly, "Sister Xiao, I'm not the kind to kick someone when they're down." Tang Tian tightly held her hand, trying to share her feelings. She continued, "Sister Xiao, before we left, my parents said that no matter if you are from the Xiao family who is exiled from Shengjing or not, you are my lifesaver. My Tang family doesn't turn away those in need, and I, Tang Tian, am not ungrateful. My father also said that since you arrived safely in Hongdu and Lansong County, you are not a criminal." Tang Tian looked at her sincerely and said, "I don't care what others say. You are my savior, my lucky star. Without you, there would be no candy shop. We will keep working together." Tang Tian's voice was honest, straightforward, and full of warmth. As the saying goes, the king of is easy to meet, but tricky little ghosts are hard to handle. Xiao Jiuyu chuckled softly. Feeling Tang Tian's soft, cotton-like hand, she asked, "The Xiao family has made quite a few enemies. My father said that if the Xiao family hadn't been harmed by treacherous people, I wouldn't have known about the daughter of the Shangshu residents in my life. He told me to learn well from you." Tang Tian grinned. "Sister Xiao, if you ever return to Shengjing, remember me." Xiao Jiuyu's eyes flickered slightly. She asked, "Do you think the Xiao family can be exonerated? It's been half a year since the family was exiled, and everyone hopes for justice, but she knew well that since the family was banished, clearing their name wouldn't happen overnight." "I believe it, of course," Tang Tian nodded confidently. She was worried Xiao Jiuyu might not believe her, so she looked a bit shy and said, "Sister Xiao, do you know how I felt when I first saw you? I thought you must be a daughter of a wealthy family in Xinjiang. When I heard the rumors about the Xiao family, I couldn't believe it. Who would face such a big problem and still be like you?" Tang Tian looked at Xiao Juyu with admiration and said, although I've never seen a family exiled, I've seen many women after their men were taken away, either crying and unable to stop, or staying inside all day without a smile. And worse. She paused and added, worse still, some have lost the courage to go on living. Tang Tian tilted her head and looked at her. But the Xiao sister I know always has a shining light in her eyes, basking in the sun, as if nothing can ever defeat her.
Bah, what kind of young lady are you?
Turns out you were banished from your family and came back to the old house looking all worn out. Go Dan's mother hadn't been able to work at the workshop for several days. Watching them earn 80 coins a day, she could only wander in the vegetable garden, feeling very anxious and jealous. When she heard this news in the county today, Go Dan's mother was extremely happy. That's true. Besides the 2 children, the old lady, the madam, the concubine, and the 3rd madam, I've never seen a male head of the family in the Xiao household. Sun Liunyang stared at the Xiao family's old house. Most village houses have 5 or 6 rooms, but the Xiao family's house on the hillside has 30 or 40 rooms in the front and backyards. There are also a few small courtyards in the backyard, with a small lake in the middle. It's not big, but from the mountain, they looked at that spacious yard and felt very envious. So there's no male head of the family. Go Dan's mother held some melon seeds and spoke eagerly, spitting toward the Xiao house. What kind of nonsense, young lady? A family without a man. What's the use of it? Go Dan's mother, don't talk. He Yang passed by carrying a bunch of carrots. Hearing Go Dan's mother, she said, I think you're jealous because Xiao girl won't let you work at the workshop?
Bah, who cares?
Go Dan's mother was very jealous inside, but she pretended not to care. She looked at He Yang and said, Widow He, you, and the Xiao family are both suffering. You should flatter the Xiao family well. Maybe, with so many guards and servants, they might give you one. He Yang's face changed. She put down the carrots and stepped forward to rush at Go Dan's mother. She grabbed her hair and slapped her, saying, spouting nonsense, I'll give you a good wash. He Yang was annoyed by the slap, but saw the water in the ditch nearby. She grabbed Go Dan's mother and pushed her into the ditch. I'm just a widow. My husband died early. Whether I find another man or not has nothing to do with you. Blaming the Xiao family, blaming Xiao girl. He Yang used to dislike the Xiao family very much, but now she defended them fiercely. The Xiao family saved Chongqing, raised He Lian fat, and now He Lian helps with chores at the Xiao household and gets paid every month. She also works at the workshop. He Chongqing plans to rebuild 3 rooms in the autumn. Hearing Go Dan's mother's words, she hated her even more. Gooden's mother was pressed into the water, struggling desperately, shouting, help. Help. Widow He, you better let go quickly, Sun Liunyang said from beside her. The widow He looked like she had gone crazy. She dared not come closer and could only shout, someone's going to die. Gooden's mother, exhausted from her struggle, finally let go. After coughing violently, she angrily said, Widow He, are you crazy? The Xiao family has already beaten Longshan, your son, to death, and you're still helping the Xiao family. You're still not thinking clearly. Widow He suddenly rushed forward again and pressed Gooden's mother into the ditch. Madame Gon had died, Xiao Song had left, and the guards who used to patrol the old Xiao house had all been driven away. Chongqing had taken revenge, so the debt owed by the eldest son, Longshan, could no longer be blamed on the Xiao family. Someone call the people. There's a death. Sun Liunyang shouted loudly. She watched as Gooden's mother went from struggling fiercely to being unable to move. When she looked at Widow He again, her eyes changed. She saw her as a madwoman. The workshop was nearby. When Sun Liunyang shouted, everyone rushed over in a crowd. Shi Lijing's eldest daughter-in-law, Tian, saw the scene and stepped forward first, pulling Widow He apart. Madam, someone is going to die. A woman grabbed Gooden's mother and pulled her up. Seeing that she was still moving her eyes, she let out a relieved breath. Widow He, Gooden's mother, is the daughter-in-law of the Huang family. You're not a stranger to scold her, the woman said, pointing at Widow He and scolding her. Exactly, third auntie. She's just crazy. A fool, just like her daughter. Even though her son was killed by the Shao family only gave a few small gifts and now seems to want to support her. Gooden's mother wiped the mud off her face and the water from her mouth. With third aunt standing beside her, she felt more confident. She quickly said, "All the men of the Shao family have been exiled and their house confiscated. The Shao family is guilty. Why are they still high and mighty? Why can't I go work in the workshop?"
What?
House confiscation and exile? Whether it was Tian or the villagers of Fuan village, everyone's eyes turned towards the old Shao house. Gooden's mother's eyes flickered, and she continued, "Widow He, you're just doing this for the Shao men, right?" Just now, Widow He had been silenced and seemed to be acting crazy. Hearing this, she couldn't help but rush forward again. Men are in trouble. What does that have to do with women? Miss Shao didn't do anything bad. Stop talking nonsense. Widow He has been widowed all these years, relying on her boldness and fearlessness. She directly charged forward, grabbing her wet hair, and tried to pull her mouth open. "Let me wash your mouth." Third aunt help. Dog egg mother usually yells a lot, but when faced with someone as fearless as Widow He, she was so scared her face turned white. She tried to hide behind third aunt Huang, but it was too late.
Ah!
Dog egg mother was again pulled by her hair. The feeling of almost drowning in water just moments ago made her even more terrified. Her hands fumbled on the ground, and when she grabbed a stone, she didn't think twice and swung it at Widow He's head. Blood burst out from Widow He's head. "Dead widow, I'll die with you." Dog egg mother held the stone, aiming to hit her again, but her hand was suddenly kicked away. "Mrs. He, are you okay?" Xiao Jiuyu arrived quickly, ignoring words, and pressed a handkerchief against Widow He's bleeding head. She looked back and said, "Quick, call the doctor."
Okay.
Lian Xian was startled and immediately went to find the doctor. At this moment, Dog egg mother regained her senses. Seeing the blood-stained stone in her hand, she hurriedly threw it down. When she looked up, she noticed everyone's eyes on her with suspicion. Better pray that Mrs. He is fine. Xiao Jiu, you looked coldly at Dog egg mother. Ever since she found out that Dog egg mother sold her eldest daughter to a butcher for money, her impression of her had been very bad. A butcher who had lost 3 wives was a dangerous person, but Dog egg mother didn't blink and only saw her daughter as a tool to exchange for bride price. Yes, she was the one who wanted to hurt me first. Faced with Xiao Jiuyu's icy stare, Dog egg mother's voice sounded guilty. Suddenly, her eyes changed. Seeing Xiao Jiuyu's beautiful face like a flower, she said, "Miss Xiao, I heard that all the men in your Xiao family have been exiled. Is your family criminals?" Dog egg mother wiped the water off her face and stared at Xiao Jiuyu with excitement. What nonsense about being a young lady. She was just the daughter of a criminal. Mother. Huang Chuanxi heard the commotion and came over, just in time to hear her mother say this. She kept apologizing, "Sorry, Miss Xiao, my mother." Pa Dog egg mother slapped her with an open hand and scolded her harshly, "You little brat, I still have the right to speak here." Humph. Dog egg mother looked at Huang Chuanxi, who was crying with disdain. Crying. All she knows is to cry. "I'm not dead yet. Miss Xiao, I am telling the truth. The man from the Xiao family was exiled after his house was raided. You can't just accuse me because I speak honestly. What's the difference between you and the arrogant madam gone from before? Only fools like Widow He would smile at her enemies even after her son was killed by the Xiao family." Dog egg mother spoke quickly. The crowd, who had been whispering and watching, suddenly fell silent, and all looked at Xiao Jiue. Mrs. Tian saw something was wrong and said, "Don't talk nonsense." "Xiao Miss knows best whether I am talking nonsense." Dog egg mother looked up. Seeing Xiao Jiue standing calmly, holding the bleeding head of Widow He, she looked messy but gave off a feeling of superiority. Dog egg mother shrank back, then straightened her back, as if she remembered something. Nonsense. Widow He also ignored her own injury and started arguing with Dog egg mother. Xiao Jiue said, "Mrs. He, think about your son and daughter. Do you want them to grow up without a mother? Widow He immediately dared not move. Miss Xiao, I brought some medicine. You go went to the county to invite a doctor. Madam Yu arrived with a medicine box. Seeing the blood on Xiao Jiue's hand, she quickly took over to care for Widow He. Xiao Jue let go, her fair hands now stained with blood. Today she wore a white dress. The bloodstains on her dress looked like red plum blossoms. Her gaze swept over the crowd and finally landed on Dog Egg Mother. You're the daughter of a criminal. You. Dog Egg Mother was halfway through speaking when she suddenly fell to the ground in fear, covering her face and shouting, "Help!" Xiao Jue stood still, her ears almost bursting from the noise. Miss Xiao didn't even touch her clothes. Mrs. Tian's mouth twitched as she looked at Dog Egg Mother and then at Xiao Jue. How will this end? Dog Egg Mother finally looked up. Xiao Jue was standing in front of her, looking down at her from above. Suddenly, a blood-stained handkerchief was thrown over. Dog Egg Mother hurriedly backed away, almost falling into the ditch. You're right. My father was exiled after his house was raided. Xiao Jiue's voice was clear. When she admitted this, Dog Egg Mother shouted excitedly, I was right. She is the daughter of a criminal. She can't stay in the village. The villagers looked at Xiao Jue in shock. Was it really after his house was raided and he was exiled? Today, the emperor has pardoned the women of the Xiao family. Or, do you think the emperor was wrong and should have punished them? Xiao Jiuyu's voice was cold, as she boldly supported the emperor's decision. Dog Egg Mother felt nervous. Your Majesty, Your Majesty. Dog Egg Mother was so frightened she didn't dare call the emperor directly. Xiao Jiuyu stepped forward and slightly leaned in. She bowed toward Xingjing, then looked at Dog Egg Mother's pale face and asked, Your Majesty is wise and cares for your grandmother's old age, allowing the women of the Xiao family to return home to live peacefully. Why, then, do you treat us like street rats everyone shouts at? If you think the emperor was wrong, then go to Xingjing and complain, Xiao Jiuyu said with a mocking smile, noticing her fear. Maybe you don't know the process of complaining. First, you ring the drum, then you knock on the board. Do you know what knocking on the board means? Xiao Jiuyu turned her head kindly to remind her. The board is covered with sharp nails, and each nail must pierce into the flesh. With so many nail holes all over your body, when you survive, then your complaint can be considered. Dog Egg Mother's face turned white with fear. She shook her head hard, unable to speak. The scene Xiao Jiuyu described made her imagine nails stabbing into her flesh, and she felt as if her whole body was pierced. Also, when knocking on the board, you must recite your complaint word for word. If you make a mistake, the court of justice won't accept it, Xiao Jiuyu said lightly. All right, I've told you the process. You need to leave today. It takes about a month and a half to walk, or half a month by donkey cart to reach Xingjing. No. Dog Egg Mother kept shaking her head. I won't complain. I won't. I want to stay alive a little longer. No, you must go and complain, Xiao Jiuyu firmly said. My father used to be the Minister of Revenue, a second-rank official. He was harmed by treacherous people, which led to this disaster. If you go and complain, the emperor might re-examine the Xiao family case and clear our name. Second rank? Dog Egg Mother didn't know how high that rank was, but she overheard the whispers of the crowd around her. She also listened as Xiao Jiuyu continued, It's only a matter of time before my father's case is cleared.
You.
Miss Xiao, young lady Xiao, I was wrong, Dog Egg Mother said nervously. She wiped her nose and eyes, tears streaming down her face. She had also just gotten her muddy, wet hair from the river. Now she looked very pitiful. No, you're not wrong. Xiao Jiuyu sneered. The Xiao family only has women left, but my father, grandfather, uncles, brothers, and nephews are all well. The women of the Xiao family are not easy to bully. From now on, the workshop will not welcome the Huang family. As soon as Xiao Jiuyu finished speaking, Aunt Huang, who was nearby, became unhappy. She was less arrogant than earlier when scolding the widow He. She cautiously said, Miss, those words were spoken by Go Danyang. We didn't say them. Aunt Huang pushed Go Danyang forward and said, You with your foul mouth, the Xiao family's matters are not for you to talk nonsense about. I was wrong, Go Danyang said nervously, feeling very anxious. But Xiao Jiyue paid no attention to her. She directly called Jinwu over. Send Go Danyang to Shengjing to report to the emperor. The rolling nail boards next to the drum of justice are probably rusted now, right? Miss, not just rusted. I don't know how many layers of blood there are, Jinwen, who looked gentle and handsome, said seriously when he saw the rolling nail boards. The blood is like water from a gardener's watering can. Jinwu liked listening to stories, so his voice became lively as he described how terrible the person on the rolling nail boards had been. It's okay. Since Go Danyang believes the emperor is wrong, she must go to report it. She will definitely be able to hold on, Xiao Jiyue said. Jinwu, make sure to send Go Danyang to Xingjing. Don't worry, miss, Jinwu assured, patting his chest. He immediately went to grab Go Danyang. She was so scared she wet herself, her body full of filth. Aunt Huang and her daughter, Huang Chuanxi, couldn't help but pinch their noses. I won't report it. I won't. The emperor is not wrong. I was wrong, Go Danyang said, no longer caring about her embarrassment. She just wanted to live well. She knelt in front of Xiao Jiyue and begged, Miss, I really was wrong. Xiao Jiyue took a step back, lowered her eyes, and saw Go Danyang's wet skirt. She said, Oh, Go Danyang, I'm just helping you.
Don't kneel to me.
I'm afraid it will shorten my life.
No, miss.
As long as you don't let me go to Xingjing to report, you're helping me, Go Danyang shouted in panic. But didn't you just say that the Xiao family members are sinners? Xiao Jiyue looked conflicted. Go Danyang begged repeatedly, even knocking her head, before Xiao Jiyue waved her hand and said, Forget it. Jinwu, she doesn't want to go, and we can't force her. Thank you, miss. Go Danyang turned to run. Wait a moment. Xiao Jiyue spoke out, and Jinwen immediately blocked the way of the dog-egg lady. The dog-egg lady turned around excitedly and said, Didn't I say I wouldn't tell? You may not be reporting the case now, but you just caused a hole in Lady He's shop. You can't pretend nothing happened. Xiao Jiyue looked at her sincerely. Lady He helps me manage the workshop. Hitting her is like hitting me in the face. Lady He, who was fainting from blood loss, suddenly saw a bright light in her eyes. She looked up and just caught Xiao Jiuyu's side profile.
How many years has it been?
Besides her son and daughter, has anyone ever protected her? I was just careless. The dog-egg lady slapped herself loudly. The sharp sound of the slap was clearly seen by Shirlijin, Sherdajia, and others who arrived late. They looked at Xiao Jiyue with a kind of indescribable admiration. In the village, the dog-egg lady and her husband were like a tangled knot, never knowing what it meant to admit mistakes. Now, they were completely subdued by Xiao Jiyue. After Lady He was treated with some medicine, she still felt dizzy. Hearing Xiao Jiuyu's words, she immediately spoke. Miss Xiao, she said that people from the Xiao family and I are both widows. I didn't. The dog-egg lady looked guilty and shouted at Lady He, I said you are a widow. So, not only did you call us sinners, but you also curse my grandmother, curse my mother, and curse my grandfather and father? Xiao Jiuyu's cold voice was even colder than winter wind. The dog-egg lady shivered all over, eager to defend herself, claiming she hadn't said that. But no one spoke. Usually, the village dog-egg lady would say whatever was on her mind, so she must have said it this time. Shirlijing, this matter needs to be judged by the village chief. Although our Xiao family just returned to Fuan village, we haven't done anything to harm others or the village. Now that the dog-egg lady is cursing my grandfather and father, Xiao Jiuyu, who had just looked like a young lady, suddenly started crying like a tearful girl. Her hands were stained with blood, and her face was also covered in blood. Plus, she was crying, making her look pitiful. Miss Xiao, don't cry. This is all the dog-egg lady's fault. Dajia Shi hurried forward, eager to wipe Xiao Jiuyu's tears. She pointed at the dog-egg lady and said, Last year, you spent the 3 or 2 silvers you earned in the workshop feeding the dogs. You ungrateful wolf. If Miss Xiao hadn't stepped in to greet us, Would the restaurant come to our village to buy cabbages, chickens, or winter bamboo shoots? And forget last year's oranges. Without Miss Xiao, do you think we could have shown off those few pieces of cured meat and sausages during the New Year? We probably wouldn't have had any at all. Old Lady sure scolded harshly, without holding back, using coarse words and nearly pointing at Gooden's mother's nose to curse her. Then, if Miss Xiao can't sell our oranges, we won't make any money, Gooden's mother weakly said. Hearing this, Old Lady Shi's face turned red with anger. Was she losing her mind? She couldn't even tell right from wrong anymore. She glared at her impatiently. Oranges have been growing in our village for years. Over these years, how many orange trees have the villagers cut down? Without Miss Xiao, which year's oranges wouldn't rot on the trees or fall to the ground? Old Lady Shi reached out and pulled Gooden's mother closer, whispering, "Are you still thinking clearly?" Gooden's mother shivered, suddenly realizing what was happening. She quickly grinned and said, "Miss Xiao, I was wrong." Xiao Jiuyu ignored Gooden's mother's apology. Her eyes showed no remorse at all. She clearly didn't think she was wrong. Tian Jinhong, go home today and count. If any of the Huang family's people are working in the workshop, they don't need to, Xiao Jiuyu added. Count the days the Huang family members worked and send the list to Zhao's family. She paused. Including the men of the Huang family. Miss Xiao, do relatives of the Huang family count too? Tian Jinhong, Old Lady Shi's eldest daughter-in-law, asked. Nearby, Aunt Huang quickly said, Miss Xiao, Gooden's mother's words. We don't agree with them. We didn't say anything wrong. If anyone's to blame, it's her. Hearing this, Aunt Huang got angry. Her husband, her 2 sons, and herself, along with her daughter-in-law, all worked in the workshop. Last year, they earned quite a lot of money in the past 6 months. They plan to earn more this year and build a few new rooms. If the workshop work stopped, what would they do? Because the Huang family cursed my parents and my family, I will never work with the Huang family again. Xiao Jiuyu emphasized the words Huang family loudly, then turned and led Hidajia back to Zhao's house. On the way back, she understood the specific reasons for Hidajia and Gooden's mother's argument. She ordered Jin Wu follow Gooden's mother and see who's behind her, giving her instructions. After Lady He's wound was bandaged, she strongly insisted on going home. Xiao Jiuyu had no choice but to give her some tonic supplements and arranged for someone to cook a nourishing soup. Luo Kuei personally escorted Lady He home, prepared her herbal medicine, and cooked the soup for her. Rumors in the village would eventually reach everyone's ears. Besides the 2 young children still in school, she decided to gather everyone and explain everything clearly from the start. Aunt Lon, whose son was at school, looked very happy, especially since she had recently handed in her longevity chart and brought back 30 taels of silver. Aunt Lon and third Aunt Xiao brought some snacks from the county and bought small gifts for everyone. They weren't expensive, but the joy of sharing was obvious. These people don't understand anything and just talk nonsense. Your father was also a victim. Lady May's eyes were red, clearly having cried again in the house. When she saw Xiao Jiuyu, she was afraid she might get hurt. Mother, don't worry. Our Xiao family is honest and upright. One day, father will be exonerated, Xiao Jiuyu comforted her. She added, besides, the Xiao family's status can't be hidden forever. Aunt Lon and third Aunt Xiao both fell silent. Humph. Old Madame Xiao put down her prayer beads and scolded. Look at what you're wearing now. Look at what you're eating. If it weren't for you working hard to earn silver, you wouldn't even know where to find a dry place to stay. Mother, you've misunderstood. I'm just worried about how the villagers will see us in the future. Third Aunt Xiao quickly understood her mother's meaning. Aunt Lon nodded as well. You can't hide the truth forever. Everyone will eventually find out about the Xiao family's exile. The villagers are kind and simple. I'm worried. What will happen to the workshop once they know about the family's situation? Seeing that they didn't blame Xiao Jiuyu, old Madame Xiao finally relaxed her gaze. Xiao Jiuyu smiled. Her grandmother was always by her side. Even though her health had declined after spring, she still worried about her. She responded, Aunt Lon and third aunt need not worry. No one will hold money against us. Aunt Lan and third Aunt Xiao exchanged glances. Soon, Lian Xian entered and said, "Miss, Shirley is here with some elders from the village." "All right, tell them to wait in the front hall." "I'll be there soon." Xiao Jue stood up. Seeing their curious looks, she gave a meaningful smile without explanation and headed straight to the front hall. As soon as they arrived at the front hall, Shirley began apologizing and expressed sympathy for the Xiao family. He also stated that the villagers still get along with the Xiao family just like before. Additionally, he harshly scolded Go Dan's mother. "Miss Xiao, Huang Dao has already divorced today." The man from the Huang family brought out the divorce paper, which had 2 bright red thumbprints clearly marked on it. Go Dan's mother is just not smart. She is no longer part of the Huang family. Can we please not be driven out of the workshop? The man looked close to tears. After what happened with Go Dan's mother, the Huang family was completely in chaos. Huang Dao and Go Dan's mother are like troublemakers in the village. They usually cause chaos for the Huang family, and now they want to cut off the family's income? Cutting off someone's income is as bad as harming their parents. Huang Dao immediately went to the elders of the Huang family and forced him to divorce Go Dan's mother. Shirley Xiao Jue looked at the divorce paper and raised an eyebrow. As far as I know, she gave birth to 4 daughters and 1 son for the Huang family. Besides Huang Chuanxi, her 3 older sisters were either sold to butchers or sold for high prices. If Huang Chuanxi hadn't been so pretty and Go Dan's mother had set a high price, many people would want to marry Huang Chuanxi. 20 taels of silver. Not to mention poor villages like Fuan Village, but even in ordinary families in Lansong County, few can afford such a high bride price. Shirley looked at Huang Gao, who immediately said, "Miss Xiao, even without today's events, our Huang family can't keep Go Dan's mother anymore." Huang Gao looked morally superior, criticizing Go Dan's mother for selling her daughter, as if Go Dan's mother was a terrible person. He said, "The Huang family will divorce this wicked woman, and it has nothing to do with the Xiao family." Huang Gao spoke firmly and looked at Shirley for help. "Uncle, sure, we already had trouble over Go Dan's mother before, right? What I said is all true." Huang Gao looked sincere and begged him. The Huang family still needs their workshop work. Not only do they have 5 family members working in the workshop, but they also plan to improve their orange planting this winter to get a better harvest. But all of this was ruined by Huang Dao's wife, the S-wife.
Yes.
In the stone yard, under his hopeful face, he nodded and said, "Miss Xiao, the matter with the Huang family has been known for a long time, and it's not entirely because of today's events. Since that's the case, I feel relieved." Xiao Juyu nodded with a smile. "Miss Xiao, then." Huang Gao's face lit up with joy, and his eyes looked at Xiao Juyu with anticipation. "Although I am not a gentleman, my words are as good as gold. Once spoken, they cannot be taken back. Even though I have this letter of separation now, in the eyes of outsiders, she is still a member of the Huang family." Xiao Juyu watched Huang Gao's anxious expression and continued, "If I said something today and then changed my mind because of this letter, wouldn't it make the Xiao family look like they are bullying others or forcing the Huang family to divorce? That's impossible, Miss Xiao. That wicked woman doesn't deserve to be part of the Huang family," Huang Gao said hurriedly, not knowing what to say. Seeing Xiao Jiuyu so calm and confident, he became even more anxious. "Miss Xiao, I told you this matter really has nothing to do with you. Spring planting is coming soon. Once we finish this batch of radishes and cabbages at the workshop, we'll wait until the peaches ripen. We can talk then, it's not too late." Xiao Jiuyu remained firm in her decision. Seeing Huang Gao's anxious look, she handed him the letter of separation. Lian Xian see the guest out. "Miss Xiao," Huang Gao still wanted to speak, but Shirley pulled him back. He smiled and said, "Rest assured, Miss Xiao. The separation from the Huang family isn't because of you. Everyone in Fuan Village thanks you." "No need to thank me, Shirley Zheng. We are working together for mutual benefit. We want to build Fuan Village into a place that everyone longs for, a paradise for the people," Xiao Jiuyu said beautifully. Her words painted a grand vision that made Shirley Zheng, even at his age, feel a surge of excitement. To make Fuan Village a place everyone dreams of? Just thinking about this scene made Shirley Zheng feel incredibly excited. I believe this day will come soon. When it does, Shirley Zheng will be the leader guiding everyone toward greatness. Xiao Jiuyu's confident words made Shirley Zheng feel as if that day had already arrived.
Uncle Shi, what should we do now?
Huang Gao pulled Shirley Zheng aside as he left. Uncle, you're my real uncle. If the workshop can't be managed by the Huang family, what will happen to my brothers and me when we get married? I was planning to rely on the workshop to go into the mountains to dig winter bamboo shoots, earn more money, and build a few more houses this year. Look at how things have turned out, Huang Gao said anxiously. He couldn't be without work, and his third sister's temper would cause endless trouble. All right, it's just been a month or two. After the spring planting, we can have a proper talk. Shirley Zheng patted her shoulder and said, Miss Xiao is a girl, but she keeps her promises. It's impossible to say today that we won't use the Huang family, and then tomorrow she brings a letter of withdrawal. Who would take Zhao's words seriously? This time, making radishes in the workshop will take at least 20 days. My wife, my daughter-in-law, and my daughter, 3 people, lost 240 coins in one day. Huang Gao was heartbroken just thinking about the loss. Who told the dog girl that Zhao's family is a sinner? Accusing Zhao's family of being as bad as the widow he? Shirley Zheng spread his hands and sighed. Your mother-in-law hasn't even gone to the workshop. Let's take this as a lesson. After the spring planting, once Miss Xiao calms down, everything will be fine. Shirley Zheng knew very well that Xiao Jiyue seemed cheerful and friendly, but she was very determined and clear about her feelings. Because his wife-in-law was too talkative and revealed the workshop's affairs, now the workshop was taken over by her daughter-in-law, Tian Jinhong. Alas, Huang Gao covered his chest, feeling heartache over the hundreds of coins lost each day, totaling thousands in 10 days, and even more in 20 days. Just thinking about it, he felt terrible. Master, do you think Miss Xiao agrees for us to go back to the workshop? Aunt Huang San ran over, looking eagerly at Huang Gao. Huang Gao hesitated. After finding out that the 20 days of work in the workshop were lost, Aunt Huang San rolled up her sleeves and said angrily, that wicked woman only drags the Huang family down and causes trouble. I won't let her get away with it. Don't cause any more trouble, or someone might get hurt. Huang Gao looked at her back with concern. She valued money very much. Can that dog girl still survive? Little Stone. Uncle Shi looked at Shirley Zheng, his gaze passing over the person in front of him, and warned, Everyone, go back home. Keep your mouths shut. Don't say a word about Zhao's family. Uncle Shi, don't worry. I'll find someone to talk to her when I get back, Shirley Zheng said seriously. Miss, the dog girl never left the village. Jin Wu followed her for half a day. When Lady He pushed her into the ditch and she returned home without changing her clothes, she got into a fight with the Huang family. Because of the dog girl, the Huang family suffered, and she was usually arrogant and made enemies everywhere. Now she was even more hated by everyone. When Aunt Huang San got the news from Huang Gao, she grabbed the beaten dog girl and gave her another beating. The dog girl was beaten almost to death and was protected by her daughter, Huang Chuanxi, inside the firewood shed. That woman, the one who is mean to my daughter after she kindly gave her some food, still scolds and insults her, calling her useless. Jin Wu thinks to himself, serves her right.
Xiao Juyu's near scoldly.
Jin Wu asks, Miss, do you want me to go secretly and teach her a lesson tonight? No need. Xiao Jiyue raises her hand and says if the Huang family beats her, it's because she harmed the Huang family. If the Xiao family wants to intervene, it should be done openly, not secretly. Understood, Jin Wu responds. Xiao Jiyue's eyes flicker as she looks at Jin Wu and asks, earlier, Manager Jin mentioned that the woman, the one who is mean to my daughter, found a new family for Huang Chuanxi? When she met Huang Chuanxi and Xiang Tigan in the back mountain, she mentioned it to Manager Jin. The woman found a new family for Huang Chuanxi, but it turned out to be an old widower who had lost 2 wives. Now he wants to buy a clean girl to have a son. If this old widower comes looking for her again, the Huang family might decide to get rid of her for good. How could there be no news in the village? Chung Fongjiao frowns as she looks at the servants coming and going and asks, "What about that old woman?" "She was beaten and dismissed by her husband's family. When I passed by, she looked terrible." I didn't dare ask further. Bao Chui answers cautiously. "Useless." Chung Fongjiao purses her lips and asks, "When they found out about the Shao family, did they ask any questions?" I tried to find out, but as soon as people heard it was about the Shao family, they shut their mouths. Bao Chui finishes speaking, and Chung Fongjiao immediately throws her teacup in frustration. "Just like that old woman. They are all useless. From now on, the woman, what was her name, she is no longer part of our Huang family." Aunt Huang, the third aunt, almost sounds like she's announcing it with drums and gongs, telling every household, "Chunxi is at least my Huang family's daughter." This wicked woman, actually wanted to sell her to that old widower who has lost several wives. This matter, our Huang family absolutely opposes it. "We will never sell our daughter," she declares righteously. The villagers praise the Huang family for their good morals, but secretly, they might gossip at home. The woman, isn't the first to sell her daughter. In the past, when Aunt Huang scolded her, she never saw the Huang family dismiss In the end, it was all because the eldest lady of the Shao family said something, and the Huang family was afraid of being dragged down by the woman. The woman, has been driven to a dilapidated, leaking house on the west side by the Huang family. Over the past few days, Luo Kuei kept asking about the latest news. She said, "I saw her lying still inside the house, with several marks from being beaten." I have to say, the Huang family didn't hold back when they hit her. "Honestly, that girl from the Go Dan family deserves it," Luo Kuei said angrily. She couldn't curse properly, so she kept saying things like she deserves it. Xiao Jiuyu was reading the county records. She looked up at Luo Kuei's angry face and smiled. "You've been asking around for 2 days, and that's all you found out?" "No, I found out something important too." Luo Kuei squatted in front of Xiao Jiuyu and moved the charcoal in front of her to keep her warm. She said, "I heard from some villagers that on the day Go Dan's girl had trouble, a maid came." "Whose maid?" Xiao Jiuyu put down the county records and looked at Luo Kuei. "I don't know, but I called Lian Xian over," Luo Kuei said smartly. She looked at Lian Xian and said, "Lian Xian, tell her." "Miss, I think it's Chung Fongjiao's maid, Bao Chui," Lian Xian guessed since she hadn't seen the person herself. "Then take her to identify her," Xiao Jiuyu said to Lian Xian. "This is your task."
"Yes."
Lian Xian immediately went to the county and waited outside Cheng's house, often waiting for Miss Cheng to come out. 2 days later, they got news. Lian Xian was excited and said, "It's definitely Bao Chui. And I found out another big thing. Do you remember the young miss from the Fong family? Fong Kaiwei?" Xiao Jiuyu suddenly remembered. "That's the girl who almost caused a big trouble for the candy shop." "Yes, it's her. She got married," Lian Xian said excitedly, barely able to speak properly. Luo Kuei covered Lian Xian's mouth and said, "Miss, you'll never guess who she married." Xiao Jiuyu looked at both of them, her eyes flickering slightly, and her lips parted slightly. "The young master from the Chung family?" She saw Luo Kuei's eyes widen in surprise. She said, "Looks like I guessed right." "Miss, how did you guess?" Luo Kuei stared at Xiao Jiuyu in shock. Then she said, "But there's one more thing you definitely can't guess." Xiao Jiuyu asked, "Fong Kaiwei probably isn't the official wife." Luo Kuei was so shocked she could have swallowed a chicken egg. She looked at Xiao Jiuyu in disbelief, her eyes full of doubt, as if asking, "How did you guess that?" "I knew Miss Xiao could guess," Lian Xian said proudly, looking very pleased with herself. On the day of the Fong family banquet, the truth became clear. Xiao Jiuyu explained, "The Fong family doesn't run a pastry shop, and there's no conflict of interest with Tang Tian. Fong Kaiwei is willing to do this for Chung Fongjiao, but she must have a plan. Fong Kaiwei just turned 20, so her goal is only marriage," Xiao Jiuyu analyzed clearly. "The Chung family is the county magistrate's family, important but not too high. The Fong family is a merchant family. If she were the official wife, She wouldn't marry quietly without any fuss. As for the concubine, although the Chung family sent a bridal sedan and gave betrothal gifts, she remains just a noble concubine. Entering through the side door, Luo Kue said, unable to hide her thoughts, and she continued, I really don't understand. Why would the eldest daughter of the Fong family willingly become a concubine? The Chung family's door attendants aren't high-ranking. I think she's been tricked, Lian Xian said while pouring tea. Keep going. Xiao Jiuyu looked at Lian Xian with her tea, signaling her to continue. Lian Xian hesitated, feeling a bit embarrassed. I just think the Fong family is quite prominent in Landong County. Even if she's the official wife of young Master Chung, she could still hold her head high. Xiao Jiuyu took a small sip of tea and said, not very smart, being fooled by a few words. Before she finished, her eyes paused and she said, Luo Kue, you and Jinwen go out and find a way to get this news to Fong Kaiwei. What do you mean? Luo Kue leaned in, listening carefully. Concubine, it's just a nice way to say it. She's still just a concubine. Exactly. Once the official wife enters the house, Miss Fong's future will be tough. Behind the wall, a few maidservants whispered to each other. Just a wall away, Fong Kaiwei listened and almost stormed forward to slap them. Did you hear? I heard that Miss Fong was originally the official wife, one said, causing Fong Kaiwei to stop her movement suddenly. What's going on? Tell me quickly. If it weren't for the fact that Miss Fong and young Master Chung were caught at the restaurant, the Chung and Fong families would have already discussed the marriage. What does that mean? If they discussed the marriage and it was discovered, they could just go along with it and admit to the marriage. That's right, but since Miss Fong is willing to be a concubine, everyone heard it, and now she's become a noble concubine.
What?
Miss Fong is really at a disadvantage.
Exactly.
After Fong Kaiwei left, the maidservants exchanged words. One of them took a bag of silver and smiled happily, thinking quietly. Fong Kaiwei returned home and smashed everything she could find. Her mind was full of thoughts about how she could have become the official wife. No wonder her father almost hit her to death when she got home, and her mother was so angry she ignored her. So, it turns out that the Fong and Chung families had already been discussing marriage? But why didn't she know? Chung Fongjiao. Fong Kaiwei was too angry and immediately went to Chung Fongjiao's courtyard. She asked angrily, Chung Fongjiao, did you know all along that our families were discussing marriage? Chung Fongjiao was just painting her nails with impatience flower dye. Hearing Fong Kaiwei's words, she pretended not to understand, saying, Isn't it true that you've now become my older brother's person?
Don't play dumb with me.
I clearly could have been the official wife, but now I am just a concubine, right? Fong Kaiwei remembered what Chung Fongjiao told her at the restaurant. She said she had to take advantage of the crowd there to settle the marriage first. Chung Fongjiao kept whispering in her ear that her status was low, and if she claimed to be the wife, the Chung family would definitely not agree. That's why Fong Kaiwei publicly said she was willing to be Chung Yanwen's concubine. With that one sentence, she went from wife to concubine. Kaiwei, I really didn't know. Chung Fongjiao looked at her innocently, but her eyes showed contempt. She stepped forward, then raised her head with a guilty look and said, Sigh, it's also because you were too impatient. If I had known you would succeed at the restaurant that day, I wouldn't have agreed to meet my brother for you. Smack. Fong Kaiwei raised her hand and slapped her. Chung Fongjiao, I'm not done with you. How dare you hit me? Chung Fongjiao raised her bright red nails, trying to strike Fong Kaiwei. Fong Kaiwei grabbed her hand and shouted, Orange can. In that moment, Chung Fongjiao's raised hand froze. Fong Kaiwei looked at her with a fierce gaze. The poison in the orange can was put there by you. I tried my best to help you, but you were thinking of betraying and harming me. Chung Fongjiao, you're so ungrateful. After leaving, Fong Kaiwei still couldn't swallow her anger. She went straight to Chung Yuan to complain. The fight between the Fong sisters-in-law became known throughout Landong County. When Xiao Jiyue heard the news, she was just checking the first batch of pickled radishes. The pickled radishes, after 5 or 6 days, could be eaten. Opening the jar, She smelled a strong sour aroma mixed with the scent of radish. Crunchy and refreshing, the sour radish was a perfect appetizer. It seems that neither Fong Kaiwei nor Qing Fongjiao are easy to deal with. When Xiao Jiuyu heard that they had both been hurt, she wasn't surprised. One was willing to harm her own close sister for outsiders, and the other poisoned someone over a small business deal. Neither of them had any morals or boundaries. Miss, don't worry. Our people haven't shown up. No matter how the Fong family and Chung family investigate, they won't find anything about us. Luo Kuei's eyes sparkled with excitement. She had been out with Jinwen for a few days, and she was very excited. She said, Miss Jinwen's skills are really good. He taught me 2 moves. Do you think I have talent for martial arts? Luo Kuei struck a fighting stance, looking serious. No matter how the fights went, at least she looked the part. Xiao Jiuyu took a plate of sour radish and asked, Martial arts are hard. Aren't you afraid? I'm not afraid. Once I learn well, I can protect you and I stay by your side, Luo Kuei said with a big smile, showing her white teeth. Recently, she always went out with Lien Xian to see the miss. The miss was better at cooking than her. Luo Kuei thought she should learn more skills, just in case the miss no longer needed her someday. Since she had been out with Jinwen a few times, Luo Kuei kept asking Jinwen to teach her a few moves. Of course, she needed Xiao Jiuyu's approval first. If you want to learn, let Jinwen and brother Jinwu teach you. Just don't cry and say you're tired, Xiao Jiuyu said with a gentle laugh. Luo Kuei was excited. Don't worry, Mississippi. I definitely won't say I'm tired. Miss, Manager Zeng has arrived. Lien Xian hurried in, excited. She had overheard Xiao Jiuyu talking about the Hongdu First Tavern earlier. Seeing Manager Zeng come to visit, she knew something good was happening. It seemed the things the miss talked about had come true.
Perfect.
Please let Manager Zeng taste the sour radish, Xiao Jiuyu ordered as someone brought out the dish. She moved quickly toward the front hall. With this deal with the Xian Chunlu, the Xiao family wouldn't be short of money for a while. Miss Xiao. Manager Zeng saw Xiao Jiuyu and greeted her respectfully and warmly, just like before. Did the boss agree to my 40-60 split? Xiao Jiuyu asked with a smile, getting straight to the point without any beating around the bush. Manager Zeng smiled. Miss Xiao, you guessed right. I knew why you came. Here is the agreement I prepared. Based on the previous experience of signing an agreement, shopkeeper Zeng almost copied the previous contract. He said, Miss Xiao, our master said that whether or not it's the #1 restaurant in Hongdu, as long as the restaurant makes money, the profit will be split 60-40. As for the repairs and investment costs you mentioned, our master has a 2-story courtyard by the lake in the capital city, which is perfect for a restaurant. Shopkeeper Zeng explained all the details. Xiao Jiuyu had never been to Hongdu City and certainly didn't know her way around. She listened carefully to Shopkeeper Zeng's description and roughly understood the situation. She said, have someone send me the drawings of the restaurant. I want to make plans for repairs. She calculated roughly and talked with Shopkeeper Zeng for 3 hours. By the time it was dark outside, they finished adding details to the contract. Miss Xiao, I look forward to working happily with you in the future, Shopkeeper Zeng said happily. After dinner at the Xiao family, he felt even more confident about Fengchun Tower in Hongdu City. Hongdu's #1 restaurant. Xiao Jiuyu was very confident about this restaurant.
Good.
Shopkeeper Zeng responded excitedly. Then I'll wait for Miss Xiao to find free time to repair the restaurant again. Before leaving, Shopkeeper Zeng stood in the courtyard and looked back, bowing to Xiao Jiuyu. He said, Miss Xiao, I believe Lord Xiao was wrongfully accused. One day, the truth will come to light. I believe that day will come soon, Xiao Jiuyu said with a slight smile. She also believed that Xiao Fu was innocent. Otherwise, with the Xiao family situation, where did the 80,000 silver disaster relief funds go? Commander Jean, send Shopkeeper Zeng off, Xiao Jiuyu ordered. After seeing him off, she looked up at the bright moon. It was already mid-February. She had received her father's reply from Meng Jiao's side. What about Chuang? In Lingnan. Big brother Xiao, don't worry. We will make sure these items are safely delivered to Miss Xiao, Chuang promised, patting his chest. After spending the new year at the Xiao family, although they were all grown men, Chuang felt very happy. Chuang and Xiao Jialing called each other brothers, and he felt he had learned a lot. Before leaving, he took the jar Xiao Jialing gave him, filled with ground sea cucumber. Chuang didn't know what it was for, but since Xiao Jialing wanted to give it to Xiao Jiyue, he naturally agreed. Chuang not only accepted Xiao Jiyue's silver, but also Xiao Jialing's silver. Together, he had about 30 taels of silver. With this money, Chuang could go back and marry his wife. After saying goodbye to the Xiao family, Chuang set out on his journey back to Hongdu. To prevent the jar from being stolen, he cleverly disguised it as an urn for ashes. He wore mourning clothes, as if he was returning his deceased father to his homeland. Xiao Jialing watched Chuang's figure disappear and said, "Dad, if Chuang makes it back this time, it should be around May or June. We need to buy more seafood sausages and grind more flour. Little sister worked so hard, it might be very useful." Besides the dried seafood sausages turned into flour, since we're near the sea, we can also send some seafood to try, Xiao Fu sighed. It's this girl. The Xiao family has so many members. Xiao Fu thought about the girl who was raised with care, and his heart grew more tender. In March, the weather grew warmer. With spring planting approaching, the villagers clearly saw Xiao Jiuyu instructing people to fertilize the fields. Shi Lijing specifically came to ask about it, and Xiao Jiuyu didn't hide anything. Shi Lijing was skeptical. With such large fields, would a little fertilizer really help? After the seedlings were grown and the rice seedlings were planted, Xiao Jiuyu's method surprised everyone again. Miss Xiao, your seedlings are spaced so far apart. Won't that result in less rice? Shi Lijing asked politely. Everyone hoped to plant rice in every corner of the limited land. But Xiao Jiu, you kept the seedlings spaced out. Shi Lijing, I read in a book that everything should be done in moderation. Too close or too far apart isn't good. How was your harvest in previous years? Xiao Jiuyu asked about Shi Lijing's past harvests. Shi Lijing sighed and said, it depends on the weather. If the rain and wind are favorable, one mu can produce 200 or 300 jin. If not, it would be a total loss. Then I'll try my method. Maybe it will increase the yield, Xiao Jiuyu said. She didn't insist. Nowadays, everything depended on the weather. Even if her method could increase production, who knew if the rain would be good? Shi Lijing was originally there to persuade Xiao Jiuyu, but after hearing her words, he began to consider trying her method himself. Every year, their harvest wasn't very high. Xiao Jiuyu's father was the Minister of Revenue. If she had a new method, perhaps it could help. With this idea in mind, Shi Lijing gathered the Shi family members that evening. His sons and grandsons all came together. Shi Yuchong said, Father, we should follow Miss Xiao. We can build workshops, make orange jam, and the pickled radishes we made earlier. I think Miss Xiao knows what she's doing, and we should follow her lead. Miss Xiao is from Shengjing, a high-ranking official in the Ministry of Revenue, a second-rank officer. Every year, there are grand banquets at the palace, and Miss Xiao's status is very noble. She must have her reasons for doing things this way. After speaking, Shi Yuchong also advised, Father, the saying goes, serving a ruler is like serving a tiger. If the Xiao family falls out of favor, I don't think they will really decline. Otherwise, the women in the family wouldn't be able to come safely to Hongdu. If the Xiao family regains their status in Shengjing, then we will have connections with high-ranking families. Father, this is something others wouldn't even dare to think about, reaching for a high branch that's out of reach. Shi Yuchong became more excited. The men of the Xiao family had been exiled, but what if someday they were cleared of charges? Can such a serious crime like family exile be overturned? Can they return to Shengjing? Shi Lijing looked at his brother with doubt, feeling that his words sounded too far-fetched. Before Shi Yuchong could speak, Shi Lijing said, whether the Xiao family can be exonerated or not, let's talk about the present. Following the Xiao family has indeed earned us money. We shouldn't do things like complain and curse after eating. Father is right, Shi Yuchong agreed. Let's try planting 1 acre of land. Hearing this, Shi Yumin immediately nodded. Father, we'll try 1 acre. Even if the yield is a bit lower when planting with the Xiao family, it won't matter much. Xiao Juyue wouldn't try to persuade others. As long as she manages to harvest this year's crops, everyone will follow her example in the future. Besides the Shi family and He Chongqing's family, several other families also followed Xiao Yu to plant crops. They used to plant densely, with many seedlings, and when they had free time, they cleared more land and planted extra seedlings. Time quickly passed to early April. The fields were busy, and Xiao Jiyue worked late into the night on the Hongdu restaurant's affairs. In March, she gave Zheng Qing the renovation plan along with the staff she needed and the opening plans. Big Sister Xiao, Tang Tian, holding a ledger and a silver note, came excitedly. Seeing Xiao Jiyue, she said happily, "Xiao sister, look. Our candy shop is really getting better and better." Tang Tian opened the box containing silver notes, happily saying, "My father even praised me, saying I have a talent for business." Xiao Jiyue looked at the silver notes and had to admit that the pastry business doesn't seem very expensive, but after selling in large quantities, the profits are quite high. Tang Tian propped her chin with one hand, gazing eagerly at Xiao Jiyue. "Sister Xiao, I want to open a pastry shop in the capital city. Do you think I can do it? You want to go to the capital? Is it just to open a shop?" Xiao Jiyue looked up, her eyes seeming to flicker with some hesitation. Sister Xiao, Tang Tian, usually straightforward and carefree, now looked a bit awkward. Xiao Jiyue immediately understood and asked, "Is it related to your marriage?" "Sister Xiao, how did you guess that so quickly?" Tang Tian leaned her head on the table, holding the box and resting her chin on it. "My uncle wants me to stay in the capital for a while. My cousin just came of age, and my uncle's family has a son. Are you planning for your cousin and your family to marry?" Xiao Jiyue raised an eyebrow. These days, people often preferred close marriages. No. Tang Tian shook her head quickly. "My cousin and I have no such plans, but my aunt really wants me to be her daughter-in-law." "Ah, my aunt is too enthusiastic. I don't even know how to refuse," Tang Tian blinked. "So, I thought if I had something to do, 1, I could earn money, and 2, I wouldn't have to face my aunt every day." Xiao Jiyue understood her idea and asked, "What does your cousin think of you?" Tang Tian supported her chin with one hand. "My cousin has someone he likes. That's good. If you open a shop in the capital, then we..." Xiao Jiyue started, but Tang Tian immediately excitedly interrupted, "Sister Xiao, we must keep working together. You can't leave me behind." Tang Tian looked at her eagerly. Without Sister Xiao's candy shop, it wouldn't be called a candy shop at all. Seeing her like that, Xiao Jiyue couldn't help but laugh. "All right, then let's continue working together."
Great. Tang Tian et Galim et Stanley.
Sister Xiao, just like now, you come up with ideas and make the pastries, and I'll handle the rest. Feeling reassured by Xiao Jiyue's positive response, Tang Tian's heart felt like she had eaten a sweet treat. She asked Sister Xiao, "Have you heard about the Qing family situation? An internal family feud?" Xiao Jiyue asked. "Yes, but not quite," Tang Tian said with a gossiping sparkle in her eyes. "Feng Kaiwei is willing to be a concubine. How can she be called a sister-in-law? If it weren't for the busy business of the Feng family, the Qing family would have needed their money and support. Such a concubine would have been sold long ago." However, Feng Kaiwei is not naive. After realizing she was tricked, she cried everywhere. Young Master Chung is clearly doting on his favored concubine. Tang Tian feels secretly pleased when she talks about Feng Kaiwei becoming a secondary wife. She's full of bad ideas. She deserves to be tricked. Tang Tian excitedly continues, "With the generous dowry from the Feng family, the Chung family also feels guilty. Feng Kaiwei is very proud in the Chung household, not at all like a typical concubine. Recently, Miss Chung Fengjiao has been so angry she almost vomited blood. The household's teacups and bowls have been replaced 7 or 8 times. Chung Fengjiao, relying on her father being a county official, looks down on everyone. Now, I wonder what bad plan she's brewing," Tang Tian says, looking forward to their quarrel. Xiao Jiuyu watches her with a look of glee, eager to see some drama, and asks, "Are you really looking forward to their fight?" Of course, Tang Tian admits openly that she doesn't like them. Last time, that incident with the canned oranges that caused a death, I guess Fong Kaiwei and Chung Fongjiao were scheming. Now they're like dogs biting each other. It's so interesting. Unfortunately, I might not get to see it, Tang Tian sighs. Then she brightens up and looks at Xiao Juyu eagerly. Sister Xiao, when the time comes, we'll keep writing letters. If anything fun happens later, you must tell me, okay? She looks at her expectantly. Xiao Jiu, you remain silent. Tang Tian clears her throat and says, Sister Xiao, I know you're busy. 3 days. Seeing Xiao Jiuyu's gaze, she quickly corrects herself. 7 days. 1 letter every 7 days, okay? Sister Xiao, it can't be less than that. The candy shop is moving to the city, and I'm busy with that. I'm worried and need to ask you. Tang Tian pleads, pulling on Xiao Jiuyu's sleeve. To her, it's an easy request. Sister Xiao, she says softly, her voice sweet, with a little tail sound, tugging at her sleeve and making a pitiful look like a abandoned kitten. 10 days for 1 letter. No earlier. Xiao Jiuyu clears her throat and says, Are you here today to say goodbye? When do you plan to leave for the city? 3 days later. Tang Tian felt guilty and worried she might upset her. She quickly explained, Sister Xiao, I only found out about this yesterday. My cousin was supposed to be of age in August, but unexpectedly, she started preparing so early. Sister Xiao, I swear, I just learned about this yesterday and came to tell you today. Tang Tian looked at her sincerely, raised her hand to swear, afraid Xiao Jue might misunderstand. Okay, I believe you. Xiao Jue held her hand and said, The plan for the candy shop you were given before is still usable. However, since the capital city is more lively than Lansong County, we need some new ideas for the opening event. Xiao Jue paused thoughtfully and then said, In 3 days, I will have someone deliver a new plan to you. Sister Xiao, it's really wonderful to do business with you. Tang Tian hugged her arm, tears in her eyes, feeling deeply touched. She remembered how chaotic it was when she first opened the candy shop, having to ask her parents and friends for help to get it started. But no matter how many friends and relatives helped, if the candy wasn't tasty, their money wasn't easy to come by. In the past, she begged everyone to buy her products. Now, the situation was reversed. Those friends and relatives were actually asking her to sell her treats to them first. I don't have time to go to the capital city now. Keep working hard. When I do go, I hope to see the candy shop already has a place in the city, Xiao Jue encouraged Tang Tian. Her honest and straightforward personality was great for maintaining good customer relationships. Sister Xiao, don't worry.
Tang Tian promised confident.
After seeing Tang Tian off, Xiao Jue immediately asked Lien Exile to grind ink. She then began to think about how, if the candy shop expanded into the capital city, she could be bolder with the opening event. Maybe the treats could be more diverse too? No, she should launch a few signature products. Having made up her mind, Xiao Jue worked diligently for 2 days. Only after finishing did she ask manager Jean to deliver the new plan to Tang Tian. She also sent some freshly made green rice balls, 2 flavors, brown sugar and winter bamboo shoot with spicy meat. Young lady, this is a letter from my older brother, Aunt Lon said as she handed over a letter. She explained, last year, you mentioned purple dye with your brother. He has now made it, and it sells very well. When Aunt Lon received the letter from her older brother, Shang Ting, she was very happy. Not only was there a letter, but also a silver note. Dyeing fabric purple, the merchant's business revived. Although not as good as before, they could finally survive. Xiao Jue received a letter and casually asked, It seems Jichen has grown quite a bit lately? Xiao Jiyuan and Xiao Jichen go to school every day. They get along so well, like real brothers. Yes, they've grown a lot. Thanks to Mrs. Help, Jichen can now recite the 3-character classic. Aunt Lon proudly mentioned her son. Although her son's education was late, her mood was very different when he was studying. Miss Lon raised him well. Xiao Jiyue opened the letter and read it carefully. The letter was full of praise for her, complimenting her dyeing method, and included 50 taels of silver. The silver wasn't much, but it was 10% of the merchant's profit for the past 3 months. At the same time, the merchant told Xiao Jiyue that they had sent people to Xiangqing to find someone knowledgeable about Xinjiang. At the end of the letter, the merchant asked if Xiao Jiyue had other business ideas. They were willing to share 50% of the profits. Take the silver note back. Xiao Jiyue handed it back. I've said before, I don't accept silver notes. As for business ideas, merchants are just business people. Now that the purple dye is good, we can make a safe profit from this wave. Miss, my brother just wants to ask you. Aunt Lon started to speak, but Xiao Jiyue interrupted. I know. Your brother wants to give me a favor. The Xiao family doesn't lack this money. Let your brother focus on doing business. Just then, Xiao Jiyuan and Xiao Jiaqing returned. Xiao Jiyuan hurried over, sister. I finished school early today. You promised to take me to the pavilion on the mountaintop to see the view and play the zither. Okay. Xiao Jiyue looked at his sweaty forehead and then turned to Aunt Lon. The Xiao family will remember the merchant's kindness. Adding flowers to the snow is easy. Helping in times of need is hard. With the purple dye, as long as the merchant's mind isn't muddled, they will definitely make money. How big the business can grow depends on the merchant's skill. Jiao Jiao, why did you bring me here? Cheng Yanwen rode his horse, looking at the village at the foot of the mountain. The house halfway up the mountain caught his eye. This old village, I wonder which family built such a nice house? Big brother, you promised today you'd make it up to me. Cheng Fengjiao covered her face, eagerly looking at Cheng Yanwen. Look at my face. Cheng Fengjiao looked at him with a look of grievance and said, I didn't say anything about you drinking wine for fun to disturb your family peace. Jiao Jiao, you feel wronged. Today, wherever you say to go, I will go. Cheng Yanwen's eyes showed a hint of guilt, and he immediately followed behind Cheng Fengjiao, acting as if he would obey her completely today. That's more like it. Cheng Fengjiao pulled the reins and looked at the house on the hillside. If she remembered correctly, based on the information she heard from Bao Cui, this was the Xiao family's house. A dilapidated village. No matter how well built the house is, what difference does it make? Jiao Jiao, do you know the owner of the house? Cheng Yanwen rarely wandered in the mountains. He preferred gentle women, listening to soft tunes, and those girls, half-dressed or not, were the most tempting. I don't know, Cheng Fengjiao replied casually. Cheng Yanwen looked at her for a long time and said, Jiao Jiao, I don't have much of my private money. If you want to buy the house, I can't afford it. He thought, this girl probably brought him here to wander in this remote mountain because she liked that house, right? While she was thinking, she wondered if the information Bao Cui heard was accurate. It was said that Xiao Juyu came down from the mountain every day before noon, but unfortunately, she didn't know where she was playing the piano. If she did, she would have gone straight to find her. It was already past noon, and she still hadn't come down the mountain. Jiao Jiao, this house looks a bit old, and it's on the hillside. There's no hot spring here. Cheng Yanwen tried to persuade her, constantly saying that the house was not good. Who said I want to buy this house? Cheng Fengjiao interrupted him. She and Cheng Yanwen grew up together, so she knew what he was thinking. She pursed her lips and said, Brother, even if I really want to buy this house, you wouldn't buy it for yourself? She looked at him, and Cheng Yanwen's eyes flickered slightly. If you want to buy a house, you must buy it. As the daughter of the county magistrate, when you get married in the future, the dowry estate and house must not be lacking. We can't let the Cheng family's reputation suffer. He just doesn't want to spend money. Deep down, Cheng Fengjiao snorted coldly. She was very clear about Cheng Yanwen's little tricks. It was just that he was reluctant to part with a little of his private money. The scenery over there looks nice. I'll go take a look first. Cheng Yanwen, feeling uneasy under her gaze, found an excuse and followed the small path away. This dilapidated village, besides mountains, there's nothing else worth seeing. Cheng Yanwen looked around, completely unaware of why Cheng Fengjiao insisted on bringing him here at this moment. On the shady path without sunlight, it was cold and gloomy. Cheng Yanwen clenched his horse's belly and galloped, planning to reach the sunny area across the road. A child ran down the hillside. As Chung Yenwen turned, he tightly pulled the reins. Whoa! Just as the child's face turned pale with fear that the horse's hooves might hit him, Chung Yenwen angrily shouted, "Get out of the way." The child froze in fright. A red figure suddenly rushed out, grabbing the child and rolling onto the nearby grass. "Are you blind? Why are you running on the road?" Chung Yenwen finally calmed his horse and turned to scold the young boy. He looked at the adult nearby, about to curse, when he realized that the red figure was actually a woman. Her long hair flowed like a waterfall, with only a simple jade hairpin. Her silhouette made him eager to see her face. "Jia Yuan, are you hurt?" Xiao Jiyue ignored Chung Yenwen's scolding. She helped Xiao Jiyuan up, making sure he was uninjured before finally breathing a sigh of relief. "Miss," Lianxin ran over holding her chin. "A delicate maidservant?" Chung Yenwen became more interested in Xiao Jiyue's face. He dismounted, cleared his throat, and looked up. Xiao Jiyue pushed Xiao Jiyuan beside Lianxin, then turned to Chung Yenwen. "Riding on this mountain path, are you sure it's because others are careless?" When Chung Yenwen saw her face, he was stunned. The sunset glow cast a golden light on her face, and her shimmering eyes, because of her anger, became especially captivating. "Miss Xiao, my older brother didn't mean to hurt you. Isn't that why you're injured?" Chung Fangjiao hurried over a step, her eyes shining with happiness. She dismounted, feeling as if heaven was helping her. She approached Chung Yenwen and said, "Brother, apologize quickly." "Oh, yes, sorry." Chung Yenwen suddenly realized and hurried to apologize, like a puppet on strings. His heartbeat was so loud, he thought it was thunder. "Miss Xiao, my brother truly didn't mean it. How about this? I will treat you to a meal to make up for it." Chung Fangjiao's words were cut off, and Chung Yenwen nodded quickly in agreement. "Yes, I will treat Miss Xiao to a meal, as an apology." "Who cares about your meal?" Xiao Juyu took a step back, and her mind involuntarily recalled Tang Tian's words. Chung Fangjiao is full of bad intentions and doesn't know how to deal with Feng Kaiwei. Now, Xiao Juyu just wanted to say, "People sitting at home, trouble falls from the sky." She turned around, feeling the gazes of her brother and sister, and found them disgusting. She quickly walked away. "My sister doesn't care about your food." Xiao Jiyuan sensed that his sister was upset. He made a funny face at Cheng's siblings and then looked at Xiao Jiuyu with a side glance, saying, "Sister, don't be angry. I'll treat you to a meal." "Okay." Xiao Jiuyu was originally angry, but seeing Xiao Jiyuan's silly look, she couldn't help but smile. Lian Xian held her zither and followed behind Xiao Jiuyu. "Come back to your senses." Chung Fangjiao waved her hand in front of Chung Yanwen's focused eyes, with a slight smile on her lips, deliberately asking, "Is she very pretty?" "Yes, she is." Chung Yanwen stepped on tiptoe. Even though that red figure was almost out of sight, his gaze still followed in that direction. For the first time, Chung Fangjiao didn't feel jealous. She looked back at the Xiao residence, a sinister smile curling her lips. "Xiao Jiuyu, you can't escape." "Jiao Jiao, do you know her? Have you seen her before?" "Her surname is Xiao. Are you familiar with her?" On the way back, Chung Yanwen's kept asking, "Today, I almost hurt her brother. I should apologize." "Big brother, do you really want to apologize?" Chung Fangjiao looked at him meaningfully. "I heard she hasn't been married yet." Chung Yanwen's eyes lit up. Chung Fangjiao continued, "Unfortunately, big brother, you've already married Feng Kaiwei." "Jiao Jiao, I haven't married yet." Chung Yanwen's reminded her with pursed lips. "That scheming woman." Chung Fangjiao gritted her teeth in her heart, then said, "Big brother, do you want to marry her? You've only met her once and don't even know her family background." "Her family background must be excellent. Even if it's not, it doesn't matter. As the saying goes, marry up and marry down." Chung Yanwen's was completely captivated by Xiao Jiuyu's sparkling eyes and charming face, more beautiful than a blooming flower. "Big brother, perhaps your parents wouldn't agree. Her surname is Xiao." Chung Fangjiao pretended to think for him. "What's wrong with her surname Xiao? Does it matter who I marry?" Chung Yanwen's finished speaking, and Chung Fangjiao said, "Shengjing." She said 2 words, and Chung Yanwen's face suddenly showed hesitation. Could it be that the Xiao family who was raided and exiled?
Impossible.
It can't be a coincidence. You must be mistaken. Cheng Yanwen looked at Cheng Fangjiao with suspicion and said, Jiao Jiao, last time you wanted me to investigate someone. Could it be Miss Xiao? You really are. Hearing that she came from Shengjing and has the surname Xiao, you just assume she's exiled and raided. Spreading false rumors like this could hurt her reputation.
Ha.
Cheng Fangjiao sneered coldly, rolling her eyes inwardly. Has Cheng Yanwen ever hurt someone's reputation? Earlier, when he didn't see the person, he was shouting loudly from afar, clearly heard by her. Was it because he liked how she looked that he wanted to apologize? Miss, do you think Cheng Fangjiao might be hiding something bad? I noticed the man next to her looked suspicious. Lianxin asked nervously as soon as they returned to the Xiao family. If he dares, I will beat him up. Xiao Zheyuan rolled up his sleeves and clenched his fists, ready to fight anyone who bullied his sister. Xiao Zheyue raised her hand and knocked a chestnut at him, who was just so scared by the horse that they stood frozen. Big sister, I just didn't react in time. Xiao Zheyuan puffed his cheeks and said, if it happens again, I can definitely dodge. Starting tomorrow, you will learn martial arts from Master Jin, Xiao Zheyue said, watching him want to speak.
No refusal.
All right, what do you want to say? Xiao Zheyue asked. Xiao Zheyuan looked at her sadly. He didn't want to learn martial arts. I'm not asking you to train to death, just to strengthen your body. If you encounter this kind of situation again, your sister is still waiting for you to protect her. Xiao Zheyue squatted down and looked at him, eye to eye. Are you willing to protect your sister? Yes. Xiao Zheyuan nodded without hesitation. He pursed his lips and said, then I will train well with Master Jin so I can protect my sister when I grow up. Today, the horse's hooves raised high, kicking up dirt. The horse neighed loudly. He really thought he was going to be trampled into a meat patty. When Xiao Zheyue rushed toward him, it reminded Xiao Zheyuan of the day of the raid. That day, the Imperial Guards were fierce and fierce. They attacked him over an inkstone given by his father. His sister also rushed out bravely, just like today. Then you have to work hard. Xiao Zheyue encouraged him, patting his head. Go home and practice your zither today. Don't neglect it just because of school. Xiao Zheyuan carefully pressed his lips together and said, elder sister, I'm going back to my room to write. Such good behavior? Xiao Zheyue looked at him walking seriously into the house and turned back, saying, Lianxin, is he frightened? Go to the kitchen and ask Mother Gung to make some date flour pastries to calm him down. Xiao Zheyuan loved date flour pastries the most. Eating something he liked and shifting his attention was a good idea.
Yes.
Lianxin put down her zither and went to the kitchen to give instructions. Xiao Zheyue was not idle either. She went straight to Jin Wen and ordered, tell the gatekeeper to send away the people from the Chung family if they come. Yes. Jin Wen responded and looked at Xiao Zheyu's muddy dress, asking, Miss, are you hurt? Xiao Zheyue looked down, following Jin Wen's gaze, and patted the mud on her skirt. She couldn't let the beauty see it, or she would worry again. It's fine. Jin Wu is back. Call him over. Xiao Zheyue gazed at the mountain, her lips pressed slightly. She reviewed the events of the day in her mind. It matched perfectly with what Luo Kuei had said about seeing Bao Chui coming to the village. Since she hadn't been to the county for so long, Cheng Fangjiao had brought people over. Was she planning to use her to deal with Fang Caixio? Xiao Zheyue closed her eyes and repeated the thoughts in her mind. Because of the candy shop incident, Cheng Fangjiao had been hostile to her from their first meeting. There was no way she would let her marry her eldest brother. So, did Cheng Fangjiao want her to be a concubine? What right did she have to think she would agree to enter the Cheng household as a concubine? No, between her and Fang Caixio, she felt Cheng Fangjiao might even hate her more. Even if she was willing to become a concubine, with her looks, Cheng Fangjiao wouldn't be afraid. Was she more formidable than Fang Caixio? Suddenly, Xiao Zheyu's eyes opened wide. Her bright gaze was like stars flickering in a dark night sky. Her slender fingers tapped lightly on the table. Cheng Fangjiao only wanted to make things difficult for Fang Caixio, but she wouldn't let her enter the Cheng household. Miss, you called me? Jin Woo's voice sounded. Xiao Juyu turned her head and looked at him, saying, Jin Woo, starting today, take a few people and watch the county magistrate's residence. Report any movement there, especially regarding young Master Cheng Fangjiao, and Fang Saixio.
Yes.
Jin Woo responded. Where is he Chongqing? Still at the salt well? Xiao Juyu suddenly asked. Since the Ganjia family fell, after he Chongqing avenged his revenge, he had been staying at Hu Salt Well. Probably, I heard that Hu Yi is using Mrs. Method, and they've dug out more salt brine. Also, the salt they produce is finer. Jin Woo pulled the bag from his waist and said, By the way, this is the refined salt sent from Hu Yi's side. Xiao Juyu looked at it. It was different from the fine salt in later generations, but much better than the coarse salt sold by the Gan family before. She said, Send a message to He Chongqing. At Cheng's residence, Cheng Fangjiao had just sent away Ming Tian, who wanted to come and apologize tomorrow. She deliberately went to Fang Saiwei's courtyard. Her teasing words spilled out. "SK Lady Fang, it must not feel good to be alone in an empty house, right? When my eldest sister-in-law gets married, your lonely house will have someone to keep you company. A young girl not yet married, often alone in an empty house. Isn't that a bit shameful?" Fang Kaiwei no longer flattered Cheng Fangjiao as she did before. After they had a falling out, they now met and immediately clashed like needles and swords. Sometimes, occasional solitude is also a kind of rest, Fang Kaiwei said with a charming smile, adjusting her cloak. But you probably won't understand now. You'll get it after you marry. Lady Fang really is unpresentable. Cheng Fangjiao blushed with anger. She had truly lost face. She curled her lips and said, I dare to bet that today, my eldest brother definitely won't go into your room. Bet then, but just betting without a prize isn't very interesting. How about? Fang Saiwei's eyes flickered as she stared at the intricate hairpin with green and jade beads on Cheng Fangjiao's head. Let's bet on that hairpin of yours. Cheng Fangjiao had always praised this hairpin before. She bought it from the Liuli Pavilion in the city, often showing it off. So, you like this hairpin? Cheng Fangjiao touched her hairpin, her lips slightly raised. And if you lose? If I lose, then I'll use this to settle the bet. Fang Kaiwei pointed to the pearl hairpin on her head. It was a big, round pearl, brought from Baojun by her father's contacts, set into the hairpin. It was very beautiful. All right, Cheng Fangjiao looked at the pearl hairpin, a flash of joy in her eyes. She liked big pearls like this. She raised an eyebrow. Don't cheat tomorrow. As long as you don't cheat. Fang Saiwei's eyes flickered with determination. Her gaze on Cheng Fangjiao showed she was confident. After all, she was still a young girl who hadn't married yet and was eager for this. She probably didn't realize it. Cheng Fangjiao didn't leave. She stayed here, exchanging sharp words with Fang Kaiwei. She wanted to see. Today, with her whole mind on Xiao Juyu, could he still come to Fang Saiwei's place? This scene is likely just thinking about what gift to bring tomorrow to apologize. Perhaps she has been choosing so many items from the storage that she is overwhelmed. Cheng Fangjiao looks confident, as if she has already won, and naturally watches Fang Kaiwei as the victor. Fang Kaiwei also feels she has already won. For a moment, the two seem especially harmonious. Are you two getting along now? Cheng Yanwen, after choosing the apology gift from the storeroom, is full of excitement and heads straight toward Fang Kaiwei. Unexpectedly, he sees Fang Kaiwei and Cheng Fangjiao smiling happily. Yanwen. Fang Kaiwei beams when she sees Cheng Yanwen, her eyes narrowing with happiness. She steps forward, holding his hand, and says, Why are your hands so cold? Come on, I'll make you some hot tea. Her warm hands in his, gentle voice, and charming eyes seem to be tempting him. How shameless! Cheng Fangjiao has never seen such a scene before and is stunned by Fang Saiwei's shamelessness. Seeing Cheng Yanwen about to return to her room with Fang Kaiwei, Cheng Fangjiao clears her throat and calls out, Big brother. Jiao, it's getting late. You should go back now. Cheng Yanwen, being close, smells the sweet scent on Fang Kaiwei. His already fiery mood is now ignited, and he doesn't want to talk much with Chung Fangjiao. Let's go. Have some tea. Chung Yenwen pulls Fong Kaiwei into the house. Big brother, I want to talk about tomorrow. Chung Fangjiao, thinking about losing and mentioning Xiao Juyue, is interrupted by Chung Yenwen. Tomorrow's matter can wait. I have something to do today. Chung Yenwen eagerly pulls Fong Kaiwei inside. She turns her head with a proud look and points to the hairpin on her head. Chung Fangjiao stands at the door, stomping her foot hard. This afternoon, she was wholeheartedly asking about Xiao Juyue, and tonight, she couldn't wait to go to Fong Kaiwei. Chung Fangjiao even suspects that the person she saw this afternoon might not be Chung Yenwen at all. Yue, don't worry. I will never agree to your marriage proposal, and no ordinary person can marry my granddaughter. Old Lady Xiao looks at Xiao Juyue, furious at the thought of her granddaughter being targeted. She is eager to investigate all her ancestors to prevent encountering untrustworthy people like the ungrateful ones from the Yongchang Marquis estate. Grandmother, no matter what the other side says or does, just don't get angry. Xiao Juyue smiled helplessly. She came specifically to give a warning, worried that her grandmother didn't know everything. She feared that the Chung family might cause trouble in front of her grandmother, which could make her grandmother's health worse. Since last winter, her grandmother's health has been unpredictable. Don't worry, I understand. Old Lady Xiao smiled with her eyes squinting. Jia Yuan probably got scared today. You should go check on him. Grandmother, don't worry. I already went to see him when I arrived. I had dinner and ate a plate of date flour pastry. I wasn't scared at all. Xiao Juyue felt warm inside when she thought of her brother. She was worried that Jia Yuan might be frightened, and Jia Yuan was equally worried about her. The next day, Xiao Juyue left early to go to Yanjing to see He Chongqing. At the Xiao family's old house, Chung Yenwen arrived with 2 carriages of apology gifts. When he reached the gatehouse and asked to see Miss Xiao, the guard carefully asked for his surname. Chung Yenwen straightened up and said, "My name is Chung Yenwen. My father is the magistrate of Lansong County." "Young Master Chung, please wait a moment." The guard immediately went to report. Just as Jinwen was about to send him away, Jiang Mama arrived and said, "Jinwen, the old madam wants to see young Master Chung." Jinwen was surprised. He had planned to send Chung Yenwen away, but hearing Jiang Mama's words, he hesitated. The old madam said, "Visitors are guests." Jiang Mama smiled at Jinwen. Jinwen immediately said, "I will go and invite young Master Chung." "Please come to the front hall," Jiang Mama said. Jinwen, feeling dizzy, led Chung Yenwen out of the Xiao family's old house. It was even better than what the young lady had described. He didn't know what the old madam had said to him. An embroidered pillow filled with straw? Is this the county magistrate's son? Old Lady Zhao's opinion of Chung Yenwen was very harsh. She looked at him with disdain, almost overflowing from her eyes. His wife hasn't even entered the door, and he already has a concubine. Now he wants to marry Yue? Why doesn't he go to heaven? A toad dreaming of eating swan meat. Jiang Mama handed over tea and comforted her. "Old madam," Miss Xiao said, "don't be angry." "I'm not angry. I just feel sorry for Yue. Someone like him in the past wouldn't even be able to enter the Xiao family." Old Lady Xiao sighed, took a sip of tea, then put it down. "Do you think he understood what I meant?" Jiang Mama hesitated and said, from his expression, "It seems he didn't realize. I explained so clearly, and he still doesn't get it?" Madame Xiao frowned, twisting her prayer beads, and said, "It doesn't matter. Go back and ask his father. Then you'll understand what I mean." Mississippi. He Chongqing had just come from the salt well area. Wearing a short brown outfit, he respectfully greeted Xiao Jiuyu when he saw her. "Looks like you're doing well at the salt well." Xiao Jiuyu observed He Chongqing. Everyone here called him Big Brother, he casually. "Thanks to Mrs. Kindness," He Chongqing replied happily. He liked his current life. He had strength, and that was what he needed most. He helped Xiao Jiuyu manage the salt well, earning a monthly allowance. His mother and sister also had work in Fuan village, which made him feel more at ease. "I ask you, do you know the second-rate troublemaker in the county?" As soon as Xiao Jiuyu asked this, He Chongqing looked stunned. He thought he had heard wrong. Jiao Jiao, I have something to tell you. Why did you run away? Cheng Yanwen returned from Zhao's house and immediately went to find Cheng Fangjiao for advice. But when he saw her, she looked angry and refused to even look at him. Humph. Cheng Fangjiao went straight back into her room. Cheng Yanwen followed her inside, but didn't go into her room, even though she was his biological sister. At her age, suitable for marriage, he, as her older brother, shouldn't enter her room. Jiao Jiao, I really have something to tell you, Cheng Yanwen said anxiously. Cheng Fangjiao replied impatiently, I have no time. When she was anxious to find Fang Kaiwei to have fun yesterday, she ignored her. Now, she was paying attention to her. I'll treat you to a meal, Cheng Yanwen offered. Feng Chun Tower. Don't you like their braised pig's trotters? I'll take you there. I'm not poor, Cheng Fangjiao, she said in a muffled voice. Her only delicate, jeweled hairpin from the capital had been taken by Fang Kaiwei, which made her very angry inside.
Then,
Cheng Yanwen's eyes flickered. 10 taels of silver. Just eat behind closed doors at Zhao's house? Cheng Fangjiao snorted softly. Hearing this, Cheng Yanwen became even more anxious. When he left Zhao's house, he was quite happy. Madame Xiao was kind and smiling, praising him as a young, promising county magistrate's son. But then she asked about his wife, implying he was a rare and virtuous wife. Cheng Yanwen then nervously admitted he hadn't married yet. Madame Xiao, when she heard about Cheng's marriage a few days ago, was even more hesitant, and Cheng Yanwen stammered that he had married a noble concubine. Lady Xiao was not like the others who looked down on him. Instead, she praised his loyalty and sense of justice. Cheng Yanwen felt a bit dizzy from the praise. When leaving, Cheng Yanwen was confused because she didn't take any of the apology gifts he brought. At home, he felt something was wrong. Jiao Jiao, 20 taels. Help me think of a plan, Cheng Yanwen said anxiously. Before he could offer more, a servant came and said, Young master, the lady is looking for you. He paused and immediately went to see Lady Cheng. Cheng Fangjiao ran out of the room, her eyes flickering, and she quickly followed. In the main hall, Lady Cheng heard Cheng Yanwen and started scolding him loudly. How could I have such a foolish son? The old lady didn't even like you, and you're still so naive. Mother, the old lady also praised me for being talented and loyal, Cheng Yanwen argued stubbornly. Lady Cheng was so angry she almost fainted. Seeing this, Cheng Fangjiao quickly stepped forward and patted her back gently. Mother, don't be angry. I think Big Brother is right. Even a fallen phoenix is better than a chicken. What do you know? Lady Cheng shot her a sharp look and said, a skinny camel is still bigger than a horse. Well, but does that mean she's really from the Xiao family? Cheng Fangjiao cleared her throat. Those rumors are all nonsense. How could someone from Shengjing be exiled from her family? Is she really the daughter of the Minister of Revenue? Anyway, she preferred to believe that Xiao Jiuyu was not truly the daughter of the Minister of Revenue. Otherwise, it would prove she was of noble birth before. No matter if it's true or not, don't act rashly before you find out the facts, Lady Cheng warned. She then kicked Cheng Yanwen and said, When will you focus on studying? You just took a concubine, and now you're already thinking about marriage? Mother, I've grown up. Wanting to marry is normal, Cheng Yanwen said, biting his lip and rubbing his sore foot. He carefully asked, Mother, Xiao Jiao is beautiful and talented. She would make a good wife. You've only seen her a few times, and you already say she's talented? Lady Cheng pinched her brow and looked at Cheng Fangjiao. Jiao Jiao, is this your idea? Mother, it's not my fault, Cheng Fangjiao quickly denied, kneeling in front of Lady Cheng and speaking sweetly. Mother, why would I do such a thing? Cheng Fangjiao gave Cheng Yanwen a meaningful look. Cheng Yanwen immediately said, Yes, it's not Jiao Jiao's fault. It was just an accident. Mother, the candy shop's business is booming thanks to Miss Xiao. If she can join our Cheng family, it would be a great boost, like adding wings to a tiger. Huh, you've learned that idiom? Madame Cheng looked at him with a fake smile and then asked Cheng Fangjiao, Is what your brother said true? Compared to the son who only looked at women, Madame Cheng seemed to trust her daughter more, believing she was smarter. Yes, she's quite talented at business. The orange jam factory in the village was built after she arrived, and it's making good money. Chung Fangjiao's eyes flickered slightly. She said, my older brother isn't inexperienced either. Since he wants to marry her, I think she must have some exceptional qualities. Otherwise, he never mentioned wanting to marry anyone before. Why is he so interested in her? Exactly. Chung Yenwen was so excited he almost clapped his hands. He said eagerly, Mother, I want to marry her. Madame Cheng's lips twitched. She looked at Chung Yenwen, who didn't want to say a word. In the past, women who weren't respectable couldn't stand on the stage. If he dared to speak about them, she would break his legs. Chung Yenwen and Chung Fangjiao pleaded on either side. After a moment of silence, Madame Cheng said, if she is really from the Xiao family in Shengjing, then marrying her is fine. But if she is just an ordinary merchant's daughter, no way. Mother, why can't a merchant's daughter be my wife? Chung Yenwen saw hope and knelt down excitedly. Mother, as long as you're willing to let me marry her, I promise to study hard and pass the imperial exams. Madame Cheng's eyes darkened as she looked at the excited Chung Yenwen kneeling on the ground. She said, all right, go now. I'll think about it. Thank you, Mother. Chung Yenwen happily left. After Chung Yenwen left, Madame Cheng looked at Chung Fangjiao. Tomorrow, take someone to seal off the Xiao family's workshop. Chung Fangjiao's eyes lit up. Her mother's actions showed she knew what she was doing. Jiao, no matter whether she's the daughter of the Xiao family or not, she can't enter the Chung residence, Madame Cheng reminded her. Chung Yenwen, for a woman, especially the daughter of a disgraced official, kneeling and begging her, claiming he would study hard? She was experienced. If such a woman really married into the family, she would be a disaster. Mrs. Cheng chuckled softly, saying, I thought you were upset with Fong Kaiwei. Mother, I was angry with her, but no matter what, she's Big Brother's favored concubine. I wouldn't ruin Big Brother just because I was upset. Chung Fangjiao didn't notice her mother's anger and gently rubbed her shoulders. She said, Mother, don't you think Big Brother used to spend a lot of effort on women? I think maybe, just maybe, this time Big Brother has calmed down and is focusing on studying, Chung Fangjiao said confidently, knowing her mother cared a lot about Big Brother's lack of success in both literature and martial arts. If what you say is true, then I will reward you, Mrs. Chung said with a slight smile. Don't worry, Mother. Big Brother will surely settle down, Chung Fangjiao assured her. Mrs. Chung asked, are you not afraid that the Xiao family really intends to marry?
Well,
Chung Fangjiao's eyes flickered, and she said, if the Xiao family truly wants to marry, it would only be as a concubine. A daughter of a disgraced family can't be a main wife for Big Brother. Miss Xiao, something's happened. As Xiao Jiyue entered the village, her carriage was stopped. Tian Jinhong, looking anxious, said, today the officials came and said our workshop didn't report to the government. It's against the rules, and they want to shut it down. Shut down the workshop? Xiao Jiyue raised an eyebrow and asked, all the proper procedures should be complete. How could it not be reported? The Chung family was even more shameless than she expected. Yes, my father showed the documents, but they said the official seal was unclear and wouldn't accept it, Tian Jinhong hurriedly explained. My father told me to stay here and told Miss Xiao not to go to the workshop. He said the officials might be targeting you. Tell Shi Lijing to shut down the workshop. Now, spring planting is more important, Xiao Jiyue nodded slightly, remaining calm throughout. Her carriage slowly drove away. Tian Jinhong watched the rocking carriage leave, her heart pounding wildly before gradually calming down. She patted her chest and muttered, this young lady really isn't easy to deal with. It was her first time dealing with officials, and those officers were really fierce, holding sticks and ready to hit anyone. Despite the clear official seal, those people refused to see it. Miss, could this be Cheng's doing? Lien Sini said angrily, defending her young lady. Yesterday, Cheng's family almost injured third young master. Why are they now trying to shut down the workshop with such despicable methods? Maybe they just want to test the situation. Xiao Jiyue pushed aside the curtain and looked from afar. The workshop area was crowded with people including officials, government officers, and villagers from Fuan Village. The workshop was not just Xiao Jiyue's own. It was also a major source of income for Fuan Village, like a hen laying golden eggs. Investigate the situation? Lianxin hesitated for a moment, then asked, could it be related to the rumors from before? But those rumors have been around for so long. Spring planting is very important. First, plant the crops. Oh, and tell Mother Yu and the others to remember to plant mung beans on the ridges. Xiao Jiyue looked at the bare ridges and immediately thought about not wasting land. Really? Lianxin was stunned. She had been sold since she was young, and had always been by Xiao Jiyue's side after entering the Xiao household. She had never farmed before. Just tell Mother Yu, Xiao Jiyue smiled. She looked at this year's harvest. If it's good, they might try raising rice fish in the future. Whenever they wanted to eat fish, they could just go to the fields to catch some. Fish could help clear weeds and pests, and also provide nutrients for the rice paddies. Many benefits in one. When Xiao Jiyue returned to the old Xiao residence, Jin Wen hadn't spoken yet when Mother Jiang arrived. Miss, the old madam wants to see you. I'll go now. Xiao Jiyue headed straight to the main courtyard. As soon as she entered, the old madam signaled her to sit down. The tea had already been prepared. Have you heard about the workshop situation? Xiao Jiyue took a sip of tea before replying. When I returned, Tian Jinhong already explained everything to me. Don't worry, grandmother. The troublemaker is not worth your concern. The old madam looked at her calm and composed, clearly having her own thoughts, and felt reassured. That Chung family young master I've seen. He's just a fool with a fancy pillow and straw core, completely useless. Grandmother, Xiao Jiyue chuckled softly. That Chung young master's reputation in the county isn't good. He's known for drinking and womanizing, bullying classmates, and being scolded by teachers every day at the academy. Good-for-nothing son. The old madam scolded, then added, in Shengjing, those young masters come from noble families. He's just a county magistrate's son, and he's already gotten a big ego. In the future. Grandmother, I've looked into it. The Chung family extorts the people's labor and wealth. Every year during the conscription period, they make a lot of money. Xiao Jiyue has looked at the county records. After the Orange Can incident that caused a death, she also inquired about the Chung family. She said, County Magistrate Chung was a top scholar in the 13th year of Emperor Jing's reign. He waited 2 more years before being assigned as the magistrate of Landong County. He has been in that position for 9 years now. Being a top scholar is quite good for ordinary people, old lady Xiao said, counting her prayer beads. If he were in Shengjing, he wouldn't catch the attention of the Xiao family. A top scholar who can't enter the Hanlin Academy or stay in Shengjing wouldn't be impressive. Since the Chung family has sealed the workshop, let them do as they wish. We'll see what they want to do. Xiao Jiyue was not in a hurry at all. The pickled radishes and sauerkraut were already sealed, and the workshop would only reopen when the peach season arrived. At night, Shirley Zheng brought a few villagers over. Even though they had a tiring day, running to the county for the workshop's paperwork and spring planting, they still hurried over without even eating dinner at home. Miss Xiao, I've finished all the procedures for the workshop. Now, this contract says the seal isn't clear. But when I went to the county office today, I couldn't find those idle people who used to waste time. Miss Xiao, have we offended someone? Whether the workshop matters a lot or a little, it's important. Shirley Zheng was anxious, his face turning red with frustration. Seeing Xiao Jiyue sitting calmly, drinking tea, he became even more nervous and didn't know what to say. Xiao Jiyue poured tea for Lianxin and said, This is specially brewed honeysuckle tea to clear fire. Shirley Zheng had no mind for tea. He asked anxiously, Miss Xiao, have you figured out a solution? Shirley Zheng, drink your tea first, Xiao Jiyue said soothingly to the anxious man. The workshop is currently empty. Being sealed for 10 days or half a month doesn't matter. But spring planting is important. How are the rice crops you planted? Shirley Zheng listened to Xiao Jiyue's light words and didn't pay much attention. He couldn't help but suspect, Miss Xiao. Is it because the orange cans aren't selling well? Xiao Jiyue smiled softly. Lianxin, who had just poured the tea, said with a smile, Lord Shirley, you can go to the candy shop and see. The orange cans are almost sold out, with limited quantities.
How could they not sell well?
That's true. Shirley Zheng nodded in agreement. Every time his wife went to the county to buy something, he heard that the candy shop's business was excellent, and the orange cans were especially popular. When visiting relatives or hosting a banquet, serving a bowl of canned oranges is considered a very respectable thing. Currently, the workshop has no work, and sealing it doesn't matter. Soon, it will be reopened, Xiao Jiyue confidently said, like a reassuring tonic. Shi Lijing just sipped his honeysuckle tea, which was slightly sweet and quite good. Shi Lijing finished drinking his entire cup of honeysuckle tea before saying, I also helped Miss Xiao plant the seedlings a bit more sparsely. The extra seedlings will be used to reclaim some wasteland. Wasteland needs to be fertilized with well-rotted organic fertilizer, Xiao Jiyue explained simply. Shi Lijing listened very carefully, and Xiao Jiyue added more details. Outside the Xiao family's old house. It's over. The workshop might really be gone? I even planted many more orange trees this year. Won't all that be wasted? The oranges are going to rot on the trees again. Under the moonlight, most villagers gathered at the door of the Xiao family's old house. Their faces were full of worry. The workshop was sealed, but it hurt the hearts of the people in Fuan village. The door of the Xiao family opened, and villagers rushed forward. Granny Shi was the first to speak. Old man, how is it? What did Miss Xiao say? Can this be resolved?
Of course it can.
Shi Lijing, who had just finished his tea and let out a big belch, looked at the gathered villagers and comforted them. Everyone stay calm.
The workshop will be fine.
Tomorrow, everyone should plant crops or transplant rice as usual. Don't delay spring planting. That's great. I knew the workshop would be okay. The villagers whispered among themselves. Under the moonlight, their happy faces could be seen. Shi Lijing raised his hand to signal everyone to be quiet. He said, Miss Xiao also told me about the organic fertilizer and taught me how to make well-rotted fertilizer. If anyone wants to learn, grab your hose and follow me. I want to learn. The villagers chattered excitedly. They agreed on a meeting place, and soon, they carried their hose and followed Shi Lijing to dig holes. Miss, when the villagers heard that the workshop was okay, everyone was very happy. Luo Kuei excitedly told Xiao Jiyue what was happening outside the old house. Miss, these villagers are so kind. Even though it's not their workshop, they care so much. All the people outside are probably not just from the village. They've come from everywhere. Luo Kuei was still shocked. The villagers are united. Lian Exile chuckled softly and said, That's because they all care about this year's oranges and whether they can be sold. Well, that's also because they are grateful. Otherwise, after taking the money, they wouldn't remember the young lady. Anyway, I think they are more kind-hearted than those who look down on others in Xingjing. When Luo Kuei was in Xingjing before, she often followed Xiao Jiuyu and saw many people who flattered the powerful and looked down on others. When you are in a position of power, those people flatter you as if they would give their hearts. But what happens when you lose your power? They completely change their attitude. You are all right, Xiao Jiuyu said evenly. Whether the villagers are doing it for themselves or not, they ultimately hope the workshop does well. Luo Kuei, these days, you should go to the county with Jin Wen to handle the workshop's reopening. No matter what, you must show the right attitude. Yes, Luo Kuei replied, clenched her fist, and asked, Young lady, what if the other side is too aggressive? You just need to go and make a show of it, Xiao Jiuyu reminded her. Luo Kuei was stunned. Lian Exile whispered a few words in her ear, and Luo Kuei immediately nodded. Don't worry, young lady.
I understand, she said.
The next morning, Xiao Jiuyu received a message from Manager Zeng. She handed the message to Luo Kuei and said, Go find him. Luo Kuei looked at the name on the message and immediately said, Young lady, don't worry. At the Chung family, Fong Kaiwei, upon hearing the news, directly smashed the teacup in her hand. She gritted her teeth and said, I helped her before, and now she's turning around to ask her brother for the eldest sister-in-law. No, absolutely not let the Xiao family member into the house, Fong Kaiwei was anxious. She had only seen her at the Fong family once, standing beside Tang Tian. She was dressed simply, with only a plain jade hairpin in her hair, but just standing there, she attracted everyone's attention. If she entered the house, would Qing Yanwen still look at her? Fong Kaiwei almost smashed the delicate hairpin she had just won. Finally, looking at the beautiful hairpin, she told the maid beside her, "Tomorrow, you must go back to the Fong residence and personally hand this to my mother." Fong Kaiwei immediately started writing a letter with ink. In Hongdu Prefecture, by the Yeshi River, a young man dressed in fine clothes looked at the newly repaired tavern. Third young master, this ordinary tavern, after such decoration, seems to be different. Guosheng wandered around the restaurant, which had 2 floors and a pond. There were pretty little boats on the pond, with tables in the middle of each boat. It's easy to imagine that when the place opens, guests sitting on the boats will enjoy delicious food. How wonderful that would be. Third master, come look. The corridor here is different now. Guosheng seemed like someone who had never seen the world before. He looked at the corridor, which had been turned into several private rooms. Opening the windows, he saw the fake mountains and lake outside. It was evening, and the sunset cast a golden glow over everything, making it look like the water was shining with gold. TSK, there are several of these boatside private rooms. They're not close together, which keeps guests private but also lets them enjoy the view. But third master, what do you think that big round platform in the middle of the lake is for? Guosheng looked at the large round platform, which resembled a stage. He mumbled, "It can't be for a performance, right? Miss Xiao is so clever. No wonder she can make a small-town restaurant earn more than those in the city." Guosheng kept talking non-stop since he entered the restaurant. On the platform, the sunset light fell on Junlai, casting shadows that highlighted his cold, proud figure. He looked like an immortal untouched by the mortal world. His cold voice rang out, "Why don't you go talk to Miss Xiao?" "Third master, you're joking," Guosheng said with a nervous smile. He instinctively stepped back, forgetting that behind him was the pond. He took a step back and fell right into the water. Guosheng's foot stepped into the pond, splashing water everywhere. It was late spring or early summer, and the pond water was cold. He stood soaked on the stone path and said, "Third master, this place is too narrow. It's easy to fall in. We should put up a railing." "Young master, I also suggested putting up a railing, but Manager Zeng said the water is shallow. If we put up a railing, it might not look good. He also said that without a railing, it's less likely someone will fall in." The worker, an old craftsman, spoke while looking at Guosheng's wet clothes. He said, "There's a private room on the west side. We have clothes ready for you." "You say that, but without a railing, it's even easier to fall in?" Guosheng wrung out his wet clothes and looked at the old craftsman with a puzzled expression.
Exactly.
"Manager Zeng's idea, I don't know." The craftsman shook his head. Guosheng looked up at Junlai standing on the platform and asked, "Third master, who do you think came up with this idea?" "It definitely wasn't Manager Zeng. He's been here so many years. He wouldn't do something like this. Go change your clothes quickly." Guoyong couldn't bear to watch and directly took him to the west side private room to change clothes. Guosheng was walking along, joking, "Why are you pulling me? Third master hasn't responded to me yet. How could I have a brother like you?" Guoyong pulled him faster. "I'll be your little brother, so just smile secretly. Otherwise, with your half-hearted effort, third master wouldn't want you to follow." Guosheng muttered, "I guess this was definitely Miss Zhao's idea." The voices of Guoyong and Guosheng gradually faded away. Junlai's gaze fell on the watermarks on the green slate stones. The whiter slate stones, even when 2 people walk side by side, are more than enough space. The flowing water trickles through the cracks, making it feel like being in a forest. "Third master, I think we should discuss this. We should add a railing on both sides of the stones," Guosheng said as he finished changing clothes and approached, still talking about the railing. "Guosheng." Junlai spoke, and Guosheng immediately replied, "Don't worry, third master. I'll have someone add the railing right away." Junlai looked at him and said, "Prepare the horses. Head to Lansong County."
Ah.
Guosheng looked at Junlai's dark-colored back, then turned to Guiyang and asked, "Did I hear that right? It's almost dark? Where is third master going?" Guiyang pushed him along. "Are we rushing to avoid the night?" "No, the inn has already been booked," Guasheng said doubtfully, but he walked quickly. Late at night, Xiao Jiuyu put down her brush, rubbed her forehead. Most of the messages coming in were useless. Lien Xian handed her a cup of strong tea and said, "Miss, it's late. The Chung family can't possibly force their way in, right?" "Force their way?" Xiao Jiuyu chuckled softly. "Unless they no longer want the official hat on their head." She took a sip of tea. After she finished speaking, she looked up at Lien Xian and said, "Lien Xian, you just reminded me."
Ah.
Lien Xian looked at Xiao Jiuyu with a puzzled expression. Xiao Jiuyu's expression relaxed, as if a long-standing problem had suddenly been solved. She looked at Lien Xian's confused eyes, stood up, and pinched her face. "That's enough. No need to serve me. Go back to your room and sleep. Otherwise, your dark circles will look bad." "Really?" Lien Xian touched her eyes and obediently went back to sleep. Before leaving, she made Xiao Jiuyu's bed and closed the window. This girl is really thoughtful in everything. Xiao Jiuyu lay on the bed, her worries gone. She fell asleep quickly. The next morning, Xiao Jiuyu started to work on her makeup box. "Miss, what are you looking for?" Lien Xian quickly brought out the makeup box. Compared to the several boxes of jewelry before, now she only had 2 small boxes that couldn't even be filled, making her look quite poor. "Today, help me style a popular hairstyle from Shengjing. Make me look as wealthy as possible,"
Xiao Jiuyu said.
Lien Xian immediately became happy. She asked, "Miss, are you going to wear a fancy bun or a side tail today?" Luo Kue, carrying a bowl of lily porridge into the room, overheard Lien Xian talking about styling Xiao Jiuyu's hair. She excitedly said, "I think a double flat bun looks nice." Lien Xian and Luo Kue eagerly discussed the styles. Xiao Jiuyu raised her hand and said, "Later, just do a simple, everyday hairstyle. As for these jewelry pieces..." Xiao Jiuyu looked at the jewelry in the box with her long fingers and finally chose a set of jade hairpins she used often. "Miss, this doesn't look very fancy. Why not use this set of gold jewelry? Look at how beautiful the peony design is," Lien Xian tried to persuade her. Xiao Jiuyu shook her head firmly. "No need. Just use the jade hairpins and match them simply." Originally, Xiao Jiuyu planned to dress modestly first and then impress others. But then she thought about the Xiao family situation. Being too beautiful might not be a good thing, so she changed her mind. She said, "Just wear that lake blue dress." At the Chung residence, the Xiao family's workshop had been sealed for 2 days. Xiao Jiuyu hadn't made any moves. Chung Yanwen couldn't sit still anymore. He went to Madame Chung and said, "Mother, didn't you say sealing Zhao's workshop was just to make them soften? Why are you so eager? Patience is a virtue. You just took a concubine, and even if you want to marry, you can't rush it. Otherwise, people will laugh at us," Madame Chung said with a teasing smile. "Yanwen, I plan to visit Zhao's house today. Mother, are you going to propose marriage?" Chung Yanwen's eyes lit up happily. "I've picked out some nice things from the storeroom. Perfect for a proposal. No matter what, I won't let her be disappointed." Madame Chung lowered her eyes. "The academy exams are coming soon. If you do poorly don't worry, Mother. I'll go to the academy now and study hard." Chung Yanwen hurried out. After taking a few steps, he turned back and said, "Mother, I leave it to you." Madame Chung smiled and said, "You're my son. How could I harm you?" "Thank you, Mother," Chung Yanwen said, then immediately ran off. "My daughter, if the eldest son finds out the truth, he might." Chung Fongjiao felt a bit sympathetic toward her older brother. "Mother going to Zhao's house isn't for proposing marriage." Madame Chung shot her glance. "What do you mean? I am his biological mother. Can he really eat me? If the Xiao family were sensible, that would be good. But if they aren't..." Madame Cheng's eyes flashed with a hint of cruelty. Xiao Jiuyu left early and first met He Chongqing. Finally, her carriage stopped at the county office entrance. "Miss, we've arrived at the county office," announced Steward Jean. Xiao Jiu, you lifted the curtain. The words Lan Song Government Office hung prominently in front of the building, with two majestic stone lions at the gate. Zhao's old residence. Old Madam. Zhang Mama gently patted her back to comfort her. Don't be angry. The young lady said that the Chung family is just a small servant family and not worth getting upset over. A useless fool. Even if the Chung family agreed, I wouldn't marry you to them. Old Madam Xiao pounded her chest. Even though she was prepared, she was still angered by Madam Cheng's arrogance. She was only the wife of a minor county official. To outsiders, she looked like a palace lady. No, drink some water. Old Madam Xiao took a deep breath and sipped her water slowly. You said, getting angry is punishing oneself for others' mistakes. She slammed her teacup onto the table. How shameless is that Chung family? Do they think their son is a treasure? Even the Marquis of Yongchang's mansion wouldn't let you be a concubine, let alone a fool. No, Jiang Mama, help me out. I need to scold her again. Old Madam Xiao was so angry she wanted to chase out and continue yelling. At the Xiao family's old house entrance.
Pa.
She's just the daughter of a disgraced official. What's so special about her? I think Zhao's workshop doesn't want to keep her anymore. Don't even think about asking to come in again. Madam Cheng's face turned pale with anger. She was just using the gift-giving as an excuse to tell the Xiao family not to be wishful. But unexpectedly, old Madam Xiao directly mocked her. Madam Cheng, please wait. Jiang Mama's voice suddenly rang out. Madam Cheng kept a stern face and raised her chin. Even if old Madam Xiao changes her mind, I won't. Before she finished, Jiang Mama loudly said, Madam Cheng, our old madam said that the young lady and Master Cheng are not destined. Please take back these gifts.
Who?
Just as Lady Cheng began to speak, Mother Jiang stepped forward and interrupted, saying, Does Lady Cheng want my young lady to marry into the Cheng family? Of course not. Lady Cheng didn't need to choose. Mother Jiang smiled and said, Lady Cheng, take care on your way. Lady Cheng got into the carriage, took some things with her, and loaded them back onto the cart to take away. As the carriage traveled, Lady Cheng muttered, The Xiao family really isn't afraid of losing face? Why do they make such a loud statement at the Xiao family's door? Cheng residence. You're still sitting here? My eldest sister-in-law will be coming soon. From now on this concubine, no, your noble wife, will have to behave more carefully. Lady Cheng had just left the estate when Cheng Fangjiao came to talk to Fong Kaiwei. Looking at the delicate hairpin on Fong Kaiwei's head, she said regretfully, It's a pity. With Miss Xiao's beauty, you. Cheng Fangjiao didn't finish her sentence, but her meaning was very clear. Her eyes were full of gloating. You don't need to laugh at me here. My mother-in-law won't agree. Fong Kaiwei thought of her mother's warnings and tried to ignore Cheng Fangjiao's sarcastic words. Who said my mother doesn't agree? My mother has already gone to the Xiao family, Cheng Fangjiao said with a bright smile. Fong Kaiwei, if you want to cry, just cry. Maybe if you beg me, I might help you because of our past friendship. Fong Kaiwei snorted coldly and went straight into the inner room. Cheng Fangjiao's words made her uneasy. When the maid heard that her mother truly went to the Xiao family, Fong Kaiwei felt even more anxious. She took off the jade pendant at her waist and handed it to the maid. Take this to my mother. Miss, should we wait a bit longer? The maid looked at the jade pendant. Once given away, it meant the Fong family was about to take action against that Xiao girl. Wait until she enters the Cheng residence? Fong Kaiwei snorted coldly, speaking self-deprecatingly. By then, where will I have a place to stay? Lansong County Office. Xiao Jiyue stepped out of the county office, looked up at the clear blue sky, and truly felt relieved. Let's go to Huai Xian Academy. Xiao Jiyue got into the carriage. Just as she settled in, Lien Xian let out a deep breath of relief. Lien Xian swallowed and said, Miss, you really scared me just now. Luckily, Magistrate Chung was frightened by you. God knows she was genuinely worried when Magistrate Chung got angry. What if he had ignored everything and detained the young lady? What would she do then? Who said I scared him? Xiao Jiyue raised an eyebrow. If Magistrate Chung really doesn't change his mind, I will truly die in the county office. All the Chung family will get is a corpse, and their official hat will also be lost. Seeing her shocked expression, Xiao Jiyue reached out and pinched her face. Lianxin, Magistrate Chung isn't stupid. He can marry off his son to anyone. Miss, don't scare me, Lianxin said, clutching her hand. Are you really going to seek death? Seeing her face turn pale with fear, Xiao Jiyue smiled gently. Lianxin, Magistrate Chung won't watch me die. But what if he does? Lianxin tightly held her hand, looking worried that something might really happen to her. Xiao Jiyue looked at her calmly and said, there is no what if. The game of wits between her and Magistrate Chung would not have any accidents. Magistrate Chung sat in his seat for a long time, his mind filled with a conversation just now with Xiao Jiyue. Clearly, a young girl just coming of age, but her words were clear and logical. She sat there with grace and dignity, her posture elegant and commanding. No wonder she was a noble daughter raised in a wealthy family. Comparing her to her own daughter, who only cares about competing for favor, Magistrate Chung took a deep breath and immediately left the room. Where is the madam? Magistrate Chung left the office and headed straight to the Chung residence. When he entered the house, he didn't see anyone. Sir, the madam is not at home, replied the servant. Magistrate Chung frowned and asked, where is the young lady? Mother, are you back? Chung Yuan had come home early on purpose. Seeing Magistrate Chung, he paused. Magistrate Chung looked coldly at him, noticing his quickly suppressed joy, and asked, where did your mother go?
To.
Chung Yuan hesitated. Magistrate Chung scolded, speak. She went to Zhao's house to propose marriage, Chung Yuan said. As soon as he finished, Magistrate Chung slapped him across the face. Chung Yuan was stunned, nearly falling to the ground. He looked at Magistrate Chung in disbelief and said, Father, that brat. Magistrate Chung thought all these troubles were caused by himself. His anger was hard to hide. After so many years as a county magistrate, he was being manipulated by a young girl just coming of age. This rebellious son was the one causing trouble. Bring the family law, Magistrate Chung shouted loudly, pointing at Chung Yuan. Today, I will teach you a good lesson, you rebellious son. Father, what did I do wrong? My mother went to propose marriage for me. Isn't that okay? Can't I get married? Chung Yuan covered his face, spitting out blood. Usually going out drinking and getting beaten was fine, but how could his mother marry him off and still get beaten? You don't even know who she is, yet you go to propose? I think your mind is only filled with women. Magistrate Chung looked at him with a deep sense of helplessness. In the past, he might have gone to a brothel and at worst lost face, but now... Magistrate Chung looked at the steward and said, Go, bring the family rules. The steward hesitated. Magistrate Cheng's eyes turned cold. What? You don't listen to me anymore. The steward immediately went to get the family rules. He brought back a burning stick. Magistrate Cheng took the stick and said, See this burning stick? It was made by your grandfather when he was alive, to remind the Chung family not to forget our humble origins. Magistrate Chung struck down with the stick. Chung Yuan cried out in pain and fell to the ground, tears and snot streaming down his face. He shouted, Father, even if she really is that traitor Zhao's daughter, I still want to marry her. I'm not afraid. With a cold face, Magistrate Chung struck again. Chung Yuan kept shouting, I'm not afraid, but Magistrate Cheng's hand grew fiercer. Finally, the steward shouted, Master, stop. You might kill the young master. Tired, Magistrate Chung threw the burning stick into the steward's hand. He panted heavily, looking at Chung Yuan's back covered with blood marks. He knelt down, looked at Chung Yuan, and his eyes showed both pain and determination. He said, Chung Yuan, Zhao's family is not someone you can dream of. Chung Yuan's lips bled from biting them. He looked up at Magistrate Chung, his vision blurred. He asked why. Magistrate Chung turned around. All the servants had stepped back. Only the father and son remained in the hall. Magistrate Chung sat in front of him and said earnestly, Zhao's family is a prominent family. Her father is the Minister of Revenue. Although Zhao's family had trouble, Xiao girl. is not an ordinary person.
You.
Magistrate Chung looked down and shook his head. Father, it's precisely because Zhao's family had trouble that I have a chance. I will treat her well, Chung Yuan said anxiously. Even if they only met once, her figure was still in his mind, impossible to forget. Xiao girl just came to the yamen to see me. Magistrate Chung snorted coldly. He understood why Madame Chung went to Zhao's house. With Chung Yuan's attitude, it's no wonder Madame Chung cared. He told Chung Yuan exactly what Xiao Jiyue had said, without change. No matter Xiao Jiyue's courage or her demeanor, Magistrate Chung admired and feared her. He was sure that if the Chung family forced the marriage, in the end, the Chung family would bring about their own destruction. Master Chung looked at Chung Yanwen, who was unusually silent, and said, "You can either marry Miss Xiao or see the Chung family destroyed. You choose for yourself." Father, did I really do something wrong? Chung Yanwen muttered to himself. Even without witnessing the scene, just hearing his father talk about it, his mind could imagine Xiao Jiyue calmly facing his father. That speech, not to mention facing the county magistrate father, even he himself couldn't say it. Chung Fengjiao hid in the shadows. Seeing Chung Yanwen lying on the ground, blood covering his back, she was so frightened she ran back to her room. This was the first time his father had been so angry. Even if it was because of Feng Kaiwei becoming a concubine, his father was only angry in a symbolic way. He had never been this angry before. "Miss, the master is looking for you," a maid reported. Chung Fengjiao entered the hall, obediently not daring to speak. The county magistrate looked at her and said, "How much did you interfere in the Xiao family's affairs?" "Father, Chung Fengjiao hesitated, unsure whether to speak. The magistrate slammed the table and scolded, "Speak." Usually fond of acting spoiled, now faced with her angry father, she dared not act spoiled anymore. She was so scared she knelt down immediately and said, "Father, I just accidentally told Aunt Feng." Chung Fengjiao lowered her eyes. What Feng Kaiwei wanted to do probably had nothing to do with her, right? Hui Xian Academy. Xiao Jiyue lifted the curtain and asked, "Manager Jean, the school has already finished for the day? Why haven't Jian Yuan and the others come out?" "Sometimes the teacher leaves messages, so they might be a bit late," Manager Jean replied. Over the past few months, Jian Yuan had sometimes been delayed because the teacher left messages or needed to ask the teacher questions. Xiao Jiyue lowered the curtain. She got off the carriage and stood at the gate of Hui Xian Academy. This was her second time visiting. After walking a few steps, she ran into Mr. Jiang coming out. "Miss Xiao?" Mr. Jiang recognized Xiao Jiyue immediately. Surprised, he asked, "Does Miss Xiao have something to do?" "Hello, Mr. Jiang. I'm here to pick up Jian Yuan, Xiao Jiyue replied, sensing something was wrong. She asked, "Did they have other matters at the academy today?" "They finished school an hour ago." Mr. Jiang looked at her with confusion.
What?
Xiao Jiyue's intuition told her something was off. Manager Jean hurried over, holding a note and said, "Young lady, it's not good. A beggar just gave me this." Opening the note, Xiao Jiyue saw crooked writing. "To ensure Jin Yuan's safety, meet behind the hill at Sonli Pavilion outside the city. Let's go." Xiao Jiyue quickly lifted her skirt and jumped onto the carriage. The head steward Jean hurriedly drove the carriage away. "What's going on?" Mr. Jiang watched Xiao Jiyue and the others leave without finishing his sentence. The carriage sped off like a gust of wind. He muttered hopefully everything is fine. "Miss, this might be the work of the Chung family. The third young master is still so young, and if—" Lianxin hesitated, swallowing the unlucky words. "Head steward Jean, stop the carriage," Xiao Jiyue said. She looked at Lianxin and added, "Lianxin, go to Huangji's steamed bun shop and find He Chongqing. Ask him to contact Jin Wen and Jin Wu. Also, take this hairpin to County Magistrate Chung." Xiao Jiyue took a peach blossom hairpin from her hair. "Yes," Lianxin replied. As the carriage stopped, she grabbed the jade hairpin and immediately jumped down, shouting, 3 miles outside the city, behind the pavilion hill. "I will bring reinforcements." Lianxin composed herself, held her skirt, and ran quickly. She tripped and fell, then got up and waved. "Miss, wait for me." Her eyes were full of determination. "Be careful." Xiao Jiyue watched Lianxin run away and said to the head steward Jean, "Hurry and catch up with her." "Young miss, hold on tight," the head steward Jean said, eager to speed the carriage out of the city. After leaving the city, they accelerated fiercely. Xiao Jiyue held onto the window frame of the carriage, trying to steady herself. She put away all the hairpins that were bothering her from her hair into her sleeve pocket. She also touched her leg, where her dagger was still tied. She felt relieved. At Huangji's steamed bun shop, Lianxin ran and searched along the way. When she saw the yellow shop sign at the alley entrance, she ran overexcitedly. She just happened to see He Chongqing, Jinwen, and Jinwu. She immediately rushed forward. "Jinwen, Jinwu, Miss is in trouble. Help the young miss at the back of Pavilion Hill, 3 miles outside the city," Lianxin said excitedly. "The 3rd and 4th young masters have been taken. Let's go." Jinwen and Jinwu exchanged a quick look and immediately ran outside. He Chongqing chased after them, saying, "I know the way." Seeing them all rush out, Lianxin quietly breathed a sigh of relief. She held the hairpin and planned to go to the county office. After taking a few steps, she felt a sharp pain in her foot. Clenching her teeth, she limped quickly forward. Lianxin, limping, weaved through the streets of Lansong County. "Once we cross the street, we'll reach the county office." Lianxin ran while talking. She looked at the busy street and alleys nearby. At this moment, she was focused on the alley across the street and didn't notice the carriage rushing toward her.
Ah!
Lianxin was knocked down by the moving carriage. "Why did you suddenly jump out here? Are you crazy?" Guosheng jumped down from the carriage and hurried over. He looked at Lianxin lying on the ground and asked, "Are you okay?" "I'm fine." Lianxin shook her head. She struggled to stand up and staggered toward the alley ahead. Guosheng saw her hand was scraped and bleeding. He stepped forward and said, "Hey, your hand is bleeding." "It's nothing." Lianxin wiped the blood on her dress and continued walking into the alley. Guosheng looked at her face in disbelief. Could this girl be silly? Wait, her face looks so familiar. "Are you a maidservant of Miss Xiao?" Guosheng asked, staring at her increasingly familiar face. Lianxin's steps paused. Guosheng confidently asked, "You are a maidservant of Miss Xiao Juyu, right? What's your name?"
Who are you?
Lianxin looked at Guosheng with suspicion. "Third young master, Johto Mountain." Guosheng mentioned Johto Mountain. They had been protecting her all the way to Hongdu. "Third prince." Lianxin turned back to look at the carriage. Just then, she saw the curtain of the carriage lift. It was as if she saw a savior. She rushed forward like an arrow. "Your Highness, please save my young lady." Outside the city, 3 miles from the pavilion. "Miss, be careful." Steward Jean held a sword. Seeing no one on the pavilion, which was the direction to leave the city, with wide fields on one side and tall mountains on the other. "Today, even if it's a mountain of swords and a sea of fire, I must go." Xiao Jiuyu looked up at the towering mountain. She lifted her skirt and stepped up the moss-covered stairs. Steward Jean protected Xiao Jiuyu from behind, watching the surroundings cautiously. "This area is full of dense woods. There could be someone lurking at the mountaintop or on the slopes. The enemy's target is me. They won't attack until they see me." Xiao Jiuyu calmly reached the top of the mountain. Standing there, she could clearly see a dilapidated temple hidden among the dense forest. "Miss, wait until I give the signal before you act," Steward Jean whispered. Xiao Jiuyu lowered her gaze. She took out a porcelain bottle from her sleeve and casually asked, "Steward Jean, how many people can you handle at once?" Steward Jean hesitated for a moment before replying, 3. "Good." Xiao Jiuyu nodded slightly. "Wait for my signal to act." As they approached the abandoned temple, Xiao Jiuyu could clearly hear Xiao Jiyuan's sharp voice. "Don't think you can use me to hurt my sister. Even if I die, I won't let you succeed." Although Xiao Jiyuan's voice was young, his words were firm, showing he was ready to face death. A man's mocking voice then sounded. "Kid, You'll die 1,000 or 800 times, but you can't protect your sister. The tone seemed to mock Xiao Jiayuan's overconfidence. My sister is very strong. We have many guards. I will pay you, Xiao Jiayuan said, trembling slightly, clearly scared.
Money?
How much money do you have? The man sneered, eyeing Xiao Jiayuan's innocent face and plain clothes. A lot, Xiao Jiayuan replied, then added, 100 taels. The man scoffed. Do you even know how much 100 taels is? As long as you let my brother go, my sister will give you 100 taels, Xiao Jiayuan insisted, ignoring the man's sneer. Brother, stop wasting time with a kid, another man's voice interrupted. He quickly shoved a cloth into Xiao Jiayuan's mouth, causing him to struggle. Hearing this, Xiao Jiayu spoke out. If you release my brother, I will not only give you 100 taels but also give you an extra 100 taels. That Xiao girl is so lively and beautiful, a man with a pockmarked face exclaimed excitedly. Soon, 7 or 8 men surrounded them, staring at Xiao Jiayu and whispering among themselves. Their greedy gazes made Xiao Jiayu's eyes darken. The chief guard immediately drew his sword and stepped in front of Xiao Jiayu, swiftly attacking the man with the pockmarked face, cutting off his hand. Blood splattered everywhere, landing on the chief guard's face. His cold face showed killing intent. Anyone who dares to harm the young lady, kill them.
Ah!
The pockmarked man, who had just pointed at Xiao Jiayu, screamed in pain, clutching his severed hand. Don't move. The man pressed his sword against Xiao Jiayuan's neck, shouting loudly. Seeing the injured man beside him, his face darkened. The few men who had been joking just moments ago now drew their weapons, looking fierce and ready to attack. Xiao Jiayuan, with a cloth in his mouth, shook his head desperately, eyes red with pain. Run, sister. Xiao Jichin, who had been silent all this time, shouted at Xiao Jiayu, worry filling his clear eyes. Don't be afraid, Xiao Jiayu smiled softly to comfort him. Her gaze fell on the scratches on Xiao Jiayuan and Xiao Jichin's faces, her eyes turning cold. Xiao Jiayu looked up at the 7 people in front of her. She stepped forward, with the chief guard holding a sword to protect her. She appeared calm, as if she wasn't afraid at all. She said, How much did the other side pay you? I'll give you double. Otherwise, what benefits do you think you'll get? The rules are the rules. The man hesitated for a moment. Xiao Jiayu smiled and said, I can be your hostage. As long as you catch me, the task is done. Then I'll pay you, and you can lure the person trying to catch me here. You'll get double the money. 100 taels become 200, and 200 become 400. Xiao Jiayu's voice was tempting. The 2 kids, if you catch the other side, you won't get paid, right? Big brother, don't trust them. Ma Zi cried out in pain, rolling on the ground and shouting at the man. If you really try to fight, you're no match for us. Xiao Jiayu slightly parted her lips. Chief Guard Jin, your sword skills are amazing. In prosperous Xingjing, even the Imperial Guards can't compare. Do you think you can handle just a few small thugs? Before you catch my brother, you should find out about my father. He's the current Minister of Revenue, a second-rank official, and has even met the Emperor. Xiao Jiayu's voice was firm, like a heavy hammer smashing down on them, breaking their mental defenses. The words Imperial Guards, Minister of Revenue, second-rank official, and Emperor were just stories they had only heard from storytellers. You don't need to scare us, the man said, staring at Xiao Jiayu. We're tied to our belts by fate. We're not afraid of anything. We don't understand the Emperor or the Minister. We only care about silver. Yes, we only care about silver, the other 5 echoed in unison, as if raising their voices could give them courage. Xiao Jiayu took out a small purse, which only contained some broken silver coins. She said, There's some broken silver here. Please have some tea. The remaining 200 taels I promise I will pay. Are you sending away a beggar? The man scoffed, weighing the broken silver in his hand, which looked to be only about 7 or 8 taels. He pulled Xiao Jiayu forward and threatened, Come here.
Ah!
Xiao Jiayu shook his head desperately, his eyes red and filled with tears. Let my brother go, Xiao Jiyue said with her hands open. I'm just a weak woman. If you catch me, the task is done. Otherwise, I won't go.
Please.
Xiao Jiyue's voice was light and steady. She refused to go over when the other person wouldn't let her go. Master Jin's sword was still stained with blood. The man pushed Xiao Jian aside quickly. No, both of them, Xiao Jiyue bargained while pulling Xiao Jiayun behind her for protection. Do you believe I will kill him? The man's dagger pressed harder against Xiao Jiayun's neck, leaving a blood mark. Stop, Xiao Jiyue said, looking at the red mark. It was shocking. She stepped forward and said, if something happens to him, none of us will survive. We might as well all die together. The man holding the dagger stayed still, watching Xiao Jiyue step closer. It was as if he saw silver coins calling him. His eyes showed excitement. He said to the man beside him, Asan, get the rope and tie him up. Jian, do you remember the game Carrot and Stick? Xiao Jiyue stepped forward and winked at Xiao Jiayun. When they tried to tie her up with a rope, she suddenly leapt into the air gracefully. Close your eyes. Xiao Jiyue's voice sounded. Her wide sleeves fluttered like beautiful water sleeves dancing. Everyone was stunned. She took a deep breath, and a faint fragrance filled the air. She said, nice smell. While bending down, Xiao Jiyue quickly pulled out the dagger tied to her foot and stabbed the man. Xiao Jiayun obediently closed his eyes, pulled out the cloth stuffed in his mouth, and crouched down quietly. All around him, he heard shouts of fighting, and something warm and sticky was on his back.
Poison.
This woman is poisonous, the man said, clutching his wounded shoulder. He raised his dagger to fight back, but found his limbs weak, like a fish on a chopping board, helpless and at the mercy of others. Jian, don't open your eyes, Xiao Jiyue said, holding his hand as she stood up. Big sister, Xiao Jiayun held her hand tightly, anxious. Are you okay? I'm fine, really. Xiao Jiyue smiled. Seeing the man lying on the ground, she raised her dagger and stabbed at Xiao Jiayun. Her eyes turned cold, and she aimed her dagger at his heart. Blood spurted out as the man collapsed softly to the ground. Xiao Jiyue's dagger was stained with blood. Her lake blue dress was splattered with blood, resembling red plum blossoms blooming proudly on branches. Under the sunset glow, as the man fell, Junlai's tall and slender figure appeared in her mind. Xiao Jiyue felt a little distracted. She loosened her grip, and her dagger fell to the ground with a clink. Xiao Jiyue lowered her eyes and saw the arrow feathers on the man's back. Her eyes flickered, and she smiled, saying, Thank you, third prince, for saving my life. You are kind-hearted, generous, and brave. Heaven will surely reward you with good fortune and blessings, keeping you safe and happy in the future. Even without me, Miss Xiao would be safe. Junlai looked down and stared at the dagger in the man's chest, bleeding heavily. Even if he hadn't shot the arrow, Xiao Jiyue wouldn't have been harmed. No, it's because your highness came that we were blessed. Manager Jean performed exceptionally well and defeated all these bandits, Xiao Jiyue said seriously, as if she wasn't the one who was stabbed. Jia Yuan, quickly thank the third prince for saving your life, Xiao Jiyue said while pulling Xiao Jia Yuan. Xiao Jia Yuan opened his eyes and knelt before Junlai, saying, Thank you, third prince, for saving my life. Big sister, you're hurt? So much blood, Xiao Jia Yuan grabbed Xiao Jiyue's hand. Seeing the bloodstains on her dress, his voice sounded almost like he was crying. It's nothing. It's them who are hurt. Xiao Jiyue crouched down to comfort him. Next to them, Xiao Jiachun ran over, clutching Xiao Jiyue's dress with a pale face. It's okay. Look, I'm not hurt at all, right? Xiao Jiyue held out her hand to show they were fine. She reached out to pinch their faces as usual, but when her hand extended, she saw it was covered in blood, so she quickly withdrew it. Sister, I will train hard in martial arts from now on, Xiao Jiayuan said with pursed lips. Xiao Jiachun nodded heavily beside him. Their thoughts were obvious. Good, Xiao Jiyue smiled brightly. When she looked up and saw Junlai's complicated eyes, her smile froze instantly. She took the initiative and asked, "We will never forget your kindness, third prince. If the Xiao family can be of any help in the future, please don't hesitate to ask." She looked at him with a gentle, understanding smile. "Third prince, you are busy with important matters. We won't bother you anymore." Kicking him out? Junlai looked at her with a half-smile. "Since we parted last year, I haven't seen the old madam for a long time. I should go pay her a visit. Third prince, your status is noble. If grandmother finds out, she will be worried." Xiao Juyu stood up and looked at him with a smile.
Xiao family has helped me.
"If I come to Hongdu and don't visit the old madam, wouldn't that be rude?"
Yunli looked at her.
It seemed she didn't want him to go to the Xiao family. "It's not like that, no." Xiao Juyue awkwardly smiled and said, "Third young master is busy with important matters. Grandmother will surely understand." "Miss Xiao, you don't want me to go to the Xiao family?"
Yunli looked at her intensely.
His straightforward words almost made Xiao Juyue's fake smile falter. She awkwardly chuckled and said, "Of course not. If third young master can go to the Xiao family, it would be an honor for us. It would bring great glory to the Xiao family, something we would be very happy about. However, I am worried I might delay third young master's important work." Xiao Jiyue lowered her eyes. Her blood-stained hand was sticky and uncomfortable. The scene of her killing someone just now flashed in her mind. Those who bullied her, she never showed mercy. Even if third young master saw her do it, so what? She decided to follow her own path and not care about what others said, regardless of how third young master might think. After understanding this, Xiao Jiyue looked up again with sincere eyes and said, "If grandmother knew that third young master came to visit, she would be very happy. Please, third young master, go down the mountain first. Don't let these bandits dirty your eyes." Junlai turned to look at the dying bandits lying on the ground and said, "Miss Xiao, if you need any help, just ask." "The little bandits, I wouldn't trouble you," Xiao Jiyue politely replied. After Junlai led his people down the mountain, Xiao Jiyue turned to Xiao Jiayuan and Xiao Jiashan and said, "You two follow third young master down the mountain. I will come later." "Older sister," Xiao Jiayuan held Xiao Jiyue's hand. "Be good," Xiao Jiyue smiled softly. The two obediently followed Junlai down the mountain. Xiao Jiyue asked, "Manager Jean, when did third young master arrive?" Manager Jean shook his head. He had been busy fighting and protecting the young lady and didn't notice. "Miss, when you danced with your water sleeves and used poison, we were already at the foot of the mountain," Jinwen explained. Jinwu added, "But we moved a bit slower." Xiao Jiyue thought, so everything was seen by others, even though she wanted to pretend nothing had happened. She felt like she wanted to go back and cover her mouth in frustration. "Miss, the mountain path is slow. Third young master arrived on horseback, much faster than us," Jinwen weakly said. "All right, find out who sent those bandits," Xiao Jiyue ordered, with a resigned attitude. He Chongqing led his men to catch up and said, "Miss, I can handle it." Xiao Jiyue looked at him and said, "All right, then you do it." Xiao Jiyue simply washed her hands, removing the sticky blood, and listened as he Chongqing replied back, "Miss, they were sent by the Fong family." "The Fong family?" Xiao Jiyue's eyes showed a cold look. She said, "Find a box and have them carried to the Fong family's door." She looked at the several men lying in the pool of blood. Her eyes turned sharp and she said, "He Chongqing, send someone to inform the Fong family. Tell them I've been caught, and ask them to bring money. We can't let everyone come all this way for nothing." He Chongqing's expression grew serious, and he immediately understood Xiao Jiyue's meaning. "Miss, this is what I should do," he said, straightening up. Xiao Jiyue replied, "I see that your brother's clothes are patched up. No matter what, helping me, Xiao Jiyue, isn't a waste. In the future, everyone will enjoy good days with drinks and food." After giving her orders, Xiao Jiyue looked at Jinwu and said, "Jinwu, go to the academy and find out why school was dismissed early today and who was responsible for attacking Jiayuan and the others." Her voice carried a cold edge. "Family is her bottom line." "Don't worry, miss." Jinwu responded immediately and went off to investigate. Xiao Jiyue then turned to Jinwen and asked, "Where did you meet the third prince?" "He's not in Xingjing, so how did he come to Hongdu?" "After we left the city, we ran into the third prince," Jinwen replied. He shook his head when asked about things he didn't know. "I don't know when the third prince came to Hongdu." "Jinwen, wait here." Lianxin went to the county office and should be bringing people back soon. After giving her orders, Xiao Jiyue descended the mountain. At the foot of the mountain, she saw the carriage. Next to it, Xiao Jiyuan and Xiao Jichen ran over when they saw her. "Big sister, are you okay?" Xiao Jiyuan looked at her blood-stained clothes with worry. "Don't worry, it's just bandit blood. Manager Jean is very capable. He can fight 10 at once. Very impressive." Xiao Jiyue squatted down and noticed the blood on Xiao Jiyuan's neck, which looked like it had been treated. "This medicine was given by the third prince," Xiao Jiyuan said, touching his neck and smiling. "It doesn't hurt. We've grown up," Xiao Jiyue said, pinching his face. She urged them onto the carriage. She then approached Junlai, bowed gracefully, and said, "Thank you, third prince." Without caring about Junlai's expression, Xiao Jiyue directly got onto the carriage. Jinwen and manager Jean jumped onto the carriage and led the way ahead. "Older sister, the third prince's people asked if we have offended anyone," Xiao Jiyuan said sharply. Xiao Jiyu raised an eyebrow and asked, "How did you reply?" "I don't know." Xiao Jiyuan puffed out his cheeks and clenched his small fists. He wished he could grow up quickly so he could protect his sister. Xiao family's old house. Xiao Jiyu changed into a new dress on the carriage. When she saw Luo Kue waiting at the door, she said, "Luo Kue, burn the dress on the carriage secretly."
Ah.
Luo Kue was confused, but didn't ask much. She avoided people and quietly took the dress to the back mountain. When she saw bloodstains and a few tears on the dress, she became very worried. She cleaned the dress carefully and hurried back. "Miss, where are you hurt?" Luo Kue quietly approached with medicine. She watched Xiao Jiyu bathing and changing clothes, worriedly saying, "Miss, next time you go out with me, I will learn martial arts." "A small injury. Don't make a fuss," Xiao Jiyu asked. "Is the dress all cleaned up?" "Don't worry, Miss," Luo Kue said, applying medicine. She looked at the bruises and a scratch on Xiao Jiyu and said anxiously, "Your arm was almost healed, and now you hurt it again." "As soon as I put on the medicine, it will heal in a couple of days," Xiao Jiyu replied. She then warned, "Don't let anyone find out about this."
Okay, Luo Kui responded.
After finishing the treatment, she asked, "Miss, where is Lian Exile?" "She will be back soon," Xiao Jiyu said. After changing back into her clothes, she got up and went to the front yard. Junlai is a noble person. Now that she is in charge of the household, she must treat him well. At dinner, old lady Xiao personally served and thanked Junlai for helping Xiao Jiyuan and Xiao Jiachen. When Xiao Jiyu arrived, it was already dark. Under the candlelight, old lady Zhao's kind and gentle face contrasted sharply with Junlai's cold and aloof demeanor. Hurry and pay your respects to the third prince," old lady Xiao said, seeing Xiao Jiyu after her bath. She scolded gently, "Third prince, please don't mind. My granddaughter is lively and unruly. Now that she's in Hongdu, she acts without rules. Please forgive her." "Old madam, Miss Xiao is straightforward by nature. Now that she's not in the palace, she doesn't need so many rules," Junlai replied. He looked at Xiao Jiyu, who had changed into a bright orange dress after her bath. Her black hair was still damp, making her face look small and delicate. Junlai had seen many brave girls, but she was the boldest. Facing bandits with calmness and courage, hiding poison in her water sleeves, she never hesitated when it was time to act. This kind of bravery alone surpasses many others. Impressed, Xiao Jiyue forced a smile and said. She felt that Junlai was mocking her. "Third prince is right," old lady Xiao sighed with her eyes lowered. What the third prince doesn't know is that since breaking off the engagement with the Marquis of Yongchang's family, I have already decided to let her be free and unrestrained in the future. Old lady is open-minded. Junlai's eyes darkened slightly. Miss Xiao is fully protected by old lady, and in the future, she will surely find a good match. Yes, it doesn't matter if her status isn't noble. The main thing is that Yuer becomes the main wife and cannot take concubines. Old lady Xiao agreed, emphasizing the words main wife and cannot take concubines with stronger pronunciation. Grandmother, I haven't married anyone these years. I'm still young, Xiao Jiyue quickly said, listening to this. Third prince has traveled hard. I've already arranged a side room for rest. Yuer is right. Third prince, go rest now, old lady Xiao said with a gentle smile. To show her importance, she added, Mama Jiang, please see the third prince off. Third prince, this way please. Mama Jiang bowed and led Junlai out. As soon as Junlai left, Xiao Jiyue turned her head to old lady Xiao and said, Grandmother, you. Earlier, old lady Xiao had advised her that men having 3 wives and 4 concubines was normal. In the Xiao family, men only kept 1 wife, which was rare. Now she was changing her tone again. Was she deliberately bringing up the main wife and concubinage? Before she finished speaking, old lady Xiao looked at her and asked, Tell me, how did you meet the third prince? You changed into new clothes after going out, and Jia Yuan was an hour and a half late compared to last night. It was so hot today that he was wearing only a single layer of clothing, yet he still wrapped a towel around his neck. Grandmother, Xiao Jiyue no longer cared whether old lady Xiao was deliberately mentioning marriage matters. She only wanted to figure out how to hide today's events. Old lady, everything has been arranged for the third prince, and suitable people are taking care of him. Mama Jiang came back with news. Xiao Jiyue quickly stood up and said, Grandmother, I suddenly remember something. I need to go handle it first. She ran away like she was fleeing. Her grandmother hadn't even left the house, yet she seemed like a fortune teller predicting everything. She could only pretend to be half truthful and half false, or her grandmother might worry herself to sleep again.
Phew.
After Xiao Jiyue left, she went straight to find Xiao Jiyuan. Xiao Jiyuan was eating date flour pastry. When he saw Xiao Jiyue, he happily asked, Sister, do you want to try some? Xiao Jiyue looked at the 2 empty plates beside him and said with a smile, Since the young master came back, he has been eating. He has finished 2 plates already. Jifu, Xiao Jiyuan immediately explained with a smile, Sister, Jifu also ate some. It's not just me finishing everything. Jifu lowered his head very low. Jifu, Xiao Jiyuan quickly signaled to Jifu with his eyes. Jifu kept his head down, pretending he saw nothing. Xiao Jiyuan's playful expression made Xiao Jiyue laugh. This kid, he doesn't even know how to lie. How's your wound? Xiao Jiyue lifted his chin. There were crumbs of the date flour pastry at the corner of his mouth. She smiled lightly, pretending not to notice. Her gaze moved downward and focused on the wound on his neck. Fortunately, the wound wasn't deep, just a shallow cut. It looked scary but wasn't serious. It doesn't hurt at all anymore, Xiao Jiyuan grinned, his teeth still stained with red date paste. She chatted with Xiao Jiyuan for a while. Seeing that he was relaxed and not frightened at all, Xiao Jiyue finally left. As soon as Xiao Jiyue left, Xiao Jiyuan pulled Jifu and said, Hurry up, come see if I can hold the horse stance well. Okay. Jifu helped Xiao Jiyuan stabilize his stance. The young master who used to slack off was especially diligent today. In the southern courtyard. When Xiao Jiyue arrived at the southern courtyard, the small yard was lively. Xiao Jiao was reciting poems and essays he learned at school today. His clear voice and lively reading created a feeling of prosperity. Xiao Yurong sat nearby mending shoes. During the day, she embroidered handkerchiefs, and at night she mended shoes. She rarely went out, so her skin was even whiter. Aunt Lan was sewing flowers under the candlelight. When she saw Xiao Jiyue, she quickly put down her needle and thread basket. Young lady, sister, you're here? Xiao Yurong greeted Xiao Jiyue warmly. She stepped forward. Sister, you came just in time. I made a few new handkerchiefs for you. Xiao Yurong picked up the folded handkerchiefs beside her. Actually, I was planning to give them to you tomorrow. Thank you. I like them very much. Xiao Jiyue took the handkerchiefs and looked at them carefully. She had to admit, Xiao Yurong's embroidery was excellent. The handkerchiefs were embroidered with her favorite plum blossoms, beautiful and charming in various poses. If you like them, sister, I'll embroider more for you next time, Xiao Yurong said happily, thrilled with her work.
Sister.
Xiao Jiachuan cheerfully shouted, and today's event stayed in his heart. In his mind, his sister was the bravest, most capable, and most admirable sister. You memorized the book quite well, Xiao Jiuyu praised, then explained her purpose. Aunt Lon, may we speak privately? Miss, please come inside. Aunt Lon immediately signaled Xiao Jiuyu to enter the house. Xiao Yurong led Xiao Jiachuan in the yard, practicing reading and embroidery on a handkerchief. You mentioned before that you want to work with me to sell cloth? Xiao Jiuyu asked directly. Aunt Lon, holding tea, stepped forward and offered a cup. Yes, my brother said that Mrs. Purple Dye is very special and everyone likes it. If that's the case, why do you need more partners? Xiao Jiuyu asked again. Aunt Lon paused briefly. For many years, my brother's cloth was only sold in Izhou. He thought their fabrics sold easily, but after the Xiao family's trouble, he realized that without the Xiao family, merchants couldn't sell their cloth. My brother believes Miss has a talent for business and wants to work with her to sell merchant cloth in other towns, Aunt Lon said. Before she married into the Xiao family, she was quite talented in business. But after joining as a wife, her status was looked down upon by Mrs. Fan, who mocked her as a lowly merchant's daughter. Gradually, Aunt Lon lost her desire to continue in business. Write a letter to Uncle Jiachuan about the cooperation being settled, Xiao Jiuyu finished speaking. Aunt Lon excitedly said, Miss Yu agreed? Earlier, the miss had clearly refused this matter. Yes, Xiao Jiuyu nodded. I will tell your brother how to sell the cloth, and the profit will be split 3-7. All right, Aunt Lon agreed, without hesitation. Xiao Jiuyu looked at her and said, Don't agree too quickly. First ask your brother and then decide. Your brother will definitely agree, Aunt Lon said with a bright smile, her dimples making her look especially sweet. Xiao Jiuyu's eyes flickered slightly. Tomorrow, I will give you a contract. When the time comes, send it along with the letter. Okay, Aunt Lon happily agreed. After Xiao Jiuyu returned to her room, she began drafting the agreement. Even if they couldn't sign it face-to-face or press their thumbprints, Xiao Jiuyu believed that unless the merchant guild was out of their minds, they wouldn't fake this part. Is the Fong family not running a fabric shop? She plans to take over their business and make the Fong family regret their decision today. Miss, He Chongqing and his men have tricked the Fong family out of 50 taels of silver. Chief Jean delivered the news just received. 50 taels? Those men would risk their lives for the Fong family? Chief Jean replied, We also found out about those men. They are street bullies called Tiger Lord, involved in shady activities. Last year, they kidnapped the mountain. The girl died a terrible death. Then send them to their doom, and better yet, deliver them to the Fong family's doorstep so everyone can see. Xiao Jiuyu's eyes darkened with anger. She wished she could turn back time and use more knives to avenge the innocent girls. Don't worry, Mississippi. He Chongqing has already arranged everything, Chief Jean said, then took out the silver. Miss, He Chongqing said they don't need so much silver. Let him and his brothers share it. Xiao Jiuyu looked at the silver, but didn't take it. She asked, Where is Lien Xian? Has the officials gone to look for her? Lien Xian didn't go to the officials. I sent people to find her, but no one has seen her. Chief Jean looked worried. What? Xiao Jiuyu was alarmed and immediately stood up. She said, Chief Jean, take people and go to the county to find her. Chief Jean followed her as she hurried out. When they reached the front yard, Xiao Jiuyu saw Jun Lai walking in the moonlight. He was dressed in white, standing with his hands behind his back, like a celestial being. Jun Lai's cold voice sounded. It's so late, Miss Xiao. Are you going hunting? Third Prince, you're joking. Xiao Jiuyu's lips twitched. Going hunting in the middle of the night? She didn't have such hobbies. She kept walking out and said, I'm going to find someone.
Li An Xin.
Jun Lai looked at her quickly walking away. His brief words made Xiao Juyu stop and turn back to walk toward him. As she approached, she could clearly see her worry in her eyes. Third Prince, did you meet Lian Exile? Did she ask for your help? That's why you knew I was outside the town at Sonli Pavilion? In a flash, Xiao Jiuyu connected the dots. She thought, how could it be such a coincidence to meet the third prince in the mountains? As she got closer, her unique fragrance wafted into her nose. Unlike the heavy perfumes used by noble women in Shengjing, her scent was light, sweet, and pleasant. Yes. Junlai responded quickly, not surprised by her quick understanding. He said, your maid is very loyal. She was hit by a carriage and is worried about your safety. She was hit by a carriage? Is she badly hurt? Where is she now? Xiao Jiuyu's initial worry returned instantly. Her voice carried a hint of urgency. Not badly. She is in the county, and Guisheng is taking care of her. Junlai replied simply and clearly. Xiao Jiuyu immediately felt relieved and looked at him gratefully, saying, thank you, third prince. Junlai looked up at the starry night sky. Feeling her sincere thanks, he said, Miss Xiao, your gratitude now is much more genuine than this afternoon. Xiao Jiuyu. She realized he saw through her, but chose not to point it out. No, it's all sincere thanks. Xiao Jiuyu awkwardly smiled. She said, since Lian Exile is fine, I should go back and rest now. Steward Jean, tell the kitchen to prepare some snacks for the third prince. Don't be negligent. After speaking, Xiao Jiuyu hurriedly left, and Steward Jean went to the kitchen. Junlai watched her hurried departure and thought, for a maid, she's willing to go out late at night to find someone. That loyalty is not wasted. Guiyang. Junlai. Guiyang, has the rice been planted on the farm as Xiao Girl suggested? Yes, it has, Guiyang replied. Junlai asked again, have you checked the fields near the Xiao family? Yes, I have. Many were planted according to Xiao Girl's instructions, but some weren't. Guiyang answered back and forth. Junlai looked at him for a while, missing Guisheng's chattering voice. That night, Xiao Jiuyu stayed up late with a lamp. In the morning, her biological clock woke her up. As dawn broke, the morning mist looked like white jade ribbons. She said, Luo Kue, bring my zither. Yes. Luo Kue carried the zither out happily and followed Xiao Jiuyu to the pavilion on the back mountain. It was only her and Lian Exile who had the chance to go there by drawing lots before. The view from the pavilion on the mountain top was especially beautiful. Arriving at the pavilion, the mist covered most of the village. Xiao Jiuyu took a deep breath, and her lips naturally curled up. The air was sweet. Luo Kue carefully placed the zither, and Xiao Jiuyu sat on a stone bench. After months of practice, her musical skills had greatly improved. She could now play pieces fluently and even try to develop her own style. Purple Bamboo Tune is something she really likes. Every time she finishes playing, she feels calm and peaceful. With the beautiful scenery like ink paintings in front of her, she always feels that life is so wonderful. The gentle, melodious sound of the qin echoes repeatedly through the forest. After Junlai wakes up early and finishes practicing martial arts, he follows the sound of the qin and quickly finds Xiao Jiuyu playing in the pavilion. She wears a white dress like snow, her black hair like ink, and a simple jade hairpin holds her hair up casually and lazily. Junlai listens quietly to the ethereal, graceful qin music, as if he is taken into a peaceful world. His gaze on Xiao Jiuyu is full of admiration. Her words are like her music, both beautiful and expressive. One song after another, Xiao Jiuyu plays tirelessly, making people forget their worries and feel calm inside. Junlai listens as long as Xiao Jiuyu plays, until she leaves. He stands still, not moving at all. Guiyang stands behind him silently, watching over him. Miss, your qin playing is getting more and more beautiful. Luo Kue excitedly says, holding her qin. I think I could listen to this piece 100 times and never get tired. Really 100 times? Your ears might get calluses. Xiao Jiuyu laughs softly. Recently, she has been playing the Purple Bamboo Tune every day, but She plans to try other pieces starting tomorrow. What song do you want to hear? Xiao Jiyue remembers many scores from the original owner, but with so many options, she doesn't know which one to choose. Feng Qiu Huang. Luo Kue replies without hesitation. Xiao Jiyue turns to look at Luo Kue's rosy face. Oh, do you have someone you like? Miss. Luo Kue's face turns red like a cooked shrimp. She excitedly says, I just like that song. Listening to it makes me happy. Xiao Jiyue smiles softly and says, when you have someone you like, I'll play it for you.
Ah.
Luo Kue's eyes show obvious disappointment. Her features are almost squished together as she murmurs, where can I find someone I like? Miss, why don't we pretend I have someone I like? Luo Kue suggests eagerly, looking at her with hopeful eyes. Miss, I haven't heard you play Feng Qiu Huang in a long time.
Pretend?
Xiao Jiyue taps her cheek. Unlike Lien Xian's delicate face, Luo Kue has a round egg-shaped face, a bit plump when tapped. Her eyes flicker, and she slides her hand across the qin's strings. Finished playing. The round-eyed Luo Kue stared wide-eyed at her in disbelief. Miss, the qin is still wrapped in cloth. Where did you play? I didn't hear a single note. Just pretending to play. Xiao Jiyue winked playfully. Seeing her amazed expression, she laughed happily. She hummed a tune, strode forward confidently, leaving Luo Kue standing there with her instrument, as if frozen like a statue, unmoving. Not far away, Jun Lai watched this scene closely. With excellent hearing, he caught every word. His clever gaze made her seem as lively and charming as a mischievous fox. He looked up into the distance. The girl in white was happily moving through the forest, holding some cattail grass she had picked earlier, swaying as if she were a fairy from the mountains. At Fong's house in Lanchang County, 7 wooden boxes were neatly arranged at the door, tied with red silk ribbons. The house's entrance was unfamiliar to passers-by, sparking curiosity. Who sent these gifts? Early in the morning, no one was around to see who delivered them. More and more people gathered around Fong's house. When the housekeeper saw the boxes, he thought they were gifts from someone. He ordered them to be opened. But when the boxes were opened, instead of gold, silver, or jewelry, there was a person inside. No, to be precise, it was a corpse. All 7 boxes contained bodies. The foul smell hit everyone in the face. The crowd watching the scene grew more excited and nervous. Some frightened people ran away, but a group of brave ones gathered around, pressing close to the house. The crowd was so dense that it was impossible to pass. The housekeeper wanted to chase everyone away, but it was too late. Rumors spread quickly. With people like He Chongqing stirring the crowd, everyone started blaming Fong's family. Some said, I know these people. Isn't that Hu Yi living by the western riverbank? Hu Yi recently took on a big deal and was drinking and eating at a restaurant. Could it be that this big deal belongs to Fong's family? Trying to silence someone, but instead they got killed? Bro, you're right. Maybe they just want to warn Fong's family. Otherwise, why would these boxes be placed right at Fong's door? He Chongqing's men saw the crowd's mood shift and quietly blended into the crowd. When Fong's family called guards and officials to investigate, everyone still hoped Fong's family would report the matter and find out the truth. Who knows? The Fong family acted very loudly, but the actual rain was small. They directly ordered the officials to carry away these 7 boxes and even drove away the villagers, not letting them watch. Surely the Fong family is feeling guilty, afraid that their bad deeds will be discovered. Isn't that right? The trouble caused by Lord Hu in the past, maybe all of it was done by the Fong family? Sure, don't say that. Although the villagers were driven away, their curiosity remained strong. By the time the news reached the Fong family, their reputation was already ruined. Even their fabric was now unwanted by everyone. They earned money by bullying poor people. Are they fools? At the Xiao family, Xiao Jiyu had someone prepare a carriage to go to the county to pick up Lien Xian. As soon as she stepped out, she saw Guosheng driving a carriage bringing Lien Xian back. Miss, you're really okay. That's wonderful. Lien Xian looked at Xiao Jiyu with tears in her eyes. Seeing she was safe, she finally relaxed.
I'm fine.
Jia Yuan and Jia Chen are also fine. Xiao Juyu supported Lian Xian and looked at her tired appearance, her swollen eyes, and dark circles. She must not have slept well last night. How's your foot? Xiao Jiu asked softly. Lian Xian shook her head. It's nothing, just twisted it. It will heal in a few days. The doctor said if you keep walking on it, you might become a later. How can that be nothing? Guosheng's surprised voice rang out. He bowed to Xiao Jiu and said, Miss Xiao, I am one of third young master's attendants, Guosheng. Xiao Jiu nodded slightly. Before she could speak, Guosheng started describing the dangerous situation from yesterday as if pouring beans. Lian Xian's ankle was badly twisted, and she was knocked down by the carriage. When he took her to the doctor yesterday, her ankle was swollen like a steamed bun. Guosheng animatedly described the terrifying scene, saying, Miss Xiao, you don't know. When the doctor saw Lian Xian's foot and heard she was walking to the clinic, he was stunned. The doctor said if she had walked half an hour more, her foot might have been ruined and she could have become a. His exaggerated words made Lian Xian feel scared. She hadn't realized it was so dangerous yesterday. Miss, don't worry, it's nothing serious, Lian Xian said, afraid Xiao Jiu would worry. Just as she was about to move, Xiao Jiu held her back. Lian Xian, since your leg is hurt, rest well. No more walking. Lianxin, I will carry you. Luokue knelt in front of Lianxin and turned back, saying, I am much stronger now. Don't worry, I won't let you fall. Luokue, I can walk. Lianxin felt comforted by the concern, and her eyes quickly turned red again. In the end, at Xiao Jiu's request, Lianxin was carried back to the courtyard by Luokue. Guosheng, thank you for taking care of Lianxin yesterday, Xiao Jiu said, handing him some silver coins from her waist. You shouldn't have to pay for the medicine. No, Miss Xiao, you're too polite. It was my fault for not paying attention while driving, which caused the accident with Miss Lianxin. Guosheng quickly stepped back, afraid to accept the silver. He said, as long as Miss Xiao doesn't blame me, that's enough. Xiao Jiu's eyes flickered slightly. Since he didn't want to take the money, she let it go and had someone send Guosheng to rest in the front yard. She hurried back to the courtyard and saw Luokue looking at Lianxin's leg. Even though it was bandaged, her leg was swollen like a bun. Xiao Jiu asked, what did the doctor say? Miss, don't listen to Guosheng's frightening words. It looks worse than it is, and it's not serious. Lianxin smiled gently, looking apologetically at Xiao Jiu. Miss, I didn't make it to the county office. It's okay. You have the powerful help of the third prince, right? Xiao Jiu praised. You did very well. But next time, be careful with your leg. You can't walk now. Just find Jinwen and his brother. It's okay if you don't go to the government office. At that moment, I was thinking that the third prince has many capable people, so I wanted to ask him for help. Miss, I hope I didn't cause you trouble. Lianxin looked at her worriedly. I wanted to come back yesterday, but after the doctor gave me medicine, Guosheng said the third prince went to rescue you, and my leg. Guosheng said her leg might become a burden, so Lianxin didn't insist on returning that night. No, it's fine, Xiao Jiu comforted her. Lianxin, you must rest your leg properly. Don't move it. If your leg can't walk later, you won't be able to go out with me anymore. Lianxin promised repeatedly, Miss, don't worry. I will take good care of my leg. Seeing Lianxin back, Xiao Jiu finally relaxed. Luokue asked, Miss, are you going out again? No, I need to grind ink. Xiao Jiu returned to her room, ready to write her plans on how to stock goods in Hongdu and how to market them. She had only written a few words when the gatekeeper reported, Young lady, Mr. Jiang has come. Mr. Jiang? Xiao Jiu paused, then asked, didn't you ask Chief Jin to give them leave for Jia Yuan and Jia Chen? Please send Mr. Jiang to the front hall. I will come shortly. Xiao Jiu put down her brush and went to see Jia Yuan. As soon as she entered, she saw Jia Yuan practicing horse stance. Xiao Jiu was a bit surprised. Ji Fu immediately bowed and said, Mississippi. Big sister, why are you here? Jia Yuan saw Xiao Jiu and grinned. Big sister, look at my horse stance. How am I doing? Since when did you become so diligent? Xiao Jiuyu raised an eyebrow. Before he could speak, she said, Mr. Jiang is here. Bring your homework. Mr. Jiang is here? Hearing that, Jia Yuan immediately stood up. He had been squatting for a long time, and his legs went numb. He almost fell. Xiao Jiuyu reached out to steady him. Be careful, Xiao Jiuyu said, helping him. No need to rush. Later, you and Jia Chun can come together. After giving instructions, Xiao Jiuyu strode quickly to the front hall. After some polite greetings, Mr. Jiang asked, Did Jia Yuan and Jia Chun get along well yesterday? Thank you for your concern, Mr. Jiang. It was just a small matter, nothing serious. Xiao Jiuyu understood his intention and felt relieved. Miss, the third and fourth young masters have arrived, Luo Kuei announced, leading Jia Yuan and Jia Chun in, each holding their homework. Seeing Mr. Jiang, the two children immediately bowed very respectfully. Good day, Mr. Jiang. Good day, Mr. Jiang. Jia Yuan and Jia Chun saluted in unison. Good, Mr. Jiang nodded, pleased to see they were well. His gaze then fell on Jia Yuan's bandaged neck. He didn't ask much, only said, Have you finished your homework? Yes, we finished. These are our large characters and poems. Jia Yuan, who was a year older, handed over their work. Please review, Mr. Jiang. While Mr. Jiang checked their homework, Xiao Jiuyu sipped her tea, her gaze fixed on Mr. Jiang. He was refined and scholarly, with a gentle, learned aura that gave an impression of being very knowledgeable. Xiao Jiuyu quietly instructed Luo Kuei to prepare some snacks to send to Mr. Jiang. After Mr. Jiang finished reviewing and assigned a few days of homework, he stood up to leave. Take care, sir. Jia Yuan and Jia Chun bowed very respectfully. You should keep up with your studies at home during these days. I will check on you in 3 days, Mr. Jiang said, looking at Jia Yuan's neck. Take good care of your injury. Jia Yuan was surprised, touched his neck, and grinned. Sir, I'm not in pain. Not at all. Mr. Jiang smiled kindly and gave a few encouraging words before standing up to leave. Xiao Jiuyu specifically said, Thank you, Mr. Jiang, for your concern. These small snacks will help fill our stomachs on the way. Xiao Jiuyu handed the snacks brought by Luo Kuei forward and asked Xiao Jiyuan and Xiao Jiachun to see him off. Miss Xiao, there's no need. I am a rough man, and these delicate snacks would be wasted on me, Mr. Jiang said, looking at the exquisite food box. Even without opening it, he could tell the snacks inside were very carefully made. Xiao Jiuyu chuckled softly. If Mr. Jiang is a rough man, then we are not even considered rough. I've heard Xiao Jiyuan and Xiao Jiachun mention you before. You are very knowledgeable, and they're lucky to learn from you. Mr. Jiang's eyes dimmed slightly. Miss Xiao, you praise me too much. I am just a scholar. The brightest pearl may be hidden in dust, but one day, Mr. Jiang will surely rise high and soar like a great bird, Xiao Jiuyu said carefully. She had learned that Mr. Jiang was honest and proud, not willing to associate with corrupt people, which was why he was excluded from the provincial exams. Although talented, Mr. Jiang left Qingyan Academy because he offended powerful officials. Later, the dean of Huaixian Academy asked him to return and teach. Mr. Jiang was truly talented. Hearing this, Mr. Jiang's eyes lit up a little. If someone else had said it, he might have thought it was mockery, but hearing it from Xiao Jiuyu, especially knowing she came from Shengjing, made him pay more attention. Miss Xiao, do you really think so? Mr. Jiang felt a warm rush in his heart. His usually quiet heart seemed to come alive again. Xiao Jiuyu nodded confidently. Of course. In the yard, Guasheng, who had just finished a meal, saw this scene and hurried over to Jun Lian. Third young master, can you still drink tea? Miss Xiao is almost taken away. Jun Lian sipped his tea thoughtfully and cast a sidelong glance at him. Guasheng excitedly said, Third young master. Look, that Mr. Jiang is handsome and polite, just the kind of person a girl would like. It's only been half a year, and Miss Xiao has come to this backward village. Her looks are even more outstanding now. I heard the county magistrate's son wants to marry her. Guasheng looked anxiously at Jun Lian. Third young master. This good thing shouldn't go to outsiders. Cough. Guiyang cleared his throat, and looked at Jun Lian's serious face, signaling to Guosheng. Guosheng looked at him. Guiyang, if your eyes are bothering you, go see the doctor. And if you're coughing, are you sick? Guiyang looked up at the sky in silence, thinking about his silly younger brother. Guosheng, Jun Li's cold voice sounded. Guosheng immediately said, "Third young master, I'll go give him a lesson. A small scholar like him isn't fit to even carry shoes for Miss Xiao." Jun Li looked at him, without saying a word. Guosheng, realizing his mistake, touched his nose cautiously and asked, "Third young master, do you have any instructions?" "Prepare the horses and say goodbye." Jun Li finished speaking. Guosheng was shocked and looked at him. "Third young master, are you leaving now?" "Third young master, we traveled a long way to Hongdu. We've only been here a day, and now you're leaving?" Guosheng looked at Xiao Juyi seeing him off at the door, then turned back to Jun Li, as if asking, "Isn't it all for Miss Xiao?" "Your Highness, it's already lunchtime. You don't need to leave after lunch?" Xiao Juyi didn't expect that the third young master would leave after just one night. "No need," Jun Li's voice was cold. His gaze fell on Xiao Jiuyu's empty hands, and he strode out quickly. "Third young master." "Wait." Guosheng turned back. Jun Li had already skillfully mounted his horse with a neat movement, handsome and elegant. Xiao Jiuyu keenly felt that the third young master seemed unhappy. "Guosheng, I can't repay your life-saving kindness. I don't know what I can do for you." Xiao Jiuyu called out to stop Guosheng and asked directly.
"This."
Guosheng looked hesitant. "Third young master is busy collecting medicine. It's already noon." Guosheng rubbed his stomach. When Mr. Jiang left earlier, he saw Xiao Jiuyu bring some snacks and canned food. Why was there nothing left when it came to the third young master? "It's my oversight. Luo Kue, go quickly and bring the snacks and canned food. Let the third young master and them fill their stomachs." Xiao Jiuyu immediately understood Guosheng's meaning. She apologized and gave instructions. Jun Li sat on his horse, about to speak, but Guosheng took the initiative. "Third young master, I'm hungry. Your Highness, why not dismount and have a cup of tea?" Xiao Jiuyu warmly invited. Anyway, Jun Li had helped her, so it was normal to invite him for a meal. She said, "The kitchen has prepared lunch. Why don't you try our kitchen's cooking? Miss Zhao's kindness is appreciated, but I have other matters." Jun Li tightened his horse's belly and said, "Guosheng, if you're hungry, go ahead and eat. Come find me later." With that, Jun Li pulled on the reins and rode away. "Third young master." Guosheng took a bite of dust, just as he turned to mount his horse. Luo Kue, panting heavily, carried a food box, snacks, and canned food over. "Thank you, Miss Xiao," Guosheng said, eyes crinkling with a smile as he looked at the food box, snacks, and canned food. He hurriedly chased after her. The horse galloped quickly, and Xiao Ji stepped back a few paces. Luo Kue, gasping for breath, said, "Luckily, I ran all the way, or we might not have made it. Third young master might be in a hurry to pick herbs?" "Maybe." Xiao Jiuyu turned back to her room and deliberately went to see her grandmother. She asked, "Grandmother, do you think we have offended the third young master?" Xiao Jiuyu seemed to feel that Jun Li was unhappy. Grandmother Xiao looked at her puzzled face, paused her prayer beads, and smiled. "What do you think of the third young master? He seems very loyal. Father once helped him, and he still remembers it now. Willing to help the Xiao family," Xiao Jiuyu said. Then she added, "Maybe the third young master also hopes for justice for the Xiao family and can help him. But in times of trouble, people's true hearts are revealed. Just willing to lend a hand is already rare." Grandmother Xiao nodded approvingly. The Xiao family used to be very prosperous. Now only a few people still keep in touch. "Yes," Xiao Jiuyu agreed. The third young master was gathering herbs for the Empress Dowager. When passing through Hongdu, he even came to see me, his wife. How could he have offended us? That's true. But I always feel that the third young master isn't very happy. Could it be because he couldn't find the herbs he wanted to pick? Xiao Jiuyu murmured to herself. Grandmother Xiao asked in return, "Where I heard Mr. Jiang came today?" "Yes." Xiao Jiuyu sat up straight. "Mr. Jiang is very responsible. Jia Yuan and Jia Chen took 3 days off, and he came to check on them and review their lessons. Third master. Wait a moment. Guosheng carried the food box and canned food up the mountain with Junlai. They rested in the woods, and Guosheng's hands, which held the food box, were no longer his own. Third master? Miss Zhao's snacks are very delicate. Would you like to try some? Guosheng sat nearby, handing the food box forward. Guoyang had already gone nearby to hunt wild chickens and rabbits. As he spoke, Guosheng opened the food box and set it down, then said, "Third master, I'll go gather some firewood." Junlai sat on a stone, casually glancing at the boxes of snacks. It was just a few boxes. His eyes fell on a white date paste pastry with a cloud pattern in the center. Instantly, he reached out and took the pastry. Most date paste pastries only have a red, but this one had a cloud pattern. This should be a date pastry filled with jujube paste. Many families in Shengjing make it, but the pattern stamped on top are quite beautiful. Guosheng returned holding a firewood bundle and said, "Every family stamps different patterns. The cloud pattern isn't common, but it's definitely not rare." Junlai picked up a date pastry, took a bite, and the crispy outside combined with a sweet and sour jujube filling made him recall old times. That year, he was 10 during a cold winter month. It was snowing in January, and there was a lively palace feast. He knelt in the corridor of the cold palace and could still feel the festive atmosphere. He knelt all day and became dizzy from hunger. A chubby little hand offered him a piece of jujube pastry. "Third master, how is it? Is the date pastry tasty?" Guosheng eagerly looked at him, staring at the remaining pastries in the box. His eyes seemed ready to the pastry away. Junlai, with long fingers, held a pastry and asked, "Want to try?" "Third master, I just want to taste it." Guosheng swallowed hard. The sweet and sour jujube aroma alone made him crave it. "There are some in Lansong County," Junlai said coldly. Guosheng moved his painful hand and said, "Third master, my hand." "Guosheng, boil water and pluck feathers." Guoyang threw a wild chicken into Guosheng's arms, interrupting him. "Guoyang!" Guosheng, covered in blood from the chicken, gritted his teeth in anger. Holding the chicken, he could only accept his fate and go to the creek to pluck feathers. "Guoyang, I won't forget this." Guosheng glared at Guoyang, who was fishing with clenched teeth. Guoyang, with a sharpened stick, quickly stabbed into the river. When he pulled it out, a fish was skewered on the stick. He said, "Guosheng, you should thank me."
"What?"
Guosheng threw the chicken feather he had plucked at him. "Why don't you go dream instead? Would you like some snacks for Miss Zhao?" Guoyang said. Hearing this, Guosheng was no longer angry. He looked back at Junlai sitting on a stone, holding snacks and admiring them. His eyes burned with curiosity as he asked, "Guoyang, why do you think the third master left so suddenly? We traveled thousands of miles to Hongdu, and when we go to Wannan County, we don't even pass through Lansong County. Do you think the third master likes Miss Zhao?" Guosheng was like a curious child. Guoyang threw the fish into his arms and said, "Think for yourself." He picked up the prepared wild chicken and went to roast it. Guosheng stared at the fish with its tail wagging, water splashing on his face. He was so angry that his back teeth almost ground to dust. "Guoyang, why don't you come kill the fish?" Guosheng cursed as he finished cleaning the fish. When he went back to grill the fish, he didn't dare mention the snack box again, since the snacks inside were already gone. After a simple lunch, Junlai stood up. "Let's go to Lansong County." Guosheng hesitated. "If only I had known earlier, I would have gone to Fengchen Tower for a meal." "Master." At Fengchen Tower, Zhengqing saw Junlai and his face turned red with excitement. He instinctively wanted to bow, but Junlai pulled him up. Junlai went straight upstairs to the best private room on the second floor. "Young Master Zhengqing, greetings to His Highness," Zhengqing said as he entered the room and bowed. "Are you here for the restaurant? The tavern in the city has almost been repaired. I believe, aside from the top tavern in Hongdu, it can definitely establish itself there." When Zhengqing mentioned the Hongdu Tavern, his face flushed with pride. He never imagined that the person who once saved him was a prince. And he never thought he could help the prince open a tavern. Out in the world, just call me third master, Junlai said, looking at Xing Qing with confidence. He remembered the first time he saw Xing Qing. He was just a poor kid who had recently lost his parents. Third master, what would you like to eat? I'll have the kitchen prepare it. Xing Qing readily changed his tone and offered proactively. Recently, the tavern has added some new dishes: silver fish with winter bamboo shoots, 9-turn pork intestines, and boiled cabbage. Just one of each, Junlai said after hearing the names. He had heard of these dishes before in a letter. They had been recreated in Shengjing, but Shengjing lacked winter bamboo shoots, so the flavor was always a bit off. All right, third master, please wait a moment, Xing Qing said, hurrying to the kitchen to get the chefs to prepare the best dishes. He also went to get the account book, planning to show it to the third master. Guasheng listened to the dish names and had already wanted to eat them. But he had just eaten fish and wild chicken, so his stomach wasn't hungry yet. What if the food was so good he couldn't fit it all in later? Junlai looked up and saw Guasheng's expression. He understood what he was thinking. He slightly parted his lips and said, Guasheng, go to Lanchang County office. Yes, Guasheng replied. Just as he was about to leave, he asked, Third master, what am I going to do at the county office? Guoyang looked at his silly expression, cleared his throat, and said, The bandits from yesterday were hired by the Fong family. The Fong family has a daughter, who is the concubine of young Master Cheng. The county office also sealed the Shao family's workshop. After Guoyang finished speaking, Guasheng immediately understood. Third master, should I take your token? Lord Jin glanced over coldly. Guasheng straightened his back and said, Third master, I know what to do now. Miss, the workshop has been reopened. Luo Kuei hurriedly brought the good news, saying, By the way, Magistrate Cheng and his wife came to apologize. Magistrate Cheng brought several carts of goods. They look very valuable, Luo Kuei said excitedly. The yellow peaches are almost ripe. Perfect timing. The workshop is reopened. Are you sure it was Magistrate Cheng and his wife? Xiao Jue raised an eyebrow. She wasn't surprised that the workshop was reopened, but for them to come and apologize in person, was the Xiao family still not worthy? Absolutely sure. Luo Kuei nodded confidently. The gatekeeper asked clearly, and I confirmed it myself before reporting. Xiao Jue hesitated for a moment, then asked, Where is Steward Jean? Steward Jean hasn't returned yet. Jean Wen is here, Luo Kuei replied while tidying Xiao Jue's clothes and hair. Should I call Jean Wen? Xiao Jue sat drinking tea, not in a hurry to go to the main hall. Soon Jean Wen arrived. Jean Wen, go check if the third prince has gone to Lansong County, Xiao Jue ordered. Then she changed her mind. No, check if the Cheng family has met any unfamiliar people. After giving the order, Xiao Jue went to the main hall to meet Magistrate Cheng and his wife. Last time, Zhang Mama said that when Cheng's wife came to the Xiao family, she was very arrogant and didn't take the Xiao family seriously. She was trying to look down on the Xiao family and hoped to connect with the Cheng family. Grandmother was a bit angry, but mostly annoyed that Cheng's wife had upset her. In the main hall, Magistrate Cheng and his wife had already drunk 2 cups of tea. Cheng's wife looked furious, her face pale with anger, and she almost crushed her teacup. But she dared not say anything. She was secretly cursing that a daughter of a criminal official was acting so high and mighty. Sir, a fallen Xiao family doesn't need us to come personally to apologize, she said. She was unwilling and upset about the apology. If the Xiao family doesn't forgive us, you and Yanwen can go to the village, Magistrate Cheng said sternly. Hearing this, Cheng's wife started crying and making a fuss. But when she saw her husband's serious expression, she gave up crying and quickly prepared the best gifts for the apology. Over the years, the Cheng family had not lacked concubines and mistresses. Besides the support from her family, Cheng's wife was very clever and perceptive. Sir, Mrs. Cheng kept looking outside anxiously, waiting impatiently. Just as she was about to speak, she was met with a cold stare from Magistrate Cheng. Mrs. Cheng could only sit back at her chair, bury her head in her tea. Xiao Juyu adjusted her clothes and quickly entered the front hall. She apologized politely. Master Chung, sorry, my grandmother is unwell, so I arrived late. Miss Xiao, this is an uninvited visit from the Chung family. Sorry for the intrusion, said Magistrate Chung kindly, without any airs of authority, like a caring elder. He asked with concern, Miss Xiao, is the old lady feeling better? If she needs a doctor, I can send someone to fetch one. Master Chung, thank you for your kindness. I've already thanked my grandmother, replied Xiao Jiuyu as she sat across from him. She sighed and hinted, my grandmother is worried about her health. The doctor said she's upset and stressed, which is why she's unwell. Hearing this, Magistrate Chung immediately understood Xiao Jiuyu's meaning and apologized. It's all Sue's fault. She was naive, believed the servant's words, and closed the workshop. She also disturbed the old lady's peace because of that unworthy son. Today, I brought Sue here to apologize personally. After speaking, he gave Mrs. Chung a subtle look. Mrs. Chung, upon seeing Xiao Jiuyu, understood why Chung Yenwen was so eager to marry her after just one meeting. Her beauty was remarkable, better than most in Lansong County, and even in Hongdu Prefecture, few could compare. Mrs. Su, Magistrate Cheng's voice grew colder, his icy gaze sharper than winter's coldest ice. Mrs. Chung shivered and quickly lowered her eyes, apologizing, Miss Xiao, I was wrong in every way. It's all my fault. Xiao Jiuyu remained silent. Fortunately, she had warned her grandmother beforehand, so she was prepared. Otherwise, her grandmother might have become so angry she would have fallen ill, no matter how many misses Chung there were, they wouldn't be enough to make up for it. Miss Xiao, mothers only want what's best for their children, Mrs. Chung said, clutching her chest and playing the emotional card, showing her sincere maternal love. I am not yet married, so I cannot fully understand Mrs. Cheng's maternal feelings, Xiao Jiuyu replied calmly. But I do know that selfishness and disregarding others' lives are wrong. Mrs. Cheng's crying suddenly stopped. She looked at Xiao Jiuyu with tearful eyes, her hand holding a handkerchief soaked in water, which she was twisting out of water. She dared to speak so boldly. Master Chung, can a woman simply close down a workshop just like that? Xiao Jiuyu asked innocently, looking at Magistrate Chung with curiosity in her eyes.
Cough.
County Magistrate Chung cleared his throat and said, It's a misunderstanding.
This is all a mistake.
My workshop was sealed for 10 whole days. Xiao Jiuyu looked at him with a smile and asked curiously, was it the county magistrate who ordered the sealing of the workshop? Yes and no. Magistrate Chung replied with official tone, making up a story that the culprit opened a workshop just to harm people. As a local official, he had to protect the common people and recheck some workshops that falsely claimed to be workshops or didn't meet standards, sealing them all. Miss Xiao, after investigation, it turns out that the Xiao family's workshop was sealed because the official seal was not in place before. Now that the seal is in place, it will naturally be unsealed, Magistrate Chung said, then began to scold his subordinates for their poor work, complaining that they received their salaries but did nothing. Xiao Jiuyu lowered her eyes, gently shaking the teacup in her hand. She didn't believe a word Magistrate Chung said. Mrs. Su, Yenwen just took a concubine and isn't suitable to remarry. I told you this a long time ago. Why don't you listen and insist on marrying Yenwen off? Magistrate Chung scolded Mrs. Chung, criticizing her openly. In all these years, Mrs. Chung had never been so humiliated in Lansong County. Hearing Magistrate Cheng's scolding, her inner grievance surged like a flood. She picked up a handkerchief to wipe her eyes, but the juice-soaked cloth made her eyes sting so badly that tears flowed freely. Miss Xiao, I promise you, there will never be another sealing of workshops in the future. As for marriage, that is just Mrs. Su's wishful thinking. A talented and beautiful woman like you, even a dog wouldn't be worthy to carry your shoes. Magistrate Chung praised Xiao Jiuyu and belittled Yenwen as useless. Mrs. Chung wanted to speak, but her eyes, stung by juice, couldn't open fully. Magistrate Chung smiled and said, Miss Xiao, I specially brought some apology gifts today. Can we just let this matter go? Thank you, Magistrate. Since it's about catching the culprit, the workshop issue shouldn't be blamed on you.
It was my misunderstanding. I thought Mrs. Chung.
Xiao Jiyue paused, shook her head, and apologized. Magistrate, your son is charming and will surely find a suitable bride. Magistrate Chung felt guilty, but smiled awkwardly. With Yenwen's character, if he weren't the county magistrate's son, he would have been dead 100 times over. When leaving, Xiao Jiyue took the gifts from 2 carriages, leaving the rest for Magistrate Chung to take away. Such generosity from a small county magistrate. Truly impressive. Luokue looked at the gifts sent by Magistrate Chung. Besides the silk and satin fabrics, there were many high-quality medicinal herbs and sweets from the candy shop. This set of headwear is worth at least 100 taels, Luokue said, her gaze falling on the rosewood box. Among all the gifts, this set of headwear was the most valuable. Xiao Jiuyu glanced at it and said, "It's just a way to take from the people. Keep the medicinal herbs and good fabrics. The rest of the cotton cloth and sweets can be sent to Master Shi's family to distribute to the villagers. It's a way to thank them for their help," Xiao Jiuyu ordered. "This sandalwood-colored fabric, Grandma will surely like it. The remaining fabrics, give them to Mother to share with everyone. As for the medicinal herbs, store them in the warehouse." After dividing the gifts, Xiao Jiuyu took the sandalwood-colored fabric to find her grandmother. Seeing old Madame Xiao, Xiao Jiuyu analyzed, "I think it was the 3rd prince who helped us. Otherwise, Magistrate Chung wouldn't have acted like this today." When she saw Magistrate Chung that day, he was very proud, but today, his words were overly kind. Instead of being angry, Magistrate Chung even scolded Madame Chung. That shows a lot about what's really going on. Old Madame Xiao asked, "Have you sent someone to find out?" "I've already asked Jinwen to look into it." "No news yet," Xiao Jiuyu replied. "Grandma, the 3rd prince's kindness is clear, but Magistrate Chung has been managing Lansong County for many years. If he really wanted to cause trouble, it would be hard to stop him." "Grandma, you said before that Rong Sun is the county assistant of Xuanzhou. Xuanzhou is remote and poor. If possible, could Rong Sun go to Lansong?" Xiao Jiuyu asked. She didn't know much about official affairs, but she had learned her own ways of understanding relationships through her experiences. If someone in the court was helpful, and Rong Sun was the county magistrate of Lansong, then incidents like sealing the workshop wouldn't happen. She wouldn't have to worry about her business being blocked halfway.
"Oh?"
Old Madame Xiao seemed a bit surprised at Xiao Jiuyu's boldness. A county magistrate? Could it be changed just like that? Old Madame Xiao pondered for a while, thinking carefully. Xiao Jiuyu didn't rush her, but focused on whether it was feasible. After a long pause, Old Madame Xiao said, "Considering the time, Rong Sun has been in Xuanzhou for over 2 years. Each term lasts 3 years. By this autumn, he should be transferred. If we can mediate and have him come to Lansong, it might not be impossible." Xiao Jiyue's eyes brightened and asked, "Grandmother, maybe I should go to Xuanzhou. Perhaps I can find a better solution there?" "No." Old Lady Xiao quickly refused without hesitation. "Xuanzhou is at least 200 kilometers away. The journey is long and very dangerous. If you are interested, you can write a letter," Old Lady Xiao suggested with a compromise. Jiyue shook her head and said, "Grandmother, Rong Sun may have received your kindness, but he might be doing very well in Xuanzhou. I need to go see for myself before making a decision. Only those who share the same goals can travel together." "No way," Old Lady Xiao firmly refused. "Even if you visit him, you shouldn't go." "Grandmother." Jiyue stepped forward and gently massaged her grandmother's shoulders. "I'm just trying to give you a shoulder massage," she said softly. "I'll just write a letter first to ask around for news." Although Jiyue said this, she secretly hoped Rong Sun could be transferred to Lanchong. That would be the best outcome. Old Lady Xiao raised her eyebrows slightly and reminded her again, "Forget about going to Xuanzhou. Don't even think about it." Yes, I'll listen to you," Jiyue agreed obediently, making her grandmother happy. That evening, Jinwen returned with news. "Miss, someone new from the county office came. I found out it was probably Guisheng from the 3rd prince's side, but..." Jinwen paused before continuing. "The 3rd prince and his group just had a meal at Fengchun restaurant and then left. I asked Manager Zeng, and it seems they were in a hurry to pick herbs. In the middle of the night, the third prince went to pick herbs. Jiyue looked up at the moon high in the sky, hanging over the trees. Yes, Jinwen nodded confidently. When I returned from the county, the sun was setting, and I saw the third prince and his group leaving. It must have been urgent, Jinwen added. Jiyue nodded thoughtfully and said, All right, I understand. Tomorrow, you can go to Chu Qingshu's house to ask if Chu Ong has returned. The letter and gift from Master Meng arrived after the new year. But since Chu Ong went to Lingnan, he hasn't responded. Understood, Jinwen replied and left. The next day, Xiao Jiyuan came back from school excitedly and said, Sister, Brother Chu told me to tell you that Chu Ong has returned. Big sister, who is Chu Ong? Xiao Jiyuan looked eagerly at Xiao Jiuyu and asked, Brother Chu said Chu Ong went to Lingnan. Did he go to see father? Yes. Xiao Jiuyu heard the news and immediately went out. Xiao Jiyuan wanted to follow, but was refused by Xiao Jiuyu, who said, Stay at home and focus on writing. You've missed 3 days of lessons. Don't slack off now. Big sister, is father all right? Xiao Jiyuan looked longing to go, but since Xiao Jiuyu didn't speak, he could only obediently go back to his room to write. Still, he was restless and kept glancing at each character he wrote. Xiao Jiuyu hurried to the front hall. When she saw Chu Qingshu, she didn't see Chu Ong. Chu Qingshu was dressed in faded, plain clothes, looking a bit humble. He stood awkwardly in the front hall, especially nervous when he saw Xiao Jiuyu. He stammered, Miss Xiao. Where is Chu Ong? Xiao Jiuyu only saw him alone and didn't see Chu Ong. Chu Ong is still outside. Chu Qingshu had just finished speaking when Xiao Jiuyu was already heading out. Chu Qingshu quickly followed and explained, Chu Ong has been traveling all day. He feels embarrassed to come inside. Xiao Jiuyu raised her eyebrows. When she saw Chu Ong leaning against the corner of the Xiao family gate, gnawing on a bun, she was startled. Earlier, at the agency, Chu Ong looked strong and capable, even doing rough work. But now, he looked very thin, wearing black clothes, with black cloth wrapped around his arms and a large jar beside him. His beard was scruffy, and his hair was messy. Someone unfamiliar might think he was a refugee fleeing somewhere.
Miss Xiao.
Chu Eng's eyes lit up when he saw Xiao Jiuyu. He hurriedly stuffed the last bite of bun into his mouth and excitedly ran forward, hugging the jar. Xiao Jiuyu looked at the black jar with wide eyes, almost in disbelief. She asked nervously, This jar contains. Chu Ong patted the jar and said, It's some kind of powder made from grinding unknown things.
You.
Why are you using such a jar? Xiao Jiuyu felt relieved after hearing this. She stepped forward, ignoring Chu Eng's dirty appearance, and carefully protected the jar. When she opened it, a fresh, salty smell wafted out, like the scent of shrimp chips. She examined it closely and said, The powder is ground very fine. She looked very satisfied. Isn't this just natural flavor enhancer? Stone grinding was done 4 times. How could the powder not be fine? Although Chu Ong did not participate personally and didn't know what the grinding tool was made of, he saw Xiao Jialing and others using a stone mill several times. Big brother is thoughtful, Xiao Jiuyu said, pinching a bit of the substance and tasting it directly. It was fresh and salty, just as she imagined.
Can you eat this?
Chu Ong looked at Xiao Jiuyu with curiosity. Xiao Jiuyu resealed the jar, which probably held at least 3 jin. She asked, How did you bring this safely on your own? Didn't it get robbed on the way? Chu Ong patted the black cloth on his arm and said, Miss Xiao, I was worried about being robbed, but I held the jar and said that my father had passed away, that I burned his body to ash and brought it back home. People saw me and didn't dare come close, so they wouldn't try to steal it. Chu Ong grinned, showing his white teeth against his dark face. He took out a letter and said, This is a letter from Brother Xiao for you. The letter was clean and mostly unwrinkled, clearly well protected. I always keep the letter close under my clothes. It's a bit wrinkled, but definitely not damaged, Chu Ong said seriously. The letter also came with a jar of powder, which he protected very carefully. Xiao Jialing even paid him 10 taels of silver. On this trip back and forth, minus the 5 taels spent on the road, he earned 15 taels in total. Moreover, Chuang had been eating and staying at the Xiao family's house for 2 months for free. Thank you for your hard work, Xiao Juyu said, holding the letter. How about coming into the mansion to rest? I also have some questions I want to ask you. These clothes. Chuang felt a bit embarrassed. To deliver the items quickly, he hadn't even gone home. No problem, there are new clothes in the mansion, Xiao Juyu said, arranging for someone to take Chuang inside. With Chu Qingshu accompanying him and some servants following, there was no need to worry. Xiao Juyu carried a jar of seaweed noodles and the letter, quickly heading home. She first opened the letter and glanced at it. Like the letter sent from Master Meng's place, it was a secret message. She carefully read it all, confirming they had settled in Lingnan, had money, a place to shelter from the wind and rain, and food, which made her feel at ease. Grandmother, mother, we received news from Lingnan. Xiao Juyu eagerly shared the good news with old lady Xiao and the beautiful lady. At the same time, she took out the letters and said, "This one is from grandmother, this one from mother, and these 2 are from the 2nd and 3rd houses." After distributing the letters, Xiao Kuei took the letters from the 2nd and 3rd houses to deliver them. Madame Xiao and the beautiful Miss Su looked at the letter with tears in their eyes. Grandmother, mother, they're safe in Lingnan and living well. We should be happy, Xiao Juyu said, noticing their tears. Her heart felt worried, but she added, the things I wanted, my brothers also helped me get them. That means they're doing well. I'm happy. Madame Xiao wiped her tears and gently held her prayer beads, then said, Where is the person delivering the letter from the agency? No, Xiao Juyu shook her head and explained that she asked Chuang to deliver the letter. When Madame Xiao heard this, she immediately asked, Where is Chuang? I want to ask him something. Where is he? I haven't seen him. Su Shi also looked eagerly at Xiao Juyu. He has been traveling hard. I asked someone to help him bathe and change clothes before coming here, Xiao Juyu said. Seeing their happy smiles, she felt good too. Soon, Chuang, after bathing and changing, was called over, even before his hair was dry. Miss Xiao, Chuang hurriedly dried his hair and saw Madame Xiao and Su Shi at the head of the room. He lowered his head and bowed. Greetings, Madam and Lady. Madame Xiao looked at his lively appearance and understood why Xiao Juyu chose him. She said, No need for formalities. When you went to Lingnan and saw the Xiao family members, were they all well? Chuang paused briefly, then quickly responded, Madam, I saw old Master Xiao, second Master Xiao, third Master Xiao, and also Brother Xiao and Jian. They're all well. Lingnan is by the sea, and many of those places I haven't even seen, let alone eaten. Xiao Juyu listened from the side. Chuang had lived in Lingnan for 2 months. Whether he was with Xiao Jialing, old Master Xiao, or Xiao Fu, he had stories to tell. Even the small matter of old Master Xiao liking to drink, but being stopped by Big Brother Xiao was told by Chuang, which made Madame Xiao and Su Shi very happy. Laughter occasionally filled the room. Xiao Juyu thought that maybe Chuang should form a special team to travel back and forth between Lingnan. That way, her father and brothers wouldn't lack food and clothing, and they could exchange news. When the 2nd and 3rd wives arrived, Chuang was passionately explaining something. Madame Xiao listened carefully. Even small details made her very happy when she heard Chuang talk. It meant that her father and brothers were safe in Lingnan. Xiao San's auntie, usually silent and reserved, took the initiative to ask, Young Master, could you please repeat what you just said? We didn't hear clearly. Chuang was stunned. This was the first time someone called him Young Master. Yes, I can. Despite his throat burning, Chuang repeated his story. After learning that Xiao San's wife was Madame Xiao San, he consciously spoke more about Lord Xiao San. When he finished explaining to Madame Xiao San, Auntie Lan asked, Young Master Chu, is second young master doing well? How is my father's health? And my brother Jian? Xiao Yurong mentioned her father and brother, feeling especially worried. Chuang clenched his teeth, picked up the nearby tea, and drank it in one gulp, then continued speaking in a hoarse voice. Listening to Chu Ong repeatedly talk about the same things, Xiao Jiyu had heard it countless times. Yet, the old lady, the beautiful lady, and the second and third wives of the Xiao family all listened eagerly. She quietly got up and left. Luokue, tell Gung Mama to prepare 2 tables of dishes, one for Chu Qingshu and Chu Ong, and the rest to be sent to the main courtyard. Today everyone is happy. Let's gather together. Xiao Jiuyu went to the courtyard and could still hear the laughter from the main house. Since her grandmother fell ill last winter, her health had been unpredictable. Now that spring had come and good news arrived, her grandmother was finally happy. She went to the front yard, but before reaching it, she heard Chu Qingshu checking the homework of Xiao Jiyuan and Xiao Jiren. Xiao Jiyuan kept calling him Brother Chu, showing how much he relied on and liked Chu Qingshu. Xiao Jiuyu didn't disturb them but returned to her room and specially prepared 5 taels of silver for Chu Ong. At lunch, Chu Ong was very excited to hear he could eat at the Xiao family. The snacks he had just eaten tasted very good. In the main house, besides Xiao Jiyuan and Xiao Jiren, the 2 male members of the Xiao family who were eating with Chu Qingshu and Chu Ong in the front yard, all the other women, including the youngest Xiao Jiahong, gathered in the main house. The good news from Lingnan, along with Chu Eng's detailed words and a letter, made their restless hearts feel calm, like a comforting pill, and they instantly relaxed. During lunch, Su Shi and Annie Xiao San surprisingly drank a little wine, making the atmosphere lively and joyful. Xiao Jiuyu arranged everything for them and saw Su Shi back to her room to rest. Your mother is so happy today. Mother is truly happy. Your father and elder brother are both safe. Su Shi, with blurry drunken eyes, held Xiao Jiuyu's hand and kept saying happily, Yue, once your father is cleared of the charges, you won't have to work so hard anymore. If it weren't for Xiao Jiyu half supporting Su's, I might not have been able to hear what Su was whispering. Mother, I am not tired. Xiao Jiyu listened to Su's caring voice and carefully helped her lie down on the soft bed. She then covered her with a blanket. Just as she was about to leave, Su held Xiao Jiyue's hand and said, Yue, Mother? Xiao Jiyue looked down. When she was close, she could smell a faint wine scent on Su. Su was very beautiful. From the moment she traveled here, she knew that. But now, after drinking a little wine, Su's fair face looked as if it was touched by clouds, and her beautiful eyes were dreamy and enchanting, making it hard to look away. How can I help you so you won't be so tired? Su's eyebrows furrowed as if she was worried. Mother. Xiao Jiyue smiled. No wonder sometimes her beautiful mother seemed hesitant when she saw her. Now she understood. As she was about to speak, she saw Su had already fallen asleep. Xiao Jiyue looked at her for a long time, thinking, as long as mother keeps giving her love, that is enough. In the front yard, Xiao Jiyue watched Chu Ong, who had been transformed and was now well-fed. Chu Ong was very grateful to Xiao Jiyue. Young Master Chu, here is 20 taels of silver. Luo Kue handed over the silver. Chu Eng's eyes brightened. Then he looked away with difficulty and said, Miss Xiao, we agreed on 5 taels of silver. You gave too much. You brought things back from Lingnan and also brought a letter. 10 taels of silver, and the extra 5 taels are to thank you for spending the morning with my grandmother and them. Xiao Jiyue's clear voice rang out. After taking a sip of tea, she continued, Chu Ong, you used to work at the agency, traveling all over the south and north. Have you ever thought about doing it yourself? Doing it yourself? Chu Ong was stunned. He shook his head and said, No, if I do it myself, I need money and people too. When I was with the agency, I had to handle everything along the way. Otherwise, not only would I lose the goods, but I might also lose my life. Chu Ong explained clearly. He knew he was alone. Traveling in Lingnan alone, he could pretend his father was dead or escape hardship, but if he really ran in business for others, he definitely couldn't manage it. Miss Xiao, Chu Ong was worried she wouldn't understand the complexities, so he explained very clearly. He told her exactly what could happen on the route and what to watch out for. Xiao Jiyue was even more pleased. She said, Chuang, next time I need to send something to Lingnan, not just a letter but several carts of goods. Can you deliver them there? Chuang, who was happily counting his earnings of 2 silver coins, suddenly perked up at her words. Miss Xiao, you want to send goods to Lingnan? I definitely can't do it alone. I need some skilled fighters to help. He knew his limits. Earning silver was important, but staying alive was even more so. I have someone on my side. As long as you lead the way, that's enough, Xiao Jiyue said with a slight smile, looking at Chuang. It may not be a formal agency, but if I make a few trips to Lingnan over the next year, the journey will be tough, and I will naturally earn a good amount of silver. Chuang's eyes lit up as he calculated silently. With his pace, he could reach Lingnan in a little over a month. If he was lucky and caught a ride on a cart, he could make the trip in less than a month. Earning 20 taels of silver each trip, 3 or 5 times a year, would mean earning nearly 100 taels annually. Wow, he had never seen so much silver in his life. He immediately stood up and respectfully bowed to Xiao Jiyue. Miss Xiao, if you don't mind, I'd like to work for you. Being with the generous Miss Xiao was better than following his previous trainer. At least he wouldn't be betrayed by his companions. He didn't want to marry the trainer's daughter. She was fierce and mean. He didn't want to be a punching bag. All right, go back and rest well. When there's news, I'll come find you, Xiao Jiyue said as she sent away Chu Qingshu and Chuang. She then seriously considered who should accompany Chuang. Chuang had experience working in an agency, traveling all over the south and north. If she added a few capable fighters, brave and cautious, perhaps she could send goods to Lingnan without trouble in the future. Xiao Jiyue took a sip of strong tea, which refreshed her mind, making her feel clearer. She said, Jinwen, you follow Chuang secretly these days. Don't let him notice. Just watch what he's doing. Lingnan's affairs concerned the Xiao family, and she couldn't afford any danger. Yes, Jinwen replied immediately and left right away. Let's go see Lian Exile, Xiao Jiyue said. She specifically went to check on Lian Exile, who was changing her medicine. Seeing Xiao Jiyue, Lian Exile said, Miss, the medicine change doesn't look good. It's okay, just a check. Xiao Jiyue was worried that Lianxin's leg might not heal well. After removing the bandages and seeing her swollen, darkened foot, Xiao Jiyue could feel how much pain Lianxin was in, even without asking. Miss, it doesn't hurt at all now. Just looks a bit scary. Lianxin forced a smile, pretending she wasn't in pain, which made Xiao Jiyue feel even more sad. It's okay if it hurts, just tell me. I won't laugh at you, Xiao Jiyue said gently. Exactly. Luo Kue crouched beside her, encouraging her. Lianxin, once you're better, let's practice playing the zither together with Miss. Yes. Lianxin had been resting her leg these days, just hoping to return to Xiao Jiyue's side to serve her again. Oh, Miss. Lianxin hesitated to look at her mother changing her medicine. Suddenly, she remembered Helian. She said, Miss, over these days, Miss Helian has been taking care of me. I noticed she's very good at making dried grass flowers. Her dried grass flowers are really beautiful. Lianxin pointed to a pink plush flower in her hair. Look, Miss, this is one she made. Xiao Jiyue looked over. The plum blossom, made of dried grass, looked very realistic. She stepped closer, examined it carefully, and asked, Did Helian make this herself? How did she get the colors so perfect? Dried grass flowers are a kind of everlasting flower made from a special craft. Xiao Jiyue had only seen them in books before and had never seen one made with her own eyes. I saw her make it myself. Lianxin touched the plum blossom in her hair. The colors are probably dyed like fabric. I watched her hands. She's very skillful. The flowers she makes are really beautiful. She has many finished flowers in her room. Each one looks great. Where is Helian? Xiao Jiyue asked. Lianxin replied, Helian had some family matters today and went back home. She should be back tonight. Recently, because her foot couldn't walk, she was very grateful for Helian's company. Without her, she might have cried alone. Have her come to see me tonight, Xiao Jiyue said, then reminded Lianxin to rest well before leaving. She specifically went to check her rice seedlings in the field. All the fields of the Xiao family were planted following her method, with more appropriate spacing. The villagers' seedlings were planted more densely, almost crammed together. Xiao Jiyue's eyes darkened slightly. When she harvests this year, the villagers will probably all want to learn how to farm like her. After the spring planting was finished, the weather gradually grew hotter. Xiao Jiyue carried a small bag of seaweed rice noodles and headed to Fengchun Pavilion. Miss Xiao. When Zhengqing saw Xiao Jiyu, he was especially excited and said, "Miss Xiao, please go upstairs." "It looks like the business of Manager Zeng has been good lately." Xiao Jiyu casually looked around. Since it wasn't mealtime yet, Fengchun Tower was already full. Thanks to Miss Xiao. Manager Zeng smiled, so broadly that his eyes squinted. This time, he saw the third prince himself and received his praise. Now, Manager Zeng is even more motivated. He must do his best to improve Hongdu's Fengchun restaurant. When the time comes, it will all be worth his efforts. This time I brought 3 dishes. Fengchun Tower hasn't added new dishes in a long time. Even the best dishes can become boring, Xiao Jiyu explained, clearly writing down the recipes and cooking times for the 3 dishes. She then asked, "How is the renovation of the restaurant in the city going?" "All according to your drawings, Miss Xiao." "The master is very satisfied," Manager Zeng replied. Xiao Jiyu keenly asked, "Is your master from Hongdu City?" "No, if he were from the city, you wouldn't take so long to ask questions."
No.
"My master isn't from the city." Zhengqing shook his head quickly. He said, "My master just happened to pass through Hongdu and took a look. He was very pleased and even praised you, Miss Xiao, saying I am lucky to meet such a clever person. A manager who can help his master make money is a good manager." Xiao Jiyu narrowed her eyes slightly and casually asked, "A few days ago, did a third young master come to the restaurant for a meal?" "Third young master?" Zhengqing instinctively thought of the third prince. Unsure, he asked, "Miss Xiao, what is the surname of the third young master? The restaurant gets many guests every day. I can't tell who is the third young master." Xiao Jiyu felt her thoughts were too absurd. Why would she think the third prince was Manager Zeng's master? The third prince is a royal. How could he have a small restaurant in Lansing County? That's true. Manager Zeng, you see so many guests every day. It's understandable you can't tell. Xiao Jiyu chuckled softly. Then she took out her purpose for today and said, "For today's dishes, add half a spoon of this powder to each one." "What is this?" Zhengqing asked curiously, not insisting on knowing the exact answer, and immediately sent someone to prepare it. "Oh, and add half a spoon of this powder to the stir-fried bok choy," Xiao Jiyu reminded. When the 4 dishes arrived, Zhengqing looked at them. They seemed similar to usual, but with half a spoon of powder added. He didn't know what flavor it would bring. Zhengqing was the first to taste the stir-fried bok choy. As soon as he took a bite, he found that today's bok choy was even more fresh and sweet. Zhengqing tasted another plate of cabbage, one with the powder brought by Xiao Jiyue and one without. The flavors were different. That's not right. These are the same cabbages. Zhengqing looked at the cabbage, thinking he must have tasted it wrong. He said, "Miss Xiao, what powder did you use?" After adding it, the cabbage tastes even fresher. Monosodium glutamate. Xiao Jiyue's eyes sparkled slightly. Although real MSG is made from fermented grains, she used a powder made from dried sea intestines, which can also replace MSG's flavor.
Message?
Zhengqing listened to the unfamiliar word. He tasted the cabbage again, then tried other dishes he had eaten many times before. But today, the flavors seemed even more delicious. Just a spoonful of powder made such a difference. Zhengqing felt that the dish had an indescribable freshness. He asked, "Miss Xiao, do you have a lot of this powder?" Xiao Jiyue took out a small jar, about half a jar filled. She said, "Just add it to a dish or a meat dish." "That's not much." Zhengqing looked at the small jar, which held about a jin, around 500 grams. He asked, "Do your restaurants in the city still have some?" "There's still 1 jar." Xiao Jiyue glanced and said, "MSG is hard to get. It's complicated to make, and the raw materials are very rare and expensive." "Miss Xiao, how much does this jar of MSG cost?" Zhengqing quickly understood. Xiao Jiyue hesitated for a moment before replying, 10 taels of silver. Xingqing looked at the jar and then at the cabbage cooked with MSG. He said, no problem. But the restaurant in the city is opening around June or July. By then, if they can add MSG to several dishes. It was now April, so there were about 2 months left. The timing was a bit tight, but it wasn't a big issue. Xiao Jiyue thought for a long time and then said, no problem. Manager Zeng, Xiao Jiyue pushed the jar towards Xingqing. This MSG was brought from far away with a lot of effort, so it's a bit expensive. Consider this jar a gift to the restaurant. From now on, if you want more MSG, you'll need to pay for it. Before coming, Xiao Jiyue had already thought about it. The jar of MSG brought back by Chuang was about 3 jin, around 1.5 kilograms. She didn't mind giving it to the restaurant, but her father and older brother worked hard to produce it. Giving away 3 jin was fine, but it couldn't be a regular thing. In the future, the restaurant would need more and more MSG. If she didn't clarify this from the start, charging later would seem petty.
So, thank you, Miss Xiao.
Xingqing smiled happily. With this seasoning, he felt more confident about opening a restaurant in the city. He also mentioned to Xiao Jiyue about the dishes for the restaurant's opening. Currently, the restaurant in the city is being quickly renovated, but Xingqing cares a lot about the opening menu. Xiao Jiyue turned to look at Luo Kuei. Luo Kuei held out a box, which contained 2 plans for the marketing activities for the opening. It was up to Xingqing to choose one, or perhaps let someone more familiar with the city pick the best plan. Shopkeeper Zeng, please take a look at the opening activities. As for the dishes, besides the usual ones, I want to create a signature dish that people will think of whenever they hear about Hongdu Fu's Fengchun Tower. Xiao Jiuyu's calm and confident voice made others naturally trust her. When shopkeeper Zeng saw the 2 plans she wrote for the opening, he felt excited. One plan involved a prize draw, and the other offered free sour plum juice. Xingqing could already imagine many customers coming in. Miss Xiao, what is our restaurant's signature dish? Xingqing asked, then looked down to review the activity plans again. Xiao Jiuyu's elegant handwriting was pleasing to the eye, but what excited him more was that he had never heard of these activities before. Choosing the signature dish is serious. We need to discuss it more. Maybe around May or June, we can decide, Xiao Jiuyu replied. She hadn't yet fixed on a signature dish because there were so many options. She added, today I brought 3 new dishes for you to try. In the future, every 10 days, I will send 3 new dishes. Miss Xiao, are you trying to see which dish is the favorite first? Xingqing quickly understood her meaning. Exactly, Xiao Jiuyu nodded. It's hard to please everyone, so we want to pick what most people like.
Don't worry, Miss Xiao.
I will make sure everyone records everything carefully, Xingqing said seriously. Then he asked, what is this dish that costs just 1 coin? Even a simple stir-fried cabbage costs 3 coins. Where does a dish that costs only 1 coin come from? Xiao Jiuyu didn't answer directly. Instead, she asked, a table of people eating. 1 dish alone isn't enough, right? Even if each table orders a dish costing 1 coin. I understand. Each table can only buy 1 dish for 1 coin, but they will still order other dishes. It may seem like this dish loses money, but the other dishes will make up for it. Xingqing's eyes sparkled as he looked at Xiao Jiuyu. A dish costing just 1 coin must be the special dish, and he believed customers would come just for it. Suddenly, Xingqing worriedly asked, the restaurant looks very nice after the repairs, and the dishes are now available. Will expensive dishes sell well? Relying only on cheap dishes at the restaurant definitely won't work. So, we should also introduce set menus, like the Good Fortune Continuous set for 9,999 coins, symbolizing long-lasting happiness, or the Blooming Wealth set for 8,888 coins, meaning continuous prosperity. Xiao Jiuyue explained each set menu with a description. She added, we can also name the private room something like Longevity Hall, Fortune Hall, or Jade Hall. Or use names like Double Happiness or 5 Blessings to sound lucky and festive. With each suggestion Xiao Jiuyue made, Xingqing's worries lessened a bit. Finally, she was filled with joy and excitement. she said. Miss Xiao, your plans are very thoughtful. After lunch, Zheng Qing arranged for the kitchen to prepare many dishes suitable for Madame Xiao and the other members of the Xiao family. She packed several food boxes and said, Miss Xiao, consider this my treat. Zheng Qing happily saw Xiao Jiyue to the restaurant door. She thought to herself, this is the god of wealth of Fengchun Tower. Her ideas, even simple ones, could be very useful. Xiao Jiyue asked Jin Wu to take the food boxes back to the Xiao family. Then she took Luokue to Huangji's steamed bun shop. Miss, do you want to eat some buns? Luokue looked at the stall with a canopy in the alley and asked, how many buns do you want? I'll go buy some.
2.
Xiao Jiyue sat on a bench under the stall. The furniture was old but very clean, showing that the person was neat and efficient. Miss, your buns are here. Luokue handed over 2 steaming hot buns. Just as they reached Xiao Jiyue, the owner of the stall arrived. Luokue turned around and said suspiciously, I already paid. Yes, yes, yes. Boss Huang nodded with a smile and handed over a bowl of tofu pudding with sugar. Miss Xiao, our tofu pudding is very delicious. Please try some. Thank you. Xiao Jiyue looked at Boss Huang. If she remembered correctly, that day he had gone with He Chongqing outside the city to Sanlitun. You're welcome, Miss Xiao. Boss Huang smiled, his eyes narrowing. That day he had gone outside the city to Sanlitun, worked a little with He Chongqing, and finally, under the cover of darkness, delivered a corpse and a box to the Fong family's gate, earning just a few silver coins. He worked early and late making buns every day. It probably took him half a year to earn just a few silver coins. Boss Huang knows very well that if it weren't for Xiao Jiyue, he wouldn't be able to earn this money. Xiao Jiyue tasted the tofu pudding, which was sweet and very soft. She praised Boss Huang, your tofu pudding is really good. She remembered that the taro ball tofu at Fengchun Tower was made by the Shi family from Fuan Village, but Boss Huang's was just as good, if not better. If Miss Xiao likes it, shall I pack some to take home? Maybe I can deliver it to you every day in the future? Boss Huang said enthusiastically. Xiao Jiyue put down her bowl, wiped her mouth, and asked, how's your bun shop doing? Just enough to get by, Boss Huang said with worry. He had 3 sons and 2 daughters. His eldest son just got married and had a baby, which was good news. But his other 2 sons were about to marry too, and everywhere needed money. Fortunately, Chongqing is very good and has been helping us earn money. My second son went to Yanjing to work with Chongqing, and we must thank Miss Xiao, Boss Huang said, bowing to Xiao Jiyue. Boss Huang, how old is your youngest son? Would he be willing to work outside if you asked? Xiao Jiyue asked. My youngest son is 15. As long as he can work, he's willing to go anywhere, Boss Huang said, his mind full of only one thought, earning money, earning money. Are there many people like your youngest son? Xiao Jiyue asked. Boss Huang nodded. Yes, there are. He chatted with Xiao Jiyue about this. His eldest son was making tofu, his second son was at Yanjing, and his youngest was unemployed. He thought that Xiao Jiyue was talented and might help find a job for his youngest son. Many people like his youngest son, who have no work, follow He Chongqing and sometimes go hunting, which can earn some extra snacks. After leaving Boss Huang, Xiao Jiyue had a clear idea in her mind. Miss Xiao, you don't need to pay. Boss Huang quickly chased after her, holding the copper coins for the loofah. Unfortunately, Xiao Jiyue's carriage had already left. Boss Huang had to take the money back. Old Lady Huang asked, Old man, did you return the money? No, I can't run faster than the carriage, Boss Huang said, carefully putting the money away. Next time I see Miss Xiao, I'll definitely return it. Miss Xiao is a good person, Old Lady Huang said. She asked, do you think Miss Xiao can help our family's youngest find a job?
That.
Boss Huang hesitated. Whether she can or not, we should thank Miss Xiao. You're saying that, but I never said we shouldn't thank her. Mrs. Huang prayed towards Xiao Jiyue's departure, clasping her hands and saying, Heaven bless, may the 3rd son also find work. At night, He Chongqing received news and went directly to the old Xiao family house to find Xiao Jiyue. Miss, Here is the latest salt production from the salt well, He Chongqing said, presenting purified fine salt. Using your method, the salt is now finer and whiter. Xiao Jiyue examined the salt. Compared to the yellowish coarse salt she saw before, the salt He Chongqing brought back this time was much finer and whiter. She tasted it and found the flavor much better than before. Brother who is very grateful to you. His family has sold coarse salt for generations, but never achieved this quality. Now, he has succeeded. He Chongqing remembered how excited Hu Yi was when the fine salt first appeared, crying while holding a handful of it. The one who should be most grateful is himself. It's his own effort to study and try, Xiao Jiyue said clearly. Her method was based on theory, but turning it into practice required Hu Yi to experiment many times before succeeding. Xiao Jiyue asked, He Chongqing, I saw your brothers before. Are they the kind who don't do proper work? He Chongqing paused before replying, Yes, they are ordinary folks. They have martial skills but no steady jobs. They used to carry goods at the agency or help unload at other places, but they don't have regular work. If I asked them to deliver goods far away, would they dare?
Xiao Jiyue asked.
Deliver far away? He Chongqing hesitated for a moment and then said, They dare, but they rarely go far. They might not know the rules of the trade. Miss, are you planning to send someone? How many do you need? My brothers are reliable. He remembered how, while he was in prison, these brothers secretly brought him supplies, which helped him survive. I can't do much at the salt well, but if needed, I can go, He Chongqing volunteered. Xiao Jiyue looked at him and said, In Lingnan, a place full of mists and dangers, it takes over a month to walk there, and more than 20 days by cart. I'm not afraid. I can go, He Chongqing said firmly. No need to rush your answer. You can ask your brothers first. Xiao Jiyue finished her work and dismissed He Chongqing. After drinking a cup of tea, Xiao Jiyue heard Jinwen return and say, Miss, yesterday Chuang went home to shower and sleep until this afternoon. In the afternoon, he took Aunt Chu out shopping, and tonight they bought 3 jin of meat. Goldwyn carefully explained, I heard Chuang wants to buy the house next to the Chu family. Buy a house? Xiao Jiuyu's eyes flickered slightly. Since Chuang returned from Lingnan, everyone must have given him silver. Considering that, Chuang has about 30 taels of silver. She asked, did he brag to others or go to the agency? No. Goldwyn shook his head. I followed him all day today and didn't see him contact anyone from the agency. Keep watching tomorrow, Xiao Jiuyu ordered. After speaking, she stood up and returned to her courtyard. Today she saw Xingqing, He Chongqing, and Goldwyn, and also handled matters at the restaurant. She was feeling a bit sleepy and asked, Luo Kue, did I forget something? Miss, what did you forget? Luo Kue was nibbling on some snacks and looked at Xiao Jiuyu with a puzzled expression. When they reached the courtyard gate and saw He Lian standing there, she suddenly remembered. She asked He Lian, why didn't you come to the front yard to find me? Young lady, He Lian bowed politely, shyly saying, I was afraid of disturbing you. Xiao Jiuyu looked at her thin clothes. Luckily, the weather was warm now, otherwise, she might have caught a cold. Come inside quickly, don't catch a cold. Xiao Jiuyu led He Lian into the house and then instructed, Luo Kue, make some tea for Miss He. No, it's not necessary, He Lian said hesitantly. She stood awkwardly at the doorway. Although she had lived at the Xiao family for a long time, she still dared not move around freely, even afraid to look at things too much. Sit down, Xiao Jiuyu said kindly, watching He Lian's nervousness. Unlike the crazy He Lian, she was dressed in faded clothes, her hair with a wooden hairpin, and her face was plain. She looked so fragile that a gust of wind might knock her over. Young lady, I heard Miss Lian Exile say you wanted to see the rush grass flowers? He Lian gathered her courage and took out the rush grass flower she had hidden in her sleeve. She looked a bit shy and said, Young lady, this is the lotus flower I made. If you don't mind. He Lian looked at the jade hairpin in Xiao Jiuyu's hair. She didn't understand what material it was, but it looked very valuable. The rush grass flower in her hand seemed like it couldn't be given away. Just as He Lian was about to put it away, Xiao Jiuyu stood up and picked up the rush grass flower, praising softly, "This is the lotus flower you made yourself. It looks just like real." At the moment Xiao Jiyue's long, slender fingers held the lotus flower, He Lian thought that her crafted grass flowers looked even more beautiful. She looked at Xiao Jiyue with excitement and asked, "Miss, do you really think the lotus flower looks like this?" "Not only does it look like it, but it's also very pretty," Xiao Jiyue said, pinching the grass flower. "The lifelike lotus flower, like a girl with makeup. Beautiful. If you like it, miss, I can make more," He Lian said, her face turning red with excitement, as if she finally felt useful. "Sit down and tell me slowly," Xiao Jiyue said, holding the grass flower and gesturing for He Lian to sit. She asked, "Are there many grass flowers in Fuan village?" "You mean the grass flowers, right?" "There are many. There's a place on the back mountain where all the grass flowers grow," He Lian replied softly, her eyes shining when she talked about the grass flowers. Xiao Jiyue listened carefully. She remembered from books that plush flowers and grass flowers looked very similar. She wondered if they were made from silkworm silk and either iron or copper wire. She asked, "If I asked you to make one with silk, do you think you could make a plush flower?" "Silk?" He Lian's eyes widened, full of doubt. It seemed incredible that such a fine material could be used to make plush flowers. "Yes, silk," Xiao Jiyue explained, sharing the little knowledge she had learned. She wasn't sure if her half-learned skills would be enough for He Lian to understand. "Miss, I think I understand what you mean," He Lian said, seeming to grasp it but not quite. "Too bad, I don't have the materials now. Otherwise, I could try. Tomorrow, I'll have someone bring some materials for you to try. See if you can make a plush flower," Xiao Jiyue encouraged her. "Try it, and if you can't do it, it's okay. Grass flowers can also look beautiful in hair." Xiao Jiyue pinned the lotus flower in her hair. She touched it gently, confident that even if she couldn't see, she believed that such a delicate, realistic grass flower would look lovely in her dark, shiny hair. "It's so beautiful." He Lian's eyes welled with tears as she looked at Xiao Jiyue wearing the grass flower she made. She added, "Miss, you look so beautiful, and even the flowers I made look good because of you." Xiao Jiyue didn't scold her for making useless things like others might. Instead, she praised her, saying, "Your flowers are beautiful." They discussed her idea of making hair accessories to sell. He Lian hesitated and asked, "Miss, do you think anyone would buy them?" Xiao Jiyue raised an eyebrow confidently and replied, "With such beautiful flowers, how could no one want to buy them?" "Yes, making these wildflower decorations is very slow," He Lian thought. "Each flower takes half a day to make, and that's not even very complicated. If it were more complex, it might take a whole day." With only a few flowers she made, she couldn't sell dozens even if she didn't eat or drink. It probably wouldn't sell well. "It's okay. Let's try making the velvet flowers I mentioned," Xiao Jiyue comforted her. "You still need to rest and recover. Just think of it as me paying you to help make velvet flowers each month." "I don't want money," He Lian quickly replied. "Miss, you saved me and my brother and found work for my mother. I don't want payment." He Lian was so anxious, she turned red in the face. "Just see if you can make the velvet flowers first," Xiao Jiyue soothed her. After sending He Lian away, she sat on a chair and didn't move for a while. He Lian was like a poor girl in the orphanage, but she was even stronger than that. If she had the ability to help her friend Xiaoya back then, maybe Xiaoya could have also started a new life like He Lian. Luo Kuei stood nearby, quietly taking a snack from her bag. "Miss, I have green bean cakes. Would you like to try some?" Xiao Jiyue snapped out of her thoughts. She looked at the green bean cakes in Luo Kuei's hand, took one, and put it in her mouth. The sweet green bean cake had a rich bean aroma. She asked, "Does your toothache still hurt?" Luo Kuei covered her face when she heard that. "Miss, I feel better now. Toothache isn't a real illness, but when it hurts, it can feel life-threatening." Just thinking about it made Luo Kuei feel her tooth ache again. The doctor said if you keep eating so much sugar, your teeth will fall out when you're old. Xiao Juyu glanced at her, then reached for her small bag, which had mostly been taken by Lien Exile, leaving only some dried carrots. Miss, I really don't have any left, Luo Kue almost cried. If I had known, I wouldn't have let you eat it. Xiao Juyu ate all the green bean cakes from her bag before saying, I'll make you something to eat another day. It won't make you get heat rash. Really? Luo Kue immediately smiled and asked what she was making. The next day, Xiao Juyu prepared complete sets of silk threads, wire and copper wire for Lian. She also wrote a letter to her older brother Xiao Jialing. At the same time, she told the Xiao family members that they should send things to Lingnan regularly, including clothes, shoes, and socks, to be sent together later. Xiao Juyue went shopping for herbs to repel snakes, insects, mice, and ants. In Lingnan, the humidity is high and the weather is dry, so mice and cockroaches are probably gathering in large numbers. Whether it's the aging old Master Xiao, the middle-aged Xiao Fu, or the pampered Xiao Jialing since childhood, they all seem uncomfortable. Xiao Jiyue thought about other ways to make ice and subtly wrote down her ideas, trusting that Jialing, being clever, would figure it out. Lingnan. Jialing, did you go catch sea intestines again? Grandpa, since my little sister wants dried sea intestines ground into powder, 1 jar won't be enough. Xiao Jialing wiped the sweat from his forehead and poured out all the sea intestines from the basket. These things the villagers don't even want to eat anymore. I thought, since I have nothing to do anyway, I might as well help her make more. Grandpa Xiao looked at the healthier Xiao Jialing and asked, are sea intestines available only during this period, or do they appear in every season? Jialing's eyes flickered. He put down the basket and hurriedly prepared to leave. Just as he reached the door, he bumped into Xiao Fu. Xiao Fu, holding his shoulder where he was hit, frowned and asked, what happened? Father, I caught the sea intestines myself, but it's not enough. I need to gather more with the villagers, Jialing said anxiously, worried that if he hesitated, he might miss out on catching the sea intestines. Come back, Xiao Fu ordered. Jialing stopped in his tracks and said, Father, you trust me. Yue always knows what she's doing. 1 jar of sea intestine powder definitely isn't enough. Even if it's enough, it doesn't matter. We're just idling around anyway, Xiao Fu said calmly. Having lost half his life on the way here, in this remote and backward village, Xiao Jiyue secretly hid silver coins in tea leaves and sewn into clothes. Life was hard, but survival was not a problem. At the end of last year, the silver coins Xiao Jiyue sent made the Xiao family's life better. Jialing wanted to do more for his sister. By the time you realize it, it will be gone. Xiao Fu shot him a glance, hands behind his back, and slowly walked into the yard. Hearing this, Jialing's legs, which had just taken a step forward, immediately turned back. Father, what do you mean by that? Xiao Fu looked at him sharply. Have your brains gone bad since you got here? He then walked over to old Master Xiao, trying to take the axe from him, but was dismissed by the old man. You chopping wood? You're not as good as me.
Ha!
Jialing chuckled at the scene. Xiao Fu's face darkened. He turned around and glared at him. You think you're so good at chopping wood? Father, most of these logs were cut by me. Jialing looked at the firewood at the foot of the wall. Bored, he started chopping wood. He clearly felt that his body was not as fragile as before. A slight chill no longer made him sick.
Xiao Fu.
Xiao Jialing asked, Dad, have you already told the villagers about buying sea cucumbers?
Yes, Xiao Fu nodded.
Relying on you alone to fish every day, you won't catch many sea cucumbers. I've asked the villagers. Sea cucumbers are only available at this time of year, and it also depends on luck, Xiao Jialing said. When he fished for sea cucumbers each day, Xiao Fu thought about what they would do if Xiao Jiyue still wanted sea cucumbers. They needed to plan ahead. Who knows if Chu Ong has gone to Hongdu yet? Xiao Jialing looked toward Hongdu. Hongdu. Xiao Jiyue stretched lazily. After working hard for a few days, the restaurant's affairs were running smoothly. The business with Shangting's fabric shop was also settled. Shangting had already brought a batch of cloth to Hongdu. Starting from Hongdu, they began to expand their business. Over at Chu Eng's place, Xiao Jiyue was gradually getting to know his character. He and He Chongqing brought over a dozen brothers, showing they were willing to deliver goods to Lingnan. Chuang was experienced in navigation, and He Chongqing and his brothers had fighting skills. After organizing for 3 days, the first batch of supplies to Lingnan finally set out. Grandmother personally brewed tea for old Master Xiao. Beautiful lady made shoes and socks for Dad and Big Brother. The second and third houses sent gifts and letters to Uncle 2 and Uncle 3. Plus, Xiao Jiyue prepared herbal medicines to prevent snakes, insects, mice, and rats, along with common herbal remedies for illnesses like cold, hemostatic ointments, and fever-reducing herbs. Finally, Xiao Jiyue also sent a batch of durable canned tangerines and some grains. Luokue, let's go to the back mountain. Xiao Jiyue, holding her zither, excitedly headed to the mountain. She hadn't played her zither in the pavilion for a long time after all this busy work. Miss Lian Xian, who had recovered her leg, ran over, holding her zither, and said sourly, "Miss only remembers Luokue now." Lian Xian, Xiao Jiyue awkwardly touched her nose. Recently, everyone around her had been Luokue. She had indeed forgotten. She looked down at her leg. "How is it? Is your leg fully healed?"
Yes.
"The doctor said I can now run and jump," Lian Xian said, holding her zither and bouncing in front of Xiao Jiyue. Xiao Jiyue hurriedly said, "No, your leg just healed. Be careful." "I'm fine, Mississippi. I'm doing well," Lian Xian grinned. Recently, she had been fed 4 or 5 meals a day by Miss. She felt she was no longer a maid, but more like Miss herself, waiting on food and dressing herself. "Let's go today and see if the Chinese tune leaves are ready," Xiao Jiyue said as she led Lianxin up the mountain to play the lute. She hadn't been here for a while, so she played the Purple Bamboo tune a few times. Xiao Jiyue felt very happy. As long as she waited a bit longer, she would earn a lot of money. "Miss, are you in a good mood?" Lianxin listened to the music and could feel Xiao Jiyue's happiness inside. "Of course," Xiao Jiyue said. She felt that everything was going well. It was late spring, early summer, and her grandmother's health was much better. On her way down the mountain, she picked a lot of Chinese tune leaves, perfect for making fried eggs. "Shirley Zheng?" When Xiao Jiyue returned with a basket of Chinese tune leaves, she saw Shirley Zheng waiting in the yard. She looked up. It wasn't dark yet, so Shirley Zheng shouldn't be busy. "Miss Xiao," Shirley Zheng greeted her respectfully. There was a problem with Wang Lijing's side. Everyone has already planted sugarcane, but someone incited others to say that their sugarcane isn't wanted. Shirley Zheng hurriedly explained. Wang Lijing from Wannan County had followed the agreement and quickly increased the sugarcane planting by 7 or 8 acres, working with the villagers. But someone stirred trouble, claiming that even if the sugarcane grew, no one would buy it, wasting land. They wanted to uproot the young plants and plant other vegetables instead. "Where is Wang Lijing?" Xiao Jiyue handed the basket to Luokue. "Wang Lijing is calming the villagers now. Miss Xiao, Wang Lijing is honest and has been planting sugarcane for you, but..." As fellow village officials, Shirley Zheng knew that while Lijing looked successful, he also had some difficult troublemakers to manage. "In Wannan County, then I will go take a look," Xiao Jiyue said. She was free now and wanted to see how the sugarcane was doing. The yellow peaches were about to ripen. Besides making canned peaches, she also wanted to make cherry preserves. Sugar was a must. "Luokue, tell Jin Wu to prepare the carriage," Xiao Jiyue ordered. "Take the Chinese tune to the kitchen. Grandmother and mother love it." Both Lady Xiao and the beautiful lady liked fried eggs with Chinese tune. "Miss, do you need to tell the old lady?" Luokue asked worriedly as she helped Xiao Jiyue into the carriage. The trip to Wannan County and back would take a whole day. "I've already asked Lianxin to tell grandmother," Xiao Jiyue said as she got into the carriage. "Today, she brought Jin Wu, and you go with her." As Luokue sat in the carriage, she noticed it was already moving. She hesitated. "Miss, shall we wait for Lianxin?" "Lianxin's legs are fine now." Xiao Jiyue leaned against the carriage and stopped halfway. Shirley Zheng was afraid to follow her in the same carriage, so Xiao Jiyue moved to another carriage. Shirley Zheng, along with Shi Yumin, followed behind her carriage. They traveled all the way to Wan'an village. Shi Lijing was exhausted, feeling like his old bones would break. He touched his waist and heard Shi Yumin say, "We've arrived." Shi Lijing lifted the curtain and asked, "Is this it?" Usually, walking mountain paths took him at least 2 hours, but today, it probably only took about an hour. "Father, the carriage is fast." Shi Yumin helped Shi Lijing down and asked, "Father, are we short of people?" Shi Lijing glared at him. "We're not here to fight, are we?" He quickly walked over to Xiao Jiuyu and said, "Miss Xiao, the Wang Lijing's door is locked. I think they're in the sugarcane fields. Lead the way." Xiao Jiuyu looked around. Wan'an village was different from Fuan village. In Wan'an, besides the good farmland, the rest of the land was planted with sugarcane seedlings in patches. It was late April, early May now. The sugarcane seedlings had already grown. It was clear that Wan'an village was experienced in planting sugarcane. Seeing the thriving seedlings, everyone could imagine that by August or September, this sugarcane field would be very lush. "Lord Wang, we used to plant dozens of acres of sugarcane, and now we've added another 7 or 8 acres. Each acre can produce 2,000 to 3,000 jin of sugarcane. When these 40 acres are harvested, what will Miss Xiao do if she doesn't want it? We can't just let everyone's effort go to waste." Watching the sugarcane rot in the fields, a man with a shovel said angrily, "Lord Wang, this land is our livelihood. While we can still plant, we'll grow banana trees. Villagers, I just came back from Shaoqing with mango cuttings. We've never had these before. If we plant them, they could sell for 10 coins per jin," the man said excitedly, his face turning red. "One tree has at least 50 to 60 cuttings. If we take good care of them, maybe 70 or 80, and they could produce 300 or 400 jin. One tree, that's 3,000 or 4,000 coins." The villagers of Wan'an listened eagerly. "Ma Lao Lu, are you sure you're not joking?" Ma Lao Lu, hearing the doubt, immediately looked serious. "I've seen the mango cuttings from Shaoqing myself. They taste good and are expensive. Can they grow successfully?" a villager asked. Ma Laojiu pounded his chest and said, "My older brother-in-law said this thing is easy to grow. If you don't take good care of it, you'll get fewer fruits. Ma Laojiu, if you want to plant it, go ahead. Why do you want to remove the sugarcane seedlings?" Wang Lijing stood in front of Ma Laojiu, frowning as he listened. He said, "These fruits are really as good as you say. Let's plant them this year. If they do well, we can plant more next year." "Sir Wang, won't that be a waste this year?" Ma Laojiu, confident after visiting Shao City, spoke boldly to Wang Lijing. "Sir Wang, sugarcane is planted every year. Why can't I plant a few acres of mango branches? Or are you afraid, Sir Wang, that if I and everyone else start growing mango branches to make money, they won't listen to you anymore?" Ma Laojiu called him Sir Wang sarcastically, clearly showing his teasing tone. The villagers of Wan'an village all had their own little thoughts. Over the past few years, sugarcane harvests had been getting worse each year. This time, Wang Lijing had found a buyer for Miss Xiao, paying a few hundred coins as a deposit. But who knew if the sugarcane would still be worth planting after it grew? Ma Laojiu kept talking about mango branches, praising how many fruits they produced, how delicious they were, how easy they were to grow, and how valuable they were. The villagers were tempted. Ma Laojiu grabbed his shovel and shouted to everyone, "Everyone, dig your own land." Wang Lijing stepped directly in front of Ma Laojiu's shovel and said seriously, "No, I've already promised Miss Xiao to plant sugarcane. No one can dig it up without her permission. No, if you don't dig it out now, the mango branches won't survive." Ma Laojiu looked at Wang Lijing blocking him and said in a deep voice, "Today, I will dig up these sugarcane seedlings. If you don't let me, don't blame me for being rude." "You dare." Wang Lijing stepped forward, completely unafraid of Ma Laojiu. "Don't think that because you're the village chief, I fear you. You're blocking us from making money. Not only you, but even the village elders have no right to stop us from earning. Isn't that right, fellow villagers?" Ma Laojiu stirred up the crowd with his words. He raised his iron shovel and said, "Move aside, or my shovel won't recognize anyone. Cutting off people's income is like harming their parents. The villagers, who had been hesitant, now became very excited. They shouted, "We want to plant mango branches. We want to make money." They grabbed their tools, and the scene was about to get out of control. "No, I won't allow it," Wang Lijing said firmly, stepping forward even more. Ma Laoji's shovel swung directly toward the sugarcane seedlings in the field. Wang Lijing grabbed the shovel with his hand, blood dripping from his hand onto the rice field. He gritted his teeth and said, "Unless I die, no one can shovel." The scene froze for a moment. Ma Laoji didn't expect that Wang Lijing was not afraid of even death. Clap, clap, clap. Xiao Juyu clapped her hands as she walked over and said, "Wang Lijing, what a lively scene this is." Her clear, bell-like voice, dressed in lotus-colored clothes without makeup, still looked beautiful, and completely out of place in the sugarcane field. The villagers of Wanan village were all stunned. Seeing Xiao Juyu, Wang Lijing felt like he had found a savior and rushed over excitedly. "Miss Xiao, you're just in time. Everyone is about to clear this 7 or 8 acres of sugarcane." "Miss Xiao?" The villagers of Wanan village pricked up their ears. They quietly looked at Xiao Juyu, too afraid to look her in the eye. This wealthy young lady, why was she here in their small village? Really? Xiao Jiuyu's eyes flickered slightly. Her gaze swept over the villagers and finally landed on Ma Laoji. She asked, "Wang Lijing, we have a signed agreement with Wanan village. Miss Xiao, we mainly grow sugarcane, and if there's too much, we won't harvest it." Ma Laoji looked at Xiao Jiuyu's cold, sharp eyes and instinctively lowered his shovel. His momentum weakened a bit. "Luo Kue, bring out the agreement for everyone to see," Xiao Jiuyu's cold voice sounded. She stood there, her gaze icy and focused. Everyone looked at her with a feeling of awe. "Yes, miss," Luo Kue called out loudly. She took out the agreement and read it aloud. She wasn't very literate, but on the way here, Xiao Jiuyu had taught her. Luo Kue was afraid of losing Xiao Jiuyu's face and remembered it well. This year, Wanan village must deliver at least 80,000 jin of sugarcane. If they breach the contract, they must pay triple the penalty. As Luo Kue finished speaking, the entire Wanan village exploded. What does breaching the contract mean? Do we have to pay money?
Triple. How much is that?
I don't know. When we signed, I think there was a penalty for breach. Then, do we have to pay money? The villagers of Wanan village whispered among themselves. Hearing this, Ma Laoji's forehead veins bulged. Luo Kue continued, "If your Wanan village can't deliver 80,000 jin of sugarcane, you'll have to pay a fine, 2 coins per jin, totaling 1.6 million coins, or 160 taels of silver. That's 3 times, so 480 taels of silver." Luo Kue had been on the cart all the way, and he remembered the amount of silver clearly in his mind.
What?
Oh heavens, we've never sold sugarcane for so much money. Ma Lao Lu couldn't hold back anymore. He pointed at Wang Xinggan and scolded, "Wang Xinggan, I think you're not trying to help the village make money, but trying to harm everyone." Seeing the villagers panicking, Wang Lijing loudly said, "Everyone listen to me." But the villagers, afraid of losing money, said, "Wang Lijing, this money is what you made us sign for. I definitely won't pay."
Exactly.
"No way. We can't pay this money. If you sell me, it still wouldn't cover such a big amount. 480 taels of silver. People who work hard all their lives have never seen so much money. Everyone listen to me." Wang Lijing shouted loudly, his voice like a bell. Xiao Jiuyue stood nearby, silently taking a step back. It was hard to tell, but Wang Lijing's voice was really very loud. Jin Wu and Yu Ge stood protectively beside Xiao Jiuyue, worried that the villagers might hurt her. Luo Kue stayed close to Xiao Jiuyue, never leaving her side. The villagers all grabbed their tools, as if ready to tear Wang Lijing apart. No matter how Wang Lijing shouted, no one listened. Finally, he grabbed an iron shovel and slammed it heavily in front of Ma Lao Lu. The loud clang made the villagers fall silent instantly. "We planted 40 acres of sugarcane. I calculated at least 2,000 jin per acre. Last year, each acre produced 2,600 jin. As long as everyone works hard to grow this batch of sugarcane, we can make money. Wang Lijing's voice was almost a shout. He raised his voice and said, "So, there's no problem with losing money." The villagers looked at each other. They had grown sugarcane for most of their lives. When Wang Lijing reminded them, they remembered sugarcane could indeed produce over 2,600 jin per acre. But unfortunately, every year when they sent it to the city, they didn't earn much. What if the harvest is bad? Wang Xinggan, I think you're just trying to hurt everyone on purpose. Ma Lao Lu, after being angry, became excited. If Wang Xinggan really had to pay the fine, could he still be the village head in the future? We rely on the heavens to provide our food. Who knows if the heavens will bless us with a good harvest? Ma Lao Lu was about to point at Wang Lijing's nose and scold him. Even if the harvest is smaller, 8,000 jin, there will still be some, Wang Lijing confidently said. So, we can't dig up any of the sugarcane seedlings we've planted. What about my mango branches? Ma Lao Lu asked, thinking whether he could become the village chief if he removed the sugarcane seedlings. No. Next year we will plant again, or you can clear new land yourself. Wang Lijing refused to let anyone touch the sugarcane seedlings. No, mango branches are so profitable. If everyone does well, just growing mango branches can earn over 10 taels of silver in a year, Ma Lao Lu said, making the villagers excited again. Mango branches are evergreen trees that like warm weather, and I can't tolerate cold frost. When it's cold, pollination is poor, and they may not bear fruit or could die. When it's hot, the fruit can get sunburned. Xiao Jiuyu's clear voice was different from the rough men's voices. Her calm tone made everyone listen carefully. And there's rain. Our weather here is different from Xiao City. Rain is uneven. Without rain, flowers fall and fruits drop. Too much rain can cause pests and diseases. Xiao Jiuyu used to study at an agricultural university, so she knew these plants and fruits well. Miss Xiao, do you mean that our Wannan village isn't suitable for growing mango branches? Wang Lijing asked, catching the key point. Xiao Jiuyu nodded confidently.
Yes.
Hengda's climate isn't suitable for mangoes at all. She added, even if we plant them, they won't produce many fruits. You're talking nonsense. My brother-in-law said these mango branches grow very easily, Ma Lao Lu said excitedly, seeing everyone's doubtful looks. I brought back so many mango branches just to help everyone make money. Have you seen mango branches? You're just talking nonsense about them not growing. Ma Lao Lu had put a lot of effort into this batch of mango branches. It costs quite a bit to transport them from Xiao City. Of course, after they grow, the fruits are yellow, about this big, Xiao Jiuyu said, holding up her fist. She wasn't sure if they could grow that big in ancient times. She added, they might be a bit smaller. They have a layer of golden skin, and inside is golden flesh. It's sticky and sweet to eat. Also, the mango branches have a flat seed in the middle, Xiao Jiuyu added confidently, just like Ma Lao Lu. The villagers all believed her at once. They looked silently at the healthy sugarcane seedlings nearby. Luckily, they hadn't been dug up yet. Sugarcane, whether you want to plant or remove it depends on whether you prefer to lose money or make a profit, Xiao Jiu slightly smiled. These villagers are not bad. They just want to earn a little more silver. But if this issue isn't resolved now, perhaps her sugarcane and her sugar will be gone in the future. Young lady, anyone who dares to owe money to our Xiao family, I will cut off their head and send them to see the officials. Jin Wu kicked the nearby tree, breaking it in half.
Creak.
The thick tree snapped into two pieces. The villagers instinctively stepped back, looking at Jin Wu with fear. This man is too terrifying. Miss Xiao, don't be angry. We will definitely plant the sugarcane, just a little more, Wang Lijing immediately assured. He turned to the villagers. Do you want to owe 480 taels of silver? We won't remove the sugarcane seedlings.
Norimubel, Norimubel.
The villagers of Wannan village excitedly agreed. Malayo's mango branches can't be planted. Who knows if they will bear fruit? But sugarcane is different. As long as they plant it, it means money. Miss Xiao, what if the amount exceeds 80,000 jin of sugarcane? Do you want it too? A villager asked boldly. Xiao Jiue glanced at him. When I signed the agreement with Wang Lijing, I said I wanted as much as we agreed. The villagers looked at Xiao Jiyue, who was very reasonable, and asked again, and what about the agreement? Xiao Jiyue looked at them with a half-smile. I paid the deposit. Your village's sugarcane seedlings are supposed to be removed on command. Without this agreement and penalty for breach, when harvest time comes, can you just give me a few hundred jin of sugarcane to fool me? Wang Lijing's face turned red. He had sworn in front of Xiao Jiyue that not only 80,000 jin of sugarcane, but even 100,000 jin or more could be planted. Now, Ma Laolu and his group insist on removing the seedlings. If they succeed, not only will they fail to produce 80,000 jin, but they might not even plant 50,000 jin.
Then,
Ma Laolu turned to look at the group, following him to plant mango branches. He also felt embarrassed and lowered his head, just a bunch of followers. Ma Laolu cursed inwardly. His eyes flicked, and he said to Xiao Jiyue, Miss Xiao. Facing Xiao Jiyue, Ma Laolu's momentum weakened. He sighed and said, I'll only remove 1 acre of sugarcane seedlings. The mango branches and seedlings are also carefully cultivated by me. It took over a month to transport them from Shaocheng. Now that you say you won't plant, what should I do with this batch of mango seedlings? Ma Laolu threw away the bloody shovel and sat on the ground, looking hopeless. He said, it's over. I can't grow mango branches, and I've spent all my savings. Ma Laolu covered his face, his voice hoarse and choked with emotion. Earlier, those who agreed to plant mango branches with Ma Laolu had stopped talking now. If they didn't plant mango branches, they could just pretend to be timid turtles. But if they didn't plant sugarcane, they would have to pay 480 taels of silver. Every household in the village had spent quite a bit of silver. Ma Laolu, I didn't agree when you said you wanted to plant mango branches before, Wang Lijing said quietly. Before planting sugarcane, the whole Wanan village had discussed this matter. Wang Lijing had just gone around looking for buyers for sugarcane when Shi Lijing from Fuan village came to find him. Wang Lijing immediately agreed to plant sugarcane. But in just a short time, Ma Laolu had gone to Shaocheng to transport mango seedlings. What's the use of talking about this now? I've already transported the mango seedlings, Ma Laolu shouted at Wang Lijing with red eyes. He looked at Xiao Jiyue and begged, Miss Xiao, you are so wealthy. Why not buy some mango branches too? Ma Laolu looked at Xiao Jiyue eagerly, as if she were his lifeline. Mango seedlings take 3 years to bear fruit. If the seedlings are small, it could take 7 or 8 years. Besides, Hongdu isn't suitable for growing mango branches, Xiao Jiyue shrugged, appearing helpless. Miss Xiao, I didn't sign any agreement when I bought the mango seedlings, Ma Laolu said, thinking about how much effort he had put into getting the mango seedlings from Shaocheng. If they couldn't be planted, it would be a waste. He had spent at least 1 or 2 silver coins. Now that sugarcane is planted, the mango seedlings are ruined. My brother-in-law said they are easy to care for. Ma Laolu sat on the ground and looked at Wang Lijing. Sir Wang, I don't care. Just tell me what to do with my mango seedlings. I bought 100 seedlings at 30 coins each. That's 3 or 2 silver coins. To you all, I already said before that you should plant mango seedlings with me, Ma Laolu said, staring at the people behind him. Old So Air, old Lu San. Anyone named by Ma Laolu couldn't help but lower their heads. They would rather give up the small amount of money they had paid than give up planting mango branches and keep growing sugarcane. I've brought the mango seedlings. Now that you say you don't want them, how can that be? Ma Laolu is now acting recklessly, ignoring everything, and causing trouble. He stares at Wang Lijing and says, Lord Wang, if these mango branch seedlings can't be planted, don't blame me for uprooting the sugarcane seedlings. Clearing the land. As Wang Lijing finishes speaking, Ma Laolu starts to cause trouble again. No, you can't grow anything on barren land. If you can't even grow sweet potatoes, how can you grow mango branches? Xiao Jiyue frowns when she hears Ma Laolu's fussing. Yu Go, who is nearby, notices and immediately steps on a broken branch kicked by Jin Wu, saying, if you can't deliver the sugarcane seedlings, then pay 480 taels of silver, no less. Yu Go is small but looks clever. When he puts on a serious face, his eyes turn fierce. making the villagers feel uneasy. Everyone begins to persuade him. You can't uproot the sugarcane seedlings. Each family pays 20 or 30 taels of silver.
Who can afford that?
Exactly, Malalu. If you can't do it, just reclaim the land. People are talking one after another to persuade. Xiao Jiyue glances at them and plans to return to the carriage. If Wang Lijing can't handle this small quarrel, he wouldn't be a proper village head. No, you can't leave. Seeing Xiao Jiyue about to walk away, Malalu quickly gets up and blocks her path. Miss, Luokue steps in front of Xiao Jiyue to protect her. Jinwu draws his sword from the carriage and points it at Malalu, while Yuge pulls out a dagger from his shoe. Stop, stop. Malalu looks at the gleaming sword and swallows hard. He steps back and says, Miss Xiao, our village can't grow it. You can grow it in your estate. I bought these for 3 or 2 silver taels. How about this? I lose 1 or 2 taels and sell it to Miss Xiao? That way, I won't have to uproot the sugarcane seedlings. Malalu smiles as he looks at Xiao Jiyue. Why should I buy it? Xiao Jiyue looks at him expressionlessly. If Malalu honestly told her the real price, 1 or 2 taels of silver wouldn't matter to her. But does he look like a fool with too much money? Malalu clearly sees her as a fool to be taken advantage of. She keeps her money to support her grandmother, her beautiful mother, and her chubby younger brother. Isn't that better than giving it all to Malalu? If she hadn't come earlier, Malalu's uprooting might have caused a serious accident. His eyes hold a ruthless, sinister look that ordinary people don't have. If it weren't for you buying the sugarcane seedlings. Malalu begins to speak, but Xiao Jiyue snorts coldly and interrupts. Wang Lijing, if your village's sugarcane doesn't need to be sold, I miss Xiao. We will sell all the sugarcane from our village to you. Wang Lijing spoke excitedly, grabbing Malalu's arm with blood-stained hands and leaving. Lu, let's talk properly.
Don't disturb Miss Xiao.
Miss Xiao, shall I take you to see the sugarcane seedlings? Wang Lijing smiled happily at Xiao Jiyue, his eyes full of flattery. Jiyue turned to leave immediately. Wang Lijing signaled to Shi Lijing and his son, Old brother Shi, you must help me. Uft, still calling her the young lady? Not even 2 silver coins worth of effort. Malalu's eyes were cold and fierce as he watched Jiyue walk away. He shook off Wang's family members' hands, sat on the ground, and said, I've already brought the mango branch seedlings. Just tell me what to do. Jiyue got on the carriage and said, Wang Lijing, you should bandage your hand first. It's fine. My son used a spider web to stop the bleeding, Wang Lijing said beside the carriage. Miss Xiao, the sugarcane seedlings I brought aren't the biggest yet. If we go a bit further, we'll find more. Wang Lijing was eager as he led Jiyue to look at the sugarcane seedlings in Wanan village. Meanwhile, he sent his son back to report and planned to invite Miss Xiao to lunch later. Wang Lijing, when do you fertilize the fields? Jiyue asked as she walked through the sugarcane fields. She had learned a lot about sugarcane planting. At first, Wang Lijing thought Jiyue was just asking casually. But when she spoke confidently and knowledgeably, he became very serious and asked humbly for advice. Jiyue explained how to compost with well-rotted farm manure. Wang Lijing listened carefully, almost eager to catch every word. After a long time, they finished inspecting the sugarcane seedlings. Wang Lijing warmly invited Jiyue to eat at his home. She wanted to decline, but Wang Lijing said, Miss Xiao, it's rare for you to come. My wife already slaughtered a chicken. Plus, I still want to ask you about the sugarcane. He signaled to Shi Lijing, who cleared his throat and said, Miss Xiao, this place is remote. It's over an hour back to Fuan village. Why don't you come to my brother's house to eat? Jiyue nodded slightly. When she arrived at Wang Lijing's home, she was like a star surrounded by admirers. Granny Wang saw her and, afraid she might get dirty, could only smile and look at Jiyue. Granny Wang, sorry to trouble you, Jiyue said politely. No trouble at all. No trouble, Granny Wang quickly replied, struggling to speak clearly. She smiled and said, We're happy you came to eat with us, Miss Xiao. Granny Wang asked her daughter-in-law to serve Jiyue, but unfortunately, her daughter-in-law dared not speak to Jiyue and could only smile foolishly. Xiao Jiuyu asked Wang Lijing to bandage the wound. She was walking around the yard, which was tidy and full of dried firewood stacked in the corner. The courtyard was clean, with dried red chili peppers hanging under the eaves and last year's cured meats and sausages, drying in the sun. Luokue, Xiao Jiuyu whispered softly beside Luokue's ear. Luokue looked at the children hiding in the corner and quickly went to the cart to get some snacks. Xiao Jiuyu often went out in a carriage, which was always stocked with small treats and canned food. Soon Luokue returned, holding some snacks to give. Xiao Jiuyu said, "The canned food is for Granny Wang. Children, come here, I'll give you some treats." She opened the snacks, which included durable green bean cakes and candied orange peel dipped in sugar. The children looked at each other, and then ran away. Xiao Jiuyu raised an eyebrow. She talked with Wang's daughter-in-law, who shyly refused, but Xiao Jiuyu quickly persuaded her with a few words, so she had no choice but to call the children over. Wang's daughter-in-law shyly introduced her family. "These are my 3 sons, a daughter, the second son of the second uncle, 3 daughters and a son of the third uncle, and the 6th and 7th uncles." After hearing this, Xiao Jiuyu paused. The uncles looked younger than the nephews. These children were really born into a big family. She distributed the snacks to the children and then casually chatted with Wang's daughter-in-law. Wang's family was large and prosperous, with many sons, and their main family in Wan'an village also had many people. These days, it seemed that the more children and family members a household had, the less likely they were to be bullied. For lunch, Wang's family prepared a hearty meal with chicken soup, eggs, and meat. Wang Lijing warmly invited her and asked many questions about how to make fertilizer, especially after hearing that Fuan village grew rice more sparsely than before. Wang Lijing earnestly asked for advice, not doubting Xiao Jiuyu because she was a noble lady or a woman. Sure, Lijing said, "All right, don't overthink it. We probably won't plant this year anyway. Let's see how the harvest turns out this year. If it's good, next year you can plant like this too. Remember, you promised Xiao Girl 8,000 jin of sugarcane. No backing out," Sure Lijing warned, worried that Wang Lijing might not manage Ma Lao Lu well, or they wouldn't harvest the full 8,000 jin. "Don't worry, Xiao Girl," Wang Lijing assured with a pat on his chest. "Are you sure the scoundrel with the surname Xiao went to Wan'an village?" Cheng Fangjiao frowned as she listened to the maid Bao Chui's report.
"Yes," Bao Kui nodded confidently.
"Miss, I had to Meng keep watch. He wouldn't make a mistake." She brought 2 guards and a maid. Cheng Fangjiao smiled slightly. "All right, tell De Meng and the others to be alert. If this goes well, there will be a big reward." She had been watching for so long and finally found a chance. Just as Bao Chui left the door, Cheng Fangjiao hummed a tune and told the maid to bring her lunch. Ever since the incident at Samlighting outside the city, she had been confined by the county magistrate. Not only that, she was slapped by the county magistrate and warned never to provoke Xiao Jiuyu. It made her so angry. It was just a daughter of a disgraced official. Her father was exiled, so what's so special about her? Her father told her not to bother her, so she secretly came anyway. "Minister Wang, thank you for your kind hospitality," Xiao Jiuyu said as she took all the canned food from the carriage before leaving. The workshop made these canned foods themselves, for the children to eat. Xiao Jiuyu got into the carriage, listening to Minister Wang's excited and grateful words, and saw Wang's daughter-in-law rushing over. "Miss Xiao, these are wild fruits we picked ourselves. They're very tasty." The bright red fruits, about the size of pearls, made Xiao Jiuyu ask, "Are these raspberries?" Wang's daughter-in-law hesitated for a moment before replying, "We call them mountain berries here. I just washed them. They're very sweet," she said with a smile, offering the mountain berries. The water-glazed raspberries looked even more tempting. Xiao Jiuyu tasted one. It was naturally sweet, with no sourness at all. She nodded slightly. "Very sweet. If Miss Xiao likes them, there are more on the mountain. I'll have them pick some again," Wang's daughter-in-law said excitedly. "No need. These are enough." Xiao Jiuyu accepted the half basket of berries. It was clear that each berry was carefully selected. As she got into the carriage, Luo Kue chirped happily, "Miss, have you ever eaten these? They're really sweet and delicious. If Luo Kue hadn't been holding back, she might have eaten the whole basket herself. This season, there are plenty on the mountain. Just go pick some, Xiao Jiuyu said, also liking the natural fruits. They really tasted wonderful. She added, actually, we don't pay much attention to this usually. Miss, I saw them before, but I didn't dare to eat, Luo Kue said regretfully, patting her thigh. When we went to the pavilion to play the lute earlier, there were some by the roadside. But they had many thorns. After falling behind, Lu Kue felt regretful and thought she missed out on many delicious foods. Miss, no, I will go pick some when I get back, Lu Kue said, swallowing hard and trying to look away from the bright red fruits. They looked so tasty. Eat them, Xiao Jiuyu offered. Lu Kue shook her head. No, I need to save some for you. Mississippi Lu Kue pretended to look outside, then suddenly opened her arms to protect Xiao Jiuyu. Be careful. Mississippi suddenly, the carriage was hit. Young lady, be careful, Jin Wu said urgently. Sounds of fighting came from outside. Yugo held a dagger in front of the carriage, saying, young lady, some small troublemakers are here, but we can handle them quickly. Okay, Xiao Jiuyu replied. She lifted the curtain. Jin Wu and Yugo looked brave, especially Yugo, which surprised Xiao Jiuyu. She hadn't expected that, usually quiet and clever, Yugo is actually quite capable when fighting. Miss, should we get out of the carriage? Lu Kue looked around nervously. When they were in Xingjing before, they never faced such danger. On the way back to Hongdu, the biggest fear was bandits, but back then they had Manager Jin and guards. Now it was just the two of them. Before Xiao Jiuyu could answer, an arrow shot into the carriage. Ah! Lu Kue screamed in fear. She quickly drew her dagger, looking toward where the arrow came from. Her face turned pale as she protected Xiao Jiuyu in front of her, trembling as she said, Miss, I will protect you. Suddenly, another arrow flew past with a whistling sound. Xiao Jiuyu pulled Lu Kue aside to hide. Lu Kue waved her dagger in fear. She hurriedly said, Miss, we need to get out of the carriage. More arrows shot toward them. The carriage was small, and it wouldn't last long if it was hit repeatedly. Lu Kue lifted the curtain and saw 7 or 8 people outside, which made her scared. Xiao Jiuyu took out a sharp sword from a hidden compartment inside the carriage. When she stepped out, the attackers seemed to get excited instantly. Capture her alive. The 7 or 8 people rushed toward Xiao Jiuyu all at once. Jin Wu's arm was injured. Facing 2 enemies alone, he shouted back to Xiao Jiuyu, young lady, run now. Ah, ah, ah. Lu Kue's screams sounded like a heartbeat monitor. She stood in front of the carriage, stabbing her dagger fiercely at anyone who approached. Xiao Jiuyu stood on the carriage, holding a sword. There were 8 enemies, plus an archer hiding in the woods on the hillside. The arrows that previously hit the carriage were shot by that archer. To think you would dare to target a noble lady like me, Xiao Jiuyu sneered. She looked at the carriage that had collided with them earlier, an accident she hadn't expected during this ancient time. Jin Wu, Yugo, and Luo Kue all stood in front of the carriage, blocking her way. Xiao Jiuyu raised her sword and suddenly stabbed sharply at the enemy's horse's back. The horse neighed loudly and reared in panic. Luo Kue, frightened, tightly hugged her own carriage. The obstructing carriage was pushed aside, preventing those people from jumping onto her carriage again. Shi Lijing and Shi Yumin recognized this situation immediately. In just a moment, they hesitated briefly before grabbing their weapons and rushing forward to help. Miss, Luo Kue had just climbed onto her carriage and saw Xiao Jiuyu stab the black-clad man with her sword. Her admiration nearly overflowed from her eyes. Be careful, Xiao Jiuyu pulled Luo Kue aside to dodge. Using her strength, she her sword out again. Her body was naturally flexible, and after half a year of yoga, she could perform all kinds of difficult poses. Her unexpected sword strikes gave her the upper hand. Miss, Luo Kue saw an arrow coming and was so anxious, she couldn't even speak. She hurriedly hugged Xiao Jiuyu, trying to shield her with her body. Xiao Jiuyu's eyes flickered. She pushed Luo Kue into the carriage and then, with her incredible flexibility, leaned back. The bloodied arrow nearly grazed her upper body, and she could smell the blood scent nearby. "Don't come out," Xiao Jiuyu quickly said. She tore a sachet from her waist and squeezed it forcefully. The contents inside shattered. As she grabbed the carriage, she threw her hand up into the air. A fragrant burst of flowers and herbs filled the air. Xiao Jiuyu held her breath, retreated into the carriage, and calmed herself. Miss Luo Kue was eager to go out but was stopped by Xiao Jiuyu. "Hold your breath." Luo Kue immediately dared not breathe. Her arm was grazed by an arrow, trembling as she held a dagger. She still needed a bit more training, otherwise, she could have helped the lady by now. "Young lady Xiao." Xiao Jiuyu stepped out of the carriage, looked at the man lying on the ground, and without hesitation, drove her sword into his chest, leaving him no chance to resist. The sunflower rushed out of the carriage, and the scent of the sachet covered the smell of blood. She mimicked others, holding a dagger as if stabbing a doll, shouting, "Die! I'll stop you from bullying the young lady." "Jin Wu, catch that archer." Xiao Jiuyu stood on the carriage. The remaining people, Shirley Zheng, Shi Yumin, and Luo Kue, the men who had been knocked out. Xiao Jiuyu watched Yu Ge still wanting to chase forward. She said, "Don't pursue the defeated enemy." Yu Ge, angry and unfair, returned. His body was covered in blood. He kicked the man lying on the ground, not caring if he was alive or dead. He stabbed a dagger into the man's leg and said through gritted teeth, "If you dare hurt our young lady, you're asking for death." An arrow shot by Jin Wu's archer suddenly hit the horse, causing it to panic. Xiao Jiuyu was thrown back onto the carriage heavily, hitting her head and feeling a sharp pain. The horse ran wildly, and the carriage jolted on the uneven road. Xiao Jiuyu watched the horse run like crazy. She grabbed the carriage to keep moving, but it wasn't enough. She had to make the horse stop. She struggled to climb to the front of the carriage. Looking at the arrow stuck in the horse's back and the reins flying in the air, her eyes darkened. They weren't on the official road, but a narrow trail. If they didn't jump off or stop the horse, who knew where the horse might take her? Possibly off a cliff? The mad horse kept running, leaving the narrow path and heading into the forest. When Xiao Jiuyu looked down at the official road below the cliff, her heart sank. Her eyes darkened further, and she made a firm decision. Jump off the carriage. The horse leapt forward. Xiao Jiuyu jumped from the back of the carriage. When she saw the official road below, her mind was filled with images of countless wild horses rushing past. This was too much of a trap. Xiao Jiuyu couldn't help but close her eyes. She had calculated everything carefully. She finally jumped off the carriage, but why did it suddenly rush down the cliff? The carriage crashed loudly onto the ground. Xiao Jiuyu covered her head, thinking, "Protect my head, maybe I can still survive." The expected pain didn't come. Instead, her body was caught by strong arms. When Xiao Jiuyu opened her eyes and saw Junlai's handsome face, she froze. Could it be that even TV dramas wouldn't dare to act this way? A carriage fell from the sky and crashed onto the person chasing Junlai. Junlai turned around and saw a woman falling from above. He stepped on his horse's stirrup and leaped to save her. When he saw Xiao Jiuyu, his heart missed a beat. Could I be hallucinating? Xiao Jiuyu blinked hard, feeling like her eyes were playing tricks on her. Junlai was amused by her reaction, a slight smile on his lips. He looked back at the carriage that had hit someone, then turned around and mounted his horse to chase after them. Holding the reins, he said, "Hold on tight." The horse galloped wildly, wind rushing against Xiao Jiuyu's face. She turned her head and saw the wreckage of the carriage and the black-clad people. Today, she must have ignored the almanac, or else she wouldn't have encountered two groups of pursuers. Xiao Jiuyu held the small pouch she had just scattered. Luckily, she had a backup. She took a piece of paper from a talisman her mother had given her for safety, put it into the pouch along with the incense ash. Junlai noticed that Xiao Jiuyu was twitching like a little hamster. Before he could ask anything, she grabbed his collar and said, "Hold your breath." He instinctively held his breath. As they moved forward, He felt Xiao Jiyue sprinkle something behind him. When he looked back, the pursuers had collapsed softly to the ground.
Stop!
The remaining pursuers shouted as they continued to chase. Take the small path, Xiao Jiyue said, looking at the fork ahead. Jun Lai's eyes flickered, and he turned the horse into the side trail through the woods. Xiao Jiyue kept glancing back, trying to create obstacles for them or cut branches with her dagger. Since turning onto the small path, they weren't running as fast as before. To the left, dodge! Xiao Jiyue shouted as she saw arrows flying toward them, grabbing Jun Lai's clothes to pull him aside. But he remained still. Panicking, Xiao Jiyue yelled, "Are you stupid? Why aren't you dodging?" An arrow hit Jun Lai's shoulder. He looked down at her without speaking. We need to speed up now. The horse galloped wildly, and Xiao Jiyue felt like her organs were about to be shaken out. From sunset until it grew dark, their figures moved aimlessly through the forest. Hopefully we've shaken them off, Jun Lai said, turning his head to listen. He didn't hear anyone catching up. He looked around. Besides the endless mountains, it was still mountains. He could hear wolves howling. We're probably lost, Xiao Jiyue said, scanning the surroundings. She looked up at the dark night sky filled with stars. When she saw the Big Dipper clearly, she said, "That's due north.
We've gone the wrong way."
After confirming the direction, she looked back south, away from her home. "Do you know about star signs?" Jun Lai's surprised voice sounded in her ear. Xiao Jiyue's eyes flickered slightly as she modestly said, "I know a little." That was enough to tell the directions, east, south, west, or north. "Well, what should we do now?" Xiao Jiyue looked back at the dark path ahead and said, "We can't go back the way we came. What if we run into those killers?" For those trying to kidnap her, the people chasing Jun Lai clearly had murderous intent. They came to kill and silence him. "By the way, how are your injuries?" Xiao Jiyue suddenly remembered that Jun Lai hadn't dodged the arrow, and when she looked up, she saw his eyes unfocused, as if he was about to faint. She felt a heavy weight on her back and shouted, "Third Prince, are you okay?" "Third Prince." Xiao Jiyue didn't hear any reply, only felt a heavy weight on her shoulder. His face was pressed against her shoulder, hot as if branded, which scared her. She reached out and felt his forehead. "He's got a fever," she said, noticing how hot his forehead was, her brow furrowing. She looked around, but there was no village or doctor nearby, just this wild mountain. "Third Prince," she called again, but Jun Lai was clearly unconscious. She took the reins, and in the cool summer night, the mountain breeze was chilly. It was clear they needed to find a place to rest and make a fire. Looking around with wide eyes, she couldn't find a cave in this unfamiliar forest. Suddenly, the horse slipped. Xiao Jiyue didn't have time to dismount and fell with Jun Lai. She tightly held his hand, and as they fell from the horse, she realized his grip around her waist was very tight. Their bodies crashed heavily to the ground, rolling over each other.
CO2 clung tightly to Yun Li.
In this pitch-black darkness, if they got separated, it would be even more trouble. After a long time, Xiao Jiyue's pain became numb, and finally, they stopped. She opened her eyes and looked around. Were they in a mountain valley? "Third Prince." Xiao Jiyue half-pressed on top of Jun Lai. Just as she tried to get up, his tightly held hand pressed her back down. Since Jun Lai was unconscious, he didn't respond. Xiao Jiyue could only helplessly try to loosen his grip and stay still. "Third Prince, if you don't let go, we're both going to die." She tried many times but couldn't free herself, so she had to shout at him. Perhaps a certain word triggered him. His hand finally loosened. Xiao Jiyue was able to stand up at last. As she did, she realized that they had rolled down was actually a cliff. "Good luck is shining on me." Xiao Jiyue nervously patted her chest. Today was a bad day, either falling from a car, slipping off a cliff, or falling from a horse. Surviving any of these was a miracle. Xiao Jiyue quickly looked around and was pleasantly surprised to find a small cave nearby. She eagerly pulled Jun Lai into the cave.
Panting,
Xiao Jiyue gasped for breath as she looked at the cave close in front of her. She turned to glance at Jun Lai, who was leaning all his weight on her, and said, "Since you helped the Xiao family before, I'll return the favor now." She gritted her teeth and, with great effort, dragged Junlai into the cave. When she helped him lie down, she lost her balance and fell forward.
Ow!
Xiao Jiuyu took a deep breath, her hand brushing against the cave wall, which scraped her skin. She looked down, pressing her hand against his chest. She could feel that, despite his slender appearance, he had quite a bit of muscle. Could it be the saying, "Clothes make you look slim, but reveals the muscle"? Xiao Jiuyu pressed her hand on her skirt to steady herself. She took out a fire starter from her waist and blew on it, creating a small flame. Only then did she see the cave clearly. It's not really a cave, more like a small opening formed by uneven rocks. She touched the large stones, probably quite sturdy. Xiao Jiuyu gathered some dry twigs and started a fire. She supported the sleeping Junlai and said, "I just wanted to check your wound. I didn't mean to take advantage of you." As she spoke, her hand reached toward Junlai's clothes. The moment Xiao Jiuyu's hand touched his clothing, she hesitated because of the fine fabric. She looked down. Under the flickering firelight, Junlai's already flushed face looked even redder, as if painted with rouge. He was closing his eyes, making his long eyelashes look even more beautiful. His sharp jawline seemed carved by an artist. With his fever and unconsciousness, he looked fragile, almost broken. Xiao Jiuyu's eyes flickered. Now she could understand those beautiful words, handsome and charming, like a jade figure on the road, a once-in-a-lifetime noble son. If Junlai were a celebrity, his face alone could make him a top star. "Third Prince, I only took off your clothes to check your wound. I didn't mean to take advantage of you. If you disagree, just tell me," Xiao Jiuyu asked again. "You don't say anything, I'll take that as your consent." Xiao Jiuyu listened to his breathing and said, "If you dare to say later that I took advantage of you, I definitely won't admit it."
Fine.
Xiao Jiuyu took it as his agreement. She reached out and took off his outer coat, laying it on the ground. Carefully, she helped him lie on his side. When she reached to unbutton his inner shirt, her hand was suddenly grabbed. Xiao Jiuyu felt a cold, killing intent pass through her, and in the next moment, her neck was being squeezed. His bony, well-defined hand applied strong pressure, so much that Xiao Jiuyu couldn't even breathe. She grabbed his hand and struggled to say, "I'm saving you." The flickering firelight was warm but couldn't melt the coldness in Junlai's eyes, which seemed like 1,000-year-old ice or itself. Third Prince, Xiao Jiuyu gasped, unable to breathe. No, she couldn't just wait passively. She raised her hand and slapped Junlai hard across the face. Junlai loosened his grip slightly. Xiao Jiuyu pushed his hand away and said, "Third Prince, I am saving you. Yet you still want to choke me. Are you even human?" Breathing heavily and with red eyes, Xiao Jiuyu looked at him with hatred, as if she wanted to devour him. The slap landed on his face, and his eyes briefly cleared. He grabbed Xiao Jiyue's hand, leaned forward, and looked into her face, asking, "Xiao Jiyue, isn't it obvious I'm haunted?" Xiao Jiyue rolled her eyes. Having just escaped a dangerous situation, she touched her neck and looked down at his slender, well-defined hand. Was her neck really that thin? In the next moment, Junlai suddenly lunged at her. Xiao Jiyue looked up as his face brushed her lips, then heavily pressed on her shoulder. The warm touch and fresh scent lingered. After a moment, Xiao Jiyue realized, had she just kissed his face? "Don't think that just because you're a prince, you can take advantage of me casually," Xiao Jiyue said angrily as she pushed him away. He grunted and fell to the ground, bumping his forehead. Xiao Jiyue quickly pulled him back. She reacted late, realizing perhaps she had taken advantage of him. Never mind, Xiao Jiyue waved her hand and vigorously wiped her lips. She looked at Junlai, who was unconscious, and gritted her teeth, saying, "My first kiss. When you wake up, I must make you pay." No, that would let him know I kissed him, she thought. But it wasn't intentional, she added. Xiao Jiyue's face kept changing color. She took a deep breath and pushed aside all her messy thoughts. She reached out and tore his inner shirt, pulling it to his shoulders. When she saw the bright red blood, her hand instinctively slowed down. How to pull out this arrow? Xiao Jiyue looked at the arrow in his shoulder. She didn't dare to pull it out herself, nor did she want to do it like in the TV dramas, just yank it out. What if the arrow had barbs that could hook onto his flesh? I don't have any medicine, Xiao Jiyue said, watching the bleeding from the wound. She hesitated and said, let me see if you have any hemostatic herbs or something like that. She searched around his body. Not only was there no medicine, but he didn't have anything valuable. Only a small jade gourd hanging around his neck. She muttered to herself, you wait here. Using a handkerchief, she wet it with water from a small stream and pressed it to his forehead. She tore her dress to clean the wound on his shoulder. Without medicine, the blood kept flowing. No, if this keeps up, he might bleed to death before the fire burns out, Xiao Jiyue said through clenched teeth. Stay here. I'll be back soon. She made the fire burn brighter. With the flames, the wild animals probably wouldn't come close. Holding a fire starter, she began searching the nearby forest for herbs. She remembered that many herbs in the wild could stop bleeding. She should be able to find some hemostatic grass. Suddenly, a wolf howl sounded. Xiao Jiyue shivered in fear and immediately looked around alertly. When she confirmed the wolf was far away, she let out a quiet breath of relief. She really didn't want to be so unlucky. She quickened her search for herbs. When she saw some ground cover herbs, she got excited. She knelt down and started pulling them out. There were so many that she couldn't hold them all in one hand. She lifted her skirt, forming a pocket, and muttered, my skirt still has some use. After filling a full pocket, Xiao Jiyue ran back hurriedly. It was dark, and she had fallen many times along the way. She stumbled back to the cave, seeing that Junlai was still lying as before. She finally let out a big sigh of relief. Good, he wasn't taken by wolves. She sat down heavily beside Junlai. First, she added more dry branches to make the fire burn brighter. Then she chewed the ground cover herbs in her mouth. The taste was hard to describe. She pressed the chewed herbs directly onto Junlai's wound. Xiao Jiyue spat out the unpleasant taste in her mouth. Carefully, she pressed crushed herbs around the arrow. She studied the arrow seriously and muttered, this arrow must be pulled out. Pull it out, a cold yet weak voice replied. Xiao Jiyue looked at him with surprise. You're awake? We're in a cave now, and it's safe for the moment. I found some herbs to stop your bleeding, but you need to pull out the arrow from your shoulder, or the blood won't stop. She quickly explained the current situation. Junlai struggled to sit up, and a plum blossom handkerchief fell down. I'm using it to reduce your fever, Xiao Jiyue explained quickly. Junlai's face was red, but his lips were dry and cracked. He looked very weak, but said firmly, pull it out. Are you sure you can handle that? Xiao Jiyue hesitated. I can, Junlai replied weakly but confidently. Xiao Jiyue looked at the arrow, hesitated, and said, I've checked. The blood is red, so it probably isn't poisonous, but I can't be sure if there's a barb on the arrow. Her hand touched the arrow, and she looked at Junlai's side profile, asking, are you really going to let me pull it out? No. The person who shot this arrow was too cruel. Leaving a barb, Xiao Jiyue tentatively tried to pull the arrow. She felt resistance during the process. Forcing it out could be dangerous. It's okay. There's no vital point on the shoulder. At most, you'll bleed a little more. Junlai leaned against the wall. He was losing too much blood and had a fever again. He looked very weak now. He said, you can pull it out boldly. Then, endured a bit, Xiao Jiyue reminded him. She looked at the nearby ground ivy and handed it to his mouth. Chew it up, it will help stop the bleeding. Before he could bite, Xiao Jiyue had already pulled it back. She bit her own finger and said, forget it, in case you hurt yourself and swallow it. Frowning, Xiao Jiyue chewed the ground ivy. Seeing Junlai's surprised expression, she used force and pulled out the arrow. Warm blood splattered onto her face. Calmly, Xiao Jiyue pressed the chewed ground ivy onto his wound. She quickly chewed more ground ivy and pressed it onto his injury again. Her movements were quick and precise. Blood slid down her face, but she didn't blink. She tore some cloth from her dress and wrapped it around his shoulder, directly bandaging his wound. Why are you just watching me? Xiao Jiyue carefully bandaged his wound and directly put on his outer robe. I didn't take off your clothes to take advantage of you. I was just helping to dress your wound. Junlai leaned against the wall. When Xiao Jiyue was bandaging his wound, his focused and serious expression made him forget the pain. Does it not hurt at all? Not a sound? You're quite a brave man. Xiao Jiyue gave him a thumbs up, full of admiration. That arrow wound. If it were someone else, they would probably be crying out loud, but Junlai stayed silent. If sweat didn't bead on Junlai's forehead, she might have thought he wasn't hurt at all. How did you fall from above? Junlai changed the subject. Xiao Jiyue thought about this and felt annoyed. She pursed her lips. Maybe I didn't check the almanac before leaving. Even though she had already jumped into the carriage in time, who knew the carriage would suddenly rush off the cliff? Luckily, Junlai caught her, or she might have been seriously injured. By the way, what about you? Xiao Jiyue instinctively asked, then realized his identity. She said, forget I said anything. Maybe you discovered a hidden secret, and the other person wanted to silence you?
Junli chuckled softly.
In the forest, where the wolves howled, the fire in the camp crackled as the firewood burned. He picked up a handkerchief, intending to wipe the blood from her face. Since we didn't check the almanac before leaving, what about Guisheng? Xiao Jiyue tried to take the handkerchief to wipe her own face. She remembered Guisheng, who kept nagging and following her around. Junlai didn't answer but asked instead, are you worried about him? Xiao Jiyue raised her eyes. He wouldn't know about your accident, right? If this goes on, what will we do? Once morning comes, we can leave here, Junlai said, clearing his throat. How do you know this grass can stop bleeding?
The doctor said so.
When we reach Hongdu, we can't have a family doctor like in Xingjing. For minor illnesses like headaches or colds, we have to figure things out ourselves, Xiao Jiyue sighed.
Junli looked at Herr Vorbrow.
One day, the Xiao family will be exonerated. Do you think so too? Xiao Jiyue's eyes sparkled as she looked at him. Then she remembered Junlai's identity. Although he was a prince, he lacked the prominent maternal family of the crown prince or the noble mother of the second prince, who was born to the imperial concubine. Growing up in the cold palace, Junlai's status was still quite awkward. The truth will come to light, and justice will be served someday, Xiao Jiyue added. Her stomach grumbled loudly. She awkwardly touched her belly and took out some snacks from her waist pouch, hanging from her waist. Great, it didn't fall off. Xiao Jiyue held a cloud-patterned date paste pastry and stepped forward. Although it can't fill your stomach, at least it can help settle it. The white date paste pastry had a red cloud pattern in the center, looking lucky and festive. This was painted by my mother herself, and it's edible, Xiao Jiyue explained, directly handing it to Junlai and saying, my mother is very skilled. Every time she makes date paste pastries, she likes to make cloud patterns, saying she's putting good fortune into your stomach. It's sweet and sour. Third prince, you can eat this, right? Xiao Jiyue took small bites, glad that her beautiful mother liked to make food for her. She liked to hang a small cloth on her waist, otherwise, she might have nothing to eat now. Your mother has always made this kind of pattern? Junlai asked again when he saw the cloud pattern date paste pastry. Yes, Xiao Jiyue nodded, biting the pastry little by little, which made her hungry stomach feel much better. When you go to the palace, do you also bring this?
Junli asked.
Xiao Jiyue looked up in confusion. Memories of the original owner flooded her mind. She said, in my memory, every time I went to the palace, my mother would always give me some snacks. Probably because she liked the date paste pastry the most, she was always given that.
Junli looked at her.
The fire in the woodpile flickered. His face felt hot, and the wound on his shoulder behind him seemed numb from pain. The Xiao Jiyue in front of him looked like the chubby little girl from his childhood. Here, eat this. A chubby little hand pinched a piece of date paste pastry and handed it to him. The pastry was less than the size of a palm. Even if Xiao Jiyue ate slowly, she finished it all. When she noticed Junlai's gaze, she looked up. His eyes were deep, and she couldn't help but ask, "Does third prince not like to eat this?" Junlai didn't answer, but directly shoved the pastry into his mouth. So fast that Xiao Jiuyu was stunned. Since she had already given it to him, she wouldn't take it back. Why did he have to stuff it into his mouth so directly? "Do you need help?"
Junli asked proactively.
He's like a Buddha in trouble, unable to protect himself. Xiao Jiuyu thought to herself silently, smiling happily and saying no need, probably just some petty troublemakers. "Third prince, I'll go change a cloth." She swallowed hard, looked at the blood-stained cloth she had wiped, and then got up to wash it outside.
"I'm hungry."
Xiao Jiuyu went to the small creek, washed the blood-stained cloth clean, and cupped some clear creek water to drink. Since there was no food, water was good enough. When she returned, she saw Junlai stretching his neck to look into the distance. She couldn't help teasing, "Third prince, are you worried about me?" King Lai looked at her with a gentle gaze. Seeing her playful smile, he slowly closed his eyes, which startled Xiao Jiuyu. "Third young master, I was just joking." "Third young master?" Xiao Jiuyu called him, but received no response. She hurried forward, checked his breathing to make sure he was okay, and then relaxed. She touched his hot forehead with a damp cloth she had just soaked. Miss, where are you?" Luo Kuei looked at the broken carriage parts on the ground, tears swelling in her eyes. She rummaged through the debris, and when she saw blood on the broken wood, she became even more worried. "Miss, where are you? It's all my fault. I didn't learn to fight well and couldn't protect you," Luo Kuei said blankly, looking around. She knew that when she chased after the carriage and saw it had fallen onto the official road below, her heart sank. If Jinwoo hadn't caught up, Luo Kuei might have jumped off the cliff herself to see the wreckage on the road. "Luo Kuei, there are horse hoof prints here. I wonder if the young lady was taken away by someone." Jinwoo examined the footprints carefully. There were many, but he didn't dare say whether she was kidnapped or rescued. Could someone have rescued her? Luo Kuei scrambled to her feet, her shoulders still bleeding from an arrow wound. Jinwoo didn't answer. Instead, he changed the subject. "Luo Kuei, do you want to bandage that first?" Luo Kuei glanced at her wound and said indifferently, "There's no need to bandage it. Let's follow these hoof prints and see. Maybe the young lady is lucky and was rescued by someone." Excited, Luo Kuei grabbed Jinwoo and they started searching along the hoof prints. When they reached the forest as the sun was setting, Luo Kuei grew more anxious. "Jinwoo, the young lady." Spitting quickly, Luo Kuei interrupted herself. She raised her hand to her mouth and said, "Look at my clumsy mouth. The young lady will be safe. Good luck always favors the brave. Her luck is always good. She will be fine." Luo Kuei's voice trembled slightly. Standing in the forest, she looked at the endless trees. As the sun set, her worry deepened. "Jinwoo, where exactly did the horse go? You should find it quickly." "Don't worry. The hoof prints are messy, so I need to look carefully." Jinwoo was also feeling anxious inside. Today, he was protecting the young lady as she went out. If anything happened to her, not only would he feel terrible, but even his own father might threaten his life. The Jin family would have been wiped out long ago if it weren't for the Xiao family taking them in. Luo Kuei was worried, but didn't know what to do. She looked around nervously. Suddenly, her sharp eyes caught a glimpse of a lotus-colored purse in the forest. Excited, she ran forward and carefully examined it. She said happily, "Miss, this is your purse. You must be nearby." Miss, where are you?" Luo Kuei called out loudly, cupping her hands like a megaphone. Meanwhile, Jinwoo also found a direction. He said, "The young lady and the others probably went this way." "Then what are we waiting for? Let's go quickly," Luo Kuei urged, grabbing Jinwoo and rushing ahead. "Wait a moment." Jinwoo stopped her after a few steps. "What are you doing?" Luo Kuei hadn't finished speaking when Jinwoo covered her mouth. Her eyes widened in surprise. Jinwoo's voice came softly, "Someone's here." Luo Kuei instantly dared not speak and hid behind a thick tree with Jinwoo. Soon, the figures of Guosheng and his men appeared. He asked, "Who's here?" Guosheng was armed with swords, his gaze fierce. It's Guosheng, the servant next to the third young master, Luo Kuei whispered. She looked at Jin Wu and quietly said, he should be trustworthy. Seeing Guosheng leading his men closer, Jin Wu stood up and said, I am Jin Wu, the guard beside Miss Xiao. Jin Wu introduced himself. Guosheng's eyes shifted to Luo Kuei, confirming she was someone close to Xiao Juyu. He then raised his hand to signal his men to disperse and search. He sheathed his sword and asked, Why aren't you following Miss Xiao? What are you doing in the mountains? Did Miss Xiao go into the mountains? Guosheng looked at them with suspicion. He had heard Luo Kuei's shout earlier. Coughing softly, Luo Kuei cleared her throat, avoided eye contact, and glanced at Jin Wu. Jin Wu spoke up. Our young lady came to the mountains to pick herbs. She probably got lost. Picking herbs? Guosheng's eyes showed doubt. He said, What herbs would Miss Xiao pick herself? We've been searching the mountain all this time and haven't seen her. Really? My young lady is nearby, Jin Wu confidently said, pulling Luo Kuei along to look for her. Luo Kuei was confused but followed Jin Wu. Guosheng's eyes flickered. He said, Our prince is also gathering herbs in the mountain. Have you seen him? Luo Kuei and Jin Wu exchanged a glance. Luo Kuei looked into Guosheng's eyes, full of disbelief, and asked, Your Highness is also gathering herbs in the mountains? Yes, His Highness has been collecting herbs for the Empress Dowager, Snowblood from Tianshan, 100-year-old ginseng, and Lingji. All of them were personally gathered by His Highness. Guosheng praised his own lord, speaking with admiration and unwavering focus. Since you're looking for Miss Xiao, and we're searching for His Highness, why not do it together? Guosheng suggested. Luo Kuei excitedly said, Could it be that my lady has met the third prince? After speaking, she bit her lip, her eyes dimming as she realized her lady was no longer really gathering herbs. Guosheng's eyes lit up upon hearing this. Maybe it's really possible? The fate between His Highness and Miss Xiao seems quite deep, doesn't it? Inside the cave, Xiao Jiuyu kept changing handkerchiefs for Junlai. Outside, the wind was howling fiercely. Xiao Jiuyu needed to gather some dry branches in case the fire went out. With the mountain's cold temperature, wouldn't he get frostbite? She was also worried about the mountain wolves and tigers. Without fire, Xiao Jiuyu felt unsafe. She gathered firewood and changed handkerchiefs repeatedly. After some time, a pile of firewood was stacked inside the cave. Outside, the rain was pouring heavily and rain mist seeped in with the wind, making everything very cold. Xiao Jiuyu took off her outer coat and tied it at the cave entrance to block the wind and rain. Fortunately, I have many clothes, or there'd be nothing to block the rain, she said, glancing at her inner clothes. Under her outer coat was a dress, with a slip inside, though the cuffs were a little wet. She sat by the fire, listening to the rain outside, and murmured, June weather, unpredictable. It's only early May, and it's already raining. Rain has some benefits, she said as she changed the handkerchief again, not needing to go outside. She kept changing Junlai's handkerchief, feeling sleepy but not daring to sleep, staring at the fire and adding wood from time to time. It seemed the fire had dimmed a bit. Xiao Jiuyu, after changing the handkerchief countless times, finally noticed that his forehead didn't feel as hot, and she let out a deep breath of relief. Just as she was about to leave, Junlai grabbed her hand, whispering in a delirious voice, Mother. Xiao Jiuyu. How could she be his mother? Mother, Junlai's voice sounded again. He tightly held Xiao Jiuyu's hand, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. He anxiously waved his hand. Hurry, mother, run. The fire, it's a big fire. Junlai's voice trembled with emotion. His strength was great, and he held Xiao Jiuyu's hand tightly, causing her eyes to turn red from the pain. Listening to his voice, she almost instantly remembered that the beloved consort Ro, favored by the emperor, was buried in the fire. Mother, run quickly. Junlai's urgent voice called out, as if trying to pull Xiao Jiuyu away. Xiao Jiuyu looked at his thick, dark eyebrows knitted tightly together. Even with her eyes closed, she could feel his pain. As a child, his biological mother sacrificed herself in the fire to save him. Perhaps that was his lifelong pain. A look of sympathy appeared in Xiao Jiuyu's eyes. She didn't try to pull away from Junlai's hand, but gently patted his shoulder to comfort him. It's over now. Everything has passed. Outside, a fierce wind and rain raged. Junlai, burdened with heavy responsibilities, fell into a nightmare. He faintly heard wolves howling and the crackling of fire. Time slowly passed, and the nightmare gradually calmed him. Xiao Jiuyu stared at his face for a while, then her gaze fell on a nearby arrow with barbs. The blood on the arrow had dried, but just looking at the barbs made her feel pain. Without anesthesia, pulling out the arrow must have taken immense patience and courage to remain silent. The prince's position isn't easy, Xiao Jiuyu murmured. Night deepened. Junlai broke out in a heavy sweat. The fever had completely subsided. Xiao Jiuyu quietly let out a breath of relief. She added more firewood and leaned against the wall, planning to rest for a while. When Junlai woke up, he felt someone pressing down on his legs. He opened his eyes and saw Xiao Jiuyu sleeping soundly on his feet, with a pile of burnt firewood beside her. Her long, black hair spread over his legs, making her face look especially small. Last night, he was feverish and confused. His vague memories included Xiao Jiuyu constantly changing cloths for him and checking his forehead. Xiao Jiuyu, who pulled out the arrow last night, was very brave. Junlai slightly moved his shoulders, feeling intense pain there. Just as he was about to move, he noticed Xiao Jiuyu's eyelashes fluttering. He immediately closed his eyes.
Ugh.
Xiao Jiuyu only felt uncomfortable in her neck. She raised her hand to press it, but as soon as she moved, she realized something was wrong. This was not her bed. When she opened her eyes and saw Junlai sleeping, her memory from yesterday instantly flooded back. Her eyes darted around. She wasn't sleeping against the wall. When did she end up lying on his legs? Xiao Jiuyu took a deep breath and carefully got up, worried about waking Junlai. She sat up, stretched lazily, and her gaze settled on Junlai's face. From her angle, she could see his profile clearly. Suddenly, she leaned forward, noticing his smooth skin, so fine that she couldn't see any pores. She mumbled, if this were in the entertainment industry, wouldn't he be a top star? How can a man have skin better than a woman's? She whispered softly, reaching out to poke him, but as she got close to his face, she retracted her hand quickly, saying, forget it, if he wakes up suddenly, it would be awkward. She admired the handsome sleeping man for a while until she felt tired. Then she took a deep breath, stood up, and stretched. She looked outside the cave and said happily, last night was windy and rainy again, but the sun now is really nice. Walking forward, she touched the coat that had protected her from the wind and rain yesterday. It was dry now, so she took it off. It really looks like a child's face, changing so quickly. She put on the coat and looked at the muddy mountain path outside, frowning worriedly. Can we walk on this? Just as her foot was about to step out, she withdrew it again. Her cloth shoes, made by her mother, were soaked with muddy water. She returned to the cave and suddenly remembered something. She looked to see if Junlai had burned his fever. She pressed her hand against his forehead. His eyelashes fluttered, and he opened his eyes. His glassy eyes reflected her surprised face clearly. He didn't seem to notice he was awake. Let me see if you still have a fever, Xiao Jiuyu said calmly as she withdrew her hand. Third young master, last night was dangerous. You had a high fever, but luckily you sweated it out later. Now, the fever has subsided. She instinctively kept quiet about his muttering during the night. Thank you, Junlai said, realizing his voice was a little hoarse. Xiao Jiuyu smiled. If it weren't for the third young master catching me yesterday, I might have fallen and hurt myself. Taking care of you yesterday was just right. We're even now. Looking outside at the wet mountain path, she frowned worriedly. Can your injuries handle walking on this? She looked outside again, thinking about the others. Guisheng and the others must be looking for her. Her grandmother, and the beauty probably knew too. She hoped they wouldn't worry too much. We can leave now, or we can wait here for them to find us, Xiao Jiyue asked. Guisheng and the others are probably searching for you, right? Those men in black, they should have left by now, right? Xiao Jiyue added, those men in black are probably professional killers. If they encounter us, especially with an injured person and a defenseless woman like me, it could be dangerous. Let's go back and leave a mark along the way, Junlai said. He added, if they haven't left the cave, it must be a key place to search. Xiao Jiyue nodded in agreement. You're right. We need to leave quickly and keep moving. Who knows when those men in black might come back. Let me help you. Xiao Jiyue naturally stepped forward to support Junlai. As she grabbed his arm, she explained, we're in this together now. Helping you is helping myself. Junlai stood up, his eyebrows slightly furrowed. Are your injuries okay? Xiao Jiyue looked at his wound with concern. Yesterday, his bones were exposed. I'm fine, Junlai said with a blank expression. He walked to the cave entrance and looked at the muddy ground. His gaze fell on Xiao Jiyue's pink-embroidered shoes. She lifted her foot without a word, looking at him and saying, let's go. Her foot stepped directly into the muddy dirt, dirtying her pink-embroidered shoes. Let's go. Every step Junlai took caused his wound to pull and hurt badly. He pressed his lips together silently. Xiao Jiyue asked, which way should we go? Junlai pointed in a direction. Xiao Jiyue looked at him, then down at his dirty, wet shoes. Maybe he was in a bad mood? They didn't speak on the way. Junlai guided the way, and Xiao Jiyue followed silently until they reached the top of the mountain.
She was almost out of breath.
She sat on a nearby rock and asked, is this mountain the same as before? Are we lost? No, Junlai pointed south. Lansong County is in that direction. We didn't follow the official road. If we follow the mountain, we will definitely reach Lansong County. What? Xiao Jiyue looked in the direction Junlai pointed. The mountains were connected in layers. She looked down at her now dirty shoes, which no longer showed any pattern, and asked, did you leave a mark for Guisheng? It's not that she's delicate, but after crossing one mountain after another, she lost count of how many peaks they had climbed. Her stomach was so hungry it felt like her chest was pressed against her back. They had walked at least dozens of miles. She looked at the endless mountains ahead. I already left a mark. Junlai gazed southward. If we walk for another 2 hours, we will be out. 2 hours is 4 hours. Xiao Jiyue has become quite skilled at calculating time now. She asks I can try to hold on.
Can you
manage? She stares at Junlai's pale face. After the fever broke, Junlai's face was no longer as red as a cooked shrimp, but instead pale from blood loss. Yes, Yunli nods. Just as he is about to speak, Xiao Jiyue suddenly pulls him behind a large stone nearby and whispers, someone is coming. Xiao Jiyue speaks softly.
Yunli frowns slightly.
He doesn't think much and listens carefully. His eyes darken a little. It's not just one person but many people. The voices grow closer. Xiao Jiyue sees a man in black hurriedly walking toward them. The man keeps looking back over his shoulder. As long as he keeps heading in this direction, he will definitely find them.
Xiao Jiyue glances at Yunli beside her.
She bites her lip and suddenly rushes out. She signals him silently, telling him not to come out. She runs out in a panic and sees the man in black as if he's her savior. She says, young master, I am the daughter of the county magistrate. Could you please send me back to Qingfu? Don't worry, my father will surely thank you with lots of silver. Stop right there. The man in black is startled by Xiao Jiyue's sudden appearance. Hearing her delicate voice and seeing her anxious look, and hearing her call him young master, the man in black looks at her with suspicion. Are you the daughter of the county magistrate?
He looks around.
In this remote countryside, where could a daughter of the magistrate be? Young master, Xiao Jiyue begins to wipe her tears with her hand, choking as she speaks. I was out gathering herbs and got lost. When I saw you, I was so happy. Young master, could you please send me back to Qingfu? Are you alone? The man in black cautiously looks around. He relaxes a little when he doesn't see any pursuers. He steps toward Xiao Jiyue. She looks like an injured rabbit, trembling with her arms crossed, scared. Young master, my father is the county magistrate. If you help me, he will thank you. Xiao Jiyue's eyes are innocent, like a naive young lady untouched by the world. The man in black relaxes his guard and asks, besides me, have you seen a handsome young man? Handsome young man? Xiao Jiyue looks at the man in black with confusion. Isn't that just you? The man in black listened to her words and watched her confused expression. His happiness was almost too much to contain. Where did this silly young lady come from? He stepped forward. Xiao Jiyue, scared, took a step back and stammered, my father said men and women shouldn't be close. Young master, you can't come so near to me. Your shoes are worn out, girl. I just wanted to help you. The man in black looked at Xiao Jiyue's beautiful face. His men had already been killed by her. If the second prince's secret weapon-making was exposed, he would also die. Before dying, if he could be a charming rogue, it wouldn't be a loss. The man in black's gaze changed as he looked at Xiao Jiyue. She took out a stack of silver notes from her waist. Young master, this is a thank you gift. The notes were 10 taels each, dozens of them in a thick stack. His eyes lit up. No wonder she was the daughter of the county magistrate. She was generous with her money. You're too kind, girl. The man in black smiled warmly at her. If he became the county magistrate's son-in-law, his efforts might be rewarded. Perhaps he could even save his life and avoid risking it on the edge of a blade. With this thought, the man in black stepped forward. Young master, why are you looking at me like that? Xiao Jiyue timidly backed away, pretending to stumble and fall behind a large stone. She secretly signaled to Junlai behind her. She looked scared and said, Young master, you took my money. If I took your money, I naturally have to help you. The man in black looked around and then pushed her aside. Now, he could take advantage of her and, at a critical moment, use her for something important. My father is the county magistrate. You can't bully me. Xiao Jiyue's frightened words made the man in black even more excited. He was so focused on her that he didn't notice Junlai behind him. Aren't I handsome? The man in black said. If I become your father's son-in-law, your father will be happy. He leaned forward and pushed Xiao Jiyue down. The man in black eagerly took off his outer garment. Suddenly, someone struck his head, and a dagger stabbed into his abdomen. The man in black stared in disbelief at Xiao Jiyue, who had just looked timid and scared. The dagger was stabbed just like that, quick and decisive. Junlai threw a stone at the man in black's head. Both of them were injured, and he collapsed. Xiao Jiyue pushed him forcefully, and the man in black fell to the side, eyes wide open as if he couldn't understand why he was attacked. He hadn't noticed anyone else nearby. It's over, it's over. Did I just kill someone? Will they know who hurt me? Or did I fail to get any information from him? Xiao Jiyue looked at the fallen man in black and hurriedly said, It's okay. I know who did this. Junlai glanced at the wound on the man's chest, acting quickly and accurately. When Xiao Jiyue begged for mercy earlier, Junlai was stunned, weak, helpless, and scared, yet now he was decisive and ruthless. Since the black-clad man appeared, Xiao Jiyue pretended to be weak and frightened, lowering the man's guard. Later, she was led by him like a puppet. Junlai thought, in all of Xingjing, perhaps no one is as good at this as Xiao Jiyue. That's good. Xiao Jiyue sighed in relief, patting her chest. When she looked up at Junlai, her eyes flashed with fear as she said, I was really scared just now. It was a moment of panic. Now that I think about it, it was truly terrifying. Oh heavens, I didn't mean to hurt anyone. Xiao Jiyue clasped her hands in a prayer-like gesture, looking scared. She looked at Junlai softly and whispered, Third Prince, could you help me pull out the dagger? It was given to me by my father for self-defense. I didn't expect to need it today. Junlai silently watched her act. He stepped forward, pulled out the dagger, wiped it on the black-clad man's clothes, and then extended his hand to Xiao Jiyue. The dagger is dirty. Should I have someone clean it for you? Reluctantly, Xiao Jiyue looked at her dagger and nodded. Okay. Third Prince. Young lady. Guosheng and Jinwoo hurried over, excited when they saw Xiao Juyue and Junlai.
Miss.
Luo Kuei's loud voice startled Xiao Juyue, who was happy to see her people. Luo Kuei hobbled over, and when she saw Xiao Juyue, she threw herself into her arms, clutching her tightly and choking on her tears. Miss, you're safe. That's really great. Miss, next time something like this happens, please don't leave me behind. At least let me stay by your side. Luo Kuei sobbed like a flood. Pft, pft, pft. Xiao Juyue helped her up. There must not be a next time for this kind of thing. Yes, Luo Kuei nodded, slapping her own mouth. It's because I talk too much and can't express myself well. From now on, miss, everything will go smoothly, and there won't be any more dangerous situations. Xiao Jiyue looked at Luo Kuei, who was even more disheveled than herself, and asked, "What happened to your leg?" When Luo Kuei came over earlier, she was limping. Her gaze fell on Luo Kuei's blood-stained arm. "Why didn't you bandage your wound?" "Young lady," Luo Kuei refused to bandage her wound because she was determined to find you. As soon as the sound of the bronze inscription faded, Luo Kuei pulled her away. She smiled and said, "It's okay, miss. My small injury isn't serious." "Miss, are you hurt anywhere?" The carriage fell to the ground and shattered. "Does anything hurt?" Luo Kuei didn't care about herself, only about Xiao Jiyue. "I'm not hurt." Xiao Jiyue looked at her with red, swollen eyes and dark circles under her eyelids. It was clear she had been searching all night last night. "Third master, your back and shoulders are bleeding." While Xiao Jiyue and Jinwoo and Luo Kuei were talking, Guosheng was pulling Junlai aside to check him. Seeing the bleeding wound on Junli's back, he was very worried and said, "Third master, I will put medicine on you." Xiao Jiyue's gaze shifted over. Junli's outer robe was stained with blood, but the dark fabric made it hard to see clearly. Guosheng helped Junlai sit down nearby and then exclaimed, "Third master, is your leg hurt too?" Guosheng squatted down, lifted the clothing, and saw that Junli's leg had been cut at some point. His shoe was muddied and blood-stained, mixing mud and blood, and it was hard to tell which was which. "Third master, are you risking your life? Do you not want that leg anymore?" Guosheng said anxiously. "It's so badly injured. If something happens..." He didn't dare to mention the worst possible outcome. Xiao Jiyue looked at Junlai with complicated eyes. On the way here, she wanted to ask about Junli's injuries several times, but he always diverted her attention. She wanted to see his wounds, but he always found some excuse to distract her. Even his leg. Junlai shot him a cold glance and asked in a clear voice, "Guosheng, have those assassins all been dealt with?" "All dead. We originally captured 2 alive, but they had poison in their mouths. After being caught, they bit their own tongues and committed suicide," Guosheng whispered. He glanced at Jinwoo, as if to say, "You promised to gather herbs, didn't you?" Jinwoo pretended not to see. "Young Master San, your health is more important. Why not go to the Xiao family to recover?" Xiao Jiyue warmly invited. If it weren't for Junlai, she might have been bitten by the snake that just woke up from hibernation during this journey. Junlai looked up and replied, "Sorry to bother you." Fuan Village, Xiao family's old residence. "Hurry, call the doctor." Xiao Jiyue sat in a carriage, finally returning from the mountains. It was almost dark. "Miss, the doctor is already at the estate," Lianxin whispered. When Xiao Jiyue was in trouble, the Xiao family was in chaos. Only the old lady was holding on and sent people with the guards to search the mountains. General Jin's men all signed life debt contracts and would not speak freely. Meanwhile, the old lady also ordered Shi Lijing and Shi Yumin to keep quiet, warning them not to reveal Xiao Jiyue's disappearance. "Are grandmother and mother all right?" Xiao Jiyue asked worriedly. Lianxin hesitated and said, "Miss, it's good that you're back." Xiao Jiyue returned home and saw the old lady faint when she arrived. She immediately held her and carried her to bed. A doctor was called, who said, "Old Madam is overwhelmed with both joy and sorrow. Resting well will help her recover." Since the young lady's incident, the old lady has been holding on, staying awake all night yesterday, waiting for her to return. Jiang Ma said as she poured hot water and helped the old lady wash. As long as the young lady is safe, that's what matters. Grandmother, Xiao Jiyue said while wiping her hand with a handkerchief. Jiang Ma, please take good care of grandmother. Don't worry, miss. Jiang Ma nodded confidently. After leaving the old lady's room, Xiao Jiyue learned that the beauty had fainted several times from crying. When she saw Xiao Jiyue return, she embraced her and cried loudly. Mother, don't cry. I'm fine now. Xiao Jiyue comforted her.
Yue, she said.
If it weren't for your father's accident, this wouldn't have happened, she lamented. It's all my fault, Madame Su said with guilt. No, mother, you're very capable. The doctor was called, and the Xiao family is still stable. All of this is thanks to you, Xiao Jiyue reassured her. She thought the family might fall into chaos, but both grandmother and Madame Su protected her reputation well and even sent people to find her. Madame Su kept crying and pulling Xiao Jiyue, seeming to want to check if she was hurt. After comforting her for a while, Madame Su calmed down, but when she mentioned the incident, tears welled up again. Mother, I need to take a bath and change clothes. I slept in a cave last night and didn't dare to sleep, Xiao Jiyue said half-truthfully, using it as an excuse to go bathe. Madame Su hurriedly comforted her, preparing hot water and clean clothes. Lianxin, how is Luokue's injury? Is her foot okay? Xiao Jiyue was soaking in the bath, the hot water steaming and washing away her exhaustion. It's just superficial wounds. The foot isn't injured in the bones or tendons. With a few days of rest, the swelling will go down, Lianxin said. She hadn't slept all night, worried about Xiao Jiyue. As she brushed off her clothes, Lianxin saw a handkerchief. Her heart trembled, and she asked, Miss, is this? Xiao Jiyue turned around and saw the handkerchief. She immediately remembered that it was Junlai's. She had soaked it in water to help him reduce his fever. Later, she became confused and fell asleep, forgetting to return it to him. Tomorrow, the third prince will come home to rest and recover. You should ask Manager Jean to tidy up the front yard. Xiao Jiyue changed the subject. Lianxin looked at the handkerchief in her hand, her heart pounding. She didn't dare to ask, Is this the third prince's handkerchief? Miss, Lianxin looked at the handkerchief. She eagerly stepped forward, grabbing Xiao Jiyue's hand, and asked excitedly, Miss, last night, you and the third prince you. Lianxin's thoughts were swirling, and her eyes showed worry and confusion. What are you thinking? Xiao Jiyue raised her hand and gently tapped her forehead, saying, What are you overthinking? Look at my clothes, are they not fine? Lianxin covered her forehead where she was tapped and carefully checked her clothes. Xiao Jiyue. All right, I was with the third prince yesterday. But he was injured. Since he helped us before, I took care of him, Xiao Jiyue explained, knowing that if she didn't clarify, the girl might worry too much. She added, Your miss hasn't planned to marry yet. Besides, the third prince is a prince. I can't reach that high. In my heart, miss, you are worth it, Lianxin said seriously. Xiao Jiyue looked at her for a moment before saying, Fine. Hide the handkerchief well and wash your hands. You'll need to return it later. Don't worry, Mississippi. I will secretly wash it clean, so I won't harm your reputation, Lianxin promised solemnly, as if she were doing something more important than life itself. Xiao Jiyue watched her leave, worried she might have told Lianxin about something dangerous. She quickly took a bath. After changing into her clothes, she heard Madame Jiang send someone to inform her that old Madame Xiao had woken up. She hurried to the main courtyard and saw old Madame Xiao awake. She held her hand and said, Grandmother, you're finally awake. You scared me to death. My wife has a strong life. I haven't seen my granddaughter married yet, and even the king wouldn't dare take her. Old Madame Xiao looked at her safe and sound, finally breathing a sigh of relief. She said, In the future, when you go out, you must bring more people. Grandmother, you still want me to go out? Xiao Jiyue looked up in surprise at the wrinkled face of Madame Xiao. She was already prepared to be scolded, but unexpectedly, her grandmother only asked her to bring more people along when she went out. Foolish girl, Madame Xiao said, seeing her disbelief. She held her hand and noticed some small scratches. She gently patted her and said, "You can't stay inside forever. Since that's the case, why bother tying you down? After you get married, it might be harder for you to go out than it is now," Madame Xiao said with a sigh. She looked at Xiao Jiyue and asked, "No matter what happens, you're still a girl of the Xiao family. Your grandmother is the proudest of her granddaughter." "Grandmother, I will work hard so you can always be proud of me," Xiao Jiyue said with a sparkle in her eyes. "And I must thank you and Mother for thinking about my reputation. If they had spread that I went missing, I wouldn't be able to explain myself now." In ancient times, reputation was very important, especially for daughters of big families. They valued their reputation even more than their lives. "Actually, it was the third prince who saved me yesterday," Xiao Jiyue said, passing over the dangerous fall from the cliff. She continued, "Grandmother, the third prince is injured. I took the liberty of inviting him to our house to recover. The third prince has no relatives in Hongdu. It's right to invite him here to heal." Madame Xiao nodded in agreement. She looked at Xiao Jiyue and asked, "Yue, is the third prince's injury serious?" "Maybe quite serious. At least his foot can't walk for a while." Xiao Jiyue thought about the bloody wound on Jun Lai's shoulder she saw in the mountains. It was still white and exposed bone, and his foot might be unusable for months if not properly cared for. Lian Exile had twisted her ankle before and took a long time to recover. "Then I'll ask Jiang Mama to watch over him and tidy up the front yard," Madame Xiao said, noticing her hair was still damp. "All right, it's getting late. You should go back to your room and rest. Grandmother, you should rest well too." Xiao Jiyue returned to her courtyard and saw her beautiful mother waiting inside with food. "Yue, are you hungry? Mother made some delicious food for you," Susher said, carrying a few dishes. "Chicken soup noodles. I removed the fat from the top of the chicken broth, so it's not greasy at all." The clear yellow chicken soup noodles looked like they had been simmered for hours. On top, a few bright green scallions were sprinkled. She took a sip, feeling the saltiness just right. Watching her closely, Susher's gaze never left her. Xiao Jiyue smiled and said, "Mother, the chicken soup noodles are delicious. You didn't sleep all night yesterday. You should rest early today." "Yue," Susher looked at her, wanting to say more but hesitating. She didn't want to sleep and had many things she wanted to say. Xiao Jiyue looked at the dark circles under Susher's eyes. She yawned and said, "Mother, yesterday I was on the mountain and there was wind and rain. I was so scared I couldn't sleep well. I just want to sleep after I finish eating." "All right, finish your meal and then rest early," Susher agreed. After they finished eating, she suppressed her worries and left. Xiao Jiyue also sent Lian Exile back. "Luo Kue is hurt too. You should go rest early. Miss, if you need anything, just call me," Lian Exile said as she made the bed and then went into her room. As soon as she entered, she saw Luo Kue sitting on her lap. Looking at her casted leg, Lian Exile couldn't help but smile. "Lian Exile, are we still good friends? I got hurt, and you're still laughing." Luo Kue was in pain but looked at Lian Exile with a sad face, as if asking, "Are we still good friends?" "Who said we're not good friends? Good friends can laugh." Lian Exile stepped forward and helped Luo Kue arrange her pillow. She said, "When I hurt my leg before, I don't know who is laughing like a monkey." Luo Kue shyly touched her nose. Lian Exile continued, "And who was bragging every day about taking care of the young lady and going to Wangyu Pavilion to play the zither." Wangyu Pavilion was an abandoned pavilion on the back mountain, but Xiao Jiyue gave it a nice name, Wangyu Pavilion. Luo Kue awkwardly smiled. Karma is a strange thing. She used to brag so much, and now she felt guilty. In just a short time, the person who was injured was her. "Lian Exile, I just wanted you to know what the young lady does every day, so you wouldn't be bored." Luo Kue cleared her throat, trying to find an excuse. "Humph." Lian Exile looked as if she understood. "All right, should I bring in the water bucket? Do you want some water? Are you hungry?" "Lian Exile, you're the best," Luo Kue said happily when she saw food. Her eyes looked at Lian Exile like she was her own mother. "Guiyang, Go check tomorrow who hurt Miss Xiao, Junlai ordered as he finished treating his leg and back wounds in the clinic. Third young master. Guiyang has gone to check the weapons at Gugiling. Third young master. Please rest well and take care of your injury. The doctor said you need to be careful with your leg. Guosheng watched Jean Lian's leg, feeling nervous and anxious. The doctor said Jean Lian's leg was only a small scrape, but because Jean Lian didn't pay attention, the wound worsened. They had to perform bone scraping and treat the arrow wound on his back to save his life. What are you doing? Jean Lian asked. Guosheng was momentarily stunned and muttered, Third young master, I will stay close to take care of you. Tomorrow, I will visit the Xiao family, Jean Lian said. And tomorrow night, I will settle this. Third young master, just one day. Guosheng said excitedly. Jean Lian's cold voice interrupted him. Is one more night not enough? Guosheng swallowed hard, no longer daring to argue. After making sure Jean Lian was settled and someone was watching over him, he hurried out to find out who was trying to harm Miss Xiao. At the Xiao family, since most of the women were not suitable to greet visitors, even old Madame Xiao personally came to welcome them. Xiao Jiyue wanted to visit and invite the third young master to recover, but she was not allowed to go herself. Grandmother, I invited the third young master to come and rest. Now that I am not going, isn't that rude? Xiao Jiyue had rested for a night and was fully recovered. Unfortunately, old Madame Xiao cut her off with one sentence. No, men and women should not mingle. Grandmother, precisely because men and women are separate, the third young master is a distant relative. If only you go to greet him, it might cause misunderstandings, Xiao Jiyue said confidently. Her voice was reasonable and firm. Few people know the identity of the third young master. We should greet him as a family, just like when aunt and second cousin came last time, to clear any doubts. Old Madame Xiao was silent. She hadn't wanted Xiao Jiyue to go out, but hearing her reasoning, she found it quite sensible. Grandmother, the day before yesterday, we encountered an assassination attempt on the third young master. Although the servants have been cleaned up, there might still be some greedy ones. If that's the case. Xiao Jiyue didn't finish her sentence, but her meaning was clear. Then let your mother and the women from the second and third rooms go to greet him, calling him a distant relative, old Madame Xiao said. She immediately called all the women from the third room. Besides those who had already met the third young master, the rest were instructed carefully. When Junlai arrived at the Xiao family, he was startled by their guards and the women standing at the door, including two students, Xiao Jiayuan and Xiao Jiacheng. 3. Old Madame Xiao was about to speak when Junlai, carried down from the carriage by Guosheng, interrupted with a smile. Just call me Xiao Lai. Old Madame Xiao smiled and said, All right, Xiao Lai. Once you're here, you're home. Rest well and recover. Mother is right. Xiao, don't worry. We will take good care of you, Susher said. It felt strange for her to call him Xiao Lai. He's a prince. Aunt Lan didn't dare speak at this moment. Aunt San Xiao simply smiled, choosing silence as her strategy. Manager Jean, please take young Master Lai to rest in the front yard, old Madame Xiao said without giving Xiao Juyu a chance to speak. She directly asked Jun Lai to go rest. After the servants left the room, old Madame Xiao finally wanted to kneel and pay her respects. Jun Lai quickly helped her up. If you really want to kneel, I might not be able to stay in the Xiao family. Old Madame Xiao did not kneel. She said, Third Prince, you are free to eat and stay here in the Xiao family. If anyone causes trouble, just give a command. She looked at Yu Ge standing nearby and said, Yu Ge, take good care of the third prince. Rest assured, old madam, Yu Ge replied. After experiencing the disappearance of the young lady yesterday, Yu Ge had become much more steady. Old Madame Xiao chatted politely with Junlai, and when he was ready to rest, she took Xiao Jiuyu away. Xiao Jiuyu originally wanted to return the handkerchief, but now she had nothing to say. She looked at Junlai and said, Third Prince, rest assured and focus on healing. If you need anything, just ask. As long as the Xiao family can do it, we will do our best. Yue is right. It is an honor for the Xiao family to have the third prince come here to recover, old Madame Xiao said with a gentle smile. After ensuring Junlai rested, she left with Xiao Juyu. Outside the courtyard, old Madame Xiao said, "Where, I've arranged a welcoming banquet tonight to make it lively. Prepare some dishes. The dishes from Fengchun Tower are very good, so let's have a full set from there. By the way, Yue, now that you're of marriageable age, you should be more careful." Old Madame Xiao turned to Xiao Jiuyu and said, "In the future, Yue, you'll have your own good match." She emphasized the words good match with a stronger tone. Xiao Jiuyu's eyes flickered slightly, and she immediately understood her grandmother's meaning. She smiled and said, "Grandmother, don't worry, I understand." On the way back to the main residence, Lady Xiao looked up at the bright moon and said, "Yue, do you know why your father named you Jiyue?" Jiyue Xiao shook her head. When the orphanage's grandmother found her, it was September, so she named her September. To make the name less common, she changed the character for Moon to you. Cranes singing in the 9 valleys, Kiyu pure and white, reaching for the moon in the 9 heavens. Lady Xiao looked back at her. When she was born, the little girl was small, but now she's taller than her. She said, "When you were born, the Xiao family was at its peak. Your grandfather was the prime minister, and your father entered the Hanlin Academy as a top scholar. Full of ambition and high spirits, your father hoped you could choose your path freely in the future. When he chose the Song family, it was because you nodded." Mentioning the Song family, Lady Xiao snorted softly. "The Song family isn't worth much. Although the Xiao family isn't as powerful as before, your marriage isn't decided unless you agree." Her voice sounded like a promise. Jiyue Xiao felt a surge of excitement inside her chest. She held Lady Zhao's hand and said, "Grandmother." She had so much to say, but didn't know how to express it. She truly envied the original owner, who had a caring grandmother, a beautiful woman who loved her deeply, and a playful, cute younger brother. Even if they weren't nearby, they always thought of her, her father and grandfather. "Are you about to cry?" Lady Xiao teased with a smile, walking step by step toward the main hall. Her words were firm. "As long as we work together, we can get through this." Jiyue's gaze fell on the figures of her grandmother and herself walking hand in hand, and she said, "The plum blossom's fragrance comes from the bitter cold, and a sharp sword is forged through grinding." "The plum blossom's fragrance comes from the bitter cold, and a sharp sword is forged through grinding," Lady Xiao murmured. "Even in the snow, plum blossoms can bloom, so the Xiao family will also survive this trial. Having endured wind and rain, the Xiao family will grow stronger in the future," Lady Xiao sighed. Her husband protected the family's honor for decades, but by the time it reached Xiao Jialing's generation, they hadn't faced much hardship. Xiao Jialing was praised by his teachers from a young age. He won first place in the provincial exam and became a top scholar. Many in Shengjing said Xiao Jialing might be the second top scholar after Xiao Fu. After this difficulty, Xiao Jialing, entering official service, might become more cautious and clearer. He would realize that talent alone isn't enough in court. "Yes, our Xiao family will not grow fragile flowers, but resilient grass that can withstand strong winds and heavy rain." Xiao Jiyue smiled at old Lady Xiao, saying, "From now on, the Xiao family will be unstoppable." "Yes, unstoppable," old Lady Xiao replied happily, clearly in a good mood. After sending old Lady Xiao back to her main residence to rest, Xiao Jiyue returned to her room. She glanced at the locked doors of the front and backyards. Why did Junlai choose to come to the Xiao family to recover? Her eyes flickered slightly, and she simply went back inside. "Big sister, I copied the scriptures," Xiao Jiyuan said happily, holding out the copied scriptures. "Pray for your safety." "Oh, you copied scriptures for me?" Xiao Jiyue opened the book. Xiao Jiyuan's handwriting was neat and perfect. Xiao Jiyuan looked eager to be praised and said, "Big sister, I didn't make a single mistake. The Buddha will surely protect your safety." Although he was young and didn't know what was happening, Xiao Jiyuan naturally hoped his sister would be safe and sound. "Good boy," Xiao Jiyue said, looking at the well-written scriptures. To write such a long scripture perfectly, with neat characters, showed he put in a lot of effort. Feeling praised, Xiao Jiyuan shyly smiled and pursed his lips. Xiao Jiyue put away the scriptures and asked, Jiyuan, today when you saw the third prince, did he say anything to you? Third prince told me to call him third brother, Xiao Jiyuan answered cheerfully. He then mentioned that he mostly exchanged polite greetings with Jun Lai, like encouraging him to study hard or asking which texts he was currently learning. Xiao Jiyuan thought hard, then finally said nothing else. Xiao Jiyue was touched by his adorable expression. Recently, this boy had been working harder. She ruffled his hair and said, All right, go back to your room and rest early. You have classes tomorrow, or Mr. Jiang will make you copy essays again. I've been memorizing my lessons very well lately, Xiao Jiyuan said with pursed lips. Besides not being good at math, he was always praised by his teacher for memorizing. Keep it up. Xiao Jiyue encouraged him. Xiao Jiyuan grinned and turned to run out. After a few steps, he looked back and ran to Xiao Jiyue again. Big sister, third brother also said that the Xiao family will regain its former glory. Do you think what he said is true? Xiao Jiyuan looked at Xiao Jiyue with hopeful eyes. It's true. Xiao Jiyue nodded confidently, crouched down, and looked directly at Xiao Jiyuan. She said, Jiyuan, Mr. Jiang is a talented and knowledgeable person. You should learn from him well. Yes, Xiao Jiyuan replied seriously. I want to be like my father and older brother, pass the top exam and become the best scholar. Xiao Jiyuan's face, still chubby with baby fat, was full of determination. Xiao Jiyue smiled. Jiyuan, even if you're not number one, you're still great. In ancient exams, it was even harder than modern top universities. No, I am a child of the Xiao family. I can't embarrass the family, Xiao Jiyuan said, recently studying hard because he wanted to grow up and protect his sister. Seeing his serious look, Xiao Jiyue didn't scold him but encouraged to keep going. After Xiao Jiyuan left, Xiao Jiyue met with Manager Jean. Miss, we have found out. It was Chung Fengjiao who hired the people and Feng Siwei's people too, said Manager Jean, who hadn't slept for a whole day and night. He finally uncovered who was planning to harm the young lady. Xiao Jiyue's face showed no surprise. She only knew a few people in Hongdu. Miss, Manager Jean continued, it wasn't easy to find this out. Later, someone leaked the information, and we discovered that the Feng family has a group of loyal guards. Loyal guards? Xiao Jiyue's eyes darkened with suspicion. How can the Feng family have loyal guards? They were just a wealthy family. Where would they get such fighters? That's... Manager Jean hesitated. We aren't sure yet, but there must be someone backing the Feng family. Xiao Jiyue focused on the key point. Who gave us the information? Is it reliable? Without this news, they wouldn't know about the Feng family's guards. Feng Saifei, replied Manager Jean. In Xiao Jiyue's mind, images of the second young lady of the Feng family flashed. She was the one who cried almost to death at the Feng estate over a maid, looking so fragile that anyone could bully her. Her fingers tapped lightly on the table. Feng Kai became a concubine at the Cheng estate, and Feng Saifei helped out too. I understand the family's dirty secrets, but as for the loyal guards, her intuition told her this was unusual. She warned Manager Jean, I know you used to work with my father and have some methods. The Feng family is suspicious.
Keep an eye on them.
Maybe the other side isn't targeting me, but the Xiao family, Xiao Jiyue pondered. What she initially thought was just a quarrel among women now seemed like potential enemies of the Xiao family. General Jean clasped his hands in greeting and said, Miss, you can rest assured. After General Jean left, Xiao Jiyue specifically went to Aunt Lan's residence. Aunt Lan had just put Xiao Jiachuan to sleep and, seeing Xiao Jiyue, thought there was an urgent matter and asked, Miss, is there something you need me to do? Aunt Lan, since your brother agreed to the cooperation last time, you said they have already set out for Hongdu. When do you think they will arrive? Xiao Jiyue asked. Hearing this, Aunt Lan thought to herself and replied, Miss, based on the travel time, my brother should arrive in Hongdu in a few days. Worried that Xiao Jiyue might be unhappy, she added, I believe my brother has taken all the fabric with him, so he might be a bit slower than if he traveled light. All right, once your brother arrives, tell me immediately. Xiao Jue stood up and looked at the sewing basket nearby. She said, it's getting late. Aunt Lon, you should rest early too. Don't strain your eyes. It wouldn't be worth it. Since they returned from the embroidery workshop, Aunt Lon, Xiao Yurong, and Aunt San had been sewing day and night. Over time, they hadn't earned much money, but they had strained their eyes in the process. At the old Xiao family residence, in the front yard. Third master, I've already found out. It was Miss Chung from County Magistrate Cheng's family, along with his favored concubine Fong, who did it. Guosheng had stayed up all night yesterday. Since he was unfamiliar with Lan-Tsong County, he could only rely on luck like a headless fly. Fortunately, he met General Jean. Guosheng followed him and contributed some effort. General Jean knew where to look for clues. By the way, third master, there's something strange. A small merchant in Lan-Tsong County somehow keeps bodyguards in secret. Guosheng emphasized the word bodyguards with extra force. Third master, do you think it might be related to the weapons from Go Guling? Junlai was just acting casually at first, but suddenly sat upright. A small merchant can't afford to keep bodyguards. Follow this lead and investigate. Also, have Guiyang look into Fong's bodyguards. Third master, I was the first to discover this, Guosheng immediately said. Third master, I'm not just good at talking. I can work too. He spoke confidently, looking at Guiyang, who had just entered, and straightened his chest proudly. Guiyang, go with Guosheng and check on Fong's bodyguards, Junlai said directly, ignoring Guosheng. He looked at Guiyang and asked, does the Xiao family know about this? Guosheng hesitated and said, I found out together with General Jean. Master Jean understood clearly. The Grand Commander made a big effort, and the rest, Guosheng probably just helped a little. He said, in that case, the Xiao family will definitely keep investigating. You should continue to follow them. All right. Guosheng smiled and said, Third young master, I may not be good at investigating, but I'm good at fighting. Miss Xiao, I'm so glad you're safe. When Shi Lijing saw that Xiao Jiuyu was unharmed, he finally relaxed. Xiao Jiuyu sipped her tea and said, the carriage lost control and fell off the cliff. I only got minor injuries, so I didn't come to see Shi Lijing. No problem, no problem. Shi Lijing waved his hand. As long as Miss Xiao is fine. Wang Lijing and I were worried sick. By the way, Wang Lijing asked me to tell you that the sugarcane issue has been taken care of. That's good, Xiao Jiuyu asked. Shi Lijing, the Dragon Boat Festival is coming soon. Are the bayberries ripe? If she remembered correctly, bayberries usually ripen around the Dragon Boat Festival. Miss Xiao, do you want to eat bayberries? Perfect timing. I'll send my wife to pick some from the mountain tomorrow. Today's windy, so maybe there will be bayberries to pick tomorrow. Shi Lijing immediately said, but bayberries in the mountain depend on luck. If the rain is good, they'll turn red and be sweeter. If the year isn't good, they might not turn red and could be quite sour. I want to buy some bayberries, Xiao Jiuyu said. As soon as she finished speaking, Shi Lijing said, Miss Xiao, you shouldn't feel awkward about paying. You've helped our village so much. A few bayberries. How could we take your money? Shi Lijing, I want all the bayberries in the village, Xiao Jiuyu declared. Shi Lijing was about to persuade her to change her mind when he remembered that Xiao Jiuyu's workshop had already helped the villagers earn money. Plus, Fengchun Tower was also supporting Zhao's family by collecting winter bamboo shoots, chickens, and ducks. Hearing Xiao Jiuyu say she wanted all the bayberries, Shi Lijing was stunned. Miss Xiao, why do you want so many bayberries? Xiao Jiuyu smiled but didn't answer. Shi Lijing said, we've never sold bayberries before, so I don't know the price. Then I'll find out how much they sell for in the county, and I'll pay accordingly, Xiao Jiuyu said. She wanted to try making bayberry jam and bayberry wine, which tasted quite good. The wine from Manhwa Kingdom, Xiao Jiuyu had tried before. It wasn't very strong, sometimes too strong, burning the throat. Compared to modern wines, she planned to make some bayberry wine to taste. Miss Xiao, why don't we look at the bayberries first? Shi Lijing thought about the bayberries from previous years. No one bought them then.
There's no need now.
As long as the mulberries are red and good, I want them all, Xiao Jiuyu confidently said. Shirley Zhang happily left, and Shi Yumin, hearing this, wanted to go up the mountain immediately. Come back, Shirley Zhang called him back firmly. There aren't many mulberry trees nearby, and the ones farther away, it wouldn't be worth the trip. Plus, we need to tell the villagers about this. That's true, Shi Yumin said, calming down. He asked Dad, do you think? Miss Xiao. Miss Zhao's carriage fell off a cliff and she's only slightly injured, Shirley Zhang warned him, but there's no sign she didn't come back last night. Shi Yumin pressed his lips tightly, pretending he didn't know anything and wouldn't say anything.
Don't worry, Dad.
I understand. I won't say a word. If I hear even a whisper, you pack your things and leave the Shi family, Shirley Zhang said seriously, staring at him. Shi Yumin promised again and again. Dad, I'm not a gossip. Look, I've kept my mouth shut these days. I don't even dare to talk in my sleep at night.
Ah, Shili Zhang snarat.
How do you know if you're telling the truth or dreaming? Of course I do. I only sleep at home. I don't even dare to nap outside, Shi Yumin replied seriously. You know about my red lips. I wouldn't say a word about things I shouldn't. Shirley Zhang snorted softly, and then said, All right, as long as you understand. Go find the villagers. It's still early, so gather everyone and pick the nearby mulberry trees together. I'd rather pick them first, Shi Yumin mumbled. Shirley Zhang glared at him, and he quickly ran off to notify each household. After dealing with the mulberry matter, Xiao Jiuyu was about to check on the malva leaves. Her arm and foot injuries were quite serious. Miss, Manager Zeng is here, Lian Exile hurriedly announced from the side room.
Now?
Xiao Jiuyu looked up at the sky. It shouldn't be mealtime now, and it's the busiest time in the restaurant. Yes, the messenger just arrived, Lian Exile explained seriously. Xiao Jiuyu changed her pace and headed straight to the front yard. As soon as she arrived, she saw Manager Zeng happily chatting with Jun Lai in the yard. Standing at the gate, Xiao Jiuyu watched this cheerful scene, and an absurd thought from the past suddenly resurfaced. Who exactly is the owner behind the spring meeting tower? Are they really not related to His Highness Third Prince? Do they truly not know each other? Miss Xiao, Zeng Qing, who had sharp eyes, happened to see Xiao Jiuyu. He quickly bowed and said, Miss Xiao, I came today with urgent matters. Sorry for the sudden visit. Please forgive me. Since it's an urgent matter, there's no harm in disturbing you, Xiao Jiuyu replied with a smile. She introduced, This is my distant cousin, and this is the manager of Fengchun Building, Zeng Qing. Third young master, I know him. I've eaten at his restaurant before. Zeng Qing bowed to Jun Lai, showing a bit of respect. He said, So he's Miss Zhao's relative. In the future, you're welcome to come to our restaurant for meals, third young master. Thank you, Manager Zeng, Jun Lai replied coldly, contrasting sharply with Zeng Qing's enthusiasm. Xiao Jiuyu led Manager Zeng to the main hall. Zeng Qing asked, Miss Xiao, do you still have fresh powder? Fresh powder is made from dried, grilled sea intestines sent from Lingnan, ground into powder. I thought I gave you a jar before, and it's gone? Xiao Jiuyu looked at Zeng Qing with some surprise. Zeng Qing cleared his throat, but his excitement was hard to hide. He said, Miss Xiao, you don't know. Ever since I got this fresh powder, several new dishes at the restaurant have become very popular. The restaurant isn't even at mealtime yet, and it's already full, Zeng Qing said, both happy and worried. With more tables, we're using the fresh powder faster. Manager Zeng, when I gave you the powder, I told you it was hard to come by. I only have half a jar left now, reserved for the opening of the city's restaurant. Xiao Jiuyu looked hesitant and said, If I use the remaining half jar, what will I give to the city's restaurant to keep the customers used to delicacies? She had already warned Zeng Qing before. This fresh powder was rare, so only 2 or 3 dishes should use it, and the rest should not. Miss Xiao, how about I add money? 20 taels of silver per jar? As soon as Zeng Qing spoke, Xiao Jiuyu pursed her lips, her eyes turning cold. She said, Manager Zeng, do you think I don't want more money? That's why I'm holding back. I thought, after working together for so long, we'd have some understanding. Xiao Jiuyu leaned back in her chair, her voice cold. Her gaze at Zeng Qing was more distant than usual. Miss Xiao, noticing she was angry, Qing quickly stood up and apologized. You've misunderstood me. I was just a little confused. After adding the fresh powder, the dishes became especially delicious, and business improved greatly. Miss Xiao, I am truly committed to working with you and believe in your good character. I was just too impatient. Qing bowed 90 degrees, sincerely apologizing. He said, the remaining half jar of wine should stay at the Fucheng Hongdu restaurant. That must not be touched. I can't let the good business at the Fengchun Tower make me use the supplies from the Fucheng restaurant. We now want to develop the Fucheng restaurant, Miss Xiao. Do you know when it will open? When will you have time to go to Fucheng? After apologizing, Qing confidently brought up the restaurant. Xiao Jiu looked at him silently. Fresh rice flour is indeed hard to come by. It's not just about transporting it from Lingnan. Even her brothers and father, who are in Lingnan, wouldn't have an easy time. They also need to help her prepare the rice flour, whether it's cleaning the rice or drying it and finally grinding it into powder. It's very complicated. Miss Xiao, the Fucheng restaurant is almost finished with repairs. Do you know when you might go? Qing spoke cautiously, which explained why he had asked the third master and Miss Xiao about the cooperation earlier. He was eager to get approval. By the end of June, Xiao Jiu gave a date. I've ordered a batch of bowls and plates from Tang Tian's family. We can take them together when we go. As for the opening, I think it should be on the Qiqiao festival. What do you think?
Xiao Jiu asked.
The Qiqiao festival is on the 7th day of the 7th month. That's in 2 months, which is perfect. Qing thought it was a bit late, but since Xiao Jiu suggested it, he agreed. He asked, do the bowls and plates need to be specially made? Of course, Xiao Jiu nodded confidently. She asked Lian Xian to bring the drawings. She said, the bowls and plates for serving food should be delicate. That will even make people more hungry. Qing seemed to understand now. When Xiao Jiu arranged the dishes earlier, she seemed to have intentionally made a distinction. No problem. When will you go to Fucheng? I will make arrangements, Qing said enthusiastically. The restaurant in Fucheng is large, and there's a small courtyard in the back where people can stay. Good, Xiao Jiu nodded slightly. When Lian Xian brought the drawings of the bowls and plates, Qing kept praising them. His previously anxious heart now felt as if he had eaten a calming pill. After Qing left, Xiao Jiu went to the yard. She saw Junlai sitting under a tree, cooling off. She sat directly opposite him, picked up the teapot nearby, and poured him a cup of tea. The steaming tea filled the air with warmth. She smiled and said, what a coincidence. I didn't expect that the third prince also likes the dishes at Fengchun Tower. The dishes at Fengchun Tower are indeed very good. Junlai gently sipped his tea, feeling as if he hadn't been hurt yesterday, sitting under the tree to enjoy the cool breeze. It seems that the third prince not only likes the food at Fengchun Tower, but also isn't surprised that the former shopkeeper came to see me. Xiao Jiu looked at him curiously and asked, is the third prince not curious? He's just a tavern owner. Why would he come looking for me, a young lady? Is there something urgent? The shopkeeper's reason for coming to see Miss Xiao is probably about the tavern, Junlai replied casually. Lately, I've noticed that Xiao family's food is quite similar to that of the tavern. Maybe it's because the Xiao family's cooks are good, Xiao Jiu said confidently, her face calm. She asked, third prince, is this your first time eating at Fengchun Tower? Of course not. Junlai's eyes flickered slightly. Hearing her implication, he said, I heard that since last autumn, Fengchun Tower's business has been booming. Could it all be thanks to Miss Xiao? Xiao Jiu chuckled softly, planning to brush it off. When she returned to the backyard, she didn't find anything useful. She shook her head and thought, whatever behind Fengchun Tower, it doesn't concern her. Even Junlai is fine as long as he's not her enemy. Back in her room, Xiao Jiu began preparing for the restaurant's opening activities and signature dishes. At the same time, she was thinking about how to quickly seize the market in Landong County after Shangting and his men arrived. The Dragon Boat Festival was coming, and the weather was getting hotter. Summer clothes became the favorite of all the beautiful young ladies and madams in Landong County. Various purple dresses were especially popular. Xiao Jiuyu sketched different outfit combinations. Once the fabric arrived, she ordered her beauties, Lani Nyang, and her third aunt Xiao to make some ready-to-wear clothes quickly. She was determined to do something that would shake Lan Song County.